Chapter 1. Ancestor, I have returned. In the boundless divine realm of the great wilderness, within the secret domain of the Nangong clan, stood an elderly man clad in a long black robe, his long hair cascading down his back. He held his hands behind him, gazing upward at the overcast sky of the secret realm. At that moment, images of the sun and moon shining together and the shifting of stars and constellations flickered in his eyes. An overwhelming aura radiated from his being, capable of shaking the heavens and the earth and turning the tide of fate. At last, damn the heavens, I have finally persevered to reach the Saint Realm. There is no one in this world who can threaten me now. After the elderly man's joyous exclamation, his formidable presence began to dissipate. Before one's eyes, he seemed to shed his aged exterior, gradually transforming. The weathered features and stooped stature that marked his visage were restored to the youthful handsomeness and elegance of his earlier years, standing tall and graceful. He had truly transitioned from a feeble old man back into a spirited young man. 80,000 years have passed. Those once illustrious prodigies are now but dust, carried away by the winds. To be fat is not a concern initially, but to gain weight later is to catch up to the couch. Now it is time for this lord, Nangong Haotian, to reign supreme. Nangong Haotian gazed at his fair, slender hands, each joint distinctly defined, murmuring to himself. Memories of his journey to this world flooded his mind. Nangong Haotian was originally an ordinary recluse of the 21st century. After a night of gaming, he unexpectedly perished and found himself in a world reminiscent of the great wilderness continent. However, the path of cultivation in this realm proved to be 100-fold more arduous than that of the great wilderness. Everywhere he looked, there were great Luo masters, with golden immortals as common as dust. It was utterly absurd. In the great wilderness divine realm, cultivators were broadly categorized into two types. One adhered to the traditional path of cultivation, with realms classified as mortal realm, immortal realm, true immortal realm, profound immortal realm, celestial immortal realm, golden immortal realm, emperor sovereign realm, quasi-saint realm, and saint realm. The other was known as body refinement, with realms delineated as mortal body realm, immortal body realm, true body realm, profound body realm, celestial body realm, golden body realm, emperor body realm, divine body realm, and saint body realm. Regardless of the path, the cultivation of any realm was fraught with immense difficulty. In fact, many cultivators spent their entire lives unable to break through to the next realm, ultimately passing away with unfulfilled aspirations. At that time, as the most gifted second son of the Nangong family, he lacked for resources. Yet, amidst such circumstances, Nangong Haotian was keenly aware of the importance of biding his time and refraining from recklessness. He diligently cultivated the sacred heart of heavenly will technique, a high-level skill of the Nangong family, despite its mysterious origins and the fact that no one had ever successfully entered its ranks. Thus, he immersed himself in the Nangong secret realm, focusing solely on his cultivation, detached from worldly affairs. Even as the great wilderness divine realm was rife with conflict and competition, with countless clans and sects rising to prominence, each leading for hundreds of years, Nangong Haotian remained unperturbed, refusing to take a single step outside the secret realm. As time passed and the world changed, Nangong Haotian spent tens of thousands of years in the Nangong secret realm, outlasting the parents and brothers of this world. Now he had finally shed the mundane and returned as a king, achieving the saint realm that those once glorious, yet now fallen prodigies yearned for. He stood at the pinnacle of the great wilderness divine realm. Is that little girl here? I never expected her to grow into such a graceful and pure beauty. Nangong Haotian suddenly seemed to notice something and turned his gaze in a certain direction. There, a spirited young girl with a ponytail was slowly entering through the secret realm's entrance. At that moment, however, she lacked the youthful vitality of a girl, appearing instead melancholic, her steps heavy. After much hesitation, the girl finally halted before a stone tablet within the secret realm, kneeling down with a bent knee. Ancestor, have you awakened? This may be Yuer's last visit to see you. I fear that this farewell means... Yuer, little Yuer, what has happened? Upon hearing the sorrowful words of Nangong Yu, whose eyes were brimming with tears, Nangong Haoyin was taken aback, swiftly interrupting her. This young girl was the descendant he had most cherished during his years in the Nangong secret realm. In pursuit of her cultivation breakthrough, she had willingly endured solitude and monotony at such a tender age. Not only did she diligently practice day and night within the secret realm for years, but her innate talent and insight were also exceptional. Many profound techniques she grasped without needing instruction. Nangong Haoyin held a deep appreciation and admiration for diligent and intelligent individuals. Thus, despite his reclusive nature, he formed a close bond with Nangong Yu, taking her under his wing as a student and imparting various powerful techniques he had deduced. Reflecting on this, Nangong Haoyin once again asked with concern, "Little Yuer, tell me, what has transpired?" "Ancestor, I must go to the Yang family for a marriage alliance." "What? How can this be possible?" Nangong Haoyin was astonished by Nangong Ye's response, materializing from the stone tablet and standing before the young girl. In his understanding, the Nangong family and the Li family had always been sworn enemies, at odds with one another. It was said that the ancestor of the Li family was originally a servant of the Nangong family. Later, during a time of tribulation for the Nangong family, this ancestor not only betrayed them, but also stole vast treasures and a manual capable of achieving the same body realm. With the covert support of the Nangong family's sworn enemies, they established their own faction. Given the deep-seated animosity between the two families, a marriage alliance was utterly inconceivable. Ancestor, you may not know. 2 months ago, the last emperor sovereign of the Nangong family, Nangong He, perished due to a failed breakthrough to the quasi-saint realm. The Nangong family, having lost its deterrent power, has long attracted the covetous eyes of numerous clans and sects. The Li family was the first to act, demanding that the Nangong family marry a woman into the Li family as a gesture of reconciliation. Otherwise, they would come to exact vengeance on the Nangong family. My parents perished in the demon tide, so I proactively proposed to the clan leader to be the one to forge this alliance. You! Foolishness! Nangong Haoyin clenched his teeth, his expression darkening at her words. How could those shameless, conniving scoundrels of the Li family be treated lightly? What were the Li family members, if not once mere servants unworthy of even carrying the shoes of the Nangong family? Never had he heard of a master family marrying off their daughter to a servant. Has the Nangong family truly fallen to such depths? Realizing this, Nangong Haoshin's anger surged, his aura erupting forth. I shall see how the Nangong family can refuse this marriage. Let us see if those rebellious descendants of the Li family dare to act recklessly before me. Now that he stood as a saint at the pinnacle of the great wilderness divine realm, could he allow his student to suffer such humiliation? Ancestor, please calm your anger. Yuer bears no resentment towards others, only lamenting that heaven did not grant me more time. If I could be born a few hundred years earlier, I would not allow the Li family to act so arrogantly and defiantly. Such shameless individuals from the Li family are unworthy of living. Nangong Ye's delicate brows furrowed, her beautiful eyes filled with fury. She bit her silver teeth fiercely, her hands clenched into fists, sharp nails piercing her palms. In an instant, crimson blood flowed from between her fingers, blossoming on the ground like a flower of vengeance. Do not worry, little Yuer, as long as I am here. Those Li family scoundrels will think twice before making a move. Even if other clans and sects join forces, I can extinguish them with a single blow. Nangong Haoyin took a deep breath, restraining his explosive aura, and lifted Nangong Yu with his spiritual power. In his eyes, for those who were not saints, all beings were but mere chickens and dogs, easily extinguishable. Meanwhile, within the mysterious peak of the great wilderness divine realm, on a mist-covered lake, a seated figure suddenly trembled, sending ripples across the surface. Then, a sigh, ethereal and dreamlike, resonated through the mist. It seems the Nangong family is about to welcome a new rise. Chapter 2. Dare to insult my descendants. Family head, are we to simply submit to the coercion of those shamelessly family members? Indeed, the Li family, at their core, are but servants of our Nangong family. How can the master family seek reconciliation through marriage with their servants? We would rather perish alongside the Li family than endure such humiliation. Exactly. Family head, with a single command from you, the sons of the Nangong family will gladly shed their blood for the family's honor. In the grand hall of the Nangong family, dozens of clan members knelt on the ground, speaking passionately to the man in the azure robe seated within the hall. This man, clad in azure, was none other than the current family head, Nangong Junyi. At this moment, his eyes were slightly reddened, fists clenched tightly, yet he remained silent for a long time. As the newly appointed head of the Nangong family, he desperately wished to heed the words of his kin without a second thought. He longed to lead the sons of the Nangong family into battle against the Li family, fighting to the bitter end. However, as the family head, Nangong Junyi could not act impulsively. He could not disregard the legacy of the Nangong family, built over tens of thousands of years, only to see it crumble and be destroyed. I have heard your words, the clan leader understands. However, esteemed guests, have you ever pondered the consequences if I, the clan leader, were to recklessly acquiesce to your demands? How shall we face the ancestral spirits of the Nangong family after our demise? Even millennia ago, when the Nangong family faced oppression from numerous esteemed clans and sects, and when a servant of ours, the Li family, treacherously stole our sacred texts, we endured and persevered through humiliation. Is it not the resilience of our ancestors that has allowed us to maintain our lineage until today? If we perish, what fate awaits the Nangong family? Shall our legacy be severed, or shall we fade into oblivion? Nangong Junyi's eyes brimmed with indignation and frustration, yet he found himself powerless. The only elder of the Nangong family who had attained the emperor's realm, Nangong He, had fallen during his attempt to break through to the Kwasa Saint level, leaving the family bereft of the strength needed to contend with others. Furthermore, he himself was but at the golden immortal level, unable to ascend to the emperor's realm in the short term to deter the Li family and other sections. With the clan's members of varied capabilities, even if they were to exhaust their collective strength, they could not hope to rival the Li family, which boasted an emperor and several golden immortals. It would be akin to moths drawn to a flame, a self-destructive endeavor. Clan leader, I cannot accept this. Once, the Nangong family was resplendent and prosperous, teeming with talent and heroes. In the great wasteland divine realm, we were a force that other sects dared not challenge. The Nangong family, even in its decline, must never resort to offering our women in marriage to the Li family as a means of seeking peace. Nangong Yu has exceptional talent, ranking among the finest in our clan. Her parents sacrificed their lives for the sake of the Nangong family. How could we commit such an ungrateful and unjust act? Indeed, clan leader, we are all well aware of the nature of that scion from the Li family. He practices dark arts, using women as vessels to enhance his own cultivation. If we were to marry Nangong Yu to him, I fear. The members of the Nangong family wore expressions of profound sorrow and despair. Li Yulong, the scion of the Li family, was a disciple of the foremost demonic sect in the great wasteland divine realm, known for his nefarious practices. It was said that he indulged in revelry every night, even consorting with numerous women, and practiced a sinister body refinement technique aimed at breaking through to the golden body realm. None of the women beneath him had ever survived. Nangong youth, I did not expect you to be so timid and indecisive, truly bringing shame upon the Nangong family. As Nangong Junyi hesitated, a deep and commanding voice resonated within the grand hall of the Nangong family. This voice echoed like thunder, resounding with authority, akin to a cataclysmic event that shook the heavens and the earth. Upon hearing it, the gathered individuals knelt, desperately covering their ears. Who are you? Nangong Junyi coughed up blood, hastily inquiring with respect, May I ask which esteemed elder speaks? From the secret realm, Nangong Haotian cast a scornful smile at the pitiful state of Nangong Junyi, who sought to sacrifice others for his own survival. The sons of the Nangong family have only ever perished in battle against the heavens. We shall never endure the humiliation of others' words and actions. You have greatly disappointed me. Pale-faced, Nangong Junyi immediately fell to his knees, weeping profusely. Chapter 3. The Unwitting. Suddenly, Nangong Haotian's eyes sparkled with a fierce light, his voice booming like a thunderclap that reverberated through the heavens and the earth. The crowd clasped their ears and looked up, only to behold dozens of bizarre and grotesque consciousnesses materializing outside the secret realm in the blink of an eye. They were reduced to ashes before their very eyes, however, amidst these dissipating consciousnesses. One small, transparent entity, resembling an insect, not only persisted but stealthily burrowed deeper into the secret realm. Truly reckless, indeed. No wonder it is a descendant of the rebellious clan, originally intending to disperse the divine consciousness of the major families and sects as a form of retribution. Nangong Haotian's gaze shifted toward the sneaky, insect-like consciousness, revealing a chilling smile. At that moment, the powerful figures of various noble families were visibly shaken, their faces ashen. In unison, they spat out blood, clearly having been obliterated before they could retract their probing divine consciousness aimed at the Nangong family's secret realm. Particularly within the Li family's rear hall, an old man of sinister appearance and malevolent demeanor was struck with intense mental anguish. He let out a wretched cry, collapsing to the ground, writhing and convulsing. "Ancestor, are you all right?" Beside this elder, a short, sinister-looking youth hastily stepped forward to support him. "I am fine. I simply did not anticipate the formidable power of the Nangong family's secret realm." The elder took a deep breath, immediately channeling his spiritual energy to stabilize his distressed mind. After a moment, having regained his composure, he wearily gazed at the youth. "Yulong, how goes the preparation for the union with the Nangong family?" "Rest assured, ancestor, this matter is foolproof. The Nangong family's sole pinnacle expert has failed to break through and has thus perished. They are nothing more than a paper tiger, utterly vulnerable," Li Yulong replied with a proud expression, dismissing the crippled Nangong family. Hearing this, the elder of the Li family nodded, his eyes gleaming with joy. "Excellent. The aspirations of our ancestors will finally be fulfilled. The Nangong family and their secret realm shall soon be within our grasp. Once we absorb the Nangong family's millennia of heritage, who in the great wilderness divine domain could possibly stand against the Li family?" Li Yulong was even more elated, licking his lips in a gluttonous manner. "I have heard that the women of the Nangong clan are quite exquisite. If they all serve as my alchemical furnaces, I guarantee I shall achieve the golden body realm, and perhaps even aspire to the emperor body realm." An exchange of knowing glances between the Li family elder and Li Yulong solidified their determination to seize the Nangong clan. Within the Nangong family's secret realm, Nangong Junyi knelt before Nangong Haotian, repeatedly bowing in reverence. Nangong Haotian extended his hand, using spiritual energy to lift him, his expression tranquil. "Young one, are you truly prepared? Know this, while I can elevate your standing to the emperor realm, should you waver even slightly during this process, the consequences could be dire. Your realm may plummet, or worse, your soul may scatter. Your potential is the most exceptional I have witnessed in millennia, second only to Yueying. If granted time for diligent cultivation, you may yet attain the quasi-saint realm." Upon scanning Nangong Junyi with his spiritual energy, a glimmer of surprise crossed Nangong Haotian's eyes. He had not anticipated that this new family head possessed such extraordinary talent. If nurtured attentively, he could undoubtedly yield another quasi-saint for the Nangong family in due course. Nangong Junyi straightened his posture, looking earnestly at Nangong Haotian. "As the head of the Nangong family, I shall resolutely uphold our lineage and carve out a domain for our clan. This talent of mine pales in comparison to the calamities that the Nangong family is about to face." "Excellent. I hope you remain true to your convictions." Nangong Haotian nodded, conjuring a translucent fruit with a delicate luster. "This is the Emperor's Dao fruit, a manifestation of my insights during cultivation, now rendered useless to me. Once consumed, you shall instantaneously ascend from the golden immortal realm to the Emperor realm. However, during this process, the power contained within the fruit will mercilessly shatter your bones 1,000,000 times over. Should you falter even once, all will be for naught." Nangong Junyi is grateful for the ancestral bestowal. With unwavering determination, Nangong Junyi bowed deeply before Nangong Haotian. Nangong Haotian shook his head, contemplating the Emperor's Dao fruit in his hand, lost in thought. Ever since he began cultivating the Sacred Heart heavenly intent, he had increasingly recognized the extraordinary nature of this technique. The fruit before him was crafted from his mastery and comprehension of a particular principle. While it could elevate another's realm, the force of the principle's impact would indeed be excruciating. With that, Nangong Haotian placed the Dao fruit into Nangong Junyi's hands. The latter expressed gratitude with a grateful glance at his ancestor before promptly devouring the fruit. In an instant, countless auspicious clouds began to swirl above Nangong Junyi's head, among which could be faintly discerned images of dragons soaring and phoenixes dancing, and cranes grasping herbs of immortality. However, moments later, dark mists began to seep into the auspicious clouds, recklessly wreaking havoc with a wail of anguish. Nangong Junyi collapsed to the ground, his eyes tightly shut, his body trembling violently. Has it begun, young one? I hope you can endure. Nangong Haotian, upon witnessing this, turned his gaze towards Nangong Junyi's consciousness. There, countless lightning serpents coiled, relentlessly tearing him apart. So, all the Li family members have arrived, and this is the attitude you Nangong family members choose to adopt? Indeed, our young master marrying into the Nangong family is already a show of respect. You should be grateful, Nangong family. Do not be ungrateful. Hurry and bring out Nangong Yu. Be quick, for we have much to attend to. Outside the Nangong estate, a group of short, coarse-looking men bore a small green sedan, their faces etched with impatience as they glared at the gatekeeper, Nangong Feng. They were the entourage sent by Li Yulong to retrieve Nangong Yu. Is this how you conduct a marriage? Do you think we Nangong family members are all dead? The gatekeeper, Nangong Feng, seethed with fury, glaring fiercely at the insolently family youths. He had not anticipated such behavior from them, considering the supposed alliance. What was promised as a union had devolved into a meager gathering of a few individuals, devoid of dowries, ceremonial displays, or any semblance of the dignity typically afforded to such occasions. It was an affront beyond measure. What makes you think you can act with such arrogance? Boy, times have changed. The woman marrying into our young master from your Nangong family is merely fit to be a concubine. Indeed, merely a concubine. Do not harbor delusions that we Li family members will treat you with respect. Ha ha ha, the Nangong family is now nothing but a sick tiger without its claws. The Li family members erupted in mocking laughter, holding the Nangong family in contempt, utterly unconvinced that they could still muster any formidable resistance. You insolent wretch! How dare you? Chapter 4. Irreconcilable enmity. With a furious roar, an overwhelming aura descended upon the Nangong family. The members of the Nangong clan were both astonished and elated, hastily kneeling in reverence. We welcome our family head. The faces of the Li family youth shifted, disbelief washing over them. Such immense power they had only previously experienced from their own ancestor, who had reached the emperor realm, thus commanding such formidable strength. How could a family, clearly of the golden immortal realm, manifest such power so swiftly? Cease this empty posturing. You Nangong family members are akin to grasshoppers in autumn, desperately clinging to life. Indeed, do not presume that this commotion can intimidate us. The Nangong clan is no match for the Li family. Are you preparing to backtrack? Know that only the Li family is willing to overlook past grievances and unite with you. As the Li family members considered the dwindling number of the Nangong clan, they remained unperturbed, their faces twisted with scorn and disdain, thoroughly displeased by the Nangong family's ostentatious display before them. Since you all seem intent on courting death, I shall not hold back. After the Li family scion's declaration, a mighty voice resonated once more. Suddenly, a colossal shadow of a hand descended from the heavens, forcefully pressing down upon the Li family members. Emperor realm? How is this possible? In that instant, the entire great wilderness divine domain's cultivators felt the tremor emanating from the Nangong family. They were all in utter disbelief, having never expected that after the fall of one emperor realm expert just months prior, another had emerged so swiftly. Considering their previous probing of the Nangong family's secret realm, which had been abruptly severed by an unknown force, they became increasingly convinced that the Nangong family's secret realm harbored some extraordinary treasures. Otherwise, how could they have endured for millennia, standing resilient against the tides of time? Thus, no one dared to be the first to step forward. Their gazes shifting discreetly to the Li family. Young one, you possess an audacious spirit. The venerable ancestor of the Li family undoubtedly sensed the stirrings from the Nangong clan, at present. The Li family's actions against the Nangong family are as transparent as Sima Zhao's ambitions. No matter the circumstances, he must not allow this scheme to end in futility. In the instant when the colossal hand descended, a massive, shadowy protective shield enveloped the members of the Li family, safeguarding them securely within its embrace. Is this the attitude with which your Li family seeks to forge a marriage alliance? Nangong Junyi, suspended in midair, gazed coldly towards the Li family. His imposing presence instilled terror in all present. Upon hearing this, the Li family's ancestor cast a glance at the few Li family youths sent to propose marriage, gritting his teeth in silent rage. Li Yulong is insufferably audacious, neglecting even the semblance of decorum by dispatching such unworthy individuals to propose marriage. What audacious knaves dare impersonate members of my Li family? Ancestor. The words of a Li family youth were abruptly cut off as a furious roar erupted from the elder. Those few youths, who had barely survived a strike from Nangong Junyi, let out a horrifying shriek as they were reduced to ashes. Hiss! The onlookers, including Nangong Feng and others, could not help but gasp in astonishment. Taken aback by the elder's ruthless nature, these individuals do not represent my Li family's marriage delegation. Do not mistake them, master of the Nangong family. The Li family's ancestor cast a grim look at Nangong Junyi. The tides had turned against him. His old wounds from probing the secrets of the Nangong family's hidden realm had yet to heal, and he had no desire to confront the formidable Nangong Feng, who had reached the realm of the emperor. After all, the ultimate goal of the Li family was still to subsume the Nangong clan. Let us dispense with the marriage. With arms crossed, Nangong Junyi scoffed at the elder's words. We of the Nangong family are well aware of the true nature of your Li family. You insolent youth, do not be so reckless. The elder of the Li family, seething with rage, could hardly contain himself. After patiently awaiting a moment of weakness from the Nangong family to seize the opportunity for annexation, he would not allow such a prize to slip away. The elder exuded an immense aura of authority. At this moment, within the Nangong family's hidden realm, Nangong Haoyan could no longer restrain himself. His eyes shimmered with the rotation of the sun and moon, and the stars danced as an intangible force caused the very ground of the hidden realm to tremble. In the spirit of the 21st century, this audacious, shameless elder would have been struck down with a single blow. What is happening? What has transpired within the Nangong family's hidden realm? The powerful beings observing the battle with their divine senses were filled with astonishment. They felt a tremendous, earth-shattering energy erupt from the distant hidden realm of the Nangong family, a force so potent that even they, as emperors, found it difficult to withstand, stirring within them a sense of dread. Indeed, the Nangong family's hidden realm harbored rare treasures. Faced with the overwhelming might of Nangong Haoyan, the elder of the Li family felt no fear. Rather, he was overtaken by greed. He recalled descriptions from the secret texts of the Li family's founder, which spoke of the Nangong hidden realm. While it served as the burial ground for generations of Nangong family leaders and members, it also contained records and collections of many of their martial insights, as well as numerous rare treasures seldom found in the divine realm. With this thought, the elder of the Li family surged forward without hesitation towards the Nangong hidden realm. Li family elder. You! Nangong Junyi was taken aback to see the elder of the Li family brazenly appear within the Nangong family's domain, greed unabashedly written on his face as he charged towards the hidden realm before the eyes of all. Come then, I shall strike you down. Within the hidden realm, Nangong Haoyan snorted coldly, raising a hand to point at the elder of the Li family. In the next instant, a violet flash, sharp as a sword, tore through the misty confines of the hidden realm, hurtling towards the elder. Just as the Li family elder reached out to touch the entrance of the Nangong hidden realm, he was instantly cleaved in two by the violet light. Is the elder of the Li family dead? The onlookers were left utterly dumbfounded, especially as they witnessed the violet light emerge from the hidden realm and slice the elder in half in the blink of an eye. They stood agog. When they could no longer sense the elder's aura, they swallowed hard. It is known that any cultivator who achieves the realm of the emperor possesses means of self-preservation and contingencies. They cannot simply be so easily slain in battle. Ancestor, the Nangong family, the Li family, and you shall never coexist. Chapter 5. A single strike to annihilate Li family residence. Li Yulong watched in horror as the protective jade talisman for the elder of the Li family shattered before his eyes. his fury boiling over. The patriarch of the Li family wore a grim expression, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent, as did the other members of the Li family, who gritted their teeth, filled with a vengeful desire. They understood that their family's pinnacle of combat power had now been irrevocably lost to the Nangong family. The fall of an emperor-level powerhouse, so easily, without even having the chance to utilize the prepared soul transformation talisman. Father, we cannot let the enmity for the elder's demise go unavenged. Li Yulong took a deep breath, realizing that the scales of power had tipped unfavorably for the Li family. If they did not seize the opportunity to subdue the Nangong clan now, they would surely face dire consequences once the Nangong family regained their footing. The patriarch of the Li family nodded, addressing the assembled Li family youths. You shall prepare to set forth immediately and seize the Nangong family. Avenging our ancestor. Yes, patriarch. The members of the Li family nodded in agreement, promptly departing the grand hall. The patriarch sighed, casting a glance at the furious Li Yulong. Will the Hishio sect intervene? My master said he would bring some disciples to assist. But what? The Hishio sect demands half of the treasures from the Nangong family's hidden realm after we conquer it. Hearing this, Li Yulong's expression darkened, and the patriarch's forehead creased with tension. A flicker of anger crossing his eyes. Had it not been for the sudden fall of their ancestor, he would never have considered sharing such a lucrative prize with others. To restrain the emperor-level Nangong Junyi. The Li family's only hope lay with the Hishio sect. Though the Hishio sect bore a notorious reputation in the great wilderness divine realm, it boasted 3 emperor-level powerhouses among its ranks. And it was rumored that an ancestor who had reached the quasi-saint level presided over them, a presence that other sects and families dared not provoke lightly. After a moment of contemplation, the patriarch nodded, tacitly agreeing to the terms set forth by the Hishio sect. The long-standing conflict between the two families, separated by millennia, was finally set to ignite at this very moment. The following day, outside the Tianshao city, where the Nangong family resided, the Li family and the disciples of the Hishio sect amassed in formidable numbers before the city gates, their gazes predatory. What? Does your Nangong family believe that you can thwart us with such weaklings? Li Yulong stepped forward first, casting a derisive glance at the hundreds of Nangong family youths standing at the city gate. He wore a mocking smile, confident in his prowess as a celestial body realm cultivator, believing the ragtag assembly before him to pose no threat. Humph! Our Nangong family upholds righteousness, unlike you brigands of the night, who conspire and collude. Nangong Feng, leading the Nangong family youths, exuded an air of righteousness, disdainfully surveying the Li family and their allies. Li Yulong's expression darkened as he spoke with a menacing tone. You still dare to boast when death is upon you? Let us see how long your Nangong family can endure with that. Li Yulong vanished in a flash, charging directly at Nangong Feng. Nangong Feng swiftly drew his sword to meet Li Yulong's advance. But within mere exchanges, he found himself at a disadvantage. Your celestial immortal strength is insufficient before me. With a powerful strike, Li Yulong sent Nangong Feng crashing to the ground, and without mercy, he channeled his energy to deliver a crushing blow to the bloodied figure. Die? Humph! A cold snort resounded as several beams of sword light surged towards Li Yulong. Startled, Li Yulong halted his assault on Nangong Feng, swiftly dispelling the incoming sword strikes. Murong Yu, clad in light white armor, stood protectively in front of Murong Feng, her brows furrowed, her expression frosty, as all eyes turned towards her. They beheld her as a solitary, proud snow lotus, standing atop the majestic peaks, evoking awe and a sense of unattainability. Who might you be, my future bride, gracing me with your presence? Are you hoping for my affection? Li Yulong gazed at Murong Yu, his eyes gleaming with desire. He sensed that she was but a step away from the golden immortal realm and had awakened the rare and coveted profounding physique. Should he possess her and utilize her as his alchemical furnace, attaining the emperor body realm would surely not be a distant dream. Just you alone. Murong Yu cast a disdainful glance at Li Yulong, feeling an immense sense of relief that the ancestor had intervened to rescue the entire Nangong family from the brink of disaster. Otherwise, the thought of marrying Li Yulong was so unbearable that death would have seemed preferable. Without a hint of hesitation, Murong Yu unsheathed her sword and unleashed a devastating strike. A colossal sword materialized before her, propelled by the force of wind and thunder, and hurtled directly towards Li Yulong. Li Yulong's brow furrowed as he immediately conjured a protective barrier around himself. The sword crashed into him with tremendous force, inflicting severe injuries and causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Little girl, not bad at all. You actually managed to injure my beloved disciple. Just what I need, another furnace for my alchemical pursuits. Let us see if you'll do. After Morongyu struck Li Yulong, a pale, effeminate man appeared before her in an instant, his eyes glinting with greed. The esteemed elder of Hishiomen has graced us with his presence. Might I request a few pointers from you? Just as the man's hand reached for Morongyu's clothing, a flash of cold light surged forth, forcing the elder back several paces. Nangong Junyi materialized in front of Morongyu, his gaze icy as he regarded the elder. He harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the notorious Hishiomen, known for its nefarious deeds. The two exchanged a brief glance and almost simultaneously launched their attacks, igniting a fierce battle between their respective factions. Meanwhile, in the secret realm, Nangong Haoyan observed Morongyu, who seemed to be undergoing a moment of enlightenment, and called out, "You, if you do not comprehend this moment, when will you?" His voice reverberated throughout the heavens and earth. Both sides in the conflict paused, turning their attention to Morongyu, who stood vigil at Nangong Feng's side as he recuperated. Countless streams of light surged within her, and particularly notable was the auspicious cloud forming above her head, from which a long sword gradually began to materialize. This is the Imperial Sovereign Realm. The elder of Hishiomen gazed in disbelief at the transformation occurring within Morongyu. Clenching his teeth, he realized that he could not allow her breakthrough to succeed under any circumstances. If the Nangong family were to possess two Imperial Sovereign powerhouses, he feared he would be unable to fulfill the ancestral mandate to explore the Nangong secret realm. The elder's figure flickered, appearing as a wraith behind Morongyu Dai in the midst of the astonished crowd. He extended his claw-like hands towards her, intent on disrupting her breakthrough. Chapter 6. No Retreat. The elder of Hishiomen's face darkened as he emanated an aura of chilling murderous intent. He would not permit the Nangong family to gain another Imperial Sovereign powerhouse. Such a development would shatter the delicate balance among the families in an instant. With that thought, the murderous intent in the elder's eyes intensified. Stand down. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, a cold voice descended from the heavens. A figure stepped forward, exuding a terrifying aura that pressed down upon all present. Instantly, those with lower cultivation levels found themselves bowing their heads beneath the oppressive force. Nangong Junyi? The elder of Hishiomen's gaze flickered with a mixture of intrigue and cruelty as he recognized the newcomer. Though not as monstrous as Morongyu, Nangong Junyi was a prodigious talent in the Nangong family. Having entered the Golden Immortal Realm at a young age, with the potential to reach the Imperial Sovereign Realm as well. Very well, you shall remain. With a cold snort, the elder's murderous intent surged, and he showed no hesitation in his intent to eliminate the Nangong family's gifted youth. Kill. Nangong Junyi uttered no more, his face set with steely resolve as he thrust his sword forward. A dazzling sword light sliced through the air, exuding a chilling and terrifying aura, its overwhelming power cascading forth like a tidal wave towards the elder of Hishiomen. Boom! The sword light surged forth like a meteor, illuminating the void as it cleaved through space, dividing it into two, as if separating yin and yang. The 9 swords of heaven and earth. This was Nangong Junyi's signature technique, one that had previously allowed him to slay a celestial immortal powerhouse during his time in the Xian Immortal Realm. Astonishing countless cultivators, now, as the 9 swords of heaven and earth re-emerged, everyone anticipated the tremendous force it would unleash. Humph! The elder of Hishiomen's expression remained unchanged, a strange smile curling at the corners of his lips. As the celestial sword shadow approached, he stood with one hand behind his back and extended the other. With a single palm strike, a colossal hand shadow surged forth, fueled by boundless spiritual energy that erupted from within him, filling the entire realm with an overwhelming presence. In the next moment, an enormous arm appeared, spanning the ages, tearing through the vast void and presenting itself to the onlookers. Gasp! Witnessing this spectacle, everyone inhaled sharply, their shock palpable. The Hishiomen had a lineage spanning tens of thousands of years, their foundation rivaling that of the great families and sacred lands. They were taken aback that even an elder could wield such staggering power. The atmosphere quaked. Boom! In the following instant, the two forces collided head-on, unleashing a cataclysmic sound that reverberated through the heavens, sending shockwaves rippling through the space. In an instant, the air ruptured, revealing an endless void. As mountains crumbled and the sun and moon reversed, just a single strike was enough to yield such terrifying consequences. I shall assist you. At that moment, a voice, dark and foreboding, rang out as the words fell. A lengthy whip soared through the air, cleaving through the space and causing countless currents of air to shatter into fragments. Boom! Nangong Juni's expression changed dramatically as he summoned his spiritual energy. Forming a massive silver shield, the whip descended, shattering the shield into dust that vanished into the ether. Yet, the whip's momentum remained unabated, crashing down upon Nangong Juni, leaving him bloodied and battered. With a pained cry, he bore the agony, his expression twisted in anguish as he trembled. Heh, it seems the Nangong Juniors possess quite the prowess. At this moment, another voice echoed, and as the words fell, a figure emerged from the void, effortlessly traversing the distance of 10,000 zhang in mere steps. Dressed in dark attire, the figure revealed only a pair of eerily chilling eyes. Though merely standing in midair, the aura emanating from him caused the surrounding air to ripple violently, instilling fear in all who beheld him. Seeing this, Nangong Juni took a deep breath, determination flooding his gaze. He unleashed his battle intent, a vast ocean of spiritual energy erupting from within him. With a fierce roar, he bellowed, "Dragon Elephant Suppression Technique." As the words left his lips, tremendous spiritual energy surged behind him, coalescing into two divine entities. A colossal elephant shattered the void, its massive form towering over all, while its trunk coiled upward, consuming boundless spiritual energy as sustenance. Perched atop the giant elephant was a golden dragon, issuing a grand and resonant roar that shook the heavens, making all things seem inconsequential in that moment. Dragon Elephant Suppression Technique? The elder of Hishiomen's eyes gleamed with avarice upon witnessing this scene. The Dragon Elephant Suppression Technique was one of the Nangong family's supreme arts, said to have been refined by an ancestor during the ancient times, who had fused two divine dragons and giant elephants over countless epochs to forge this astonishing technique. The elder let out a cold chuckle, his greed unabashed as swirling black mist enveloped him, coalescing into a fearsome demonic visage. This is the unique technique of Hishiomen, the body of 10,000 demons. At this sight, gasps of shock echoed through the onlookers. It was rumored that to cultivate the body of 10,000 demons, Hishiomen required the sacrifice of 100,000 young boys and girls each year, drawing upon their blood essence to forge a blood pool within their secret realm, wherein the technique could be honed. Such vile deeds were abhorred by the world, and those involved in the construction of the demon pool were met with universal condemnation. Yet, the leader of Hishiomen was a powerhouse of the imperial sovereign realm, and their foundation was not to be underestimated. Even the sacred lands would tread carefully in their dealings with them. At this moment, their only adversary was the Nangong family. There was no possibility of a united front against Hishiomen. Observing this, Nangong Juni's expression darkened considerably. He stood resolute, for behind him was Morongyu. If he were to retreat, she might fall into madness or, worse yet, dissipate entirely. Not only was Morongyu his junior, but he also bore the responsibility of protecting her. Moreover, she was on the verge of breaking through to the imperial sovereign realm. He could not allow Hishiomen to disrupt the long-awaited resurgence of the Nangong family's might. Thus, he could not retreat. With a fierce roar, Nangong Juni summoned the divine dragon and giant elephant, charging forth through the void towards the elder of Hishiomen. Desperate resistance. The elder's expression remained unperturbed as the demonic figure behind him unleashed a terrifying wail. Tearing through the fabric of space itself, the inky black mist enveloped the entire void, darkening the skies and casting an ominous pall over the world, as if heralding the end of days. Die! With a resounding shout, the divine dragon and giant elephant collided with the demonic figure, unleashing a blinding light that illuminated the dark void. In the aftermath of the clash, the space trembled, and everything was obliterated by the overwhelming force. Those of weak cultivation were instantly annihilated, resulting in countless casualties. Chapter 7. Nangong Haotian takes action. Boom. After a single strike, a tempestuous wave of energy surged forth, rolling in like thunder. Nangong Juni's body was sent careening back through the dust, bloodied and battered, yet his eyes were ablaze with indomitable fighting spirit. With unyielding pride, He vowed never to retreat. Should anyone dare to harm those of the Nangong clan, they must first tread over my corpse. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Nangong Junyi stepped forward, confronting the gathered cultivators. His voice, cold and resolute, resonated like a chilling wind, his gaze fierce and unwavering like an eternal flame. Witnessing this spectacle, the elder of the Hishio sect felt a shiver run down his spine. If the entire Nangong family possessed such tenacity, what would become of them? This youth must perish. Instantly, the elder's eyes blazed with murderous intent as he sneered, "Since you wish for death, I shall grant it." With that declaration, a formidable surge of spiritual energy gathered ominously above, coalescing into a massive black hole that threatened to devour all in its path. The sound of thunderous rumbles echoed across the heavens, the air cracking under the weight of a terrifying aura that ravaged the entire space. The black hole expanded, transforming into an abyss that engulfed the world around it. "Let you become the nourishment for this void." The elder of the Hishio sect cackled with a sinister laugh, greed and malice swirling in his eyes. Everything that entered this void would be claimed by its master, and at that moment, the Nangong family's dragon elephant suppression technique would be his for the taking. With his power ascendant, his status within the Hishio sect would rise substantially. The elder's eyes sparkled with ambition, on the verge of maniacal laughter as he envisioned himself towering above all. However, at that very instant, a sword light cleaved through the sky, piercing from the dawn of time, radiating brilliance akin to a sun rising in glory. Erupting with dazzling luminosity, as the sword fell, its light stretched across the heavens, causing the dark miasma to dissipate like smoke. With a resounding crash, the silhouette of the sword surged forth, intertwining with endless rays of sword light. Flickering with icy brilliance as it descended upon the ground, a torrent of power unleashed itself, shaking the very fabric of the void, shattering the air within a vast expanse, rendering it into an infinite realm of nothingness. The black hole crumbled to dust, vanishing without a trace. The elder of the Hishio sect turned pale as he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his eyes bloodshot and his chest heaving, his cultivation unstable as if he were on the brink of collapse. Such terror from a single sword. Those witnessing the scene beneath the heavens were filled with shock. The deathly aura that enveloped them silenced the once boisterous crowd, leaving them pale and trembling. "Dare to touch my Nangong family? You seek death." In the next moment, a voice resonated from all directions, echoing in the ears of the onlookers like rolling thunder, reverberating within their minds. Refusing to fade, a young man appeared, walking through the air, radiating an awe-inspiring power. His eyes shimmered with golden light, and wherever he passed, a divine aura flourished, breathing life into everything. Nangong Ancestor. Upon seeing Nangong Haoyan, the members of the Nangong clan rejoiced, and Nangong Junyi felt his taut nerves relax. As long as the ancestor was present, any enemy would be but fleeting shadows, easily vanquished. Moreover, Nangong Yu's cultivation was poised to break through successfully, heralding a resurgence of the Nangong family among the celestial clans. The Li family and the members of the Hishio sect felt the overwhelming pressure emanating from this youth, along with the terror of that previous sword strike, as fear seeped into their hearts, causing them to tremble uncontrollably. "Who are you?" Faced with Nangong Haoyan's ocean-deep aura, even the elder of the Hishio sect felt a tightening in his chest. Struggling to maintain his composure, Nangong Haoyan chuckled, his icy gaze scanning the crowd. The cultivators below, each at the pinnacle of their realm, suddenly felt an overwhelming chill envelop them. "I am the ancestor of the Nangong family." Nangong Haoyan, his voice rang out, each word like a thunderclap. "You dare to harm my descendants? Death awaits." As the final word fell, Nangong Haoyan's eyes sparkled with fierce determination. He extended a hand, and in the void, a colossal palm emerged, darkening the sky as it bore down upon the enemies. The dreadful pressure radiated outward. Even the mightiest of emperors felt the threat of death closing in. The elder's face paled drastically. If he were to receive such a blow, his demise was certain. Flee! This singular thought dominated his mind as he summoned every ounce of strength to escape. Yet, Nangong Haoyan's mocking laughter echoed in the air. Perceiving him as a mere insect, his indifferent voice resounded, "Flee? Do you think you can?" As the words left his lips, the hand descended, causing the air itself to shatter and tremble within the infinite void. Before the elder could react, he was crushed into dust, obliterated in an instant. Elder! This horrifying scene left the other elders of the Hishio sect wide-eyed with rage, their gazes piercing through to Nangong Haoyan, laden with unquenchable murderous intent, before they charged towards him. Humph! Nangong Haoyan remained unfazed, a cold snort escaping his lips as the murderous aura around him dissipated, causing the cultivators below to turn pale. Blood erupting from their mouths in horror. The Nangong family dares to slay my sect's elder. From this day forth, the Hishio sect and the Nangong family are sworn enemies. One elder, still unyielding, seethed with rage, a terrifying malice glimmering in his eyes. His taunting voice grated on Nangong Haoyan's nerves. With a swift motion, he unleashed a palm strike, a deluge of shadows forcing the elder into a corner, who ultimately was reduced to a mist of blood, his consciousness stripped and imprisoned. With a frigid gaze, Nangong Haoyan spoke, his words resonating like a celestial hymn. Such lowly, evil cultivators deserve extermination. I have not sought trouble with you. Yet you dare to covet the Nangong family? In that case, I shall let you witness how I eradicate the Hishio sect. As the words fell, amidst the horrified gazes of the remaining elders, Nangong Haoyan boldly struck, his palms sweeping through the air. A terrifying force surged forth, annihilating the Hishio sect's ranks without leaving a trace. The Li family, watching from below, stood in stunned silence, their faces reflecting sheer astonishment. Before this man, they were mere ants, utterly defenseless. With a detached expression, Nangong Haoyan thrust forth a single palm, unleashing a tidal wave of energy that swept away the Li family. Their numbers obliterated in an instant. At that moment, the Li family and the Hishio sect, who had aimed to encircle the Nangong family, were entirely wiped out. Suddenly, a thunderous sound reverberated through the air. From Nangongyu emerged resplendent beams of light, like thunder crashing through the heavens, enveloping the entire realm, divine brilliance cascading down, heralding a celestial omen with dragons and tigers soaring above. As if a celestial hymn played. The sound transcended the void, resonating in the ears of all. As the divine melody echoed, the members of the Nangong family felt as if they were cleansed, many experiencing sudden enlightenment, breaking through their cultivation barriers. Robust auras erupting within the clan. With the emergence of an emperor, joy filled the eyes of all present, and they gazed upon Nangongyu with reverence. Thus, the Nangong family welcomed another emperor. After a considerable time, Nangongyu awoke, a formidable aura emanating from her, shaking the very heavens, tearing apart the infinite void. Seeing this, Nangong Haoyan waved his hand, summoning a colossal palm from the heavens to gently smooth over the gaping rifts in the fabric of reality. Witnessing this spectacle, the Nangong family was left in utter shock, filled with profound admiration. Ancestor, I have finally broken through. At that moment, Nangongyu stepped forward, appearing before Nangong Haoyan like a dutiful child awaiting praise. With a beaming smile, Nangong Haoyan commended her. To break through to the Emperor realm at such a young age is truly a marvel. Nangong Haoyan's praise was not mere flattery. At her age, reaching the golden immortal realm was already remarkable, and now she had ascended to the Emperor level, standing shoulder to shoulder with the ancient prodigies of the holy families. Her talent was undeniable. A true genius. After Nangongyu's breakthrough to the Emperor realm, she dedicated herself to stabilizing her cultivation. Meanwhile, Nangong Haoyan convened a council of elders. In the Grand Hall, formidable figures sat upon their cushions, exuding an aura of unparalleled might. These were the most powerful members of the Nangong family, the very reason the clan stood resolute in the world of cultivation for eternity. Before them, Nangong Haoyan closed his eyes, remaining silent, yet an aura emanating from him instilled profound fear in their hearts. The elders present were at a loss to comprehend the level of realm that Nangong Haoyan had ascended to. They felt that the vast expanse of the great desolation divine realm could not contain him. Their ancestor had seemingly entered an entirely new dimension. Consequently, flames of fervent ambition burned in the eyes of all present. If this were the case, would the Nangong family no longer have to fear any family forces within this divine realm? Suddenly, Nangong Haoyan opened his eyes, brilliance dancing within them, a divine essence swirling, vanishing into the air. I have gathered you here today to discuss a matter of great importance. His demeanor was ethereal and serene, his voice resonating like the grand music of the West. Akin to celestial hymns descending, countless visions flickered in his eyes, as if the cycles of myriad worlds were quietly contained within them. An elder spoke up, "Ancestor, please proceed." Although the Nangong family remained a prestigious lineage in the Great Desolation Divine Realm, numerous forces were already eyeing their secret domain. As Nangong Haotian commenced his address, a profound silence enveloped the assembly, everyone intently listening. In my view, these individuals are but ants, coveting the moon from afar. Should they wish to encroach upon my Nangong's secret realm, they must be prepared to pay the price. As his words fell, a glint of murderous intent flickered in Nangong Haotian's eyes, his voice growing colder. The elders, all formidable golden immortals, felt as though they were tender branches in the depths of winter, trembling uncontrollably. Nangong Haotian paused, then suddenly declared, "Nangong Junyi." Here, Nangong Junyi stood, his eyes filled with boundless admiration. Previously, he had been utterly captivated by the sword strike of Nangong Haotian, a blade that descended from the heavens, annihilating all in its path. "You shall issue an order for all the celestial sanctuaries in the vicinity to come and pay homage to our Nangong family, becoming our vassal forces. Who dares to defy this command? They shall face merciless retribution." In that moment, a voice imbued with extreme killing intent reverberated in their ears. As the words settled, the expressions of everyone transformed. Their gazes swirling with shock, they had not anticipated such overwhelming dominance from Nangong Haotian, commanding the surrounding families to become vassals. Surely, dissenting voices would arise among these forces. Yes. After a lengthy pause, excitement flickered in Nangong Junyi's eyes as he complied. As a martial enthusiast, his greatest passion lay in combat. In what of the Hishio sect? At this juncture, it seemed that Nangong Junyi recalled something and spoke again. Following their previous battle, during which Nangong Haotian had obliterated numerous cultivators from the Hishio sect, it was likely that a deep-seated enmity had formed between the two factions. Nangong Haotian's expression remained indifferent, his gaze betraying no change. "There is no need for concern. The Hishio sect is but a triviality. I could eradicate it with a mere gesture. Prepare accordingly. I shall personally annihilate the Hishio sect, making it clear that the Nangong family is not to be trifled with." Upon hearing Nangong Haotian's words, the elder's spirits soared with fervor, rising to respond, "Yes. If there is nothing else, you may withdraw for now." Noticing this, Nangong Haotian nodded slightly and spoke in a measured tone. As his words fell, the assembly of elders retreated. Meanwhile, Nangong Junyi set off to prepare the necessary items for Nangong Haotian's journey. Seated upon a mat, Nangong Haotian's expression remained tranquil, his eyes weaving a tapestry of divine essence, his aura vast and boundless like an immeasurable ocean. His strength had long surpassed the confines of the Great Desolation Divine Realm. The Hishio sect was but a flick of his finger away from destruction. However, the foremost objective of this venture was to establish authority, to assert the dignity of the Nangong family. Thus, personally leading the charge against the Hishio sect as the ancestor would serve to awaken all families within the divine realm, compelling them to temper their ambitions of annexation. In a brief span, Nangong Junyi re-entered the Grand Hall, presenting an interspatial ring to the ancestor with utmost reverence. "Ancestor, the items you requested are readied." As he spoke, a peculiar glimmer crossed his eyes. Entering the mortal realm allows one to cease eating, and at their level, one could go an eternity without sustenance. Yet, the ancestor had requested cooking utensils. While the Nangong family was abundant with divine pills and weapons, sourcing culinary tools had indeed required Nangong Junyi to exert tremendous effort. Chapter 9. Proceeding to the Hishio sect, Nangong Haotian surveyed the contents with his divine sense, nodding in satisfaction as he donned the interspatial ring. "During my absence, focus on your cultivation?" "Yes," Nangong Junyi replied, bowing respectfully. When he lifted his gaze, Nangong Haotian had already vanished without a trace. The Great Desolation Divine Realm is vast beyond comprehension, home to countless empires and innumerable sacred sections. Even an ancient lineage like the Nangong family has more than a handful of counterparts. After millennia of evolution, there remain uncharted territories within the Great Desolation Divine Realm. On one day, a figure appeared amidst the desolate ridges, vast enough that even a profound immortal would take months to traverse. Yet, Nangong Haotian moved leisurely, as though enjoying a scenic tour, traversing the desolate terrain, rife with the fierce presence of beasts, yet he remained unfazed. Should he casually slay a fierce beast, it would undoubtedly instill terror in the remaining beasts of the area, causing them to flee at the mere sight of him. With his strength, the distance from the Nangong family to the Hishio sect was insignificant. He could traverse it in the blink of an eye. However, it was evident that Nangong Haoyan did not intend to do so. Having secluded himself for an unknown duration, he felt compelled to appreciate the world around him. After all, what would be the point of it all otherwise? Roar. At that moment, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy erupted from a certain ridge, rolling forth like a tsunami, inundating the surroundings. Countless ancient trees toppled in an instant, while the avian and terrestrial creatures fled in sheer panic. A chilling aura permeated the air, and a palpable sense of danger enveloped the area. Interesting, Nangong Haoyan mused, a faint smile gracing his lips. Then, with a single step, he vanished from his location. Meanwhile, in another part of the realm, a young maiden, her enchanting eyes and pearly teeth gleaming, possessed flawless skin akin to unblemished jade, adorned in azure garments. Her long, flowing hair cascaded down her waist, and she wielded a cerulean sword. An ancient, mysterious aura swirled around her, a chilling presence that seemed capable of cleaving through the void, annihilating all in its wake. Cold feather sword technique? The young woman spoke, her lips parting gracefully, her golden-hued eyes radiating brilliance. In that fleeting moment, it was as if the very essence of the universe shifted, the surrounding spiritual energy coalescing into towering waves that surged from her sword. With a swift thrust, she unleashed a sword strike. A shadow of the blade rose majestically, its ferocious momentum reminiscent of a rampaging beast, exuding a formidable, icy aura as it surged toward a colossal golden-winged rock. Caw! The golden-winged rock emitted a resounding, fearsome cry, and the very air before the young woman seemed to shatter under its might. The terrifying pressure reverberated throughout the heavens and earth, transforming into an enormous net that enveloped the space. Converging upon the golden sword shadow from all directions, boom! In the next heartbeat, an earth-shattering sound erupted from the desolate ridge, a wave of force akin to a mushroom cloud exploding outward, ripping through the surrounding area for hundreds of miles. Shaking the very void. In that instant, it felt as though heaven and earth were intertwined, and countless fierce beasts were obliterated beneath the onslaught of this force. Damn it! Following the strike, the overwhelming wave of energy sent the young maiden hurtling back thousands of meters. Blood seeping from her fair skin, her eyelids fluttered, and her delicate lips tightened, revealing a hint of pain. This golden-winged rock is far stronger than I anticipated. If only my senior brothers were here, I would not be in such a predicament. Gasping for breath, the young woman's gaze fixated on the golden-winged rock, contemplating its weaknesses. Otherwise, she would surely perish under its assault. Caw! The golden-winged rock lunged again, its wings flapping furiously, conjuring a tempestuous gale. The monstrous gust lifted colossal boulders weighing millions of pounds, as if they were mere feathers, sending them soaring into the air. In an instant, countless stones filled the space above, raining down upon the young maiden like a storm of arrows. The air itself seemed to tear apart, as innumerable stones obliterated everything in their path, exuding a terrifying aura. Taking a deep breath, the young maiden forced herself to regain her composure. She summoned the spiritual energy within her, which surged forth like a vast ocean, transforming into a silver shield that enveloped her. Boom! Countless stones continued their relentless assault, crashing against the silver shield, producing a muffled sound as the earth beneath her cracked open, revealing deep fissures. Crack! In an instant, the silver shield began to fracture, cracks spreading like a spider's web across its surface. The young maiden, drenched in sweat, wore a pallid expression, gasping for breath, her beautiful eyes filled with despair and unyielding determination. Boom! At that moment, a radiant sword light surged forth from the horizon, slicing through the void. Traversing great distances, the brilliance of the sword was akin to that of a blazing sun, rendering all living beings incapable of opening their eyes. Once the luminescence dissipated, the rain of stones ceased, and the golden-winged Dapeng let out a pained cry, its body drenched in blood, as if it had sustained grave injuries. Witnessing this scene, the young girl trembled with astonishment. That sword was terrifying beyond measure. She even felt that the monstrous beings from the sacred lands, who seldom emerged, were no more formidable than this. Then, within her line of sight, a youthful man stepped through the air, illuminated by the sunlight, his handsome visage reflecting in the golden glow. This individual was none other than Nangong Haoyan, who had thus far refrained from making a move. The golden-winged Dapeng was a pure-blooded member of the ancient races. Possessing incomprehensible power, under equal cultivation, it could slay human cultivators in an instant. Yet, in Nangong Haoyan's eyes, it was merely a lamb awaiting slaughter. "Who are you?" the girl inquired, her gaze filled with trepidation as she felt the chilling aura emanating from him, making it difficult for her to breathe. Though he appeared remarkably young, she sensed a deathly threat emanating from him. Ignoring her, Nangong Haoyan's golden gaze swept towards the Dapeng, and he spoke slowly. "I have heard you are a pureblood of the Dapeng clan. I trust your speed is quite commendable. If you agree to be my steed, I may spare your life." Nangong Haoyan wished to behold the beauty of the great wilderness divine realm, but traversing it alone would take an inordinate amount of time. Encountering the golden-winged Dapeng, he thought to subdue it as his mount. Upon hearing this, the Dapeng felt a flicker of apprehension towards Nangong Haoyan. However, in the next moment, it raised its head and roared, its voice echoing through the heavens, a sound both distant and profound. The golden-winged Dapeng, one of the ancient races and a being of the highest nobility, could hardly fathom being requested to serve as a mount. Nangong Haoyan's words ignited a tempestuous fury within the Dapeng. Chapter 10. I am here to slay the Heshio sect. With a furious roar, the golden-winged Dapeng flapped its wings, its colossal form casting a shadow that darkened the sky. In an instant, the entire firmament dimmed, an icy aura radiated from the Dapeng, and a terrifying force surged through the void. "You overestimate yourself," Nangong Haoyan remarked, shaking his head. He had already granted the Dapeng an opportunity. Since it refused to show respect, he had no choice but to take action and turn it into soup. Recalling the last time he savored the broth of an ancient race was eons ago. He found himself feeling nostalgic. Boom! Lost in thought, Nangong Haoyan unleashed a palm strike, an overwhelming shadow of power emanating from his hand, resembling a deity descending from the heavens. The force of his strike reverberated through the void. A thunderous sound erupted as the palm shadow descended upon the golden-winged Dapeng, which cried out in pain and plummeted to the ground. Seeing this scene, the girl in the distance was utterly astounded. Her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. She could scarcely discern who was truly the ancient beast here. It is worth noting that the golden-winged Dapeng ranked among the elite of the ancient races, and the creature before her was shrouded in an aura of mystery. Yet, before this youth, the Dapeng appeared as a mere plaything. Which sacred land does this person hail from? The girl's eyes brimmed with curiosity. Boom! Simultaneously, Nangong Haoyan grasped the golden-winged Dapeng's wing, exerting tremendous force. With his body as the axis, the Dapeng spun in midair before crashing to the ground. A resounding thud erupted, akin to an earthquake, causing the surrounding mountains to collapse. The girl stood in shock, her delicate face rendering her almost numb. She momentarily forgot her purpose for being there. I am willing to be your steed." The golden-winged Dapeng was utterly subdued, its heart filled with shock and disbelief. What kind of monster was this person before it? It felt as small as a chick, utterly powerless to retaliate. Too terrifying. Yet, upon hearing this, Nangong Haoyan merely scoffed. "I'm afraid I have changed my mind." As the words fell, he stepped forward, the ground crumbling beneath him, clouds of dust swirling around. He then hovered in midair, an ocean of spiritual power surging forth, his eyes gleaming with thunderous intensity. Subsequently, Nangong Haoyan extended a palm. Flames of crimson igniting and exploding. The fire spread through the void, transforming the ocean of spiritual energy behind him into an endless sea of flames. The inferno seemed capable of scorching everything in its path, descending upon the wilderness, consuming all before him under Nangong Haoyan's frigid gaze. Beside him, the girl stood utterly entranced. The once mighty golden-winged Dapeng was simply incinerated. The flames danced across her face, and she was left in a state of shock and disarray. Momentarily doubting her own senses, "Withdraw," Nangong Haoyan murmured, his gaze fixated on the endless sea of flames. Then, the inferno receded, leaving behind a landscape of scorched rocks and ash. the golden-winged Daping was left charred beyond recognition. A delectable aroma wafted through the air. Nangong Haoyan nodded in approval, descending to the ground, tearing a piece of golden flesh from the Daping and retrieving spices from his spatial ring to season it. Before long, an appetizing fragrance pervaded the air, enticing the girl's senses. She could not help but swallow hard, yet she dared not step forward. Would you care for a taste? At this moment, Nangong Haoyan suddenly offered her a piece of golden-winged Daping meat. Upon hearing this, the girl quickly shook her head, her feet planted firmly, unwilling to accept. What a joke! This is the flesh of a golden-winged Daping. If I were to eat it, the Daping clan would undoubtedly come seeking revenge. And not only would I be in peril, but my entire sect would likely face annihilation in this world. Perhaps only this youth dared to do such a thing. Seeing her refusal, Nangong Haoyan chuckled softly and chose not to press the matter further. After satisfying his hunger, he stored the remaining meat in his spatial ring and prepared to set off. I am Qiu Xueqing. May I inquire your name, esteemed sir? As Nangong Haoyan began to depart, the girl quickly followed. After all, the wilderness was fraught with danger, and this youth's strength was immensely formidable. If they traveled together, their journey might be made considerably safer. The young man, succinct with his words, replied, Nangong Haoyan. Nangong Haoyan, Qiu Xueqing's eyes sparkled as she murmured his name, breaking into a gentle smile that revealed her pearly white teeth. Where are you headed? The He Xiu sect at these words, Qiu Xueqing's expression instantly turned cold, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes as a hint of murderous intent flickered within them. What, do you intend to kill me? Nangong Haoyan found her sudden change in demeanor amusing, unable to resist teasing her. In response, Qiu Xueqing remained silent, yet her icy gaze seemed to convey an answer to Nangong Haoyan. The He Xiu sect was a malevolent cult, infamous for their cruel practices, often using women as sacrifices to advance their own power. Thus, upon hearing the name He Xiu sect, Qiu Xueqing's eyes brimming with murderous intent became evident. Nangong Haoyan chose not to provoke her further, stating, You may be disappointed. I am heading to confront the He Xiu sect. Recently, that sinister sect had troubled the Nangong family, and he intended to make them bow in submission. Upon seeing the earnest expression on Nangong Haoyan's face, Qiu Xueqing suddenly burst into laughter, her bright eyes sparkling with mirth. You think you can slay the He Xiu sect? They'd likely be the ones to hunt you down. Realizing that Nangong Haoyan was not affiliated with the He Xiu sect, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Even jesting with him that I happen to be near your sect. We can travel together. If you truly intend to confront the He Xiu sect, I can accompany you. Given my status, should you encounter any trouble, I can ensure your safety. It would be my way of repaying your kindness. With a charming smile, Qiu Xueqing remained skeptical of Nangong Haoyan's words. However, since their paths aligned, she thought it prudent to travel together. For being alone in such a perilous place was unwise. Having a powerful protector was certainly advantageous. Chapter 11. A quest for vengeance. As they journeyed, many fierce beasts fell prey to Nangong Haoyan's appetite. Qiu Xueqing also shared in his bounty, and within just a few days, her cultivation advanced significantly, nearing the golden immortal realm. The news of Nangong Haoyan's conquest of the golden-winged Daping spread far and wide. The fierce beasts throughout the wilderness fled in terror upon encountering him, fearing they might become the next meal. Meanwhile, deep within the wilderness, a furious roar resounded, shaking the very heavens, echoing through the air. Refusing to fade away, boom, then, a colossal figure that obscured the sun appeared in the sky. With the flapping of its wings, a furious wind arose, causing the surrounding ferocious beasts to prostrate themselves, all adopting a posture of submission. Suddenly, a beam of golden light streaked across, and the figure transformed into a radiant flash that struck the ground. In an instant, the earth trembled, and dust billowed. As the dust settled, a man clad in resplendent attire emerged, emanating a chilling aura. This individual is indeed impressive. He has managed to slay the golden-winged roc. I might consider making him my servant. In doing so, I could also bring shame to the golden-winged roc clan. The man in luxurious garments laughed heartily, exuding a wicked and arrogant demeanor. Before him, the figures of Nangong Haoyan and Qiu Xueqing appeared within a crystal sphere, seemingly engaged in conversation, filled with laughter. This man was a member of the Golden Sphinx clan, named Yi Chun, belonging to the same ancient race as the golden-winged roc. Moreover, The two races were irreconcilable foes, having waged war for eons. Now that Nangong Haoyan had slain a golden-winged roc here, he undoubtedly intended to take him as a servant, thereby humiliating the golden-winged roc clan and showcasing the glory and might of the Golden Sphinx clan. Boom! Yichun stepped forward, transforming into a massive sphinx. The sphinx was enveloped in crimson flames, swirling in the air and exuding an extraordinarily chilling aura. In the blink of an eye, the sphinx vanished from the land. Meanwhile, as Nangong Haoyan passed through an open space, a gigantic golden-winged roc descended from the skies, casting a shadow that blotted out the sun. Its piercing gaze shone like a blazing sun, radiating dazzling light upon the two. The cold voice of the roc echoed, "Human, how dare you harm my golden-winged roc clan? I shall refine you into a 1,000-year slave." The golden-winged roc transformed into a figure, wielding a long knife. Its blade shrouded in an ancient and mysterious aura. An aura of murderous intent filled its eyes as boundless spiritual power surged forth from its being, subsequently converging upon the long knife. With a single slash, boom, accompanied by a thunderous roar, the blade struck down with the force of a landslide, cleaving the world in twain. Above, the sky shimmered, as if only whiteness remained. The overwhelming aura of death bore down upon them. Qiu Xueqing's expression changed dramatically, her fair visage turning as pale as death. Yet, Nangong Haoyan remained calm and indifferent, merely raising a hand. His fierce spiritual energy surged like a boundless ocean, radiating an unending presence. That immense spiritual power transformed into a golden giant hand, casting its shadow across the heavens, countless phenomena unfolding in the void. Seeing this, the roc was taken aback, its inner spiritual energy surging with greater ferocity. The knife's shadow expanded dramatically, reaching thousands of feet, dominating the air as if the heavens themselves appeared diminutive beneath its blade. Boom! As the two forces collided head-on, waves of energy erupted into the sky, reverberating through the air, fracturing the void in an instant, and reducing the surrounding scenery to dust. Boom! After the clash, the golden-winged roc was forced to retreat thousands of feet, barely managing to stabilize itself. Its eyes filled with shock and fury. How could I, a being of the ancient race, be repelled by a mere human cultivator? What face does my roc clan have left? Human, I shall see you dead. With a roar, the golden-winged roc erupted in a cascade of golden light. The radiance enveloped the heavens and the earth, as fierce winds howled past, exuding an unparalleled aura of majesty. Boom! In the next moment, the golden-winged roc appeared in the void, its massive form overshadowing the sun, plunging the entire world into darkness. Die! The roc emitted a piercing cry, its head slightly turning as a colossal wave of destructive energy surged forth from its mouth. Boom! The radiant beam, grand and imbued with overwhelming pressure, rushed toward Nangong Haoyan and Qiu Xueqing, seemingly possessing the ability to annihilate all. Qiu Xueqing's fair face turned ghostly pale, her beautiful eyes filled with terror. In the presence of this aura, she sensed the imminent threat of death. This sensation made her heart race. Throughout, Nangong Haoyan's expression remained unwaveringly indifferent. As the beam descended, he simply raised a hand lightly, the spiritual energy within him surging violently, transforming into a golden compass. The compass, bolstered by boundless spiritual power, expanded dramatically, reaching several feet in length, dominating the void. The golden compass was engraved with the essence of all living beings. Seeming to represent a world of its own, the golden-winged roc, in horror, realized that there was a flow of temporal energy circulating upon the compass. The Great Way. This human had actually comprehended the Great Way. At this moment, the roc was overwhelmed with shock, its worldview crumbling. The Great Way, the most mysterious existence within the great wilderness divine domain. Even those supreme emperors, who spent their lives in pursuit, could not comprehend it. Yet this human cultivator before him could unleash its might. Could it be that he had surpassed the realm of the emperor? No. Impossible. If he had surpassed the emperor realm, he would have obliterated me with a single strike. Furthermore, even among the emperors in the entire great wilderness divine domain, there were but a few. Those were ancient beings who seldom emerged. How could someone so young possibly reach the realm of an emperor? Surely, he must possess some treasure of the Great Way to wield even a fragment of its power. Contemplating this, The golden-winged rock's gaze toward Nangong Haotian brimmed with insatiable greed. Huh? Hand over the treasure of the Great Way upon you, and I may spare your life. Otherwise, it revealed a sinister smile, leaving its words hanging, but the implication was unmistakable. Heh! Nangong Haotian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, scoffing lightly. Then let us see if you possess such capability. As his voice fell, Nangong Haotian struck out with a palm. The golden compass radiated resplendent light, akin to the heart of the world, pulsating with the essence of all life. Chapter 12. The Sword of Heavenly Tao. Boom! A resounding noise echoed, a mushroom cloud rising into the void, shaking the very fabric of this world. The boundless void was utterly annihilated, transforming the surrounding miles into dust. A terrifying aura of death surged through the space. Simultaneously, roaring waves of energy surged forth like monstrous tsunamis, reverberating through the air. Boom! In the next moment, the golden-winged rock's body was sent reeling back thousands of feet. Drenched in blood, it emanated a fearsome aura, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption, shattering the surrounding air. Heh, void. You have been thoroughly humiliated by a mere human cultivator. What a disgrace to our ancient race. Just then, a mocking laughter echoed across the sky. As the voice faded, a massive rift in space appeared high above. Following that, a golden sphinx emerged before the group, radiating searing flames, its body seemingly transformed into an endless sea of fire, scorching the expansive void. Humph! Upon seeing this figure, the rock, Void, let out a cold snort, enduring the pain as he spoke icily. Yi Chun, what do you intend to do? Void eyed the golden sphinx with caution. Having just sustained grave injuries, if he were to contend with this golden sphinx as well, he could very well perish here. In response, Yi Chun unleashed a thunderous laugh, then transformed into human form, stepping through the air to stand before Void. His eyes gleaming with mockery. I have come to enjoy the spectacle and to mock you. Moreover, I intend to acquire another servant. With those words, Yi Chun disregarded Void's towering rage and turned to Nangong Haotian, his tone playful yet unyielding. Human, you have defeated the golden-winged rock, so your strength must be considerable. I offer you an opportunity to become my servant, and I shall grant you unparalleled glory. What say you? Yi Chun waved his hands, laughing heartily as if bestowing supreme honor upon Nangong Haotian, his eyes filled with disdain and derision. Heh! Nangong Haotian sneered, his expression unchanging, his eyes betraying no hint of emotion. His cold voice rolled forth like thunder from his throat. You? Are you worthy? With that, Nangong Haotian struck out with a palm, the myriad shadows of his hand seeming to tear apart the infinite void. Bearing down upon Yi Chun with the might of a golden giant in the entire great wilderness divine domain, aside from himself, who dared claim invincibility, who would dare speak of being undefeated? Merely an ancient race. And yet they exhibit such arrogance? Truly laughable. To give face and yet be ungrateful. Seeing Nangong Haotian's refusal, Yi Chun's expression turned cold, his body trembling as a surge of violent spiritual energy enveloped him. And he too unleashed a palm strike. The two forces collided directly. With a resounding boom, energies erupted, their auras spiraling upward, crashing down upon the surrounding miles. In a wonder you could slay the golden-winged rock clan. You possess some skill, yet, before my golden sphinx clan, you remain too weak. Upon witnessing Nangong Haotian deftly intercept the strike, Yi Chun's eyes momentarily widened in astonishment. However, he swiftly regained his composure, letting out a cold smirk. He then raised his hand, conjuring two heavy hammers that materialized before him. These mighty hammers, capable of shattering even the heavens, were a testament to his strength. Listen well, young one. I shall grant you another chance. Bow down and become my servant, and I may spare your life. Within Yi Chun's gaze, golden light intertwined, and deep within his eyes, it seemed as if a tempestuous sea of thunder surged forth. He bellowed, and immediately, the skies darkened with ominous clouds, and thunder rumbled in a cacophony. Nangong Haotian's visage turned icy, and he coldly uttered two words, how noisy. This golden lion was indeed a nuisance. Thus, he resolved to slay it and feast upon its flesh. With that, Nangong Haotian ceased holding back. He flipped his right hand, and a long sword appeared, the sword of heavenly Tao. This was the weapon of Nangong Haotian, forged from the essence of the heavenly Tao, painstakingly refined over millennia with countless divine artifacts, transcending the realm of ordinary divine weapons. As the sword emerged, the clash of the heavenly Tao resonated, and the very fabric of reality seemed to ripple in response. As if countless cycles of existence were unfolding, the Golden Lion, witnessing this spectacle, was struck with profound shock. Their lineage possessed ancestral memories, and amidst its chaotic recollections, it beheld a figure clad in white, wielding a long sword that vanquished all adversaries. Could this man truly be? As it gazed upon Nangong Haotian, a bold thought flickered in the lion's mind. Yet, in an instant, an ancient sword shadow cleaved through the void. Emanating an aura of timelessness, it seemed to traverse the corridors of time itself, as the sword shadow unfurled, manifesting the cycles of creation and destruction. With a thunderous roar, the sword shadow descended, unleashing unparalleled power. Obliterating the lion's body into fine dust before the horrified gaze of Yi Qian, in the distance, the golden-winged roc was utterly dumbfounded. Is this a human cultivator? Not an illusion of the ancient races? Voidless Kong was paralyzed by fear, doubting who among them was truly of the ancient lineage. At that moment, only one thought remained in his mind: to flee. He began to channel his spiritual energy, preparing to escape unnoticed by Nangong Haotian. At that instant, Nangong Haotian's cold voice pierced through the air. Halt. The moment the words left his lips, Voidless Kong froze, drenched in cold sweat. He sensed the overwhelming power surrounding him, capable of extinguishing his life in an instant. Become my steed, or face death. Nangong Haotian's tone was indifferent, yet it thundered in Voidless Kong's ears, resonating within his very soul. I am willing. Without a moment's hesitation, Voidless Kong knelt upon the ground, his eyes filled with terror. Nangong Haotian, witnessing this, nodded in satisfaction. Should the golden-winged roc refuse, he would not hesitate to consume it as a meal. With a swift motion, Nangong Haotian approached the lifeless form of the golden lion. Its massive carcass sprawled on the ground, exuding a chilling aura that deterred any ordinary being from approaching. In the next moment, Nangong Haotian conjured a flame in his palm, incinerating the golden lion's remains. Qiu Shueqing chuckled softly, as if she had already anticipated Nangong Haotian's intentions. Before long, the golden lion was reduced to succulent lion meat. Nangong Haotian sprinkled seasoning upon it, transforming it into a delectable dish of ancient lineage. He casually tore off a piece and offered it to Voidless Kong, whose complexion turned pale as he hastily shook his head in refusal. Are you jesting? This is the flesh of a golden lion. Though the golden-winged roc and the golden lion were sworn enemies, consuming this flesh would signify a declaration of war between the two ancient races, a price too steep for Voidless Kong to bear. Meanwhile, Qiu Shueqing, seemingly accustomed to such occurrences, accepted the golden lion meat from Nangong Haotian with ease and began to chew. As she swallowed, a surge of pure energy erupted within her, akin to a torrent of raging seas. Emanating an aura that was both exhilarating and terrifying. In that moment, she transcended to the golden immortal realm. Her aura intensified, her eyes sparkling with a brilliance that seemed capable of reshaping the very heavens. Regaining her composure, Qiu Shueqing's lovely face radiated excitement and joy. Her gaze fell upon Nangong Haotian, filled with profound gratitude. Had it not been for him, she would still be stagnating in the celestial immortal realm, unaware of how many years it would take to break through to the golden immortal realm. Now, having absorbed the essence of the ancient race, she not only ascended to the golden immortal realm but also felt her essence grow purer and denser, as if a new world had opened within her. Though she had only reached the first level of the golden immortal realm, she was confident that she could stand her ground even against those at the third level. Having seen Qiu Shueqing's rapid advancement, Nangong Haotian refrained from interrupting her, instead standing guard beside her until her aura stabilized before speaking. Let us depart. Indeed. Qiu Shueqing nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling with brilliance as she looked at Nangong Haotian. Nangong Haotian gestured toward Voidless Kong, who immediately understood, ascending into the air as a brilliant light enveloped him. When the radiance dissipated, a golden-winged roc materialized before them. Nangong Haotian stood with hands clasped behind his back, stepping forward to firmly land upon Voidless Kong's back, stating nonchalantly, "To the Hexio sect." Are you truly heading to the Hexio sect? Qiu Shueqing's eyes widened slightly in disbelief. Did he genuinely intend to compel the Hishio sect to submit? Yet, she pondered, could one man alone achieve such a feat? Despite the immense aura and energy Nangong Haoyan exuded, she had always believed him to be a prodigious figure secluded in a holy land, devoid of worldly ambition to overthrow the Hishio sect. Indeed, Nangong Haoyan affirmed, his gaze tranquil and unwavering. For you, this journey may be perilous. Perhaps it would be best if we parted ways here. After all, Qiu Shueqing had just broken through to the Golden Immortal Realm, her strength still unstable. If they encountered danger, Nangong Haoyan would have to divert his attention to protect her. Unbeknownst to Qiu Shueqing, Nangong Haoyan's thoughts were elsewhere. Once she had calmed her mind, she declared resolutely, I am the saintess of the North Pole's sacred land. If I find myself in peril, I can always produce the North Pole's sacred seal. They would surely not dare to harm me. Moreover, I have just broken through to the Golden Immortal Realm and require a battle to solidify my cultivation. The Hishio sect is universally reviled. Therefore, I must go. You need not worry about me. Furthermore, it would indeed be somewhat challenging for you to breach the Hishio sect alone. With my presence, I can be of assistance. This, the golden-winged roc chimed in. And I shall aid as well. Recognizing the opportunity to express their allegiance, Voidless Kong seized the moment. Very well, Nangong Haoyan conceded, nodding in agreement. Afterward, he seated himself upon the ground, closing his eyes to recuperate. Time gradually flowed by, and the golden-winged roc, a testament to the ancient races, soared with a speed rivaling that of mighty emperors. In just a matter of days, they traversed the vast desolation and soon arrived at the Hishio sect. The golden-winged roc landed gracefully, subsequently transforming into human form. The trio stood at the edge of a ravine, with the Hishio sect situated atop a nearby mountain. The entire valley was shrouded in a chilling and eerie atmosphere, reminiscent of a portal to the underworld. Even Qiu Shueqing, a formidable golden immortal, felt a shiver run down her spine. Within the valley, intricate formations were woven throughout, each imbued with lethal power capable of annihilating golden immortals. Deeper within the sect, several concealed auras connected with the heavens, as if the very essence of the Tao was unfolding. This ominous aura instilled in Voidless Kong a sense of inexplicable dread. The Hishio sect seemed to harbor an emperor-level figure poised to descend. Fear flickered in Voidless Kong's eyes. If a sect were to produce an emperor, it could ensure the prosperity of their lineage for millennia. However, if an emperor of the Tao emerged, they would wield the power to command epochs. The title of Tao Emperor implied mastery over the very essence of existence. Yet, the enigma of the Tao was not something easily comprehended. Only those unparalleled prodigies could grasp even a fragment of its might upon ascending to the emperor's rank, ultimately achieving the status of Tao Emperor. Though such power was but a sliver of the Tao, its explosive might could not be rivaled even by seasoned emperors. Tio Nangong Haoyan, however, the notion of a Tao Emperor was akin to a larger ant, utterly insignificant. As he lifted his foot, preparing to ascend the mountain to annihilate the Hishio sect, he suddenly heard the voice of Nangong Junyi in his mind. Ancestor, none of the clans and sects within 100 miles of the Nangong family have acquiesced to your demands. Oh? Upon hearing these words, Nangong Haoyan narrowed his eyes slightly, a faint arc of a smile gracing his lips. How intriguing! He had not anticipated that these family sects would exhibit such fortitude, since they were unwilling to submit to the Nangong family. It was evident they must possess some form of leverage. Yet, in Nangong Haoyan's eyes, their so-called leverage was merely the feeble strength of ants. To think they could contend with him was akin to a mere insect attempting to shake a tree. With that in mind, the next moment, an aura of devastation radiated from Nangong Haoyan as he cast a murderous glance towards the Hishio sect. Since awakening from the secret realm, he was determined to lead the Nangong family to become an existence that all beings within the great wasteland divine realm could only gaze upon in awe. You shall return to the family first. Upon my return, I will personally pay a visit, he communicated with Nangong Junyi through his divine sense. The latter understood and nodded in agreement. Master, what shall we do now? At that moment, Xu Hong respectfully inquired. Hearing this, Nangong Haoyan's gaze fell upon the valley above, and he replied nonchalantly, Naturally, we shall stride forward. Chapter 14. Submission or death. As his words fell, Nangong Haoyan stepped forward, landing before the Hishio sect. His calm gaze fell upon a nearby guard. "Who are you?" A guard, emanating an overwhelming and chilling aura, stepped forward and coldly inquired. "True immortal realm?" Nangong Haoyan scoffed dismissively. Such power was inferior even to an ant. Seeing Nangong Haoyan's mocking expression, the guard's face darkened, a murderous intent swirling in his eyes as he coldly demanded, "State your name, and I may spare your life." Nangong Haoyan replied indifferently, "I am Nangong Haoyan. I have come to exterminate the Hushio sect." As his words echoed, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, followed swiftly by the guard's furious countenance as he bellowed, "You seek death." With that, the guard drew his sword, intent on slaying Nangong Haoyan. However, Nangong Haoyan acted with even greater swiftness. He thrust his palm forward, sending the guard flying, crashing through the gates of the Hushio sect, whereupon the formation erupted with the might capable of slaying golden immortal realm cultivators. In but a fleeting moment, the guard was reduced to dust, his muffled demise resonating through the air. Lingering ominously, enemy attack. Witnessing this scene, another guard was struck with terror, channeling all his spiritual power as he shouted. His voice echoing throughout the Hushio sect. With a resounding clang, the bells of the Hushio sect tolled, their sound reverberating through the valley. Boom! In the next instant, countless cultivators from the Hushio sect surged forth. A throng of bodies coalescing, their combined auras exuding a power capable of shattering the heavens and earth. Yet, Nangong Haoyan's expression remained utterly indifferent. With a swift motion, he snapped the neck of another guard and declared loudly, "Cultivators of the Hushio sect, come forth to meet your demise. Seek death." Just as his words fell, a beam of sword light, imbued with piercing force, descended upon Nangong Haoyan. "Senior brother." The cultivators of the Hushio sect brightened at the sight of a young cultivator taking action. Ling Yulong, the senior brother of the Hushio sect, despite being at the pinnacle of the celestial immortal realm, showed no fear even against golden immortal opponents. With his intervention, the disciples of the Hushio sect displayed expressions of delight, as if envisioning the moment when their senior brother would reduce this young man to mere dust. "Ha!" Nangong Haoyan coldly chuckled. To think he would dare act before him with merely the strength of a peak celestial immortal? Truly laughable. He waved his hand, and this seemingly casual gesture contained supreme divine resonance. The senior brother, revered as a celestial immortal, naturally felt the overwhelming pressure emanating from Nangong Haoyan. The shadow of Nangong Haoyan's palm clashed with the sword's trajectory, unleashing a cacophony of thunderous sound. The torrential palm shadow engulfed Ling Yulong's strike, surging towards him with a tempestuous force. With a resounding crash, Ling Yulong's body plummeted like a shooting star, tracing an arc across the sky before blood erupted from him, staining the earth crimson. Ling Yulong crashed violently to the ground, his body a gruesome sight, bloodied and battered, his breath shallow as if he were on the brink of death. "Senior brother." The sight left everyone aghast. Their eyes wide with disbelief. It was known that the senior brother was a formidable force at the pinnacle of the celestial immortal realm, capable of contending with golden immortal powerhouses. Yet in the face of this individual, he could not even withstand a single encounter? How terrifying! The gazes of all turned from disdain to sheer horror as they regarded Nangong Haoyan. Seek death. At that moment, deep within the Hushio sect, several powerful presences surged forth, 3 figures appearing above the sect. Upon seeing Nangong Haoyan, their expressions turned thunderous with rage. The leading middle-aged man emanated a volatile aura, reminiscent of an erupting volcano, radiating an aura that instilled fear. A chilling voice emerged from his lips, imbued with an inexorable killing intent, reverberating downwards. Nangong Haoyan. As he spoke, dark clouds churned above, thunder roaring within them. "You tread the path of heaven, yet you dare to invade hell. You have slain my grand elder, and now you dare to provoke the Hushio sect. You seek your own demise." With his words, countless bolts of lightning cascaded down, saturating the valley surrounding the Hushio sect with their fury. The revelation that the Grand Elder had been slain by him left the disciples in utter disbelief. How could this be? The Grand Elder was at the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm, capable of preserving his life even against emperor-level powers. If the Grand Elder had perished at his hands, what fate awaited the other elders? As this thought coursed through their minds, everyone inhaled sharply, their expressions filled with terror as they gazed at Nangong Haoyan. You must be the sect master of the Hushio sect, Nangong Haoyan remarked, unperturbed by the glares from the other elders that seemed to wish to devour him whole. Indeed, you are correct. I am Gigo Huasher, the sect master of the Hushio sect. What of it? Gigo Huasher's gaze was icy, laden with overwhelming murderous intent. However, he did not immediately act, for one capable of slaying the Grand Elder was not an ordinary Emperor-level cultivator. Yet, before him, he sensed not the slightest hint of spiritual energy emanating from Nangong Haoyan, causing his previously turbulent emotions to settle. Therefore, I shall grant you, Hushio sect, one opportunity. Submit to me, or Nangong Haoyan paused. A glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes as the murderous intent clashed with Gigo Huasher's in the air. Die, boom. As his words reverberated, the heavens seemed to resonate with Gigo Huasher's fury. The surrounding dark clouds roiling as lightning dragons manifested, casting the space into darkness. This scene resembled the end of the world. Seek death. Gigo Huasher's fury surged, and he roared, a tempest of dark energy swirling around him. His crimson eyes gleaming with a chilling malice. As his voice fell, the endless dark energy morphed into 9 massive serpentine heads, hissing as they surged towards Nangong Haoyan. I come. At that moment, a resounding voice echoed as Xu Hong stepped forward, seemingly traversing space in an instant to stand before Nangong Haoyan. His spiritual energy surged, manifesting as an immense silver shield, rising to a height of several zhong. As the 9 serpentine heads descended, they collided against the shield, releasing a cacophony of sound. Countless tendrils of dark energy wrapped around the silver shield, and in an instant, the shield turned pitch black. Xu Hong's complexion paled instantly. Chapter 15. You shall be executed. Ha! With your strength, you are far from worthy, Gigo Huasher sneered, his eyes glinting with contempt. Ha! Xu Hong retorted with a cold laugh, a hint of disdain surfacing in his gaze. Suddenly, he let out a powerful shout, radiating with brilliance as the image of the golden-winged roc manifested in the void, its colossal form obscuring the sky and stirring the very air, causing the thunderclouds above to disperse. Could it be the ancient race? The golden-winged roc? Gigo Huasher's eyes narrowed slightly, a glimmer of greed flashing through them. To capture and tame a golden-winged roc as a mount would be a source of immense joy, bringing unparalleled prestige to himself and the Hushio sect. Contemplating this, Gigo Huasher's spiritual energy surged violently, coalescing in the air into a pitch-black, abyssal hand. This gigantic hand was entwined with countless chains, inscribed with mysterious runes that emitted a chilling and terrifying aura. Boom! The abyssal hand reached out towards Xu Hong, sending waves of deathly energy surging upwards, the chains intertwining, and dark mist enveloping the void. Upon witnessing this, Xu Hong's expression turned to one of shock, a shrill cry escaping his throat. He flapped his wings, summoning a tempest from the Hushio sect, as storm after storm coalesced to collide with the abyssal hand, resulting in an earth-shattering explosion. Crash, however, the hand of the abyss was exceedingly fierce. Although Zukong's ethereal form could shake ordinary Emperor-level practitioners, it was still inadequate before seasoned Emperor-level beings. In but a breath's time, Zukong was forcefully cast away, crashing over 10,000 meters away and colliding with a towering mountain. Instantly, the surrounding space trembled as if an earthquake had struck. Kneel before me. At that moment, Gigo Huasher took a step forward, enveloped in swirling black mist, his eyes gleaming crimson as blood. The overwhelming aura of an emperor radiated from him, akin to a deity commanding the very fabric of existence, exuding an air of invincibility. Sir, save me. In the next instant, Zukong expended all his strength to utter these words. At this juncture, he had transformed into human form. His pallid complexion devoid of any vitality, his body a grotesque sight, life force waning. Ha! Just relying on that human cultivator? To me, he is but an ant. Should you submit to me, I might consider sparing your life. Gigo Huasher licked his blackened lips, his gaze filled with avarice. It was well known that the golden-winged Dapeng was a treasure trove. Acquiring it would not only grant him a formidable mount, but also provide an abundance of pure spiritual energy, aiding his cultivation immensely. Boom! At that moment, a breathtaking surge of energy erupted from behind Gigo Huasher. An extraordinarily terrifying aura enveloped the heavens and the earth, a torrent of power cascading forth like a raging ocean. saturating the space around them. Nangong Haoyan stood with hands clasped behind his back, his indifferent gaze drifting ahead, his expression unperturbed. With a single palm strike, a colossal shadow of his hand enveloped the entire valley. The unfathomable might crashed down, causing the very world to tremble, transforming the mountains behind him into a vast basin, suffused with a chilling aura of death. How is this possible? Following the strike, Gigo Huasher was gravely wounded. His bones shattered, flesh mangled. Terrifying spiritual energy coiled within him, preventing any recovery from his wounds. Gigo Huasher's eyes brimmed with shock, unable to believe that Nangong Haoyan could unleash such fearsome power. Taking a deep breath, he forcibly summoned his internal spiritual energy, only to turn pale and spew forth a mouthful of blood, his veins and bones slowly mending. For someone of his stature, as long as the soul remained unvanquished, he was nearly immortal. Kill. In the next moment, Gigo Huasher roared, his eyes filled with a chilling murderous intent, a terrifying aura erupting, manifesting as a condensed soul avatar. Boom. Accompanied by a muffled sound, the air around Gigo Huasher appeared to tear apart, revealing a portal to the netherworld. From within the portal, a pitch-black colossal hand ominously emerged. Chains within the hand rattled ominously, exuding a chilling malevolence that filled the air, causing the surrounding space to feel as though it had frozen. Nearby, Qiu Shueqing stood transfixed, unable to comprehend that an emperor-level being could unleash such terrifying power. It was known that they were merely a realm apart. Below the emperor level, all are but ants. This statement, once dismissed as mere bravado, now rang true. Meanwhile, Nangong Haoyan, beneath the shadow of that dark hand, appeared as insignificant as a mere insect. He was enveloped in a fierce gale, yet his form remained steadfast. Unmoving. An avatar? A slight smirk curled at the corner of Nangong Haoyan's mouth as he gestured grandly, the boundless spiritual energy within him surging forth like a mighty ocean. The golden sea of spiritual energy, illuminated by the sun, reflected dazzling brilliance. From this ocean, an ancient giant elephant emerged, its massive trunk stirring an endless tide of spiritual energy, shattering the very sky into nothingness. The ancient giant elephant towered higher than mountains, its form connecting heaven and earth. With a thunderous roar, it caused the very fabric of space to fracture. Then, an endless ocean of spiritual energy coalesced into a divine dragon, surging forth. The dragon entwined around the giant elephant, the two beings' auras clashing in the heavens. In that moment, the vast wilderness of the divine realm appeared utterly diminutive before these two ancient creatures. Is this the limit of human capability? Zukang murmured, his gaze fixated upon the ancient being in the sky, his astonishment reaching unprecedented heights. Not only he, but even Qiu Shueqing, the saintess of the northern sacred land, stood stunned, speechless, for even the most powerful figures she had encountered seemed incapable of manifesting such overwhelming presence. No. At this moment, the one most gripped by terror was Gigo Huasher himself. In his pupils, the reflections of the two ancient beings approached, radiating a world-destroying aura. Gigo Huasher, in that moment, even forgot to flee, standing foolishly in place as the two ancient beings descended, unleashing earth-shattering power that obliterated several mountain ranges, while the formations of the Hexio sect were detonated. The cultivators within were ruthlessly annihilated by the formations, creating a sea of blood in the skies. Seeing this spectacle, Zukang felt a chill run down his spine, recalling how he had previously dared to provoke Nangong Haoyan. A tremor of fear crossed his eyes. Being able to become Nangong Haoyan's mount might be his greatest fortune, for it was known that to be the mount of such a person signified bearing the face of an ancient race. Boom! As the world-destroying power dissipated, a tremendous force erupted from deep within the mountains, and a figure emerged from the swirling dust. An elderly man clad in gray robes appeared in the void, his icy gaze falling upon Nangong Haoyan. I am the ancestor of the Hexio sect, and you shall be punished. Chapter 16. What is invincibility? As his voice fell, the avatar manifested in this space. The great path contended, endless laws swirling around the robed elder. Anyone who had attained the great path could cultivate the power of the laws, and this elder of the Hexio sect embodied the malevolent laws. Dark red malevolence shrouded this world, creating a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse, immensely terrifying. Gigu bloodline? Nangong Haoyan's eyes flickered with surprise, realizing that this individual also bore the Gigu bloodline. The Gigu clan had a long history, rumored to have existed since the ancient times. Reflecting on the past, Nangong Haoyan recalled his brief encounter with the Gigu ancestor, but those memories were long drowned in the river of history. In the sky, Gigu Bahuang's emperor-level power surged forth. The power of the Great Path erupted, the force of the laws wielded like a holy sword, radiating an intensely piercing aura. I in pursuit of the power of the Great Path. I shattered my own emperor-level cultivation, step by step, to achieve what I have today. Gigu Bahuang spoke slowly, his voice resonating like a celestial chant, his calm eyes betraying no change, as if discussing a trivial matter. It seemed he had forgotten that Nangong Haoyan had nearly annihilated all disciples of the He-Xiu sect. Years slipped by, and I finally grasped a sliver of the Great Path's power. To think you dared to kill my disciples. Thus, I shall unleash a massacre. In the void, Gigu Bahuang's thunderous voice reverberated, shaking the very heavens, as anomalies erupted, fracturing countless spaces into endless voids. Die. Gigu Bahuang's eyes were icy cold. With merely a single utterance, the space thickened, dark red malevolence surged throughout the heavens, forming a colossal ghostly visage that exuded a spine-chilling aura. The power of the Great Path. In the distance, Zukong observed this scene. Trembling all over, he had once thought Nangong Haoyan's Great Path aura was astonishing. Yet this ancestor of the He-Xiu sect had mastered the power of the Great Path. This was an emperor of the Great Path. Even with Nangong Haoyan's extraordinary abilities, he was wholly unqualified to stand alongside an emperor of the Great Path. In that moment, Zukong found it hard to breathe, his gaze towards Nangong Haoyan filled with trepidation. Beside him, Qiu Xueqing mirrored his feelings, her beautiful face etched with worry. Boom! The ghostly visage surged forth towards Nangong Haoyan, annihilating everything in its path, leaving behind an overwhelming aura of death. Yet, Nangong Haoyan's expression remained utterly indifferent. In his eyes, an emperor of the Great Path was merely a larger insect. Before him, such arrogance? A death wish. With a cold smirk, Nangong Haoyan struck out with his palm, the towering shadow of his hand coiling like a dragon. The golden sea of spiritual energy surged forth, transforming into a colossal palm shadow. The palm shadow, resembling a golden Buddha descending to the world, resonated with celestial hymns, blossoming with radiant lotus flowers in the space around them. Boom! In the next moment, the two forces collided head-on, erupting into a cataclysmic sound. The very ground quaked, mountains crumbled into hills and basins, and the He-Xiu sect was instantly obliterated. The divine realm exuded an aura of deathly silence. Even innate realm experts could not tread here. You possess commendable strength. Above the vast firmament, Guigu Bahuang's voice echoed thunderously, his eyes flickering with a hint of admiration, yet predominantly reflecting an insatiable greed. Nangong Haoyan's power astonished him. If he could forge it into a magic cauldron, perhaps his own strength might advance further still. As this thought crossed his mind, the greed in Guigu Bahuang's eyes intensified. Upon witnessing this scene, Nangong Haoyan maintained an expression of calm indifference, radiating an aura potent enough to instill fear in the heavens and dim the light of the celestial path. You shall become my magic cauldron. Guigu Bahuang cackled maniacally, his entire being suffused with malevolence as he unleashed a palm strike, unleashing a torrent of dark energy that engulfed the realm in an instant. In the next moment, the entire world transformed into a pitch-black, chilling demonic hand. This hand was not merely vast. It rendered the heavens and earth insignificantly small, beneath the weight of this demonic grasp. They felt as though they were but a leaf adrift upon a boundless ocean, scarcely even comparable to an ant. Yet, Nangong Haoyan remained unfazed, when suddenly, a gleam of gold flickered in his gaze. A golden radiance intertwined within his eyes, as divine essence flowed. The principles of the cosmos clashed, and myriad phenomena unfurled, all things cycling in harmonious rhythm. At this moment, Nangong Haoyan flipped his right hand, revealing the heavenly Dao sword, its unparalleled might causing the preceding demonic hand to tremble. Guigu Bahuang, witnessing this spectacle from the heavens, was seized by terror, his scalp prickling as if he had encountered something dreadful. This is the power of the heavenly Dao. It cannot be. In the void, Guigu Bahuang roared in disbelief. The power of the heavenly Tao, a mystery beyond the great laws, was something even those of the emperor's realm could scarcely comprehend. Yet, Nan Gong Hao Tian wielded such power. How could this be? It must be an external object. If I could seize it, how much stronger would I become? Then, beneath the saints, I would be invincible. Greed and arrogance filled Guigu Ba Huang's eyes as he envisioned himself grasping the heavenly Tao sword. Standing unrivaled in the world, in the next moment, the spiritual energy within him surged to terrifying levels, amplifying the demonic hand's size and ferocity, emanating a dreadful might that seemed capable of shattering the very fabric of this realm. Power of the heavenly Tao? Nan Gong Hao Tian scoffed derisively, a glimmer of disdain crossing his gaze. Even the heavenly Tao appeared as mere ants in his eyes, let alone you, an emperor's realm ant. To think that merely having grasped a fragment of the great laws grants one the audacity to behave so recklessly? Preposterous. Nan Gong Hao Tian, enveloped in intertwining golden radiance, exuded a strength that resonated through the ancient expanse of the great wilderness divine domain. In this very moment, across the entire continent, every cultivator felt as though an invisible hand was constricting their throats, rendering their breaths shallow and their spirits feeble. Very well, today I shall let you witness what it truly means to be invincible. Stepping forward, Nan Gong Hao Tian brandished the heavenly Tao sword, the ground beneath him levitating as torrents of energy surged outward, the blood-red sky swallowed by the boundless ocean of spiritual power. Above the heavens, numerous phenomena erupted forth. The Buddha's chants, divine beasts soaring, and sacred lotus blossoms blooming with an earth-shattering essence, each manifestation appearing to possess the might to annihilate worlds. How? How is this possible? Guigu Ba Huang's heart shattered at the sight. He could scarcely fathom that such a terrifying existence could be found within this world. Nan Gong Hao Tian declared, at this moment. He was even less than an ant before him. Chapter 17. Avenge me then. With a single stroke, Nan Gong Hao Tian unleashed his sword. The sword's might reverberated through eternity. Its power radiated an awe-inspiring aura, a deafening sound echoing across the vast expanse of heaven and earth. In an instant, all things perished. The sword's shadow, existing between the heavens and the earth, descended with a thunderous crash, akin to a shooting star. Its brilliance resplendent. In that fleeting moment, the entire realm was illuminated. The sword's shadow fell upon Guigu Ba Huang, unleashing a terrifying and overwhelming force. One strike, and the path dissipated into the void. A deathly silence enveloped the world. Su Wukong's eyes widened in shock, a tempest of emotions surging within him. In the next moment, without a trace of hesitation, he knelt upon the ground, his voice ringing clear. Su Wukong, I am willing to bow down and serve. Nan Gong Hao Tian appeared unfazed, as if he had not heard, standing with his hands clasped behind him, approaching them calmly. Beside him, Qiu Shueqing wore a dazed expression. Could he truly be the holy son of a sacred land? Suddenly, Qiu Shueqing began to doubt her own judgment, shaking her head with a soft laugh. If such a capable individual were merely a holy son, the world would have long been turned upside down. Let us go to tea this moment. Nan Gong Hao Tian stood before Qiu Shueqing, his tone casual, as if he had merely crushed an ant. His expression betraying no hint of emotion. Qiu Shueqing nodded absently, still in shock. Just then, a tremor coursed through the heavens and earth. Nan Gong Hao Tian furrowed his brow slightly, speaking coldly, Do you wish to live or die? As his words fell, the soul of Guigu Hua sure manifested. Having just witnessed how Nan Gong Hao Tian annihilated the entire Heshou sect, he knelt in midair, his voice trembling. I too am willing to submit. To serve as a slave for eternity as a slave. Upon his declaration, an invisible mark descended from the void, embedding itself within his soul. From this day forth, should he betray Nan Gong Hao Tian in any way, he would be struck by the wrath of the heavens, suffering a fate worse than death. Upon hearing this, Nan Gong Hao Tian remained impassive, waving his right hand. A surge of vibrant life force enveloping Guigu Hua Shi's soul. Brilliant light erupted forth, and as the radiance dissipated, Guigu Hua Shi's form appeared before the others. To his astonishment, he discovered that he had now touched the threshold of the 4th level of the Emperor's realm. He believed that within a century, he would undoubtedly step into that realm. Do you wish to return? At this moment, Nan Gong Hao Tian's gaze fell upon Qiu Shueqing, his tone indifferent, upon hearing this. Qiu Shuiqing's beautiful eyes sparkled with vibrant colors as she softly replied, I just used a communication talisman to inform my master that I wish to continue my training in the great wilderness divine domain. If you do not mind, I shall not return. As she spoke, Qiu Shuiqing gazed nervously at Nangong Haotian, fearing his rejection. Nangong Haotian nodded, not declining. Excitement radiated from Qiu Shuiqing's exquisite eyes, her heart blooming with joy. After subduing Gue Gu Huashi, Su Wukong transformed into a golden-winged Daping, carrying them towards the Nangong family. Since those family sects refused to submit, Nangong Haotian did not mind taking matters into his own hands. Upon his return, the Nangong family would henceforth be known as the Nangong Sacred Land. Meanwhile, in the western region, Nangong family various sects and families surrounded the Nangong family. The presence of 2 emperors' realm beings saturating the air, while no less than 100 golden immortals stood ready, with countless celestial immortals in their midst. They exuded a terrifying aura, converging into a force capable of shaking the heavens. With a thud, a man clad in a white Taoist robe stepped forward, his entire being radiating with divine essence, his aura booming as the ocean of spiritual power coalesced into a golden tower. He looked down upon everything, his cold voice resonating. Your Nangong family has gone too far, seeking to make us your vassal families? How utterly laughable! Having heard of the treasures hidden in the Nangong secret realm that even the emperor's realm coveted. Today, we shall unite to eradicate your Nangong family. Let the battle commence. As his words echoed, an elder stepped forth from the void, his emperor's realm aura unmistakable. His gaze fell upon Nangong Yu. His murky eyes filled with greed. Heh, I've heard that this Nangong Yu possesses the Xianin body. If I could obtain the Xianin energy, perhaps my realm could ascend further still. Within the Nangong family, Nangong Yu's beautiful face darkened. The family head was still in closed-door cultivation, and the ancestor had gone to subdue the Hexio sect at present. She was the only one of Emperor's realm standing within the entire Nangong family. Moreover, she had only recently broken through, her aura not yet fully stabilized. In contrast, the 2 Emperor's realm beings outside were seasoned veterans, having broken through for over a century, their powers beyond her reach. What should be done now? Nangong Juni approached, his handsome face etched with determination. Though he was merely at the golden immortal realm, his profound aura could still hold its ground against half an emperor. You guard the family. I shall deal with those 2 Emperor's realm beings outside. Nangong Yu's expression turned cold as she spoke, summoning her long sword, its ringing sound tearing through the heavens. Absolutely not. At her words, Nangong Juni's expression changed drastically. How could she, alone, contend with millions of foes outside? That would be tantamount to seeking death. Nangong Yu remained calm, speaking steadily. I am a member of the Nangong family. In this moment of peril, I cannot retreat. Not to mention, if the ancestor arrives, everything will surely change. And if he fails to arrive... Nangong Yu paused, a resolute glimmer flashing in her beautiful eyes. Then I shall ask the ancestor to avenge me. As her words fell, Nangong Yu stepped forward, her figure transforming into a streak of light, as the protective family formation activated, revealing her presence before the crowd. Her gaze was indifferent as she swung her sword, a myriad of sword shadows bursting into existence. With but a single strike, the cultivators before her fell like fragile paper, suffering countless casualties. Humph! The man clad in a white robe let out a cold snort, extending a hand to collide with the attack, resulting in a series of thunderous roars that reverberated through the air, sending waves of force cascading outward. In that moment, the heavens trembled and the earth quaked. Such terrifying might unleashed from a single strike. Truly, he was a formidable figure of the Emperor's realm. Witnessing this, the gathered cultivators could only express their astonishment. Though you have ascended to the Emperor's level, with your current strength, you remain no match for me. The man in white sneered, his eyes filled with disdain. If it were the ancient monsters of the Nangong clan, I might harbor some trepidation. But a mere girl, she could be extinguished with a mere flick of my finger. Ha! Whether or not she is my opponent will be revealed in battle. Nangong Yu's delicate face was cold, her eyes swirling with murderous intent. As her words fell, the power of her mysterious surged forth, intertwining with her own spiritual energy, coiling around the blade of her sword. With a fierce thrust, she launched her attack. Chapter 18. In dire straits, the violent brilliance of her sword illuminated the air, its piercing power seemingly capable of slicing through the luminous moon above. In the next moment, a sword shadow glistening with a chilling radiance soared towards the man in the white robe with a terrifying swiftness. Humph! Mere trifles, the man in white scoffed, a flicker of contempt crossing his gaze. He then unleashed a powerful strike, and the two forces collided head-on, erupting in a cacophony akin to the clash of golden weapons, the sound deafening, as the shockwaves surged outward. The tumultuous waves of energy resembled the might of a vast ocean, roaring forth with spiritual power, causing Nan Gongyu to be sent flying thousands of feet away. Her pretty face turned pale, her breath quickening, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with a piercing coldness. In the next moment, she took a deep breath, the ocean of spiritual energy within her surged violently, its power radiating with formidable intensity. The 100-foot-long sword shadow loomed in the void, the mysterious energy emanating an intense chill. As though she had been plunged into the Arctic, a chilling and oppressive presence. 3,000 sword shadows. With a low shout, Nan Gongyu swung her long sword, and boundless spiritual energy transformed into a multitude of golden swords, filling the sky with sword shadows that enveloped the throngs beneath, the icy sword light emanating a heart-stopping aura. Heaven-slaying sword formation. Arise! Another shout rang out as Nan Gongyu drove her long sword into the ground, then swept her arm vigorously, causing a sword formation spanning several miles to unfurl. The golden array, suffused with an ancient aura, was adorned with esoteric runes that resonated within the sword formation. Kill, with a sweep of her long sword. Nan Gongyu's 3,000 strands of hair scattered in the air, her exquisite eyes radiating a murderous intent. With a sharp exhale, the 3,000 sword shadows and the heaven-slaying sword formation activated simultaneously, producing a thunderous roar that echoed incessantly. The Nangong clan's heaven-slaying sword formation? Quite intriguing, the man in white remarked with a laugh, his eyes brimming with disdain. The heaven-slaying sword formation was renowned as the signature skill of the Nangong clan, having been used to eliminate numerous powerful beings. Yet, with Nan Gongyu's current prowess, she was insufficient to wield the formation's true intricacies. With a cold sneer, the golden small tower in the man's hand suddenly hovered in midair, and he began channeling his spiritual energy into it. Boom! Accompanied by a resounding explosion, the tower connected heaven and earth, as if it intended to tear the sky asunder. The tower emanated an ancient and profound aura, as though it had traversed the epochs, a treasure of unfathomable power. Subsequently, under the man's intricate hand signs, the golden giant tower began to operate, releasing boundless energy that rendered the heaven-slaying sword formation utterly insignificant, as if the entire world had been devoured by the colossal tower. How is this possible? Witnessing this scene, Nan Gongyu's eyes brimmed with disbelief. The heaven-slaying sword formation was a treasured technique of the Nangong clan. Yet before this individual, it was so easily dismantled. The strength of the Tower Emperor has ascended several levels. It seems he will soon break through to the 4th tier of the Emperor's realm. At that moment, an elder chuckled, gazing at the Tower Emperor with a hint of envy. It was known that this tower originated from ancient times, during which the great wilderness divine domain was populated by numerous powerful beings. Even golden immortals abounded like ants, unlike the present day. The path to greatness was closed, and the Emperor's realm stood as the pinnacle of power in the great wilderness divine domain. As for those saints, they existed only in a few isolated locales. The evil divine spear in your grasp is not lacking in comparison to my tower, the Tower Emperor Yin Shilua sneered, having discerned the undertones in the elder's words. The elder chuckled, offering no further comment. With a flick of his right hand, the evil divine spear materialized, a torrent of malevolent energy swirling around it, causing the entire void to seem suffused with endless malice. If Guegu Ba Huang were present, he would undoubtedly be ecstatic, for this malevolent energy resonated with the path he had cultivated. However, regrettably, Guegu Ba Huang had long since dissipated, with no hope of return. Little girl, I find the mysterious energy on you quite appealing. I hope to borrow your body for a while. I trust you will not be foolish enough to decline. A sinister smile crept across the elder's face. He then drew forth the evil divine spear, which elongated like a great serpent, stretching for several feet as it hurtled towards Nan Gongyu. Nangong Yu's countenance darkened significantly as she unsheathed her long sword, preparing to defend herself. Yet, the evil divine spear was overwhelmingly terrifying, and she was no match for it. With a single strike, she was sent flying, crashing heavily onto the ground. Her delicate face grew even paler, a mouthful of reverse blood erupting forth, and the spiritual energy within her surged chaotically, causing her stability in the Emperor's realm to falter. This is bad. Observing this, Nangong Junyi from within the family wore an exceedingly grim expression. If this continued, Nangong Yu would be in grave danger. No, I must save her. It was imperative to note that Nangong Yu was the pinnacle genius of the Nangong clan. Her potential demise would spell a catastrophic disaster for the family. Thus, even if it meant sacrificing himself, he would ensure her safety. With this thought, Nangong Junyi activated the formation and propelled himself forward. They say not to resist, yet you insist on doing so. In that case, I shall teach you a lesson on respecting your elders. The elder wore a sinister grin as he thrust the spear forward. Just as the spear was about to strike, a beam of sword light suddenly flickered through the heavens, crashing toward them. However, the spear's ferocity was unparalleled. In a mere breath, it consumed the sword's shadow. Nangong Junyi's face grew icy as he stepped forward to block the attack. With a resounding bang, his spirit shattered. His body left in tatters, and his aura rendered feeble, even his spiritual energy plummeting to the celestial realm. Nangong Junyi. Nangong Yu's eyes widened in rage, her fury boiling over, transforming into a thunderous roar. I will kill you, boom! At that moment, an ominous aura descended from the heavens, and a figure traversed countless spaces, appearing before everyone. Witnessing this, both the elder and Yin Shilua's expressions darkened. What is he doing here? This individual was none other than Guigu Huashi. Previously, Nangong Haoyan had been aware of everything transpiring, yet he refrained from intervening directly. Instead, he had sent Guigu Huashi ahead to arrive first. Although Guigu Huashi did not fully understand, he did not question further, following Nangong Haoyan's instructions to arrive at this location. This is bad. Upon seeing Guigu Huashi, Nangong Yu's expression soured. She realized that Guigu Huashi was an established emperor, even stronger than the elder and the man in white combined. Moreover, the reason Nangong's ancestors had departed was to eliminate this individual. And now, it cannot be. Absolutely not. Nangong Yu shook her head frantically, disbelief evident in her eyes. Chapter 19. Countless slain Guigu Huashi. What brings you here? Yin Shilua regarded Guigu Huashi warily, fully aware of his prowess. Even with the elder's assistance, they might not be able to contend with him. The elder's gaze was equally tense as he regarded Guigu Huashi. After all, it was best that few knew of the Nangong clan's secret realm. In response, Guigu Huashi's gaze remained indifferent, refraining from speech. Prior instructions from Nangong Haoyan had forbidden him from intervening. Thus, Guigu Huashi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression tranquil and unyielding. Since you choose not to intervene, I shall proceed, the elder rasped with a laugh, his gaze fixed greedily upon Nangong Yu. Yang Tianxiang, if you wish to die, I have no qualms about facilitating that for you. At that moment, Guigu Huashi suddenly spoke, his voice cold and devoid of any emotion. What? Are you actually going to protect the Nangong clan? Yin Shilua chuckled sinisterly, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. Though wary of Guigu Huashi as a fellow emperor, he felt entitled to his arrogance. Upon hearing this, Nangong Yu was momentarily taken aback. She was acutely aware that the He Xiu sect had suffered considerable losses within the Nangong clan. Logically, they should harbor an irreconcilable hatred towards them. Yet now, why did he not strike, but instead defend them? Guigu Huashi remained silent, his demeanor calm, while the elder and the man in white, intimidated, dared not act rashly. This was simply because he was Guigu Huashi. Boom! At that moment, a resounding roar erupted from the heavens. As if an invisible giant hand had torn the sky asunder, revealing an abyssal void, a piercing cry of a golden-winged roc echoed, its terrifying aura reverberating throughout the realm. Witnessing this spectacle, those on the ground were utterly astonished. Is this not the ancient race, the golden-winged roc? A voice exclaimed, eyes wide with fear. Yin Shilua and Yang Tianxiang both wore grim expressions. The golden-winged roc had long resided in the barren mountains, never emerging into the world. Why had it suddenly appeared here? Nangong Yu, upon seeing a figure standing atop the golden-winged rock, was instantly filled with joy. Ancestor. The ancestor has returned. At that moment, her eyes sparkled with hope. As she urged, Nangong Junyi, you must hold on. Presently, Nangong Junyi's condition was dire. He had already succumbed to unconsciousness, his cultivation waning, and his soul shattered by the malevolent spear. The two men also noticed the figure on the rock's back, their gazes sharpening with a hint of icy disdain. I pay my respects, master. Suddenly, Guegu Huasher spoke, his voice booming and resonating in everyone's ears. As his words fell, expressions shifted dramatically. What? Even Yin Shilua and Yang Tianxiong found it hard to believe. Guegu Huasher had knelt, addressing that figure as master? How could this be? Their eyes were filled with disbelief, unable to accept the scene before them. At that moment, the golden-winged rock descended, transforming into a figure that stood behind Nangong Haoyan. With an indifferent demeanor, Nangong Haoyan's gaze fell upon the myriad foes before him. His voice, devoid of spiritual power, pierced the hearts of all present. All who kneel shall not perish, as the words echoed. The air fell into a profound silence. Ha ha ha, however, Yin Shilua laughed mockingly, his eyes brimming with contempt. You, boy, I wondered who you were, only to find that you are a mere waste devoid of spiritual power. While I do not know why Guegu Huasher kneels to you, before my heavenly tower emperor, you are but an ant. Yin Shilua's voice rang out, his derision unmasked. Hearing this, Guegu Huasher shot him a glance. Filled with pity, so dare act so arrogantly before the master, truly seeking death. He has witnessed Nangong Haoyan's might. Even the ancestors of the Heavens cult are but larger ants in his presence. Nangong Haoyan merely scoffed, his calm eyes revealing no ripple of emotion. Emperor, I have slain countless. Arrogant, with these words, Yin Shilua's expression darkened, and the heavenly tower manifested in his hand, enveloped in a terrifying aura, its divine might shaking the heavens and earth. He stepped forward, his figure suspended in midair, his cold gaze radiating an air of invincibility. Under my heavenly tower, all are but ants. Kill, Yin Shilua bellowed, launching his attack. The heavenly tower erupted in resplendent light, unleashing divine weapons upon Nangong Haoyan. The heavenly tower, embodying all, could also manifest myriad forms. What a trivial matter. Merely a heavenly tower? Nangong Haoyan chuckled disdainfully. He had encountered countless treasures like the heavenly tower and had obliterated many. To think that, after eons, a descendant of the emperor would dare to flaunt the heavenly tower before him was nothing short of laughable. With that, Nangong Haoyan struck out with a single palm. A surge of overwhelming power emanated from his hand, an aura so terrifying it seemed capable of swallowing the heavens and earth, enveloping the golden palm shadow as it surged toward the heavenly tower. Boom! A colossal sound erupted, shockwaves rolling outwards, annihilating everything within a myriad of miles. The heavenly tower, which Yin Shilua had once boasted about, crumbled like fragile parchment, reduced to dust and vanishing from existence. No? Yin Shilua's eyes widened in rage as he howled, his complexion turning pale as he spewed forth a mouthful of blood. The destruction of the heavenly tower resonated with his very being, causing him to suffer significant injury. His cultivation plummeted to the first level of the Emperor realm. With an ominous sense of further decline looming, Yang Tianxiong, if you do not act now, when will you? Yin Shilua roared. As his words fell, Yang Tianxiong's gaze sharpened, and he stepped forward, drawing the malevolent spear to strike at Nangong Haoyan. This strike was imbued with the essence of the soul, capable of inflicting great suffering even upon powerful emperors, draining their spiritual might. Yet, before Nangong Haoyan, it appeared as nothing more than an insignificant tickle. With a thunderous sound, the spear struck him, yet nothing occurred. His clothes remained unscathed. Gasp! Observing this scene, Yin Shilua gasped, his heart racing. He had not anticipated that Nangong Haoyan would be so formidable. This was the malevolent spear. And yet he suffered no harm whatsoever. Ah, the malevolent spear? Quite impressive. Nangong Haoyan smiled lightly, extending a hand, causing the malevolent spear to leap uncontrollably before breaking free from Yang Tianxiong's grasp. Here, it's a gift for you. With that, Nangong Haoyan tossed the spear aside as if discarding refuse, delivering it to Guegu Huasher. The latter, seeing this, hurriedly knelt, expressing profound gratitude. "Thank you, Master." Yang Tianxiong seethed with rage, his features contorting in a terrifying manner. An aura of dread emanating from him. This spear had cost him immense effort to acquire in a secret realm, yet it had been so effortlessly snatched away by this mere boy. What astounded him further was that the blood he had spilled upon the spear was instantly cleansed by Nangong Haotian. How could this young brat possess such capabilities? Yang Tianxiong clearly found it hard to believe. Drawing a deep breath, he forced himself to calm down, revealing a fierce murderous intent in his eyes. Though he had lost the malevolent spear, he remained a tangible emperor-level powerhouse. Yang Tianxiong unleashed a powerful palm strike. Capable of rending the heavens themselves, the golden palm shadow racing toward Nangong Haotian, an ant attempting to shake a tree. Nangong Haotian's cold voice rang out, and as his words fell, he waved a hand, executing what appeared to be a nonchalant strike, yet contained boundless might. The rolling palm shadow surged forth like a raging river, carrying with it an unstoppable force as it collided with Yang Tianxiong's golden palm shadow. Erupting into a thunderous sound that reverberated throughout the space, the shock wave surged, crashing against the heavens. The force Nangong Haotian unleashed was beyond what Yang Tianxiong, an emperor, could withstand. With a single strike, he sent the latter hurtling away. Yang Tianxiong crashed to the ground, spewing forth a mouthful of blood, his complexion paling drastically. His internal energies were thrown into chaos, leaving him bloodied and battered. Nangong Haotian stood with hands clasped behind his back, his eyes filled with an unrelenting murderous intent, his frigid demeanor akin to a place of eternal winter. He slowly spoke. "Let me show you once more what the celestial execution sword formation is." As his words fell, he waved his right hand, summoning a golden spiritual energy. The ground itself erupted with the celestial execution sword formation, its terrifying power radiating through the air, countless sword shadows manifesting in the void. Then, 9 colossal swords tore forth from the earth, their shadows stretching endlessly. This sword formation seemed to intertwine the very fabric of the heavens and earth. At this moment, the entirety of the realm was suffused with the celestial execution sword formation's boundless aura. Even at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, escape was nigh impossible. Witnessing this scene, Nangong Yu stood frozen, unable to fathom the sheer terror of the celestial execution sword formation. Meanwhile, Qiu Shueqing appeared entirely unfazed, her expression remarkably calm, as if she had witnessed such phenomena countless times. With a thunderous roar, Nangong Haotian unleashed the celestial execution sword formation, and all enemies within its grasp were mercilessly shredded to pieces. Their remnants scattered throughout the in an instant, brilliant light filled the realm, illuminating the skies. When the brilliance faded, what remained of the once dense crowd was now sparse, as for Yang Tianxiong and Yan Shilua. They had long since been obliterated, erased from existence. Surrender, and you shall not be harmed. As the sword formation dissipated, the air was thick with the acrid scent of blood. Nangong Haotian's gaze fell upon the scattered remnants of the crowd, and he spoke slowly as his voice echoed. All trembled and knelt, their eyes filled with boundless terror. What a jest! Even their leaders, Yan Shilua and Yang Tianxiong, had been slaughtered. What right did they have to resist? Observing this, Nangong Haotian nodded, refraining from further action. "Master, they are both elders from a sacred ground in the western region. Should they perish here, that sacred ground may not take kindly to it that moment." Gu Huasher pondered before speaking. Nangong Haotian smiled lightly. "What of their displeasure? Not only that, but I also intend to host a banquet for them. I shall see what qualifications they possess to dare to make a commotion in my sacred grounds of the Nangong family." The countenance of Gu Huasher changed dramatically. He was not astonished by Nangong Haotian's audacity, but rather by the fact that Nangong Haotian referred to the Nangong clan as the Nangong Sacred Land. The Sacred Land, as the most formidable force in the great wilderness divine realm, is unparalleled. Even those sects, families, or dynasties, when confronted with the smallest of sacred lands, find themselves in a vastly different realm. Now that Nangong Haotian has designated the Nangong clan as the Nangong Sacred Land, it signifies, Gu Huasher inhaled sharply, his gaze towards Nangong Haotian now filled with a complex expression. Ba Huang had once informed him that within the great wilderness divine realm, There exists a mysterious force even more terrifying than the sacred lands, and no one knew the number of individuals or powerful beings within this force. It was only known that all sacred lands in the great wilderness divine realm must obey its commands. This was because, to become a sacred land, one must obtain the approval of this force and receive the sacred land token. He vaguely recalled that this force was seemingly called the Divine Realm Sacred Pavilion. It was the only force in the entire great wilderness divine realm that dared to bear the name of sacred. Nangong Haotian was oblivious to the thoughts swirling in Gue Guohuashi's mind. He merely instructed him to keep watch over these surrendering cultivators before approaching Nangongyu and offering her a medicinal pill. After consuming it, Nangongyu sat cross-legged to cultivate, while the members of the Nangong clan leapt down to assist her in recovering. Nangong Haotian then took Nangong Junyi away into the Nangong secret realm. At that moment, Nangong Junyi's aura was exceedingly frail, and his cultivation had fallen to the mortal realm. If this continued, he would dissipate within half an hour. Nangong Haotian flipped his right hand, and a surge of spiritual energy flowed from within him, transforming into a sphere of vitality radiating an abundance of life. Subsequently, he flicked a finger, causing the sphere of spiritual energy to merge into Nangong Junyi's body. The sphere instantly transformed into a vast expanse of spiritual energy, filling his limbs and bones. Gradually, his aura stabilized, and his cultivation began to recover slowly. It was believed that before long, he would return to his peak state. Having completed all this, Nangong Haotian departed from the secret realm. At that moment, Qiu Shueqing approached him, her gaze falling upon Nangong Haotian as she softly inquired, "What do you mean by the Nangong sacred land?" Noticing the look of tension on Qiu Shueqing's face, Nangong Haotian felt somewhat perplexed but refrained from expressing it. He explained, "From this day forth, this shall be known as the Nangong sacred land." Upon hearing his words, Qiu Shueqing's beautiful countenance changed suddenly, exclaiming, "Absolutely not." Chapter 21. Viewed as a public enemy, Qiu Shueqing's exquisite features were etched with gravity, her furrowed brow seemingly concealing a secret. Nangong Haotian raised an eyebrow. Despite having cultivated for tens of thousands of years, he had mostly remained in the Nangong secret realm, scarcely engaging with worldly matters, and thus did not grasp Qiu Shueqing's meaning. Qiu Shueqing spoke slowly. The great wilderness divine realm spans an unfathomable expanse, with numerous sects and families, countless dynasties evolving through the ages. The sacred lands transcend these forces. Each sacred land possesses an unimaginable foundation that these forces cannot comprehend. For instance, my northern polar sacred land, while ranking prominently in the northern domain, is still home to many formidable emperors. Moreover, it is rumored that above the sacred lands exists an exceedingly terrifying force. The Divine Realm Sacred Pavilion. In the entire great wilderness divine realm, no one knows what kind of existence the Divine Realm Sacred Pavilion truly is. Some say they are a coalition of the top powers from various sacred lands. Others claim they hail from external forces. However, it is certain that to become a sacred land, one must obtain the consent of the Divine Realm Sacred Pavilion. Otherwise, they will be regarded as a public enemy. With each of Qiu Shueqing's words, her expression grew increasingly grave, culminating in a visage filled with concern. Given the Nangong clan's current brazen actions, especially considering their previous slayings of several emperors and their intricate ties to other sacred lands, if Nangong Haotian were to publicly declare that the Nangong clan had become a sacred land, it would undoubtedly incite opposition from the other sacred lands. At that point, the Nangong clan would inevitably become a target of collective ire. Hearing Qiu Shueqing's words, Nangong Haotian chuckled lightly, his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze calm and unperturbed. The Divine Realm Sacred Pavilion. Does Nangong Haotian require the approval of any such entity? It is utterly laughable. If he so wished, he could obliterate the Divine Realm Sacred Pavilion with his own hands. What would it matter? In the entire great wilderness divine realm, who dares to claim invincibility before Nangong Haotian? Observing Nangong Haotian's unwavering demeanor, Qiu Shueqing sighed. Although she had known him for a short time, she recognized him as an exceedingly arrogant individual. Once he made a decision, it was immutable. Furthermore, for reasons unknown, she suddenly felt that this individual before her possessed the capability to upend the very fabric of the great wilderness divine realm. Contemplating this, she shook her head and chuckled. Realizing she had become overly fanciful, let alone the Divine Realm Sacred Pavilion, Even those true sacred lands were filled with formidable entities. In comparison, the Nangong clan appeared as insignificant as ants. How could one man, Nangong Hao Tian, possibly affect such upheaval? Following this, Nangong Hao Tian bid farewell to Qiu Shuiqing and proceeded to the family council hall. At that moment, the clan elders stood respectfully to the side, awaiting the arrival of the ancestor. In their eyes, Nangong Hao Tian resembled a deity. As long as he remained steadfast, the Nangong clan would not falter. Moments later, Nangong Hao Tian's figure appeared before them. Salute the ancestor. Upon seeing Nangong Hao Tian, all the elders spoke in unison, their gazes filled with reverence and admiration. Nangong Hao Tian nodded, surveying the gathered individuals before calmly stating, Nangong Jun-yi is still in the process of recovery. Therefore, I shall temporarily assume the position of clan leader. Do any of you harbor doubts? At his words, no one shook their heads. Satisfied with their response, Nangong Hao Tian continued, in that case, I shall express my thoughts. And you may engage in discussion with me. 10,000 years ago, the Nangong clan was indeed a prominent existence, renowned throughout the entire western region. However, time has passed, and the clan's strength has waned, with only 2 emperors remaining. Upon hearing this, the elders exhibited expressions of helplessness and guilt. As Nangong Hao Tian had stated, the once mighty Nangong clan boasted dozens of emperors, dominating the western region. Even during the emperor's war in the western region, all families sought to avoid confrontation with the Nangong clan. Yet now, had it not been for Nangong Hao Tian's timely emergence, the Nangong clan might have already met its demise. Nangong Hao Tian's gaze swept across the assembly, his calm eyes glancing over each elder as he remarked, however, as long as I am here, the Nangong clan shall endure. Moreover, he intended to publicly announce that from this point forward, the Nangong clan would be recognized as a sacred land. Nangong's sacred land. His declaration resonated like a thunderclap in the ears of those present, causing their spirits to tremble. The mention of the Nangong sacred land elicited quickened breaths and fervent glimmers in their eyes. They understood well the implications of such a title. If they were to become a sacred land, the power of the Nangong clan would expand significantly. At that time, the clan's foundation would naturally strengthen. Although the clan currently had only 2 emperor-level beings, with the ancestor presiding, even emperors could be brought down. Witnessing the rekindled fighting spirit in their eyes, Nangong Hao Tian nodded in satisfaction. He continued, there is one more matter. Since we aim to become a sacred land, the order must be restructured. From this point forward, the rankings of clan disciples will be abolished, and the Tianbang and Dibang will be re-established. The Tianbang will allow those in the Golden Immortal Realm to challenge, while the Dibang will permit those in the Celestial Immortal Realm to do so. The position of Saintess will be succeeded by Nangongyu from within the clan, while the position of Saint Sun remains vacant for the time being. The challenges for the Tianbang and Dibang will be held 3 days hence. Do any of you have concerns? Upon hearing this, the eyes of the elders sparked with enthusiasm, and no one opposed the suggestion. Nangong Hao Tian nodded, then said, in that case, prepare for the upcoming events. As for the news of the Nangong sacred land, we shall wait until Nangong Juni has fully recovered before he makes a public announcement. At that time, our Nangong sacred land will host a grand banquet and offer a general amnesty. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Nangong Hao Tian's eyes. The Divine Realm's sacred pavilion? He was eager to witness just how terrifying this legendary entity truly was. If they were wise, Nangong Hao Tian would naturally grant them leniency. However, if they were foolish, he would not hesitate to plunge the great wilderness Divine Realm into chaos. Should no one be able to control the Divine Realm, then Nangong Hao Tian would seize the reins himself. Yes, the assembly chorused in unison before withdrawing. I sincerely hope you do not disappoint me. As the crowd dispersed, Nangong Hao Tian rose to his feet and let out a soft sigh. Ever since learning about the sacred pavilion of the Divine Realm, he had been eager to comprehend one matter, the true extent of his own strength. At present, the realm of the Emperor was nothing more than that of an insignificant insect. Even those who mastered the Great Tao were merely larger insects. Given that the sacred pavilion of the Divine Realm possessed the resources of the entire Great Wilderness, its foundation must be extraordinarily formidable. Chapter 22. A proliferation of talents. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. One morning, the disciples of the Nangong family gathered in the square. After 3 days of recuperation, Nangong Junyi had fully restored his cultivation. The vitality bestowed upon him by Nangong Haoyan was akin to a sacred spring, cleansing his spiritual veins and rendering his spiritual energy even purer and considerably more robust. Nangong Junyi spoke with clarity, his voice resonating among the disciples below as he announced the upcoming challenges for the Earth ranking. The disciples below were filled with excitement, their eyes gleaming with fervent combat spirit. After a lengthy pause, once Nangong Junyi had concluded, he turned to Nangong Haoyan and respectfully inquired, "Ancestor, shall we commence?" "Indeed," Nangong Haoyan nodded. And with a wave of his hand, the figure of Gigo Huasher stepped forward, proclaiming loudly, "The first match of the Earth ranking will feature Nangong Sunshing against Nangong Yu." As he spoke, Gigo Huasher withdrew to the side and with a flourish of his hands, a formation materialized above the martial platform. "This sister, given your cultivation at the 5th level of the celestial immortal realm, it would be wise to concede," remarked a handsome young man, a gentle smile gracing his features as he gracefully descended onto the martial platform. "Humph, spare me your words," Nangong Yu retorted with a disdainful scoff, her elegant green dress billowing as she ascended the platform, drawing the attention and cheers of many spectators. Gigo Huasher solemnly declared, "The match begins. Since it has come to this, I shall not hold back." Nangong Sunshing laughed lightly, his eyes glinting with brilliance as he brandished a curved blade that materialized in his right hand. He swung the blade, releasing a torrent of spiritual energy that enveloped it. Boom! The blade's shadow surged forth, its cold light gleaming like the radiant moon, hurtling towards Nangong Yu. Unfazed, Nangong Yu pivoted her delicate hand, conjuring a long green sword. With a graceful shake of her body, the sword emitted a melodious chime. Clang! Their weapons clashed, producing a resounding roar akin to the clash of metal, and the shockwaves rippled across the martial platform. Had it not been for the protection of the formation, that single strike would have surely shattered the platform beneath their feet. With a sharp crack, both combatants were forced to retreat. Nangong Yu's breath quickened. She took a deep breath, her right hand trembling slightly, the long sword becoming unsteady in her grasp. Nangong Sunshing, at the pinnacle of the 6th level of the celestial immortal realm, was just a step away from the 7th level, and she recognized that she was not his match. "Concede," he urged, shaking his head in resignation. "Humph, the outcome is yet to be determined." Nangong Yu bit her lip, a glimmer of determination flickering in her eyes. Taking another deep breath, she summoned the spiritual energy within her. It surged forth like a tsunami from the blade, a force so potent that even the other Nangong disciples felt their scalps tingle. Despite the formation in place, 7-colored divine eyes, Nangong Haoyan murmured softly, astonished as he observed the unfolding spectacle, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. He had not anticipated such remarkable talent from his junior family members. First, there was Nangong Yu with her mysterious physique, then Nangong Sunshing who could comprehend the heavenly severing technique, and now, Nangong Yu wielding the power of extraordinary eyes. Each of these three could easily be hailed as a divine child or daughter in any other realm. Yet here they stood together within the Nangong family. The great Tao has been initiated. The heavens are at war, Nangong Haoyan thought to himself, his eyes gleaming with intrigue before swiftly regaining composure. Boom! Simultaneously, the overwhelming force unleashed by Nangong Yu surged forth, causing Nangong Sunshing's countenance to shift dramatically. His eyes filled with disbelief. He hastily drew his blade to defend, but the sheer might was too formidable to withstand. Like a kite severed from its string, Nangong Sunshing was propelled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. His face pale as a sheet, breath erratic, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. "I concede." After taking a deep breath, Nangong Sunshing forced himself to calm down and managed a bitter smile. He had not anticipated that Nangong Yu could unleash such terrifying power. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "Might I ask what technique you employed to achieve such formidable strength?" His question piqued the curiosity of the other family disciples, who were equally eager to understand the nature of the power Nangong Yu had wielded to defeat Nangong Sunshing, the pinnacle of the 6th level of the celestial immortal realm. In response, Nangong Yu shook her head, her red lips parting. "I am unaware. It was only upon entering the celestial realm that these eyes awakened. Until today, I had never utilized them before. Given that, my defeat is not unjust." Nangong Sunshing chuckled, still feeling somewhat lightheaded, as he struggled to leave the arena. As time passed, the grand competition unfolded over 5 days, culminating in a grand finale. Throughout these 5 days, the disciples provided Nangong Haoyan with numerous surprises. For instance, Nangong Yu claimed the top position on the Earth ranking, dominating with her 7-colored divine eyes. Although Nangong Sunsheng was defeated, he rallied back to secure the 10th position. Meanwhile, Nangong Chenyu, with his innate sword physique, achieved first place on the heavenly ranking with his 9th level of the celestial immortal realm, while the second place went to Wan Longyuan, who narrowly lost with his dragon lineage. Chapter 23. The landscape of the divine realm after the competition concluded. Nangong Haoyan instructed Nangong Junyi to announce that, effective immediately, the Nangong family would officially be recognized as the Nangong Sacred Land, inviting the inhabitants of the Great Wilderness to come and celebrate. Upon hearing this news, the entire Great Wilderness was thrown into a state of shock. At the Li family, upon receiving this announcement, the patriarch's lips curled into a sardonic smile as he scoffed. Humph! Utterly arrogant. Do you truly believe that Nangong Junyi can uphold the entire Nangong family and transform it into the Nangong Sacred Land? How laughable! Just days prior, the Li family had successfully allied themselves with the Heavenly Wilderness Sacred Land of the Western region. Now, they held no fear of the Nangong family, and the declaration of submission to the Nangong family was dismissed with disdain. With this alliance, the Li family's status in the Western region had surged significantly. Patriarch, do we still intend to attend this invitation? A man in the main hall inquired slowly. Upon hearing this, the patriarch of the Li family broke into a scornful smile. Of course, why would we not go? I shall observe what qualifications the Nangong family possesses to be deemed a sacred land. In due course, all prominent forces will undoubtedly come to seek trouble with them. At that time, we shall speak of the Nangong secret realm. Heh. The head of the Li family wore a sinister smile, the implications of which were self-evident. Meanwhile, another sacred land, the Arctic Sacred Land, had also received this news. The Great Wilderness Divine Realm is divided into 5 major domains: the Western Domain, Northern Domain, Southern Domain, Eastern Domain, and Central Domain. The Arctic Sacred Land is situated in the extreme north of the Northern Domain, where frigid winters prevail year-round, with heavy snow cascading down. Within the extreme cold palace, a middle-aged man listened intently to the report of the woman before him, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. He tapped his fingers on the armrest of his chair, pondering for a moment before speaking indifferently. Is what you say truly the case? Indeed, the woman replied, nodding. Her exquisite visage bore a chilling indifference, radiating an aura of extreme cold that reverberated in the air. If Qiu Xueqing were present, she would surely recognize that this woman was her master. Han Qiuyue, and the middle-aged man was none other than the sacred master of the Arctic Sacred Land, whose cultivation level was unfathomable, leaving no one in the Arctic region aware of the extent of his power. Since Xueqing is there as well, you should go and take a look. However, remember this. Should those individuals appear, it is imperative to avoid enmity with them. The sacred master of the Arctic Sacred Land spoke slowly. Understood. Han Qiuyue nodded, then vanished within the extreme cold palace. Sigh. After a long while, the sacred master suddenly exhaled deeply, a hint of helplessness crossing his face. It seems that the Great Wilderness Divine Realm is destined to encounter a tempest of bloodshed. It is crucial to comprehend that establishing a sacred land without the approval of the Divine Realm Sacred Pavilion is a direct challenge to their authority. Furthermore, the Sacred Pavilion may seize this opportunity to conduct a thorough cleansing of the Great Wilderness Divine Realm to ensure their absolute dominion. Simultaneously, similar scenes unfolded throughout the Great Wilderness Divine Realm, akin to those in the Arctic Sacred Land and the Li family. Although the surface of the Great Wilderness Divine Realm appeared tranquil, the undercurrents surged, gradually expanding at this moment. Perhaps it would culminate in an explosive outbreak on that fateful day. Throughout all this, Nangong Haoyan, seated in the Nangong Sacred Land, remained disinterested in his eyes, not to mention the Divine Realm Sacred Pavilion. Even the entirety of the Great Wilderness Divine Realm united would not pose a challenge to him. Ancestor. At this moment, a figure appeared before Nangong Haoyan. Nangong Yu spoke respectfully, having witnessed the might of Nangong Haoyan. She naturally held him in the highest esteem. However, until now, she had only observed from a distance, never having come this close. Now, facing her ancestor at such proximity, her heart raced uncontrollably. Do you know the origin of your unique eyes? Nangong Haoyan inquired, nodding. Upon hearing this, Nangong Yu shook her head at it. Is rather strange that during her initial foray into cultivation, regardless of how she absorbed the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, she could not break through her realm. It was only later, through a serendipitous encounter, that she managed to advance her cultivation and gradually grow stronger. It was after entering the immortal realm that she acquired those unique eyes, the seven-colored divine eyes. At this moment, Nangong Haoyan uttered 4 words, a glint of brilliance flashing in his gaze. As his voice fell, it resonated in Nangong Yu's ears like a clap of thunder. Suddenly, a cataclysmic transformation occurred before her eyes. She seemed to behold a colossal pair of eyes, existing since time immemorial, high above in the firmament. Amidst the vast starry expanse, countless stars fell, bursting forth with resplendent brilliance, and those eyes remained radiant, ever present, as if they pierced through all existence, transcending all beings. Boom! A terrifying aura then bore down upon her, leaving Nangong Yu standing in a daze. Her delicate face turned pale, beads of sweat cascading down. An overwhelming tide of information flooding her mind. The 7-colored divine eyes. One of the 10 extraordinary eyes of the ages, once the divine eyes of a god from eons past. That deity ultimately fell in a great war, and their eyes transformed into 7-colored light, vanishing into the annals of time. Upon receiving this revelation, Nangong Yu was profoundly shaken, her exquisite face nearly petrified. She could never have anticipated that the origin of her unique eyes would be so terrifying. Nangong Yu remained in stunned silence for an extended period. Observing her astonished expression, Nangong Haoyan chuckled lightly, a hint of sentimentality gleaming in his eyes. After arriving in this unfamiliar world, he had neither an extraordinary constitution nor secret techniques, but relied solely on perseverance, cultivating the most ordinary methods, progressing step by step from weakness to invincibility. This is a technique I obtained in a hidden realm. Cultivate it diligently, and breaking through to the Emperor's level will be as easy as pie, he remarked, handing her a manual. Heavenly Dome Secret ART. As the information of this technique permeated her consciousness, Nangong Yu softly murmured its name, her beautiful eyes shimmering with brilliance. Half a month from now, the Nangong Sacred Land will invite the world. Trouble is certain to follow. You must hasten your cultivation, so that you may represent the Nangong family in battle, Nangong Haoyan advised nonchalantly. Since the entire Great Wilderness Divine Realm is under the control of the Divine Realm Sacred Pavilion, they will naturally send someone to seek trouble with you, especially regarding matters of martial contests. Yes, thank you, Ancestor. Nangong Yu responded, then took her leave, vanishing from the Great Hall. Subsequently, within that half-month, Nangong Haoyan meticulously trained all disciples of the Nangong family, both those on the heavenly list and the earthly list. In just half a month, the overall strength of the Nangong family had significantly risen. Chapter 24. The arrival of the coffin. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. One day, early in the morning, the disciples of the Nangong Sacred Land began their bustling preparations. Colorful decorations adorned every corner of the sacred land, creating a lively atmosphere. Talents from both the heavenly and earthly lists emerged, with an abundance of magical artifacts, drawing the attention of numerous cultivators. In an instant, various forces, both large and small, as well as wandering practitioners, flocked to witness the spectacle. At that moment, an unexpected guest arrived at the Nangong Sacred Land. The Li family from the Western Domain came to congratulate the Nangong family on their elevation to Sacred Land status, bringing with them a coffin as a gift. As the voice of the young attendant echoed at the entrance, the entire Nangong Sacred Land fell into a hush, and the atmosphere shifted subtly. Ha ha ha, Brother Junyi. I never expected that after all these years, the Nangong family has ascended to Sacred Land status. Truly a cause for celebration. A hearty laugh rang out as a middle-aged man stepped forward, wearing a smile that belied the mockery in his tone. This man was none other than Li Wanin, the head of the Li family. I wonder, Brother Wanin, what is the meaning behind this coffin you bring to the Nangong Sacred Land? Nangong Junyi's expression turned icy. He was well aware that Li Wanin bore ill intentions, yet he had not anticipated such boldness in presenting a coffin today. Ha ha ha, recently, my Li family has allied with the Tianhuang Sacred Land, and their members inform me that to establish a sacred land, one must obtain the consent of the Sacred Pavilion. It seems, however, that the Sacred Pavilion is unaware of this development. Li Wanin wore a smile. his expression a clear indication that calamity awaited them today, inciting annoyance among the gathered disciples. And what of it? Nangong Junyi's brows furrowed slightly, his tone unperturbed. Ha ha ha, precisely for this reason, I present you with a coffin, perfectly suited to bury the entire Nangong family. As his words fell, an oppressive silence enveloped the air. Those who had intended to congratulate the Nangong family now retreated, tails tucked between their legs. It was no jest. These influential figures were all deeply connected, and what business did mere pawns have in such tumult? Flames of fury ignited in the faces of the Nangong disciples, wishing they could flay him alive. I've heard that your Nangong family has recently produced quite a few talents. Why not have a contest today? Li Wanan disregarded the wrathful gazes, casting a sidelong glance at Nangong Junyi as he spoke nonchalantly. How shall we compete? Nangong Junyi's expression darkened. My son possesses a perfected divine body, with strength at the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm. Even a half-step emperor would find it challenging to contend with him. Pray tell, who will your Nangong family send to battle? Li Wanan gestured, and a young man stepped forward. The young man was handsome, yet his eyes bore an ominous glint, filled with contempt. Who dares to challenge me? I shall. At this moment, the second-ranked contestant from the heavenly list, Wan Longyuan, spoke in a deep voice. As his words fell, he stepped forward, the ground beneath him shattering as his formidable aura surged, rippling through the air. Li Hongfu smiled arrogantly, his eyes filled with scorn. Only a golden immortal at the 8th level. You are no match for me. Where is Nangongyu, in my view? Only she is worthy to be my opponent. Ha! Is it necessary for the Saintess to intervene against you? Wan Longyuan scoffed, unleashing a resonant dragon's roar as the dragon veins within him surged. Saintess? A splendid notion. To be my Li Hongfu's woman? The Saintess would be just right. Li Hongfu laughed uproariously. For years, when the Li family was still a vassal of the Nangong family, he had harbored feelings for Nangongyu. Now, with the decline of the Nangong family and the rise of the Li family, he naturally viewed Nangongyu as his prize. Arrogance. Wan Longyuan's complexion changed abruptly, as the dragon veins within him surged with an overwhelming spiritual force. With a thunderous roar akin to that of a dragon, he unleashed a punch, creating a shadow of a fist that traversed the sky. Entwined within this shadow was the image of a dragon, hurtling towards Li Hongfu with lethal intent. Upon witnessing this scene, Li Hongfu let out a cold chuckle and countered with an outstretched palm, summoning a torrent of celestial palm shadows that intertwined like stars, immediately enveloping the surroundings. The two forces clashed head-on, erupting in a cataclysmic sound that reverberated throughout the space, unleashing a tidal wave of energy that shook the very fabric of reality. Is this all you have? After the initial strike, Li Hongfu stood with his hands behind his back. A look of disdain etched across his face, in stark contrast. Wan Longyuan was forced back several yards before finally stabilizing himself. His complexion paled, and he gasped for air, his internal energy churning violently. He even swallowed a mouthful of reverse blood with great effort. Once more, Wan Longyuan bellowed, his eyes ablaze with indomitable fighting spirit. Dragon Elephant Suppression Technique. With a fierce roar, he activated his dragon veins, unleashing a torrent of dragon energy, which coalesced into a majestic golden dragon, shimmering with brilliance. Possessing the dragon veins and mastering this technique, Wan Longyuan wielded it with unparalleled finesse, amplifying its already formidable power. Taking another step forward, he summoned forth an ancient giant elephant, its roar harmonizing with the dragon's, resonating throughout the heavens and earth, exuding an aura of immense terror. Witnessing this spectacle, many visiting factions and cultivators were momentarily taken aback, astonished by the existence of such a prodigious talent within the Nangong family. If I could obtain this dragon vein and pair it with the perfected divine body, my path in cultivation would undoubtedly be far more expansive. Greed glimmered in Li Hongfu's eyes as he grinned maliciously. Revealing a long sword in his right hand, 3 styles of the underworld god, Dark Sea. With a low incantation, Li Hongfu brandished his sword, his internal energy swirling violently around the blade. A horrific sword shadow erupted from the sword, transforming into a beam of light that stretched several yards long, suspended in the air like an ancient relic. Surrounding the sword shadow, a sea of dark green spiritual energy surged forth, akin to tumultuous waves. With a single stroke, Li Hongfu unleashed the sword shadow, accompanied by the tidal wave of energy, aimed directly at the colossal elephant and dragon. Boom. Once again, the two forces collided in a cataclysmic clash, unleashing a sound that could shake the heavens. The terrifying aura rippled outward, causing the surrounding air to collapse, revealing a void that radiated a chilling presence. At that moment, Li Wanan waved his hand, conjuring a formation that enveloped both Li Hongfu and Wan Longyuan. Nangong Juni's expression shifted, intent on intervening, but was halted by the sudden voice of Nangong Haotian echoing in his mind. Juni, do not be alarmed. I merely fear that these two may damage the sacred grounds of the Nangong family. Li Wanan spoke with a smile, deliberately emphasizing the words sacred ground, laden with sarcasm. Chapter 25. Nangong's secret techniques simultaneously. Within the formation, countless energies intertwined and surged throughout the space, an unparalleled aura blossoming at that moment, with radiant light ascending like a mushroom cloud. Even with the formation's reinforcement, the ground trembled in response. In a single strike, a deluge of spiritual energy obscured the figures of Li Hongfu and Wan Longyuan. After a long while, their silhouettes gradually came into view. Li Hongfu was sent flying back, gasping for breath, his eyes glinting with cold malice. His internal energy roared like a vast ocean, resonating through the void. Meanwhile, Wan Longyuan was enveloped in swirling spiritual energy, a golden dragon coiling around him like a guardian beast, emanating an aura of supreme authority. Boom. Once more, the two forces collided, producing a cataclysmic sound that tore through the surrounding air, scattering it into the endless void, while the overwhelming spiritual energy resembled an infinite sea of stars, each containing boundless power. It seems your disciples from the Nangong sacred grounds are not as impressive as I thought, Li Wanan remarked with a chilling smile, envisioning his son slaying Wan Longyuan with a single stroke. Nangong Juni furrowed his brow deeply. With Nangong Yu still in seclusion, the only one capable of restraining Li Hongfu among the younger generation was likely the Saintess. However, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The malevolent grin on Li Hongfu's face froze, replaced by a look of utter disbelief. Wan Longyuan suddenly struck forth with a palm, from which a golden dragon surged forth, its roar echoing loudly as it charged towards Li Hongfu. The latter was taken aback, hastily attempting to draw his sword for defense, but it was evidently too late. The terrifying force struck Li Hongfu's chest, the overwhelming energy cascading down upon him, sending his body plummeting to the ground like a meteor. Raising a cloud of dust, with a glint of murderous intent in his eyes, Wan Longyuan, seeing Li Hongfu fall, did not relent. He conjured a long sword in his right hand, aiming directly at Li Hongfu. How dare you? Witnessing this scene, Li Wanan's expression darkened, and he erupted into a furious roar, rising into the air. His imperial-level strength radiated forth, and with a single palm strike, a myriad of phenomena erupted in the void, golden light cascading as he unleashed his attack. Wan Longyuan showed no signs of fear. His dragon veins surged fiercely, and a resounding roar of a golden dragon reverberated throughout the heavens, manifesting above him. Boom! Suddenly, a palm descended, shattering the divine dragon in an instant. Wan Longyuan's face turned pale, and he was sent flying by the overwhelming shockwave, his energy reversing, spitting forth a mouthful of reverse blood. Seeking death, Nangong Juni coldly scoffed, stepping forward with his sword drawn. Those who dare to harm a disciple of the Nangong sacred grounds shall face my wrath today, even if you are the head of the Li family. As his voice fell, Nangong Juni swung his sword, and the sword shadow appeared like a radiant moon, enduring through the void, its icy aura tearing through the sky as it charged towards Li Wanan. How interesting! From a distance, Han Shuyue observed Nangong Juni's maneuver with intrigue dancing in her beautiful eyes. Humph! Li Wanan's eyes brimmed with disdain. Seeing the sword shadow approaching, he suddenly bellowed, "Buddha descends!" As the words left his lips, a torrent of energy surged from within him, erupting into a sea of spiritual force. Countless golden-hued Miroku Buddhas coalesced, chanting scriptures that resonated through the air. The incantations transformed into a golden barrier, inscribed with obscure characters that swirled within. Boom! The sword shadow, with its overwhelming force, descended upon the golden barrier as if to obliterate the heavens. An avalanche of spiritual energy erupted, and the ground cracked open, revealing deep chasms beneath. Crack! The golden barrier began to fracture, countless tiny fissures appearing and spreading outward. Li Wanen's expression shifted, his eyes igniting with murderous intent. Kill! As his command reverberated, the Buddha figures advanced, enveloped in an aura of overwhelming killing intent. Surging towards Nangong Junyi. Nangong Junyi inhaled deeply, the Nangong sacred sword in his hand spinning, emanating an ancient and profound aura. The Nangong sacred sword, a treasured heirloom passed down through generations of the Nangong family, harbored unfathomable power, even making an emperor-level expert wary. Nangong's secret technique, sword of heavenly punishment, suspended in midair, Nangong Junyi's cold gaze radiated boundless killing intent. He uttered a low incantation, and the spiritual energy within him surged like an ocean, flooding the heavens above. At that moment, the entire sky was drenched in a vast ocean of spiritual energy, golden radiance illuminating the world. Then, countless thunderous sword shadows coalesced from the sea of spiritual energy. The torrent of sword shadows and thunder resembled ancient ferocious beasts, seemingly capable of tearing apart the very fabric of existence. Countless forces intertwined and shattered the surrounding space, transforming the vast heavens into an endless void. Boom! At that moment, a transcendent sword of the heavens materialized, a colossal sword shadow that echoed with divine chants, blooming like flowers on the other shore, nourishing the golden sea. Suspended in the void, it appeared as though its descent could annihilate the entire divine wilderness. Witnessing this scene, Han Shui's delicate face was filled with shock. She could hardly comprehend that such a terrifying secret technique could exist within a mere branch of the Nangong family. She even thought that the most ancient techniques of the Arctic sacred grounds would pale in comparison to this secret art, utterly incapable of withstanding a single blow. What kind of existence is the Nangong family? At this moment, her eyes brimmed with astonishment and doubt. Boom. Subsequently, Nangong Junyi unleashed a sword strike towards Li Wanen, the blade's shadow stretching for countless lengths, embodying an overwhelming force capable of obliterating all in its path. Underneath this formidable sword shadow, the myriad of Miro Buddha statues appeared as if they were mere illusions, easily toppled with a single hand. The aura, potent enough to annihilate everything, enveloped Li Wanen, instilling an inexorable sense of death that drove him to the brink of madness. Just as the sword shadow was about to descend, Li Wanen, his face contorted in anguish, suddenly bellowed into the void. "Sir, save me!" This cry summoned every ounce of spiritual energy within him, its resonance piercing through the expanse of 1,000 miles. Uprooting countless trees in the sacred ground, at that moment, a sigh echoed from all directions, and as the sound faded, the vast sword shadow abruptly dissipated into nothingness. Chapter 26. How to choose. How is this possible? Witnessing this scene, Nangong Junyi gasped in horror, his countenance shifting dramatically, disbelief flooding his eyes. It is well known that the Nangong secret arts are the most tyrannical existence within the Nangong clan, rendering them virtually invincible among their peers. Yet, to be reduced to dust by a mere sigh. Could it be? As this thought crossed his mind, Nangong Junyi inhaled sharply, a chill coursing through him, causing his entire being to shudder. In the distance, Han Shuiue furrowed her delicate brows slightly. Within that sigh, she discerned a hint of the power of the great Dao. It seemed that the hidden emperor was indeed a master of the great Tao. Han Shuiue pondered whether she should intervene, for the saintess was still present. If that concealed master of the great Tao unleashed a massacre, it would be arduous for her to locate the saintess. Just then, a gaping fissure appeared in the heavens before everyone, stretching into infinity. Following this, a figure emerged, resembling a divine monarch, standing with hands clasped behind his back, radiating a crimson glow. In his eyes, a divine aura swirled. As though in his gaze, a mere breath encapsulated the cycle of all existence. It was the great Tao of space. Han Shuiue was taken aback. Great Tao emperors were exceedingly rare, and those who cultivated the great Tao of space were even scarcer. Akin to a phoenix among fowl, she had not anticipated that behind the Li family there existed such a formidable master of the great Tao of space. It appeared that the Nangong sacred land was in peril. At this moment, Han Shuiue resolved not to intervene. The presence of a great Tao emperor would not be solely for the benefit of the Li family. It was likely that he represented other forces. Should she choose to act, she would inevitably be perceived as an enemy by the various sacred lands. and the entire northern polar sacred land could suffer due to her actions. Who are you? With the terrifying aura emanating from the newcomer, Nangong Junyi took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure. Who I am is of little consequence. The figure in the void spoke slowly, and as his words fell, countless phenomena erupted from behind him. I have come to inform you that the Nangong sacred land must not exist. At this juncture, the tone of the figure shifted abruptly, imbued with a chilling intent. As he unleashed a formidable palm strike in that instant, it felt as though the very void began to tremble, the immense shadow of his palm obscuring the sky, casting the world into darkness. Boom! A thunderous roar, carrying the weight of devastation, surged towards the entirety of the Nangong sacred land, intent on obliterating it in a single strike. Nangong's secret arts, sacred sword of heavenly punishment. Nangong Junyi's expression darkened, murder in his eyes. Although this mysterious individual was far beyond his prowess, as the head of the Nangong family, he had no choice but to stand firm with his clan. He summoned the Nangong sacred sword. And immediately, a tumultuous sea of spiritual power surged forth, releasing waves of terror. A colossal sword shadow erupted from the earth, its golden waves reverberating in the air like a giant, striving to withstand the cataclysmic force. Boom! The two powers clashed head-on, and the palm shadow, relentless in its might, swiftly obliterated the sword shadow. Nangong Junyi's expression shifted dramatically, and with a furious roar, he ascended into the air, his vital energy igniting as he channeled all his spiritual might into a single punch. Cycle of the sun and moon. Between his fists, the celestial bodies manifested, and in that moment, the brilliance of the sun and the essence of the moon burst forth across the heavens. As Nangong Junyi unleashed his strike, that power surged forth with the momentum of the universe. Array, activate. He called out once more. The formations of the Nangong sacred land exuded an aura of world-destroying power, radiant light illuminating the sky. The array of the heavenly punishment sword, the 72 slaughters of the celestial tactics, the dragon elephant suppression array, and numerous others, all dormant within the Nangong sacred land, sprang into action. A torrent of terrifying power merged together, and the aura emanating from it elicited a flicker of astonishment in the figure hovering above. Yet, in a mere moment, the figure's expression returned to normal, as he unleashed a palm strike that cleaved through the void. Unfazed, Nangong Junyi summoned countless forces to converge and collided with the palm shadow, but in an instant, the palm shadow shattered. In the next moment, Nangong Junyi's aura began to waver, his internal spiritual energy nearly depleted. His eyes bloodshot, and he coughed forth waves of reverse blood. Yet, his countenance remained resolute, filled with an unwavering determination. He and the Nangong sacred land would undoubtedly face their fate together. With such thoughts in mind, Nangong Junyi let out a primal roar, seemingly driven to madness, as he charged towards the mysterious figure. Just an ant, the enigmatic man scoffed coldly in his eyes. The actions of Nangong Junyi were akin to a mere insect attempting to shake a tree. Did he wish to harm him? Such aspirations were nothing short of foolishness. He then waved his right hand, summoning an abyss of nothingness, into which countless forces of the array were drawn. With a gentle caress, the void vanished, and the endless array power was utterly annihilated. Witnessing this, despair welled up within Nangong Junyi. He had intended to sacrifice himself to inflict harm upon this individual, but he had not anticipated being unable to even approach him. The mysterious man struck once more, the chilling palm shadow crashing down upon Nangong Junyi. The latter felt a sharp pain as he plummeted like a shooting star towards the ground, creating a massive crater as dust billowed around him. Truly dull, the mysterious man remarked disdainfully, as though he had merely crushed an ant. His demeanor utterly indifferent, he surveyed the crowd below, akin to a swarm of locusts, and coldly declared, "All of you shall perish." As his words fell, he struck again, a vast and imposing palm suffusing the heavens and earth, and should this blow land, none would escape its wrath. The crowd, like startled birds, immediately scattered in all directions. At that moment, a foreign voice suddenly resonated in Han Shuyue's mind. "Intervene, and I shall reveal to you the secrets of the sacred moon cold body." The voice reverberated through her thoughts like a thunderclap, causing her to pale, her gaze trembling. Who was the owner of this voice? How did he know of her sacred moon cold body? Moreover, His tone suggested he understood it better than she did. Yet, should she act, she would become an enemy of those individuals and an adversary to the entire great wilderness divine domain. Was this worth it? Meanwhile, the mysterious man's palm shadow approached, and the crowd below emitted cries of despair. Han Shuiyue bit her crimson lip, her resolve hardening as a long azure sword materialized in her hand. With that, the azure sword shadow cascaded forth, colliding with the palm shadow. The two forces intertwined, unleashing a power that shattered worldly norms, their combined energies surging into the boundless void. Chapter 27. A snap of the fingers can annihilate. Following the clash, a soft exclamation escaped the mysterious man's lips as he observed Han Shuiyue. Instantly, he appeared before the crowd, chuckling lightly. I did not expect the Emperor Shuiyue to engage in an ambush. However, your decision to act now is far from prudent. The mysterious man recognized Han Shuiyue's aura, a smirk of derision gracing his features. Since she was an emperor of the northern polar sacred land, she undoubtedly understood the existence of the divine hall of the god domain. Should she act now, it would signify that the northern polar sacred land intended to oppose the entire great wilderness divine domain. Humph. Han Shuiyue's exquisite visage shifted slightly, only to quickly regain composure, a glimmer of cold light flashing in her beautiful eyes. My actions require no commentary from you. If you depart now, I shall spare you. If not, ha ha ha. Her words were abruptly interrupted by the mysterious man's boisterous laughter, devoid of any concealment, resounding in the ears of the gathered crowd. I believe it is I who should be saying that to you. Those whom I, the carefree emperor, wish to slay cannot be obstructed by anyone. At this point, the carefree emperor's voice turned ice cold. A murderous intent swirling in his gaze, he then thrust out a palm, the shadow of his hand descending with the momentum of falling stars, overwhelming in its might. Let us hope you speak truthfully. Han Shuiyue murmured softly, observing the chilling aura of the carefree emperor. If that voice she had just heard had deceived her, she would not hesitate to unleash a massacre upon the Nangong sacred land. Just then, the palm shadow surged from all directions towards her. Slash! Han Shuiyue's ruby lips parted as she uttered a low command, the azure sword in her grasp sweeping forth, releasing a waterfall-like sword shadow that collided with the palm shadow. Boom! Accompanied by a reverberating sound that pierced through the void, a torrent of surging power abruptly radiated outward in all directions. Outside the sacred land of Nangong, countless fissures split the ground, and a chilling aura surged through the air. Even with the reinforcement of numerous formations, this place began to tremble precariously. It had long been rumored that a prodigious saintess had emerged from the Arctic sacred land, whose master possessed unparalleled strength and an extraordinary physique. Initially, I had deemed such claims exaggerated, but upon witnessing the truth today, I found them to be accurate. The exalted Emperor of Freedom stepped forward, hovering in midair, his tone tinged with a hint of admiration. Ah! Han Shuiyue let out a cold scoff, her expression frosty, ignoring him. The exalted Emperor of Freedom remained unfazed, shaking his head with a hint of resignation. What a pity! If you were to cultivate for another 100 years, with your innate talent, I would undoubtedly be no match for you. But, his voice trailed off, a proud smirk gracing his features. Now, you are no match for me. As his words fell, the exalted Emperor of Freedom reached out a hand, and golden formations materialized from the ground, swirling in the air. A magnificent, resplendent light seemed to connect heaven and earth, illuminating the vast expanse around him with dazzling brilliance. Boom! Within the radiance, a murderous intent concealed itself, enveloping Han Shuiyue, as if binding her with invisible shackles. I am eager to discover what this legendary extraordinary physique truly entails, enabling you to ascend from the mortal realm to the rank of emperor in merely a century. The exalted Emperor of Freedom licked his parched lips. Typically, an emperor-level cultivator, even with talent, would require a millennium to achieve such a breakthrough, let alone a grand emperor, who might spend an entire lifetime without grasping it. Yet Han Shuiyue accomplished this feat in just a century, a talent that was indeed perplexing, evoking both dread and envy in the exalted Emperor of Freedom. When you meet your demise, I shall reveal it to you. Han Shuiyue's voice was as cold as ice. As her words fell, the power of her saintly moon-cold body surged forth. In mere moments, the surrounding air seemed to solidify, an endless chill permeating the realm. Intriguing. A flicker of fervor crossed the exalted emperor's eyes. The icy aura exuding from Han Shuyu radiated a pure and sacred essence, so profound that if he could refine her into a cauldron, his cultivation might ascend significantly. Contemplating this, a glimmer of greed ignited in his gaze as he swung his hand fiercely, unleashing a terrifying intent of slaughter from the pillars of spiritual energy. Within the radiance, countless weapons and fierce beasts materialized, charging towards Han Shuyu. Heavenly cold sword technique, Han Shuyu uttered, her crimson lips forming the words, and then she wielded the long sword in her hand. The power of her saintly moon-cold body surged like tidal waves, intertwining and crashing within the boundless ocean of spiritual energy. All the spiritual energy coalesced upon her long sword, and a towering shadow of the sword erupted from its blade. In an instant, the winds howled, and the sky above was drenched in a torrential downpour of ice. The space around them was engulfed in an unrelenting chill, as if it had been transported to the Arctic. Boom! The dazzling shadow of the sword, ageless and eternal, refracted the sunlight, casting a frigid arc with a swift motion. Han Shuyu unleashed the sword, its shadow seeming to traverse countless voids, tearing through the heavens. Wherever the shadow passed, everything was frozen, an endless chill radiating, exuding an aura potent enough to obliterate the world, crashing against the golden pillar of light. Rumbling, the two forces collided head-on, a tempestuous aura spreading across the skies, radiating an overwhelming might. At this moment, the entire sacred land of Nangong trembled, and the multitude of cultivators who had come to celebrate prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling in fear, paralyzed and unable to move. An endless aura blossomed. And at this moment, Han Shuyu was sent staggering back, her delicate face turning pale. She took a deep breath, the icy aura of the great Tao swirling within her, her dark eyes transforming into a brilliant blue. World of ice sealed, Han Shuyu cried out, her jade hand rising slightly, unleashing a cascade of blue Taoist power that blossomed in her grasp. That force transformed into numerous small spheres, expanding in the air before blanketing the entire sky. The comprehension of the Ice Tao was manifesting. Upon witnessing this scene, the exalted Emperor of Freedom's eyes flickered with disdainful amusement. If Han Shuyu's strength surpassed his own, then his spatial Tao would naturally be no match for her. However, it was evident that he could extinguish her with a mere snap of his fingers. With a clap of his hands, the exalted Emperor of Freedom conjured a rift in space, which slowly widened, resembling an endless abyss, devouring the icy Tao that Han Shuyu had unleashed. Oh no! Han Shuyu's beautiful eyes sparkled with alarm, her heart racing. She quickly unleashed several Taoist laws, and the ice above the heavens instantly transformed into a long sword. Suspended in the void, as if on the verge of plummeting. Chapter 28. How do you wish to die? An ant shaking a tree. The exalted Emperor of Freedom scoffed, his gaze filled with contempt. His spatial Tao could consume all things in the world, and even Han Shuyu's icy Tao could not withstand it. Yet, in an instant, the brilliance of the sword erupted, reverberating through the void, its overwhelming aura seemingly capable of shattering everything in its path, freezing it in place. Boom! Accompanied by a deep, resounding noise, the rift in space resembled an insatiable abyss, capable of devouring the void itself. The surging sword shadow vanished into the depths of the void, never to return. Exhaling deeply, the exalted Emperor of Freedom understood that this sword shadow, a manifestation of the Grand Tao, would inflict considerable backlash even if he could consume it. However, he concealed this sentiment, instead wearing a mocking expression as he coldly remarked, I wonder, Han Shuyu, what other abilities you possess. Do share? Regardless of realms or Taoist power, he was superior to Han Shuyu, representing the entirety of the great wasteland divine realm, and he harbored no fear of Han Shuyu or the forces backing her. Upon hearing this, Han Shuyu's beautiful eyes flashed with a glimmer of darkness. If she were to strike again, she could not foresee the consequences. Since the Emperor of Autumn Moon chooses not to act, then please stand aside. I may just forget the events that transpired. Noticing Han Shuyu's silence, the exalted Emperor of Freedom chuckled, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Boom! With a tremendous sound, the expression on the exalted Emperor's face abruptly changed. Instantly, boundless spiritual energy emanated from him, transforming into a long spear, its tip ablaze with scorching flames. In an instant, a sea of fire engulfed the sky, incinerating the very fabric of the surrounding void. Kill! The exalted Emperor of Freedom's eyes blazed with murderous intent as he bellowed. The long spear, accompanied by a towering inferno, descended upon the sacred land of Nangong. Han Qiuyue's expression tightened. Although she knew that Keuxweeking bore the heart of the Arctic, rendering even a Grand Dao Emperor incapable of harming her, she glanced at the cultivators below, her expression complex yet helpless. It was crucial to understand that the entire Great Wasteland Divine Realm belonged to the domain of the Divine Temple. No one dared to defy the temple's orders. Just then, a chilling rebuke surged from all directions. And as the words echoed, a sword shadow erupted from the depths of the Nangong secret realm. This sword seemed to transcend the ages, traversing the void and spanning countless epochs, in the blink of an eye. The sword shadow crashed down upon the boundless flames, unleashing an astonishing force. The long spear shattered in that moment, reduced to dust, scattering across the void. The sword's might surged forth, howling as it bore down on the exalted Emperor of Freedom. His expression shifted dramatically, and he hastily conjured a layer of spatial shield, intricate characters swirling within it, glowing with a mysterious and ancient aura. Boom! However, in an instant, the shield shattered, the sword shadow descending with the force of thunder. Striking the exalted Emperor of Freedom in a life-and-death moment, the exalted Emperor of Freedom opened a rift in space once more, attempting to swallow the sword shadow within. Yet, even so, the ferocious sword energy still inflicted considerable damage upon him. His complexion turned as pale as snow, his eyes wide with terror. Ugh! The exalted Emperor of Freedom felt a surge of reverse blood rushing up, his countenance turning ghastly pale. He hastily channeled his spiritual energy to suppress it. Otherwise, that blood would burst forth uncontrollably. A tempest of turmoil raged within him. As a Grand Dao Emperor, being so thoroughly tormented by a sword shadow was utterly inconceivable. Amidst his astonishment, anger flickered across his face. On the other side, Han Qiuyue was equally taken aback. As a Grand Dao Emperor herself, she understood the overwhelming might of such a rank. Not only was it difficult to defeat an opponent, but even to inflict a scratch was a daunting task. Yet this sword shadow accomplished this feat in the blink of an eye. What other mysteries lay within this so-called sacred land of Nangong? In that moment, curiosity filled Han Qiuyue's eyes. How dare a mere Grand Dao Emperor act recklessly in the sacred land of Nangong? In the next moment, the icy voice echoed once more, a detached tone resonating like a celestial hymn, reverberating through the void, spreading in all directions. Who dares? The Sovereign of Leisure has mastered the path of space, and every movement within this realm cannot escape his gaze. Yet at this moment, he is unable to discern the origin of the voice that resonates around him. A sense of inexplicable tension envelopes the Sovereign of Leisure. Aspiring to become a sacred domain is not something to be dictated by mere insignificant beings. What merit is there in lurking in the shadows? If you possess true capability, show yourself. With thoughts of the divine sacred pavilion, the Sovereign steadies his mind and coldly declares, what can the diminutive divine sacred pavilion achieve? Let alone the Lord of the great wasteland divine realm. Even the Tao itself would appear as mere ants before me. What are you worth? The voice echoes once more, and as it does, the heavens tremble, the sun and moon reverse their course, dark clouds gather in the void, and thunder rumbles, unleashing torrential rain as if even the heavens themselves are filled with trepidation. Witnessing this spectacle, the populace quakes with fear. Who is this individual? Han Qiuyue murmurs softly, suppressing the shock within her heart, her eyes brimming with confusion. Suddenly, a radiant light flickers between heaven and earth, and in an instant, the dark clouds dissipate, allowing sunlight to pour in. Following this, a young man strides forth from the void. Stepping as if on blooming lotus flowers, countless ethereal blossoms unfurling behind him, radiating a profound aura of sanctity. How do you wish to perish? Nangong Haoyan appears before the crowd. His unremarkable gaze falls upon the Sovereign of Leisure. His tone neither heavy nor light, as if pronouncing a death sentence, his expression utterly indifferent. The Sovereign of Leisure is profoundly shaken by this aura. Yet upon hearing Nangong Haoyan's words, his expression darkens. Anger swirling in his eyes as he bellows, "Space execution array." As the words leave his lips, countless formations coalesce from the void above. This technique, the proud and unparalleled skill of the Sovereign of Leisure, utilizes the path of space as a formation, concealing lethal power within its depths, maximizing the array's formidable might. Even Han Chuyue feels the impending threat. Her delicate countenance shifts slightly, facing this spatial killing array. She knows she must evade its edge. But how will the individual who just appeared respond? In that fleeting moment of contemplation, Nangong Haoyan makes his move. He casually raises a hand, and in the next instant, it seems as though the world itself trembles in response, manifesting a colossal hand that strikes towards the space-killing array. What absolute folly! The Sovereign of Leisure reveals a mocking smile. He has cultivated the path of space. Yet this individual dares to contest his spatial prowess? Chapter 29. The fall of Leisure, utterly foolish. Yet in the next moment, the sinister grin on his face freezes, disbelief flooding his eyes. How is this possible? He can scarcely believe it. Nangong Haoyan has effortlessly shattered his space execution array with a mere strike. The overwhelming hand shadow continues unabated, pushing towards the Sovereign of Leisure. The Sovereign's expression shifts abruptly. Realizing too late, he channels all his spiritual energy and the power of the path of space into a void-like aperture, barely managing to withstand the assault of the hand shadow. After the clash, he gasps heavily, astonishment and dread filling his eyes. He senses that had he endured that strike directly, he might very well have been obliterated on the spot, his Tao heart extinguished. A jolt of fear strikes the Sovereign of Leisure's heart. Who is this person? He perceives no fluctuations of spiritual energy from him, yet the power he emanates is so terrifying that even a Tao Emperor would feel intimidated. The power of the Tao. In the void above, Nangong Haoyan casts a fleeting glance, disappointment evident in his eyes as he shakes his head, saying, "Too weak." Nangong Haoyan has encountered true masters of the path of space before. Wherever such a being steps, space crumbles. With a mere wave of their hand, any insignificant emperor is effortlessly extinguished. In contrast, this Sovereign of Leisure hardly qualifies as a mere child. Nangong Haoyan feels no desire to engage in battle. Very well, let me show you what the path of space truly entails. Nangong Haoyan speaks with a calm demeanor, his expression tranquil. Over millennia of cultivation, he has comprehended countless powers of the Tao. To him, the powers that countless cultivators spend their lives striving to understand are as inconsequential as wilted cabbage. As his words fall, Nangong Haoyan makes his move. He extends a hand, conjuring a void-like aperture. In comparison to the earlier array of the Sovereign of Leisure, this one is far more pure and terrifying. Even the entirety of the great wasteland divine realm seems insignificant before this void. Impossible! This cannot be. As he witnesses this scene, the Sovereign of Leisure is driven to the brink of madness, shaking his head in horror. He is certain this individual possesses no emperor-level strength. How could he comprehend the Tao? Unless his power has already surpassed that of a Tao emperor. With this thought, the Sovereign's pupils constrict, his gaze towards Nangong Haoyan filled with boundless fear. He once believed his own emperor-level strength would allow him to look down upon the world. Yet he did not anticipate that beyond the heavens, there exists a greater power, one whose strength far exceeds his own. Flee. At this moment, this thought is all that remains in his mind. He must escape and relay this information to the individuals of the divine sacred pavilion. Only then can they besiege the South Palace sacred land. However, all of these thoughts are swiftly captured by Nangong Haoyan. He chuckles lightly, as if observing a hurriedly fleeing ant, his eyes devoid of sorrow or joy. With a single wave of his hand, the void-like aperture begins to operate, and in an instant, the Sovereign of Leisure is drawn into in the blink of an eye. The void-like aperture vanishes without a trace. Thus, the Sovereign of Leisure meets his demise. On the other side, at the heavenly wasteland sacred land, the tablet of the Sovereign of Leisure shatters, plunging the entire heavenly wasteland sacred land into unprecedented panic. Even the reclusive Grand Elder appears in the assembly hall, a rare occurrence. This matter must not leave this place. The Grand Elder declares gravely, his aura so potent that even a Tao Emperor would regard it with caution. The Sovereign of Leisure was their Grand Elder. His fall today will undoubtedly incite chaos within the sacred land. But what of the matters entrusted to us? One elder inquires. The Grand Elder replies solemnly, I will go to the divine sacred pavilion to report this. You must remain still. As for the South Palace sacred land, whatever transpires, they cannot escape responsibility for the death of the sovereign of leisure. As he speaks, a glimmer of murderous intent flickers in the Grand Elder's eyes, his murky gaze seemingly piercing through the void, directed towards the South Palace sacred land miles away. At the same moment, in the South Palace sacred land, after Nangong Haoyan has vanquished the sovereign of leisure, he furrows his brow slightly, gazing into the void before slamming his palm down. A colossal dragon and elephant manifestation appears, crashing into the void and erupting with unparalleled might. Far away in the heavenly wasteland's sacred land, the Grand Elder's body trembles, his expression boiling with rage. He takes a deep breath, forcing himself to channel his spiritual energy to mitigate the terrifying impact brought forth by the dragon and elephant. Before long, the murderous intent in his eyes surges, growing ever more formidable. After unleashing his palm strike, Nangong Haoyan's gaze falls upon Han Shuyue as he calmly states, "Come with me." Han Shuyue's delicate face alters slightly. Having witnessed Nangong Haoyan slay the sovereign of leisure, she realizes that if this news were to spread, it would undoubtedly cause a stir throughout the great wasteland divine realm. Consequently, the South Palace sacred land would find itself at odds with the entire great wasteland. Perhaps Nangong Haoyan does not wish for such events to transpire. What will he do? Han Shuyue's pupils constrict as she contemplates a possibility. He might kill her to silence her. Nangong Haoyan, seemingly perceiving her thoughts, speaks indifferently. "I merely promise to reveal to you the true secret of the Saint Moon cold body. As for whether the death of the sovereign of leisure would be leaked, he cares not in the slightest." In his eyes, even if the entire great wasteland divine realm banded together, they would not be his match. Seeing this, Han Shuyue exhales, a flicker of confusion crossing her beautiful eyes. How does he know she possesses the Saint Moon cold body? Furthermore, it feels as though he sees through her very essence, leaving her feeling utterly exposed, which irks her greatly. With such suspicions in her heart, Han Shuyue follows Nangong Haoyan into the South Palace's secret realm. Upon entering, they find Qiu Xueqing still engrossed in her cultivation. The South Palace's secret realm is shrouded by formations that isolate it from external information, so Qiu Xueqing is unaware of the events that just transpired. Seeing her master, Qiu Xueqing expresses great astonishment but quickly comprehends the situation. After all, the South Palace becoming a sacred land would undoubtedly stir considerable waves, and the arrival of the Northern Polar Sacred Land is not surprising. "Master," Qiu Xueqing addresses obediently, which takes Nangong Haoyan by surprise. He did not expect the two to have such a connection. "Interesting," he muses. Indeed, Han Shuyue nods, her gaze filled with astonishment as she observes Qiu Xueqing. In less than half a month, the Saintess's strength has reached the threshold of half-step Emperor, with faint signs of breaking through to Emperor level. Moreover, the aura swirling around her resembles a confluence of Dao power. Robust and formidable. It seems likely that she will also become a Dao Emperor in the future. Unbeknownst to him, his own disciple, who is also the Saintess of the Arctic Sacred Land, is destined to comprehend the profound forces of the Dao. The library is replete with numerous texts on the cultivation of the Dao, and it would be prudent for you to seek enlightenment there. At this moment, Nangong Haoyan spoke to Qiu Xueqing in a calm demeanor. Chapter 30. The only dual cultivation Nangong Haoyan sensed the aura emanating from Qiu Xueqing, which was evidently on the brink of transcending to the realm of the Emperor. Upon hearing this, Qiu Xueqing nodded in acknowledgement, bid farewell to the two, and departed from the secret realm. At this juncture, only Nangong Haoyan and Han Shuyue were left in the secret realm. The atmosphere became subtly charged, and unbeknownst to them, a faint blush graced Han Shuyue's fair cheeks. Nangong Haoyan, oblivious to these nuances, spoke lightly. "During this period, you must have encountered certain bottlenecks in your cultivation, have you not?" Han Shuyue gently nodded. "Indeed, no matter how I practice, I am unable to break through to the fourth level of the Emperor realm. The obstacles seem insurmountable, akin to a chasm that I cannot cross." As she spoke, a look of helplessness adorned her exquisite face. After reaching the third level, she had employed countless methods yet still could not ascend to the fourth level, remaining perplexed as to the reason behind it. "It is due to your constitution," Nangong Haoyan suddenly interjected. Han Shuyue's beautiful eyes widened in confusion. "Her constitution? She struggled to comprehend the implications. It is worth noting that her attainment of the Tao Emperor realm within a mere century was largely attributed to her sacred moon cold body. Without it, she might still be an ordinary cultivator, easily preyed upon. Your constitution has enabled you to reach the Tao Emperor realm, yet it simultaneously imposes limitations upon you. These two aspects are not contradictory. Nangong Haotian spoke matter-of-faculty. As time flowed slowly, approximately half an hour later, after Nangong Haotian had finished explaining, Han Shuyue's expression brightened, as if she had come to an understanding. Then, esteemed sir, how might I break through? Han Shuyue, thoroughly convinced by Nangong Haotian's words, altered her address for him. However, at this moment, Nangong Haotian found himself at a loss for words. In truth, breaking through is neither particularly difficult nor easy. But, after contemplating, he finally spoke. Might I inquire if the esteemed Chua possesses a Tao partner? Han Shuyue shook her head. Since I embarked on the path of cultivation, I have not sought a Tao partner. In my eyes, only strength embodies the essence of all truths. With her superior looks, Han Shuyue had garnered numerous admirers within the Arctic sacred land, yet her heart was solely devoted to cultivation. As for a Tao partner, it was merely ephemeral. Esteemed sir, is there a problem? Han Shuyue inquired, puzzled. Then, as if struck by a thought, her lovely face suddenly flushed. You do not mean to suggest that I become your Tao partner, do you? With this thought, her demeanor grew increasingly bashful. However, it was clear that she had misconstrued his intentions. The reason Nangong Haotian posed such a question was that the only means to transcend the restrictions of the sacred moon cold body was through dual cultivation. By converging yang energy within the Dantian, one could break through the constraints and ascend to the fourth level. As Nangong Haotian elucidated this, the atmosphere in the secret realm became even more nuanced. Even Nangong Haotian felt his cheeks flush slightly. Despite having cultivated for millennia, he had maintained a sense of innocence, having spent all this time in the secret realm without giving this matter its due consideration. Is there truly no other method? After a prolonged silence, Han Shuyue bit her lip, her eyes filled with conflict. Indeed, Nangong Haotian nodded. There is a second method, which involves infusing her with spiritual energy. As long as it is sufficiently abundant, she could break through the limitations. However, given their mere acquaintance, Nangong Haotian would not extend such enthusiastic assistance. Moreover, he merely intended to offer her one method. The ultimate outcome depended on her own fortune. Upon hearing Nangong Haotian's words, Han Shuyue appeared troubled and conflicted. After a long moment, she inhaled deeply, steeling her resolve. She was determined to break through to the fourth level. With this thought, her lovely face turned crimson, akin to a perfectly ripened apple, and she softly murmured, I hope you will be gentle with me, esteemed Siyard. By the end of her statement, her voice had dwindled to a mere whisper, overwhelmed by shyness. In response, Nangong Haotian's expression faltered slightly, and he couldn't help but chuckle. You have misunderstood. I merely conveyed the method for breaking through the limitations. I did not intend to engage in such matters with you. As his words fell, Han Shuyue's face was awash with embarrassment and shyness, her delicate fists tightly clenched against her robe, wishing she could simply vanish into the walls. The awkwardness reached its zenith. Fortunately, Nangong Haotian promptly shifted the topic. Although you cannot cultivate your realm, you can still refine your Tao power. Every entity in the universe possesses its own Tao. What you must do is comprehend the power of the Tao within. Even though your current cultivation is restricted, you can still stabilize your Tao power. Once you break through your realm, your strength will undoubtedly double. Nangong Haotian's profound understanding of Tao power had reached an unparalleled zenith. Likely, no one in the vast wilderness would surpass his comprehension. Upon hearing this, Han Shuyue's complexion softened considerably, and she gently inquired, Then, esteemed sir, is the Tao you comprehend the Tao of space? Today, having witnessed Nangong Haotian utilize the Tao of space akin to the celestial sovereign, she assumed he had grasped this particular Tao. However, given the profound mystery surrounding Nangong Haotian's power, she remained perplexed. Nangong Haotian merely smiled faintly and refrained from responding. For reasons unknown, he was suddenly reminded of a film about you when he had watched in his previous life, which seemed fitting in this context. If there are no further matters, you may depart. As for your disciple, Nangong Haotian began slowly. The Arctic sacred land has become the target of many, and if Qiu Shueqing remains here, it may prove detrimental to both you and the Arctic sacred land. Nangong Haoyan preferred to avoid complications. Should Qiu Shueqing linger here, he would inevitably have to intervene. Understood. Han Qiuyue, unaware of Nangong Haoyan's inner thoughts, nodded and then left the Nangong's secret realm to find Qiu Shueqing. The latter seemed reluctant to part ways, clearly disinclined to bid farewell to Nangong Haoyan. Nangong Haoyan smiled gently. This tome on the Tao is particularly suited to your constitution. With diligent cultivation, you may yet become a formidable force. Indeed. Upon hearing this, Qiu Shueqing nodded fervently, her eyes brimming with admiration for Nangong Haoyan. She could not help but grasp the book tightly, encouraging herself in her heart to cultivate diligently, vowing to reach the same heights and attain the same level of cultivation as him in the future. Observing the emotions displayed by Qiu Shueqing, Han Qiuyue sighed lightly. However, she did not intervene. After all, Nangong Haoyan was exceedingly exceptional, and within the entire vast wilderness, she could scarcely find another who could rival him in a moment of clarity. She suddenly perceived that the man before her seemed to possess the potential to alter the very fabric of the vast wilderness. Chapter 31. The Divine Kingdom's Sun. As time passed, several days later, Han Qiuyue and her companions departed. During this interval, Nangong Junyi had fully restored his cultivation and even advanced to the third level of the Emperor realm. Meanwhile, Nangong Yu was just a step away from entering the Tao Emperor realm. One day, Nangong Junyi arrived at the Nangong secret realm, finding Nangong Haoyan still immersed in cultivation, so he remained quietly in place, awaiting his ancestors' awakening. What brings you here? At this moment, Nangong Haoyan slowly opened his eyes, his gaze landing on Nangong Junyi, and spoke in a measured tone. Nangong Junyi respectfully replied, reporting to my ancestor. 200 years ago, when the Grand Elder traveled across the seas, he assisted the son of the Tianyin Divine Kingdom and engaged in amicable discussions with the kingdom's sovereign. The Grand Elder even invited the son of the Divine Kingdom to the Nangong family to cultivate the dragon-elephant suppression technique. Before he could finish his sentence, Nangong Haoyan's eyes flickered, and he immediately grasped the situation. When is the son of the Divine Kingdom arriving? Nangong Junyi pondered for a moment, recalling that the Tianyin Divine Kingdom was also situated in the western region. He responded, if we utilize the teleportation array, it will not take long, approximately 3 days. Upon hearing this, Nangong Haoyan closed his eyes once more, exhaling an aura that reverberated throughout the heavens and earth, his voice booming like thunder. If the son of the Divine Kingdom arrives, leave the matter to Guoguo Huashi. During this period, Guoguo Huashi had been diligently cultivating and had, in a vague sense, touched upon the essence of the Dao. Was believed that before long, the Nangong sacred land would gain another Tao emperor. Understood. Nangong Junyi replied respectfully before taking his leave. As he walked along the path, Nangong Junyi felt increasingly buoyant. For centuries, the entire Nangong family had relied solely on the Grand Elder's support, who had vanished 50 years prior. At that time, the Nangong family had fallen into dire straits, where a single misstep could lead to irreparable consequences. Yet now, the Nangong sacred land boasted 3 Tao emperors, along with an ancient race that could rival the Tao emperors. Additionally, the number of golden immortals was no less than several, while the count of those below the golden immortal level was beyond calculation. All of this stemmed from the guidance of their ancestor. At this moment, Nangong Junyi slowly cast his gaze upon the Nangong secret realm, his eyes brimming with admiration and respect. Meanwhile, within the divine palace of the Tianyin Divine Kingdom, a middle-aged man sat upon the dragon throne, enveloped in dazzling flames of heavenly fire, a sight both fearsome and piercing. His visage radiated authority as he spoke with a measured tone. During this journey to the Nangong sacred land, my son must remain humble and treat others with respect. He must not act with impatience. The Nangong sacred land is teeming with talent, particularly the Nangong Saintess, who is said to have reached the level of an emperor. You must not act recklessly. The middle-aged man, adorned with a phoenix crown and clad in a resplendent dragon robe adorned with numerous lethal formations, spoke with a glint of thunder in his eyes, an innate phenomenon marking him as an emperor. Understood, father, a young man replied, standing below, dressed in a serpent-patterned robe. Although his tone was humble, the arrogance in his demeanor caused the monarch of the Tianyin Divine Kingdom to shake his head in resignation. His son was commendable in many respects, yet his excessive pride led him to disregard even the court ministers. While this might be tolerable in the Tianyin Divine Kingdom, should he venture into the Nangong sacred land. It could lead to unforeseen troubles. Contemplating this, the monarch's gaze fell upon an elderly woman beside him. "Which, I must trouble you to keep an eye on Tianzi during this trip. Rest assured. My lord, I shall not fail in my mission." The witch, with an unsettling appearance and a voice that grated on the ears, possessed eyes shrouded in darkness. Upon leaving the palace, the divine son, Yin Tianzi, immediately donned a new expression, his eyes filled with haughtiness. What is this Nangong sacred land? Merely a speck of dust, daring to call itself a sacred ground. How absurd! His words dripped with disdain for the Nangong sacred land. The witch stated coolly, "Divine son, do not speak lightly. The supreme elder of the Nangong sacred land has rendered great favors to the Tianyin divine kingdom, not to mention he has bestowed upon you an untainted divine body." Indeed, the supreme elder of the Nangong sacred land was a legendary figure, having fought countless battles without a single defeat, his cultivation reaching unfathomable heights, leaving no one aware of his true realm. Upon hearing the witch's words, Yin Tianzi's eyes flickered with a fiery curiosity, a life without defeat. "If given sufficient time, I too can achieve that," he proclaimed proudly, then turned his gaze towards the witch, inquiring curiously, "What level of cultivation do you possess?" In Yin Tianzi's memory, this witch had always been present by his father's side, devoid of any official title, yet all the ministers, civil and military, treated her with utmost respect. And even his father had never reprimanded her. The witch chuckled lightly, jesting, "I am but a mere servant for sweeping the floors. Without the Lord, I would have long ceased to exist," her words. Yin Tianzi shook his head, refraining from further inquiry, and stepped out of the vicinity. The witch watched his retreating figure, a glimmer of brilliance igniting in her murky eyes, a sinister smile curving her lips. Her intentions remaining inscrutable. In the blink of an eye, she vanished from sight. 3 days later, the witch and Yin Tianzi arrived at the Nangong sacred land aboard an imperial vessel. The disciples and elders of the sacred land emerged in unison to welcome the divine son of the Tianyin divine kingdom. Nangong Junyi stood before them, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze fixed upon the sky, his eyes narrowing as if piercing through the heavens themselves. After a prolonged silence, the imperial vessel parted the clouds, revealing itself to the crowd. Subsequently, 2 beams of light flickered, and as they dissipated, the figures of Yin Tianzi and the witch emerged, the vessel being retracted by the witch. The gathering of the Nangong family to welcome them was quite grand. The witch sensed the potent aura emanating from these individuals and was momentarily taken aback. However, she quickly regained her composure and stepped forward respectfully, stating, "The witch and the divine son of the Tianyin divine kingdom pay their respects to the Nangong lord." Nangong Junyi reciprocated politely, "No need for excessive formalities. Since you are entrusted by the Supreme Elder, you are friends of the Nangong sacred land. Please feel free to stay here during your time." He paused before continuing, "Elder Guigud." As his voice fell, Gigo Huasher stepped forward, an ominous aura radiating from him, reminiscent of the witch. However, the chilling presence of Gigo Huasher was purer, akin to the frigid essence extracted from the depths of hell. The leader of the Heshio sect, upon sighting this person, both the witch and Yin Tianzi were taken aback. It was widely known in the western regions that the Heshio sect was an evil cult, and to find the leader of such a sect serving as an elder in the Nangong sacred land was indeed hard to accept. From this day forth, this Gigo Huasher shall be the master of the divine son of the Tianyin divine kingdom. Nangong Junyi spoke slowly. The decision to appoint this individual as the divine son's master had been made solely by Nangong Haoyan, and he was merely the messenger. However, as the words left his lips, both the witch and Yin Tianzi's expressions changed. Yin Tianzi was consumed with rage. As the divine son of the Tianyin divine kingdom, his prestige was vast, and to have the leader of an evil sect serve as his master was nothing short of an affront to his dignity. "He is unworthy to be my master," Yin Tianzi declared without hesitation, his eyes ablaze with fury. "As the divine son of the divine kingdom, how could he endure such contempt?" The witch, standing beside him, remained silent, her meaning clear. Oh? Nangong Junyi raised an eyebrow, a glint of brilliance in his eyes as he replied coolly, "The elder Gigu possesses cultivation at the 3rd level of the Emperor realm and shows signs of comprehending the power of the Tao. His strength is unparalleled. Is this not sufficient to be your master?" Upon hearing this, Yin Tianzi's expression shifted slightly, The Tao Emperor. If he were merely an emperor, I would not regard him highly, after all. In the entire Tianyin Divine Kingdom, there are only 3 such formidable emperors, and apart from the reclusive Supreme Emperor of the Divine Kingdom, there are none other. Yet, Gigo Huasher is the leader of an evil sect. As the proud son of the Divine Kingdom, how could he allow himself to be sullied in such a manner? Gritting his teeth, Yin Tianzi adamantly insisted, he is unworthy. At these words, Nangong Juni's expression turned icy, and with a wave of his sleeve, he coldly stated, if that is the case, then I must trouble the witch to escort the Divine Sun back, for our Nangong sacred land is too small to accommodate such a great Buddha. The witch sensed Nangong Juni's rising anger and stepped forward, bowing respectfully, please do not take offense. My lord Umwai's son meant no disrespect. Having been served in the royal palace for so long, his demeanor has become a bit overbearing. So I ask for your understanding. Having said this, her gaze fell upon Gigo Huasher, her words filled with praise as she remarked on the mysterious depth of his cultivation, asserting that even the seasoned emperors were no match for the elder. Entrusting the Divine Son to the elder's care would certainly bring peace of mind to the Divine Kingdom. Her words eased the previously tense atmosphere, and Nangong Juni's expression softened considerably, his gaze cooling slightly as he spoke in a gentle tone. If that is the case, then I must trouble Elder Gigu. Not a problem, Gigo Huasher responded suddenly, his expression devoid of emotion, revealing neither joy nor sorrow. However, at that moment, Yin Tianzi disdainfully snorted. He then shifted his gaze towards Nangong Yu, whose graceful figure captivated him, a look of greed crossing his face. I have heard my father speak of the saintess of the Nangong sacred land. We were betrothed as children. I wonder if that engagement still holds? At his words, the entire square fell into an eerie silence. Even the witch's expression darkened. Had it not been for Yin Tianzi's status as the Divine Son, she would have struck him down for his lack of discretion. What a disgraceful fool! Such words were not something he should utter here. As expected, upon hearing Yin Tianzi's declaration, the disciples of the Nangong sacred land erupted with indignation, and even Nangong Juni's expression grew increasingly frigid. Yin Tianzi was not mistaken. Indeed, there had been an agreement between the Supreme Elder and the monarch of the Tianyin Divine Kingdom regarding the saintess. However, it had been a century since the Nangong sacred land's power had waned, and the Tianyin Divine Kingdom had not mentioned the matter since. Now that the Nangong sacred land was rekindling hope, the Tianyin Divine Kingdom had begun to curry favor once more, naturally breeding resentment in their hearts. What, do you wish to renege on your promise? Yin Tianzi pressed, his eyes filled with arrogance as he observed the sour expressions on the faces of the Nangong sacred land's disciples. Just then, a crisp sound rang out. The previously silent Nangong Yu suddenly made her move, striking Yin Tianzi across the face with a resounding slap. His cheek flushed crimson, disbelief evident in his eyes. After a long pause, Yin Tianzi finally reacted, roaring, "You dare hit me?" The witch's expression darkened. While Yin Tianzi deserved the blow, he was still the Divine Son, and this slap felt akin to a slap in the face of the Tianyin Divine Kingdom, carrying significant implications. What of it? Nangong Yu replied indifferently. Merely a half-step emperor dares to boast before me. Foolish and ridiculous. Seeking death, furious, Yin Tianzi's eyes blazed with rage as he drew a crimson long sword, its blade gleaming with a chilling light as he charged at Nangong Yu. Merely an insignificant insect, Nangong Yu merely let out a cold snort and struck forth with her palm, within the shadow of her hand. An immense surge of spiritual energy erupted, boundless and infinite in the blink of an eye. It crashed down upon Yin Tianzi. He was directly sent flying, crashing violently to the ground, his ceremonial robes tattered and torn by the oppressive spiritual force. Clenching his fists tightly, a tempest of fury swirled in his eyes. You wish to be my husband? Do you believe yourself worthy? Nangong Yu withdrew her palm, casting a disdainful glance at Yin Tianzi, who resembled a wretched mutt, her tone frigid as ice. Having uttered her words, she turned on her heel and departed without a backward glance. Nangong Juni, appearing oblivious to the unfolding scene, fixed his gaze upon the witch and spoke in a measured tone. In that case, you two shall remain here for the time being. The witch replied gravely, shadows lingering in her eyes. Guigua Huasher tossed a communication talisman to the witch, his tone devoid of any emotion as he stated. Come to the training grounds tomorrow to find me. With that, he departed alongside numerous members of the Nangong family. A fleeting glimmer of resentment crossed the witch's gaze, though it vanished as quickly as it had appeared. Nangong Yu, I shall surely ride upon you. After a considerable time, Yin Tianxi rose from the ground, his eyes ablaze with intense resentment, unfiltered curses spilling forth. The murderous intent within him surged unchecked. The witch sighed, contemplating the absurdity of this waste, hoping to compete with the saintess of the Nangong Holy Land. Yet, she refrained from voicing her thoughts and instead remarked, "Divine Son, let us return to our quarters before further discussion." Meanwhile, within the Nangong secret realm, Gue Gua Huasher and Nangong Junyi stood respectfully before Nangong Haoyan. Upon hearing their report, Nangong Haoyan's eyes gradually opened and closed, a glimmer of insight sparking within. "I understand," he replied calmly. "Do keep a close watch on this witch. She may not be of benign intent." As his words fell, Nangong Junyi's expression shifted slightly, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. He murmured, "Shall we take action?" "Patience," Nangong Haoyan interjected. "I am curious about the witch's true motives. This divine son may merely be a pawn arranged by the heavenly flame divine kingdom. The true player is likely someone else." A smirk curled upon Nangong Haoyan's lips. After a millennium of seclusion, he found himself rather lonely now. Having just emerged, he could indulge in a game of cat and mouse, which was quite delightful indeed. Chapter 33. The might of 10 strikes. Yin Tianxi and the witch were assigned to a chamber, where the latter set up layers of formations for safety against unforeseen events. Such audacity from the mere Nangong family. Yin Tianxi fumed, seated at the table, still brooding over the earlier incident. In response, the witch pondered for a moment before speaking. "Divine Son, do not underestimate the Nangong family. Their holy land is far more formidable than you might imagine. The group that welcomed us today comprised at least 3 formidable emperors, and that Gue Gua Huasher has even faintly grazed the threshold of the great Tao. Should you act rashly, even I, your elder, may be unable to save you." At this juncture, the witch sighed, taken aback by how the Nangong family had expanded its power and influence to such terrifying levels in just a few decades. Not to mention the formidable elders of the Nangong family, the current Nangong Holy Land was beyond what the heavenly flame divine kingdom could contend with. Otherwise, why would the sovereign allow her to bring the divine son to learn martial arts there? However, Yin Tianxi remained oblivious to these realities, his heart consumed with rage, fantasizing about dominating Nangong Yu. Noticing the greedy glint in Yin Tianxi's eyes, the witch felt a wave of disdain, though she kept her expression neutral and said, "Divine Son, tomorrow marks the day for your training in the Dragon Elephant Suppression Technique. This method is exceedingly powerful, surpassing even the top techniques of my divine kingdom." The witch understood the formidable nature of this technique. Even she, at the same cultivation level, might struggle to withstand its force without injury. Yet, Yin Tianxi was oblivious and impatiently interrupted. "I know. I will memorize the technique and then relay it to my father." Hearing this, the witch smiled subtly, choosing not to elaborate further. Before long, a day had slipped by. Despite his temperamental nature, it must be said that Yin Tianxi was exceptionally gifted. In merely one day, he grasped the fundamentals of the Dragon Elephant Suppression Technique, an accomplishment that typically required a year even for disciples of the Nangong Holy Land. "Focus on your training. I shall return in half a month to assess your progress," the witch instructed. Gue Gua Huasher was taken aback by Yin Tianxi's innate abilities and decided to report the situation to Nangong Haotian. After all, Yin Tianxi was ungrateful and had a rebellious temperament. Should he succeed in his studies, he might very well turn around and sell out the Nangong Sacred Land. In Chapter 34. Blood Sea of the Crimson Moon. Despite being in the Nangong secret realm, Nangong Haotian was well aware of everything occurring within the entirety of the Nangong Sacred Land. He paid little heed to Yin Tianxi, but was rather intrigued by the witch who had been observing from the shadows without intervening, allowing Gue Gua Huasher to whip him. It seemed that not only the distant Tianyin divine kingdom had its own schemes, but this witch did as well. A smirk curled at the corners of Nangong Haotian's mouth. He was quite curious about what expectations these individuals harbored for the Nangong sacred land that would compel a divine offspring from a nation to walk willingly into death. Boom! At that moment, fierce auras surged before Nangong Haotian. When the mist cleared, a vast sea of blood appeared before him. The blood sea of the Crimson Moon had materialized. Nan Gong Hao Tian refocused his thoughts. For in recent days he had gathered a considerable amount of spiritual materials and sacred objects, all for the purpose of aiding the disciples of the Nan Gong sacred land in their cultivation. This blood sea of the Crimson Moon was suffused with overwhelming pressure and sacred energy. Once one entered, they could no longer wield any spiritual power and had to rely solely on their physical strength to endure. If one could cultivate the dragon elephant suppression technique here, it would yield tremendous results. With this in mind, Nan Gong Hao Tian used his divine sense to inform Nan Gong Junyi to summon all the disciples of the Golden Immortal Realm to the entrance of the Nan Gong secret realm. In a short while, Nan Gong Junyi arrived with the Golden Immortal disciples, including the arrogantly proud Yin Tianci. Although Yin Tianci could not match the emperor-level prowess of Nan Gongyu. Dealing with these Golden Immortal minions was no challenge at all. Meanwhile, the witch had also come along, scanning her surroundings, her murky eyes sparkling with intrigue. This was indeed the Nan Gong secret realm. It was rumored that the Nan Gong secret realm harbored opportunities that could excite even an emperor, granting one the ability to comprehend the power of the Great Tao and ascend to the status of a Great Tao emperor. The thought of this ignited a glimmer of greed in the witch's gaze. At that moment, a streak of light shot forth from the secret realm, and Nan Gong Hao Tian appeared before everyone. "Greetings, ancestor," the disciples exclaimed in unison, their voices resonating powerfully as they half knelt on the ground, their eyes filled with reverence. Even Nan Gong Junyi was no exception. Yet, only Yin Tianci stood tall, his eyes brimming with disdain and arrogance. Witnessing this scene, the witch cursed inwardly. This fool! If he incites Nan Gong Hao Tian's wrath and is barred from entering the secret realm, my hidden aura on him would also be unable to enter. If that happens, what should I do next? A cold glint flickered in her eyes, murderous intent radiating from her gaze. She longed to slay Yin Tianci on the spot. Why does the divine offspring not kneel? Nan Gong Junyi scoffed, his tone laced with dissatisfaction. I am the divine offspring. I kneel to none but my father, and certainly not to the ancestor of your Nan Gong sacred land. Yin Tianci replied fearlessly, locking eyes with him, his voice dripping with contempt and arrogance. He had always looked down upon the Nan Gong sacred land. Enough! The witch gasped internally, alarmed at his words. How dare he speak to the ancestor of Nan Gong like that? He truly seeks death. No, this move is crucial. He cannot die. With this in mind, the witch took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. Just as she hesitated on whether to intervene and save Yin Tianci, Nan Gong Hao Tian unexpectedly spoke. It matters not. Merely the arrogance of the younger generation. Such a disposition is quite to my liking. As he spoke, Nan Gong Hao Tian chuckled, the meaning behind his words inscrutable. Indeed, with that, Nan Gong Junyi nodded and withdrew. The witch's eyes flashed with disbelief. Was that it? This Nan Gong ancestor truly wielded remarkable tactics. Yet, she found it perplexing. Having observed Nan Gong Hao Tian for some time, she had not detected any leakage of spiritual energy from him, appearing no different from an ordinary person. At that moment, Nan Gong Hao Tian surveyed the crowd and slowly spoke. In recent days, I have forged a blood sea of the Crimson Moon for you. Within it, you will be unable to use any spiritual power and must rely solely on your physical bodies to endure its might while cultivating the dragon elephant suppression technique, honing your bodies to their utmost limits. All present were rapt with attention, fearful of missing a single word, except for Yin Tianci, who seemed completely indifferent. What blood sea of the Crimson Moon? I've never heard of ITI in the royal palace. There is a gravity chamber with 100-fold increase. It surely surpasses this pitiful place 1,000,000 times over. Once Nan Gong Hao Tian concluded his speech, he waved his hand, and the Nan Gong secret realm opened. Even the witch felt a surge of excitement, silently murmuring to herself. With a flash of light, the crowd vanished from the entrance of the secret realm. When they regained their senses, they found themselves in a stone-carved cavern, akin to a basin, with towering mountains above and countless rare treasures scattered about. Before them surged a blood sea of the Crimson Moon, exuding an ominous, terrifying might that sent shivers down their spines. Ancestor, could this be the blood sea of the Crimson Moon? Wan Long Yuan inquired solemnly. He had endured much training under Nan Gong Hao Tian and was now able to unleash the full potential of his dragon veins. Having long surpassed the peak of the Golden Immortal Realm, just a step away from entering the Emperor Realm indeed. Nangong Hao Tian nodded, his gaze fixed on Wanlong Yuan and Nangong Chenyu. You two are both at the peak of the golden immortal realm. One possesses dragon veins while the other wields a sword physique. Should either of you break through to the Emperor realm today, the Nangong sacred land shall grow even stronger. We understand. The two responded in unison, their eyes gleaming with fervor. Subsequently, Wanlong Yuan turned to Nangong Chenyu, his eyes alight with battle intent. Brother Chenyu, I was defeated by you in the recent competition. How about we wager on who can break through first today? That sounds splendid. Nangong Chenyu, though exuding an air of scholarly demeanor, was already at the peak of the golden immortal realm and possessed an innate sword physique. Unmatched in combat prowess in the contest for the heavenly rankings, he had defeated Wanlong Yuan in merely 10 moves. All talk and no action. Yin Tianci scoffed at Nangong Hao Tian's words, refusing to believe. Dragon veins and innate sword physiques are exceedingly rare throughout the great wilderness divine domain. How could such individuals exist in the insignificant Nangong family? Impossible! Laughing loudly, Yin Tianci stepped forth and plunged into the blood sea of the crimson moon. In an instant, the overwhelming power surged around him, and the terrifying pressure made his face change dramatically, rendering him utterly devoid of any spiritual power. The intense agony twisted his features into a grimace, and he let out a thunderous roar. Refreshing, as his voice echoed, everyone collectively gasped. Wanlong Yuan, possessing dragon veins and a physique far superior to theirs, still suffered immensely before the blood sea. Just then, Nangong Chenyu also stepped into the blood sea of the crimson moon. Feeling the immense pressure, he gritted his teeth but remained silent. Observing this scene, Nangong Hao Tian nodded, forming a favorable impression of Nangong Chenyu. Next, more disciples from the Nangong family began to leap into the blood sea of the crimson moon to cultivate. Their physiques, not as formidable as Wanlong Yuan and Nangong Chenyu's, were met with a wave of tearing sensations as they plunged in, unable to suppress their cries. Chapter 35. A bunch of monsters, a bunch of trash. Yin Tianci disdainfully remarked, his expression one of arrogance. He was a being capable of training in a 100-fold gravity chamber. How could he fear this so-called blood sea of the crimson moon? Without a second thought, Yin Tianci leapt into the blood sea. Yet mere seconds later, his handsome visage contorted into one of sheer agony, his screams echoing through the secret realm like that of a slaughtered pig. Ha! Observing this, Wanlong Yuan let out a cold chuckle, his eyes glimmering with disdain. He had long harbored irritation towards this divine offspring. Had it not been for the strict rules of the sacred land, he would have slapped this divine offspring to death, allowing no room for his noise here. Nangong Hao Tian's expression remained frosty as he addressed the crowd. Now focus your minds and cultivate the dragon elephant suppression technique. Yes, the crowd replied in unison. They concentrated their energies, activating the dragon elephant suppression technique. Before long, ethereal images of dragons and elephants manifested above their heads, countless phantoms tearing through the void, traversing the eons and drawing in the boundless essence of the blood sea, which surged and roiled, allowing the disciples of the Nangong family to absorb its vast essence. In an instant, their physiques grew even stronger. At that moment, Wanlong Yuan was astonished to discover that his dragon veins were unrestricted and capable of absorbing the blood vitality within the blood sea, bringing him great joy. After a hearty laugh, he began to channel his dragon veins wildly in the void above. A colossal dragon phantom coalesced, its crimson form appearing nearly tangible, its roar shaking the secret realm itself. Dragon veins, witnessing this spectacle, Yin Tianci's eyes brimmed with disbelief. How could this fellow possess dragon veins? Aren't they exclusive to certain places? His beliefs shattered, waves of turmoil surged within him. He had heard from his father that the dragon bloodline was the mightiest physique, one even the human race's sacred body could not rival, and now, Wanlong Yuan possessed dragon veins. Did that not imply that his physique was even more terrifying than Yin Tianci's? Impossible! Upon reaching this realization, Yin Tianci abruptly shook his head, his face a canvas of doubt and resistance. As the esteemed son of the heavenly flame divine kingdom, possessing an untainted divine body and destined to ascend to the realm of the great emperor. How could he possibly be compared to a mere dragon vein cultivator? Absurd. Utterly absurd. Yet, as these thoughts swirled in Yin Tianci's mind, the dragon elephant phantom above him began to waver, fissures appearing as fragile as his own Tao heart. Teetering on the brink of collapse, boom! At that moment, a thunderous voice erupted from the crimson moon blood sea, shaking the heavens. Following this, a colossal dragon fully materialized, its body radiating golden light, a six-clawed divine dragon soaring into the sky, unleashing a resounding roar that shattered the fabric of space. Beneath the divine dragon, the myriad dragon abyss sat in meditation, enveloped in an ancient, mysterious glow, resembling a deity as the blood sea surged violently into his body, serving as nourishment for his cultivation. Rumbling, outside the secret realm, a myriad of extraordinary phenomena manifested. Blossoms of ethereal flowers bloomed, each adorned with a golden Buddha appearing, chanting sacred hymns as auspicious signs descended from the heavens. The appearance of the ethereal flowers and golden Buddhas heralded the emergence of yet another great emperor from the Nangong Holy Land. Witnessing this scene, the Nangong clan members outside the Holy Land rejoiced, dancing with elation. Thus, the Nangong Holy Land would soon boast 4 formidable great emperors. But was this all? Within the secret realm, Nangong Haotian maintained a calm demeanor, letting out a soft sigh, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. As if he were anticipating something, as his words fell, the aura of the great emperor coalesced from the blood sea, merging into the myriad dragon abyss, circulating through his limbs and bones, an overwhelming aura emanating instantaneously. His eyes opened and closed, a hint of annihilation radiating from them, reverberating through the void, followed by the clapping of his hands, forming a vortex within his body. Within this vortex, golden mist intertwined, a supreme pressure descending upon the world. Exuding an ancient, timeless aura, the power of the great Tao. Witnessing this spectacle, Yin Tianxi's complexion turned ashen, his voice trembling with disbelief. He could never have imagined that the myriad dragon abyss had not only entered the realm of the great emperor, but had also harnessed the power of the great Tao. Becoming a great emperor of the Tao, what manner of monstrosities resided within the Nangong Holy Land? At this moment, Yin Tianxi stood agape, his worldview shattered, his expression numbed. Boom! The fusion of the great Tao and the corporeal form of the myriad dragon abyss unleashed a force capable of obliterating the heavens and the earth. Reverberating in the air, as a great emperor of the Tao re-emerged, myriad dragon Tao, the myriad dragon abyss spoke slowly, his eyes glimmering with brilliance. Upon hearing this, Nangong Haotian's gaze momentarily faltered, a contemplative expression crossing his features as a smile crept upon his lips. How intriguing, he mused. He had not anticipated that this disciple of the Nangong Holy Land was a descendant of that individual. However, Nangong Haotian refrained from elaborating, for when the time was ripe, the myriad dragon abyss would reveal the truth. Rumbling, simultaneously, an aura of the great emperor erupted from Nangong Chenyu. Was Nangong Chenyu also on the verge of becoming a great emperor? At this point, Yin Tianxi's Tao heart crumbled entirely. He had just arrived to witness the emergence of 2 great emperors. It was known that the heavenly flame divine kingdom possessed only a handful of great emperors, yet within this insignificant secret realm resided beings capable of rivaling them. Outside the secret realm, the dissipating phenomena coalesced once more, astonishing all the cultivators of the Nangong Holy Land, who rushed over in awe as auspicious signs descended and purple chi rose in the east. Some cultivators even entered a state of enlightenment, sitting cross-legged to commence their cultivation. Meanwhile, the witch, concealed in the shadows, gazed upon this scene with horror. In her divine sense, she perceived the presence of 2 auras of the great emperor within the secret realm. Along with the manifestation of the Tao laws, this revelation sent tremors through her mind. She could hardly fathom the terrifying foundation of the Nangong Holy Land, for as far as she knew, there were already 3 great emperors, 3 great emperors of the Tao. The witch inhaled deeply, forcing herself to regain composure. Though the Nangong Holy Land was formidable, she was not merely a sheep to be slaughtered. She believed that even if a conflict arose, she could extricate herself unscathed. As for Yin Tianxi, he was but a pawn. His demise would elicit little more than a shrug from the ruler of the heavenly flame divine kingdom. With this thought, the witch felt her spirit settle somewhat, and she turned to meditate. Buzz. Meanwhile, within the secret realm, the spiritual energy within Nangong Chenyu surged, a lotus of light blooming in midair. From within the lotus, a long sword took shape. All cultivators possessing an innate sword body, Upon awakening, their sword fetus could give birth to their own innate spirit sword. Nangong Chenyu's innate spirit sword was entirely pure, radiating a chilling brilliance, its fierce might cutting through all obstacles. The sword's edge gleamed with intensity, reverberating through the void, slicing the air as if it were mere fabric. The holy celestial spirit sword. Nangong Chenyu's eyes opened and closed, a spark of brilliance erupting from within. As the sword body trembled with an ancient, timeless aura, the power of the Tao resonating with sacred hymns, a torrent of sword might rising to the heavens. Descending upon the secret realm, Chapter 36. The emergence of another great emperor boom. The aura of the great Tao surged forth, an unparalleled brilliance of sword light, akin to resplendent starlight, blossoming within the secret realm. The Tao of the sword, witnessing this, Nangong Haoyan smiled subtly. The events of today within the Crimson Moon Blood Sea had granted the Nangong Holy Land 2 additional great emperors of the Tao. Indeed, a commendable harvest. Yet, while some rejoiced, others despaired. Yin Tianxi's expression had long since turned numb, shaking his head frantically as the dragon-elephant phantom above him shattered, the essence of his untainted divine body flooding in. Yin Tianxi appeared deranged, bellowing towards the sky, a murderous intent swirling around him, his spiritual energy roiling, causing the Crimson Moon Blood Sea to surge violently. You Nangong Holy Land must be colluding to deceive me. Just a swarm of ants. How could you possibly wield the power of the sword body and dragon veins? Let alone the ethereal great Tao, you are utterly unworthy of possessing it. His murderous intent surged. A phantom of a war god manifesting behind him, grinning maniacally. Whether it be the sword body or the dragon vein, they rightfully belong to me, Yin Tianxi. In light of this situation, the witch outside the secret realm grew somber. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she had not anticipated that her aura would backfire on Yin Tianxi, shattering his Tao heart and sending him into a frenzy. Prior to entering the secret realm, the witch had secretly infused him with a cold, Yin energy, intending to exploit this opportunity to spy on the happenings within. She had not foreseen that Yin Tianxi's mental state was so unstable that her aura would rebound upon him. Now, she could only pray that Yin Tianxi, in his frenzied state, would double his combat prowess and withstand the young great emperor of the Tao. The myriad dragon abyss stepped forward, a frigid glint in his eyes. Humph! I have long found you displeasing. Today, as I break through to the great emperor of the Tao, I shall use you, a mere ant, to test my prowess. As the words fell, shadows of palms trembled in the void. A dragon figure swirling into existence, as the myriad dragon abyss struck at Yin Tianxi with an outstretched hand. Great Sun Heavenly Flame Palm. In response, Yin Tianxi's eyes burned with madness, showing no fear of the myriad dragon abyss. He, along with the war god phantom behind him, unleashed a formidable palm strike of his own. Flames engulfed the palm, swirling and boiling, incinerating everything in its vicinity as it collided head-on with the myriad dragon abyss's strike. Boom! The clash of two forces erupted with a deafening roar, sending shockwaves rippling through the surroundings. Yin Tianxi was propelled backward, crashing into the ground, his body a mangled mess, his complexion pale, yet his eyes gleamed with an insatiable murderous intent. While Yin Tianxi was indeed a prodigy, he was merely at the golden immortal realm, whereas the myriad dragon abyss stood as a great emperor of the Tao, possessing the dragon vein's power. The former was simply no match for him. After a prolonged period, Yin Tianxi crawled from the rubble, his garments tattered beyond recognition, yet he roared once more, his eyes ablaze with a feral light. He swiftly retrieved a pitch-black pill from his spatial ring and swallowed it. The torrent of forbidden energy surged within him, the excruciating pain akin to 1,000 ants gnawing at his flesh. Contorting his face into a grotesque mask of agony in an instant, his cultivation soared directly to the realm of the great emperor, exuding an icy aura capable of annihilating worlds, a raspy laugh escaping his lips, revealing a predatory gaze that instilled terror in all who beheld it. 9 turns blood chi pill. Observing this scene, the myriad dragon abyss narrowed his eyes, maintaining a calm demeanor, merely forcing a breakthrough to the realm of the great emperor with a blood chi pill. Once the effects wore off, the backlash from the blood chi would leave the user in a state worse than death, and more alarmingly, they would be forever trapped at the first level of the great emperor. Unable to advance even a fraction further, Very well. Today I shall demonstrate the might of my dragon elephant suppression technique. Though this Yin Tianzi is not worth my attention, he has nonetheless broken through to the great emperor, making him a fitting target for practice. Boom! An ancient giant elephant materialized in the heavens, bellowing thunderously, as if it possessed the might to shatter mountains and rivers, tearing the void asunder. Then, the dragon veins surged violently, a divine dragon coalescing amidst the celestial dragon energy, the giant elephant and divine dragon intertwining, radiating a power capable of obliterating the cosmos. With the dragon veins enhancement from his senior brother, the might of the dragon elephant suppression technique was amplified. Even cultivators of the same realm would likely struggle to withstand this strike. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the disciples engaged in fervent discussions, their expressions brimming with envy and admiration. Beyond the secret realm, the witch was astonished by the might of the dragon elephant suppression technique. After studying it under Yin Tianzi, she had managed to grasp this formidable skill herself, yet she realized that no matter her efforts, she could only achieve the initial stages of mastery. The prospect of advancing further seemed insurmountably challenging. It appeared that within this secret realm lay elements of unexpected nature. A glint of sharpness flickered in the murky depths of the witch's eyes. After a murmured incantation, she vanished into the void as if she had never existed. Roaring, within the confines of the secret realm, Yin Tianzi unleashed a cacophony of howls, akin to a ferocious beast. As the ethereal manifestation of the pure divine body coalesced behind him, exuding an overwhelming and chilling aura, the Yin Tian divine sword materialized in his grasp, and with a forceful swing, a blade of light erupted forth. Imbued with the essence of the divine body, as boundless spiritual energy coalesced around the sword, transforming into a shadow of the blade, in the ageless expanse, a piercing aura reverberated through the atmosphere, shattering the very air around him. Boom! With a single stroke, the terrifying blade shadow surged forth, carrying an overwhelming sword intent toward Wan Longyuan. Unfazed, the latter summoned forth a colossal divine elephant dragon, letting out a thunderous roar before colliding with the oncoming attack, resulting in a cataclysmic sound that reverberated throughout the secret realm, sending monstrous waves coursing through the entire blood sea of the Crimson Moon. With a resounding crash, following the clash, Yin Tianzi was forcefully propelled backward, crashing into the ground, raising a cloud of dust and debris, his body a grotesque mess, his breath shallow and labored, as if on the brink of death. Yet, such was the case. Observing this, Wan Longyuan withdrew his hand, a flicker of disdain crossing his gaze. He had anticipated the divine offspring of the sacred kingdom to possess remarkable prowess, only to discover him woefully inadequate, unable to withstand even a single strike. Truly a waste. Cough! At those words, Yin Tianzi trembled violently, a mouthful of blood surging forth, his complexion paling further, as his breath faltered, darkness enveloping him, rendering him unconscious. Nan Gong Haoyan's expression remained impassive. With a wave of his right hand, Yin Tianzi's figure vanished from the secret realm. When the brilliance faded, Yin Tianzi found himself lying before the witch, whose countenance was grim, acutely aware that the aura lingering on him had betrayed her presence. However, she was intrigued. If Nan Gong Haoyan had already discerned it, why not eradicate the aura instead of allowing it to remain within the secret realm? Was it a ploy to bait her? After a prolonged contemplation, the witch sighed and, carrying the unconscious Yin Tianzi, returned to her chamber. At this juncture, Yin Tianzi had suffered grievously, compounded by the backlash from his own vital energy. Were it not for the essence he had absorbed from the blood sea of the Crimson Moon, he would have surely perished. Observing Yin Tianzi enveloped in the aura of the blood sea, a glimmer of greed flickered in the witch's eyes. Such immense power absorbed by Yin Tianzi was an utter waste. Chapter 37. The Two Family Servants. Yet, for this game to continue, he could not perish. The witch inhaled deeply, suppressing her avarice. She produced a dark green pill, infused with a vibrant life force, yet tinged with a hint of chilling energy. With a sinister smile, the witch proclaimed, "This 10,000 poisons vitality pill was procured with immense effort from a forbidden zone. Should you, my pawn, fail to comply, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." As she spoke, she flicked her finger, and the pill embedded itself within Yin Tianzi's body. An endless surge of life energy erupted within his limbs, healing his wounds at a visible pace, eye in the final moments. A wisp of black mist escaped from his body, merging into his marrow, as his eyelids fluttered shut, and his internal energy began to stabilize. It seemed necessary for me to visit the secret realm. The blood sea of the Crimson Moon was something she desperately required. Should she absorb it, her strength could ascend several levels. At that point, not even these talented disciples, nor the entirety of the Nangong sacred land, would pose a threat to her. Lost in thought, the witch's figure dissipated from the chamber. Meanwhile, the disciples of Nangong who ventured into the secret realm had garnered considerable gains and departed with smiles. Nangong Haoyan, however, showed no urgency to leave. Instead, he communicated with Gue Gu Huashi, instructing him to guard the secret realm. If my suspicions hold true, that which will come to probe the blood sea of the Crimson Moon. Test her depth, but remember, it is better to concede than to annihilate. Understood, Gue Gu Huashi replied respectfully. After giving his instructions, Nangong Haoyan's figure vanished from the secret realm. Before long, the witch arrived at the entrance of the secret realm. Under normal circumstances, she would be unable to enter. Yet now she could slip through via the lingering aura. With a flicker of her form, she stepped into the depths of the secret realm. Before her lay the infinite expanse of the blood sea of the Crimson Moon, shimmering ominously and exuding a chilling, terrifying aura. Her face lit up with joy, and her greed intensified. Were she to absorb all this power and subsequently retreat for seclusion, in a century she could ascend to the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the Great Path, dominating the entire Great Desolation divine domain. At that moment, who would dare defy her? As the witch reveled in her ambitions, a sudden flash of light surged toward her. Instinctively, she reacted, stepping aside to evade the lethal wave of energy. Who dares? She spat, her eyes glinting with murderous intent. And no sooner had she spoken than Gue Gu Huashi approached. Wielding a long whip, his gaze icy. Those who trespass into the Nangong secret realm shall die. At his words, the witch's brows furrowed slightly before she retorted mockingly. And who might you be? Just a lapdog of the Nangong sacred land. I've heard that after your sect was obliterated by Nangong Haoyan, you turned your allegiance to the Nangong sacred land? A pair of family servants. The witch's voice was frigid, laced with derision. Gue Gu Huashi's expression remained inscrutable, his only response a repetition of his earlier warning. Those who trespass into the Nangong secret realm shall be executed without mercy. With that, he swung his whip toward the witch. Boom! The force of the whip surged forth, roaring like a furious dragon, enveloped in a chilling aura, racing toward the witch. Having long heard of the sect's reliance on feminine essence for cultivation, the witch sneered, unperturbed by the icy energy, as if it were inconsequential. Gue Gu Huashi's gaze was impassive as he refrained from retorting. As the whip approached, the witch struck out with her palm. Within the vast expanse of her palm, spiritual energy surged, infused with an even purer chilling essence, as if drawn from the depths of hell, plunging the entire secret realm into an abyss of cold. Boom! With a thunderous sound, the two forces clashed, creating a tumultuous shockwave that shattered boulders into fragments. In an instant, the earth shook, and the blood sea of the Crimson Moon surged violently, sending waves soaring. Crack! The palm strike shattered, yet the whip continued its relentless advance, bearing down with overwhelming force, spiritual energy roaring like a tempest. Witnessing this, the witch grinned wickedly. Flower evil fan. With her words, a pitch-black fan materialized in her hand, radiating an aura of wicked chill, freezing the surrounding spiritual energy. Boom! With a single sweep, countless gusts of wind erupted, sending a terrifying wave through the secret realm as the whip was reduced to dust, accompanied by a deafening crash. After the clash, both parties stood evenly matched. The aura of the blood sea of the Crimson Moon flared, intensifying the witch's greed. Without a moment's hesitation, she leaped into the blood sea, feeling its immense power surge within her. Her expression shifted dramatically as she took a deep breath, forcing herself to remain calm. She then began to absorb the essence within the blood sea. Laughing maniacally, her eyes filled with disdain. If you possess the courage, come down and battle me. The witch was aware that she could not wield spiritual energy within the blood sea, relying solely on her physical prowess, which was her greatest pride. Bang! Gue Gu Huashi stepped forward, entering the blood sea. Even as the overwhelming force bore down upon him, He merely grunted softly, his expression unchanged, resembling a stoic sentinel, betraying no emotion. Seeing this, the witch roared with fury, seeking death. She then unleashed a punch, devoid of any spiritual energy, purely relying on her physical strength, powerful enough to injure even a supreme being. Boom! Guegu Huashi met her punch without a moment's hesitation, and their fists collided, producing a sound reminiscent of clashing weapons, as both were forced back several steps, their bodies rippling with the energy of the blood sea again. After several exchanges, the witch realized she was at a disadvantage and decided to unleash her full power. Dragon Elephant Suppression Technique. With that, she activated her technique, summoning the spectral forms of the dragon and elephant behind her, and struck out with a punch, channeling the power of the dragon and elephant toward Guegu Huashi. Daring to flaunt stolen techniques before the Nangong sacred land? You seek death. Guegu Huashi's expression hardened as he also invoked the Dragon Elephant Suppression Technique. The two divine beasts manifested simultaneously within the secret realm, their clash unleashing an overwhelming force that radiated an aura of terror, reverberating through the air. Whoosh! The breath surged forth, and the surrounding crimson moonlit sea appeared to erupt like a tsunami, crashing upward. The palm strike of Guegu Huashi was even more ferocious, forcing the witch back several meters, her aura wavering, the color drained from her face. She understood that if Guegu Huashi were to attack again, even if she managed to escape by a stroke of luck, she would undoubtedly be grievously injured. No, I must find a way to flee. Guegu Huashi sensed her desire to escape, although Nangong Haoyan had instructed him not to use lethal force. He could not simply let her go. He swung the long whip in his hand again, resembling a dragon emerging from the depths, exuding supreme power as it struck towards the witch. Realizing the gravity of her predicament, the witch could only unleash her final trump card. Whether she lived or died depended on this move. Tian Yin Sanguan, Chapter 38, Well played. The witch shouted lowly, then her body trembled, gathering a torrent of power akin to the surging sea within her. And in the next moment, it erupted entirely. An endless ocean of spiritual power spread forth, transforming into 3 coffins. This Tian Yin Sanguan is my renowned ultimate technique. I wonder if the Elder of Guegu can withstand it. The witch's eyes turned crimson, a ruthless smile gracing her lips. Tian Yin Sanguan consists of the Ringguan, Diguan, and Tianguan. She had spent nearly a century cultivating the Tian Yin Sanguan to perfection, with each coffin capable of unleashing world-destroying power, the aura swirling and the killing intent burgeoning. Seeing this, Guegu Huashi no longer held back his strength. The ocean of spiritual power within him surged forth, manifesting as a blinding light, a primordial force in the void, the dense purple radiance emanating an aura of death, as if it could slice through the fabric of space itself, instilling terror in all who beheld it. Annihilation Technique. The two forces collided, unleashing an aura potent enough to annihilate worlds, shaking the entire secret realm, an overwhelming aura of obliteration filling the air. Even the mightiest of emperors would find it impossible to endure such terrifying power at that moment. Until we meet again. After the strike, the waves of energy surged. The witch dared not linger, using the turbulent air to take a step forward and vanish within the secret realm, as the waves subsided. Only Guegu Huashi remained in the entirety of the secret realm. Well played. At that moment, Nangong Haoyan's voice suddenly resonated. Having observed the entire encounter from beginning to end, Sir. Upon seeing Nangong Haoyan, Guegu Huashi respectfully spoke, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes as he inquired, Sir, why did you not allow me to detain her, instead letting her escape? Moreover, why do you not hold the Divine Kingdom's son accountable for today's actions? Nangong Haoyan chuckled softly, merely finding it too dull and wishing to indulge in a game of cat and mouse, that which surely has others backing her. The Tian Yin Divine Kingdom is also restless. If their monarch were to learn that their divine son had sustained serious injuries and their envoy was severely impacted, they would undoubtedly retaliate against the Nangong Holy Land. Upon hearing Nangong's words, Guegu Huashi's eyes widened in realization. Sir, you intend to catch them all in one net? Nangong Haoyan smiled without a reply. If only the Tian Yin Divine Kingdom's faction were to be drawn out, how could that be considered catching them all? On the other side, the witch returned to her chamber, her complexion somewhat pallid, her vital energy roiling within. Guegu Huashi's strike had dealt her a significant blow. Had she not been of the Tianyin constitution, she would have undoubtedly suffered from the backlash. Taking a deep breath, she calmed herself. Then, she began to circulate her dantian, continuously absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. And after a moment, she felt considerably better. As for Yin Tianxi beside her, his body was a mess, his aura exceedingly weak. Were it not for her sustaining his last breath, this useless wretch would have perished long ago at the hands of Wan Long Yuan. If it weren't for the plan still being incomplete, I would have tossed you into the furnace long ago. The witch scoffed coldly, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in her eyes. Yet she also understood that Yin Tianxi could not die just yet. If he were to perish, all her prior efforts would turn to naught, and she would be held accountable. Fine. I shall endure you a little longer. Then, with a flick of her hand, a golden pill appeared in her palm. Any alchemist witnessing this would be left astounded. The innate Xian Huang pill. It is an imperial-grade pill crafted using the essence of innate Xian Huang energy and refined with divine flames. Just a single pill could drive countless individuals to madness. With a flick of her finger, the imperial-grade pill flew into Yin Tianxi's mouth. Immediately, a wave of innate Xian Huang energy surged forth. Coursing through his limbs and bones, a torrent of energy akin to the Yellow River breaching its dam, flooding his body. Then, with a resounding boom, a faint golden light enveloped Yin Tianxi, his aura ancient and profound. As if resonating with celestial chants, the void quaking in response. The backlash not only subsided but also transformed into his own power. This pristine divine body is indeed intriguing. Witnessing this, a glint of brilliance flashed in the witch's eyes as she murmured to herself, "Alas! It is a pity that the heart of the Tao has collapsed, and the seed of demonic influence has already been sown." Even after the restoration through innate Xian Huang energy and the pristine divine body, he shall never advance another inch. The heart of the Tao's demonic seed is a grave taboo for cultivators. Once planted, the outcome is almost invariably madness, leading to a fate worse than death. However, the witch did not concern herself with such matters. He was merely a tool to her. As long as the mission could be accomplished, the fate of the tool mattered little to her. And as for the divine son of the divine kingdom, merely a figurehead, time flowed slowly, and approximately 3 days later, Yin Tianxi awoke in his chamber. He surveyed his surroundings, a surge of demonic energy rising within him. Even he himself did not notice. The witch entered from outside, and upon seeing Yin Tianxi awake, she spoke coldly. "Today the trial tower of the Nangong Holy Land opens. The divine son may also go and have a try. Perhaps even gain some remarkable inheritance. When it comes to familial heritage, even the entire Tianyin divine kingdom pales in comparison to the Nangong Holy Land. Otherwise, how would the monarch of the divine kingdom allow a divine son to come here to cultivate the dragon elephant suppressing prison technique?" "Good," Yin Tianxi nodded. After awakening, he noticed that his strength seemed to have increased significantly, and a mysterious aura lingered within him, presumably the witch's doing. Sensing this mysterious aura, Yin Tianxi's killing intent surged. Vowing secretly to shatter Wan Long Yuan into 1,000 pieces, "Wan Long Yuan, just you wait." At that moment, the witch called out to Yin Tianxi, handing him a pill and whispering something in his ear. Upon hearing her words, Yin Tianxi's expression shifted in surprise, turning his gaze to the pill in his hand. After much deliberation, he seemed to have made a resolute decision and accepted the pill before departing the chamber. The Trial Tower is an artifact obtained by Nangong Haotian thousands of years ago. There was a time when he traversed the seas, collecting numerous rare materials, which he then stored within this tower, setting up countless formations and naming it the Trial Tower. This tower was specifically prepared for the disciples of the Nangong Holy Land to cultivate. The Trial Tower stood tall in a desolate area of the Nangong Holy Land, soaring into the clouds, as if connecting heaven and earth, exuding an ancient and weathered aura, as though it had crossed through the void from antiquity to settle here. Suddenly, a void was torn open in the sky, and Nangong Haotian's figure appeared before everyone. He surveyed the surroundings, speaking calmly. "This trial tower is divided into 9 levels. Each time one breaks through a level, they will receive an immediate reward. Should one reach the 9th level, they shall undergo the baptism of the Great Tao." The baptism of the Great Tao. At the mention of this phrase, all the disciples of the Nangong Holy Land looked on with burning fervor. Anyone who has undergone the baptism of the Great Tao can plant a seed of the Great Tao. When they break through to the Emperor realm, the seed will blossom, transforming into the essence of the Great Tao, making one a Great Tao Emperor. And for those already at the Emperor level, they will directly become a Great Tao Emperor. However, how difficult is the baptism of the Great Tao? Even throughout the vast divine wilderness, it has only occurred a few times. Yet, within this trial tower, merely breaking through to the 9th level grants one the opportunity for the baptism of the Great Tao. How terrifying is that? Chapter 39. The Trial Tower. Now, let the trials begin. With Nangong Haoyan's command, Nangong Yu, Nangong Qinyu, Wanlong Yuan, and others transformed into beams of light, vanishing into the trial tower in an instant. Though Yin Tianci was skeptical of Nangong Haoyan's claims regarding the baptism of the Great Tao, he could not miss the opportunity to gain benefits. Thus, he too stepped forward and entered the trial tower. Boom! Inside the trial tower, upon entering, Nangong Yu found herself enveloped in a void. Clearly, this was an independent space, each person likely being transported to different realms. She flipped her right hand, and the purple smoke sword appeared, its ringing sound reverberating through the heavens and the earth. Suddenly, the entire void space trembled, as if the heavens were collapsing and the earth was splitting apart. A powerful aura surged forth, a brilliant light streaming in, causing Nangong Yu to involuntarily close her eyes. When she opened her eyes again, the scene before her left her utterly astonished. An endless sea of flames engulfed the entire space, scorching the heavens and boiling the seas. The flames blazed fiercely, and even having reached the Great Tao Emperor level, she still felt the immense danger posed by these flames. The sea of flames of the celestial punishment could incinerate the heavens. If one could comprehend its essence, they could cultivate the celestial punishment divine flame. At this moment, a voice imbued with the weight of time whispered into Nangong Yu's ear. As the words fell, the scene before her once again transformed, giving rise to a majestic Qilin, its ancient form towering amidst the sea of flames. A colossal presence enveloped in ceaseless fire. With a thunderous roar that reverberated through the heavens, the entire void quaked in response. Witnessing this spectacle, Nangong Yu was rendered speechless, her emotions tumultuous and unsteady for a prolonged period. Gazing upon the towering Qilin, she murmured softly, "What manner of existence is the ancestor?" The higher her cultivation, the more formidable the ancestor appeared to her. She pondered that this grand display likely stemmed from the ancestor's hand. Realizing this, she inhaled deeply, forcing herself to regain her composure. If this was indeed the ancestor's handiwork, then it was surely intended to nurture the descendants of the Nangong clan into towering trees of greatness. This opportunity was one she must seize. "Come forth," Nangong Yu declared with fervor. The Xian sword in her hand emitted a crisp cry, her fighting spirit soaring, its diminutive form concealing an overwhelming might. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in her eyes, akin to a sword emerging into the world, its sharpness undeniable. With a roar, the Qilin seemed to possess sentience, and with a furious bellow, its immense form advanced, shaking the heavens and earth, causing the entire world to tremble. Nangong's secret technique, a single sword to pierce the heavens. With her words, a torrent of spiritual energy surged within her, as if a tidal wave, bursting forth from the sword's body, intertwining into a colossal sword shadow that accompanied her strike. This magnificent sword shadow loomed across the ancient void, its azure brilliance resembling a rainbow, stretching endlessly for thousands of miles. The sword shadow surged forth. Wherever it passed, thunderous roars erupted, and the void shattered. As it descended upon the Qilin, it resembled a cascade of stars, brilliant and radiant, illuminating the entire realm, waves of energy rolling forth, shattering the space for miles around, the overwhelming sword shadow's force unabated. After a lengthy pause, the aura of the sword shadow dissipated. Yet, the Qilin remained steadfast above, its unmatched pressure crashing down, causing all to collapse as the inferno encircled her. Nangong Yu's expression changed dramatically, and she bellowed to the heavens. Heavenly punishment of the holy sword. The Nangong secret technique comprises 9 forms. This was the second she had unleashed. A boundless ocean of spiritual energy surged anew, morphing into a sword shadow that coiled in the void, its might exuding an aura of supremacy. This strike was significantly more terrifying than the previous one. The power of the Great Tao enveloped her, emanating from the sword shadow, golden light radiant as a star in the firmament. With a resounding boom, an aura potent enough to annihilate worlds descended upon the Qilin. Its immense power fully unleashed. In the next moment, the entire void trembled, as the sea of flames dissipated. The Qilin let out a final roar before gradually vanishing. Once the Qilin had completely disappeared, the boundless void reappeared before Nangongyut. A deep chime seemed to echo from antiquity, resonating within her ears and reverberating through her mind. First layer, past, the earlier voice, imbued with the weight of ages, rang out once more in Nangongyu's ears. Subsequently, a wave of searing energy materialized before her. Heavenly flames of extinction. As she beheld this sight, she swallowed hard, forcing herself to steady her mind. In the next instant, before Nangongyu could fully react, the heavenly flames of extinction, as if possessing intelligence, surged into her body, a torrent of searing energy enveloping her form. However, at that moment, another force within her began to stir, the mysterious Yin energy. As a bearer of the mysterious Yin body, she epitomized the essence of ultimate Yin, while the heavenly flames of extinction belonged to the realm of extreme Yang. The clash of these opposing forces within her would undoubtedly lead to a backlash from both powers. The pain felt akin to 1,000 ants gnawing at her flesh, causing her to cry out, her once delicate features now contorted in agony. The duality of ice and fire raged within her, both forces incessantly consuming her body, their intensity fluctuating unpredictably. Outside the tower, Nangong Haotian furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze fixed upon the trial tower, muttering to himself, "I have been negligent," as his words fell. His form vanished without a trace. When he next acted, he was already within the tower's interior. Steady your mind. Yes, ancestor. Thanks to Nangong Haotian's timely reminder, Nangongyu managed to momentarily regain her clarity. With a flick of his right hand, a stone appeared in his grasp. Were a powerful being from the sacred lands present, they would undoubtedly be rendered speechless, for this seemingly unremarkable stone was, in fact, the seven-colored divine stone. Legend has it that this sacred object was left behind by a deity who mended the heavens. Should one comprehend its mysteries, they could extend their lifespan to match that of the heavens. Nangong Haotian's eyes darkened as he struck the stone with several palms, each impact resonating with a rolling aura. Then, the stone floated in midair, emanating a kaleidoscope of colors, an endless purity of power illuminating the vast void. With a muffled thud, the seven-colored divine stone sank into Nangongyu's body. This force held an ineffably mysterious power, capable of calming the tumult of extreme Yin and extreme Yang, now existing in harmony within Nangongyu's martial body. Boom! In the next instant, a resounding thunder echoed as boundless spiritual energy surged into her, bestowing her with the second layer of the Emperor's realm. Nangong Haotian spoke leisurely. Ordinary Taoist emperors can fight across several levels. With Nangongyu's current cultivation and strength, I surmise that even ordinary late-stage Taoist emperor experts would not stand a chance against her. Only those possessing divine bodies or late-stage Taoist emperors could hope to rival her in prowess. After all, the enhancements granted by the heavenly flames of extinction and the seven-colored divine stone were no trivial matter. As the brilliance faded, Nangongyu fully stepped into the second layer of the Emperor's realm, her power surging as if she could shatter the void with a single punch. Looking up, she discovered that Nangong Haotian had long since vanished. Time passed, and several hours slipped by. The majority of the disciples from the Nangong sacred land struggled to break through the first layer, while those prodigies barely managed to enter the second layer before being eliminated. As for Nangongyu and Nangong Sunshang, who ranked first and second on the local leaderboard, they persevered to the third layer. Upon exiting, the power radiating from them was immensely formidable, both hinting at imminent breakthroughs to the Golden Immortal Realm. And it was believed that it would not be long before they contended for a position on the heavenly leaderboard. Chapter 40. Seven-colored divine stone. At this moment, the trial tower still shimmered with light. Buzz! Just then, a beam of light erupted from within the tower. Fourth layer. At this sight, someone exclaimed in astonishment, their eyes wide with shock. As the words fell, everyone turned to witness. In the trial tower, a beam of light burst forth from the fourth layer, reverberating through the air, and after a moment, a chant of divine sound seemed to resonate, waves of energy rolling forth. Uncertain of who had stepped into the fourth layer, Nangong Sunshang could not help but sigh. His eyes filled with envy. Within the trial tower, he had gained considerable benefits, If he could fully refine them, he believed he could contend for a place on the heavenly leaderboard within a month. Nangong Yu beside him shared similar sentiments, her beautiful eyes shimmering with radiant colors. Tio stepped into the fourth layer of the trial tower. It must be the work of the Holy Maiden. Outside the trial tower, people buzzed with speculation. Perhaps it is Nangong Chunyu. After all, he possesses the innate sword body, an existence of boundless talent. Then it stands to reason that Wan Longyuan is also highly likely. He bears the dragon vein, a lineage that has endured through the ages, and such talent could overshadow even Nangong Chenyu and Nangong Yu. The discussions outside grew increasingly animated, but despite the clamor, there was an underlying joy. Regardless of who among them was the talented progeny of the Nangong clan, each had the potential to become a being of enlightenment in the future. Do you think it could be the divine son of the divine kingdom? At this remark, the surroundings fell silent, the atmosphere heavy with tension as everyone refrained from discussing this possibility. Meanwhile, within the trial tower, Yin Tianzi, utilizing his pure divine body and innate Xianhuang Qi, had successfully breached the fourth layer. Amidst the boundless void, thunderous roars filled the air, reverberating in his mind. Fourth layer, I wonder what rewards await here. A glint of greed flickered in Yin Tianzi's eyes. In the first layer, he had acquired the complete innate Xianhuang Qi, which thoroughly restored the backlash against his martial body, rendering it even purer and more profound, allowing him to break through to the second realm. In the second and third layers, he had successively obtained a small world and a mysterious cultivation method. Any one of these treasures could cause a stir throughout the great desolation divine domain. With these thoughts, he eagerly anticipated the rewards of the fourth layer of the trial tower. Boom. Just then, from the heavens, an ocean of thunderous energy coalesced, transforming into a colossal thunder dragon, its eyes crackling with electricity, unleashing a torrent of thunderous roars. With a mighty dragon's roar, the thunder dragon surged through the void, its immense form casting shadows over the land, charging towards Yin Tianzi with the power to annihilate the world. Dragon Elephant Suppression Technique. In the blazing summer, Yin Tianzi displayed an unyielding demeanor, channeling the formidable Dragon Elephant Suppression Technique. An ocean of spiritual energy surged within him, tumultuous as the sea, while the ethereal forms of the dragon and elephant coiled majestically in the air behind him, with the resonant roars of the elephant and the dragon. The two divine beasts intertwined, hurtling toward the thunder dragon with a fierce intensity. After undergoing the baptism of the divine tower, his comprehension of the Dragon Elephant Suppression Technique deepened significantly. With merely a strike of his palm, he could unleash a power rivaling that of a late-stage emperor. Boom! In that moment, the two forces collided, resulting in a cataclysmic roar that reverberated through the air, sending waves of boundless energy radiating outward. The entire void was filled with an overwhelming spiritual force as thunder rumbled and the ocean roared, evoking a sense of apocalyptic dread. Boom! Yet, the magnitude of this force was utterly terrifying, crashing into Yin Tianzi and sending him staggering back thousands of feet. Barely managing to regain his footing, his garments in tatters, bloodied and pale, gasping for breath, the glint of greed in his eyes remained unabated as he let out a sinister laugh. Heavenly Flame Divine Sword. As the words left his lips, a long sword materialized in his hand, enveloped in a seething aura of heat, akin to a volcanic eruption, with an endless sea of flames intertwining and trembling in the void above. Three styles of heaven and earth, heaven cleaves, earth annihilates, he proclaimed, as the ocean of spiritual energy within him coalesced above the sea of flames, transforming into a sword silhouette that hovered timelessly in the air. Upon this sword silhouette, searing flames consumed all, its might astonishing, as if the very void were being scorched. Boom! With a single sweep of the sword, the colossal sword silhouette descended like a collapsing galaxy, radiating an endless resplendence that enveloped everything in its path, causing the air itself to shatter, splitting the entire space in twain. Whoosh! The resounding sword silhouette surged forth, the infinite brilliance of sword light intertwining, filling the sky with a blinding radiance, leaving nothing but dazzling luminosity in its wake. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted as the thunder dragon roared in fury, the ocean of thunder above roiling as if a volcano were on the brink of eruption, manifesting as a colossal hand shadow that obscured the heavens. This hand shadow, vast and imposing, obliterated everything in its path, As it collided with the sword silhouette, the hand shadow surged forward with an unstoppable momentum. And in a fleeting moment, the sword silhouette disintegrated into dust, vanishing into the boundless void. No. In Yin Tianzi's eyes, the hand shadow loomed larger, and he gasped in horror, boom. As the hand shadow advanced, he instinctively shut his eyes. And upon reopening them, he found himself outside the trial tower. That the divine son of the divine kingdom, someone exclaimed, pointing at Yin Tianzi in astonishment. Simultaneously, the fourth level of the divine tower dimmed, confirming to all present that this was indeed the divine son of the divine kingdom. To their surprise, this individual possessed such terrifying talent. Although Yin Tianzi had failed the challenge, the disciples of the Southern Palace did not mock him. Instead, a rare admiration flickered in their expressions. While they held disdain for the arrogance of this divine son, they could not help but envy and respect his extraordinary talent. Hearing the discussions among the Southern Palace disciples, Yin Tianzi's restless emotions calmed somewhat. He then lifted his gaze towards the divine tower, his expression still proud. I thought you were exceptional. Turns out you haven't even surpassed my progress, Yin Tianzi scoffed. Utterly indifferent to the fact that he was in the Southern Palace, his mocking words echoing among the disciples. Upon hearing this, their expressions shifted. Some, in their agitation, nearly rushed forward, only to be restrained. What do you mean by that? What? Am I mistaken? Yin Tianzi cast a disdainful glance at them. If you truly possess skill, then reach the fifth level, or defeat me. Yin Tianzi continued to provoke, dismissing the group before him, whose highest strength barely reached the golden immortal realm. While he stood as a second-tier emperor, bolstered by the celestial Xian Huang Qi, rendering them mere practice dummies. Chapter 41. The talent of the divine son. Although the disciples of the Southern Palace were incensed, they refrained from wasting words on him, silently awaiting the unfolding events. As time trickled by, approximately a quarter of an hour later, the fourth level of the trial tower suddenly erupted with a brilliant light. Fourth level. A disciple from our Southern Palace has entered the fourth level. This must be Nangongyu. The saintess must excel and deliver a resounding blow to this divine son of the divine kingdom. As voices converged, Yin Tianzi furrowed his brow, opening his eyes to witness the radiant glow of the fourth level, his expression darkening. He silently mused, what of stepping into the fourth level? I do not believe you can triumph over the thunder dragon of the fourth level. Yin Tianzi's countenance remained grim, doubtful of Nangongyu's qualifications to challenge the fourth level. Suddenly, the fourth level of the trial tower burst forth with another wave of brilliance. Someone else has entered the fourth level. Upon seeing this, Yin Tianzi's composure began to fray. If only one person had entered the fourth level, he could have accepted it, but now, Yin Tianzi's expression turned icy, his fists clenched tightly, a murderous intent swirling in his eyes. Rumble! Soon after, the light of the fourth level flared again, continuing for an extended duration. Ha ha ha! So many have entered the fourth level. It seems our Southern Palace will soon produce countless divine dragons. In that moment, a disciple from the Southern Palace laughed heartily, his expression one of euphoria, as if he had personally entered the fourth level. Hee hee, I wonder if the divine son of the divine kingdom feels any pain in his face now. Someone glanced at Yin Tianzi, mocking openly. Humph! Yin Tianzi snorted. What of entering the fourth level? The Thunder Divine Kingdom is not something you ants can contend with. However, barely had the words left his mouth when his expression froze. Before their eyes, the fifth level erupted with dazzling light. Yin Tianzi's countenance changed dramatically, disbelief flooding his eyes as he shook his head vehemently. Impossible. How could they have defeated the Thunder Dragon? This cannot be. Observing Yin Tianzi's near-manic state, the disciples of the Southern Palace felt immense satisfaction. Whoosh! At that moment, the light of the fifth level surged once more, as yet another individual stepped into the fifth level. Witnessing this scene, the entire Southern Palace erupted in excitement. Although they were uncertain of the rewards awaiting in these levels, the benefits from the first and second levels had already proven invaluable. Moreover, if someone could reach the ninth level and undergo the baptism of the Great Tao, that would be even more extraordinary. I do not believe it. While some rejoiced, others despaired. The more elated the disciples of the Southern Palace became, the more frantic Yin Tianzi appeared, his eyes bloodshot and his expression twisted. Ha ha ha! Seeing this spectacle, the disciples of the Southern Palace found even greater joy. For days, Yin Tianzi had exuded arrogance, disregarding them entirely. And with the Saint Lord's decree against disrespecting him, they had been forced to endure. Now, this was the backlash that Yin Tianzi deserved. Divine Son of the Divine Kingdom, are we so foolish as to wonder if our Southern Palace's prodigies can step into the 6th level? At that moment, one disciple from the Southern Palace inquired with a smirk, clearly savoring the moment. Buffed. Hearing this, Yin Tianzi's heart trembled slightly, his face paling as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Ha ha ha! Seeing Yin Tianzi's unstable state of mind, the disciples of the Southern Palace laughed even more heartily. Some even taunted, "Keep it coming. Your output is quite lacking. This mere celestial flame divine kingdom, a mere speck, dares to be arrogant in our Southern Palace? Truly laughable." As the taunts rained down, Yin Tianzi felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, as if his heart had cracked, the sounds around him roaring, taking a while to subside. Meanwhile, from a distance, Nangong Haoyan witnessed everything, yet refrained from intervening. In his eyes, Yin Tianzi was merely courting his own demise. Having reaped his rewards, he should learn to act with humility rather than flaunt and irritate others. Who else but him deserved to be reprimanded? As Nangong Haoyan mused, the witch lurking in the shadows wore a grim expression. "You useless fool!" The witch seethed with rage, her greed intensifying. Although she was unaware of what divine artifacts Yin Tianzi had acquired within the trial tower, his breakthrough to the 2nd tier indicated he had certainly grasped some fortuitous opportunity. Even if he were not a pawn, the witch would refine him to claim whatever fortune he had obtained. Rumble. At that moment, a powerful aura surged forth, and before the crowd could react, the 6th level of the trial tower erupted with earth-shattering brilliance. Boom. In the next instant, golden clouds appeared in the heavens, and a sound akin to the chime of the great Tao resonated within the hearts of all present, as celestial hymns chanted, heralding a divine omen. Buzz. Subsequently, a pure aura enveloped the area, causing everyone to feel as if they were undergoing a transcendental transformation, breaking through their realm barriers, with some practitioners immediately sitting cross-legged to achieve a breakthrough. Even the witch, hidden in the shadows, felt a pure energy swirling within her, filling her limbs and bones. "I've broken through," the witch exclaimed in delight, astonished that this energy could help her surpass her realm barrier and ascend to the 5th tier of the Emperor realm. "It seems I owe a great debt of gratitude to the Southern Palace." After a moment of delight, the witch's lips curled into a sinister smile, her eyes revealing a ruthless glimmer. Since the course had been set, it was time to put the plan into action. She was determined to uncover the secrets of the South Palace Holy Land. Buzz. At that moment, the divine tower radiated its brilliance once more. In the next instant, the expressions of the onlookers changed dramatically as they gasped in shock. Someone had entered the 6th level. The trial divine tower was a treasure trove of opportunities beyond imagination. Tio's step into the 6th level was to gain unimaginable fortune. Meanwhile, Yin Tianzi's face darkened. His eyes filled with madness. "No, it's impossible. This must be a lie. How could the mere South Palace Holy Land have talents more terrifying than mine? It must be false. You are all deceiving me." Yin Tianzi suddenly burst into manic laughter, his face turning pale as he spewed a mouthful of blood. The crowd gazed at him with pity, as if observing a jester at the same time. Within the trial divine tower, is this the 6th level? Nen Gongyu found herself in a mysterious space. Nestled by mountains and waters, the scenery was like an ink painting, vastly different from the previous realms, leaving her somewhat astonished. Yet, she wondered what challenges and opportunities awaited her here. It should be noted that the fortunes from the earlier levels had significantly enhanced her strength. Boom. As she pondered, a voice echoed, causing the void to tremble, with the sun and moon shining simultaneously, emitting dazzling brilliance. This world contained the essence of all things. If one could comprehend it, they could attain sainthood and emperorship. The sound of the great Tao traversed the ages, resonating through the void. Sainthood and emperorship. Hearing this, Nan Gongyu's expression changed, her beautiful eyes igniting with fervor. Chapter 42. Jealousy. The principles of the great Tao were inherently profound, and achieving sainthood and emperorship was akin to scaling the heavens. It was unfathomable what kind of energy this space harbored. Recollecting her thoughts, Nan Gongyu began to contemplate. Before her lay a crystal-clear lake, surrounded by towering mountains, stretching endlessly. The melodious chirping of birds filled the air, and the inexhaustible vitality enveloped her, soothing her spirit. Nan Gongyu spoke softly. Her mind seemed to be awakened by an unseen force. At this moment, her body was enveloped by a faint azure aura. An endless tide of vitality surged into her being, akin to a vast lake. Boom! Concurrently, a thunderous sound erupted from above. The great Tao paved the way, golden auspiciousness shattered the void, enveloping Nan Gongyu. Countless divine beasts manifested. Sacred lotuses blossomed, exuding a holy aura. Boom! An extraordinary phenomenon emerged, and boundless spiritual energy poured into Nan Gongyu like an ocean. Under this influx of spiritual power, her realm continuously advanced. Peak of the second layer of Emperor Respect. Initial stage of the second layer of Emperor Respect. Peak of the second layer of Emperor Respect. After a considerable time, Nan Gongyu's realm stabilized at the peak of the fourth layer of Emperor Respect. Just a step away from entering the fifth layer of Emperor Respect, taking a deep breath, Nan Gongyu slowly opened her eyes, a spark of brilliance igniting within them. The vibrations within the void seemed capable of tearing the heavens apart. The great Tao thundering and all things coming to life. The voice resonated once more, reverberating with might. As the words fell, golden light erupted from Nan Gongyu's eyes. Within her gaze, the vitality of all things surged forth. Divine lotuses blossoming endlessly, their aura boundless, as if she had glimpsed the cyclical nature of existence itself. This immense power left Nan Gongyu gasping, forcing herself to regain composure. This force was far too terrifying. She sensed that her martial physique could not endure such power. If she were to utilize the might of the great Tao's holy gaze, she might perish. Nan Gongyu believed that to initially harness the great Tao's holy gaze, one would need at least the peak of the ninth layer of Emperor Respect, or even a saint. Boom! As the vitality of all things waned, the heavens and the earth began to collapse. Nan Gongyu chose not to linger, preparing to push toward the seventh layer. However, in the next moment, her expression shifted and a force enveloped her, immobilizing her, causing her delicate face to change dramatically. Whoosh! Following this, a blinding light descended upon her. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself outside the Trial Divine Tower. Saint Lady. Upon seeing Nan Gongyu, Nan Gongxinyu and Wan Longyuan approached her. Nan Gongyu nodded and asked, "You have all been sent out?" "Yes," Nan Gongxinyu replied, recounting their experiences. "It seems you all gained quite a bit within the Divine Tower." At that moment, Nan Gong Haoyan approached, his gaze resting on Nan Gongyu, a rare look of astonishment crossing his face. Each level of the Trial Divine Tower conjured scenes and opportunities based on the warrior's innate talent and strength. For Nan Gongyu to obtain the trial of the great Tao's holy gaze at the sixth level was a talent even the proudest of geniuses would find challenging to match. Ancestor. Upon seeing Nan Gong Haoyan, the group spoke in unison, their eyes filled with admiration. Their current talents and strengths were all bestowed upon them by Nan Gong Haoyan. Without him, they would not be where they were today. "You have all just broken through. Rest well and stabilize your realms," Nan Gong Haoyan said calmly. "Understood." The group replied in unison. At that moment, a piercing voice rang out, "Nan Gongyu, I challenge you." With that declaration, the South Palace Holy Land fell silent, only to erupt in uproarious laughter, all eyes turning to Yin Tianzi, whose expression was laced with mockery. "Challenging the Saint Lady? How amusing!" Nan Gongyu frowned. Although she did not know how Yin Tianzi had managed to restore his martial physique and break through to the peak of the second layer of Emperor Respect, she was confident that these achievements were insufficient to make him her opponent. "What's wrong? Are you afraid?" Seeing Nan Gongyu's silence, Yin Tianzi sneered, his eyes filled with disdain. Now possessing complete innate Xinhuang Qi, his combat prowess was unparalleled. He sought to challenge Nan Gongyu and trample upon the dignity of the South Palace Holy Land. "Do I need to personally handle such trash?" Wan Longyuan stepped forward. Speaking coldly, he had gained considerable insights in the Divine Tower and was eager to find a means to sharpen his skills. "The last time, I was careless." Upon seeing Wan Longyuan, Yin Tianzi's heart trembled, and he instinctively retreated a few steps, steadying himself before coldly declaring, "Today, let me show you the might of this divine scion." As he finished speaking, the Tianyin divine sword appeared. its scorching blade radiating an aura that seemed capable of tearing the heavens and earth apart. Just as Wan Longyuan prepared to take action, Nan Gongqinyu stepped forward, calmly stating, "This time, I will take care of it." As she spoke, the sacred heavenly spirit sword materialized in her hand, its pure light bursting forth, crashing against the void, warping the surrounding air as if it were cloth, shredding into countless void holes. "Anyone who comes is no match for this divine scion," Yin Tianzi declared coldly, his eyes filled with murderous intent. The Tianyin divine sword in his hand exuded a terrifying aura, and a chilling sword shadow surged from its blade. The three styles of heaven and earth, heavenly slash and earth annihilation, the blazing sword shadow, sharp and ancient, surged through the air towards Nan Gongqinyu. All swords returned to their source. Nan Gongqinyu remained unperturbed, wielding her sword, summoning a vast ocean of spiritual power that enveloped the void. Countless sword shadows coalesced, resembling a rain of swords descending toward the ground. Boom! In an instant, the two forces collided, erupting in a cataclysmic roar. The overwhelming energy surged forth like a tsunami, radiating outward, a pillar of light shooting up from the ground as the surrounding earth shattered. After the clash, both combatants were forced back. Yin Tianzi's complexion turned pale, his blood surging within, and he coughed up reverse blood, his face twisted. In contrast, Nan Gongqinyu appeared calm, as if unscathed again. Yin Tianzi shouted, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. The tidal wave of energy surged, a relentless ocean of spiritual power emanating from him, shaking the void as he wielded the Tianyin divine sword. With sword light filling the skies, he unleashed the three styles of heaven and earth. 9 turned sword god. As his words fell, an infinite ocean of spiritual power transformed into 9 sword shadows, coalescing in the void, each radiating the power to annihilate the heavens and earth. Boom! One of the sword shadows descended with a devastating force, akin to a tidal wave, obliterating everything in its path, shattering the air, collapsing the void, and causing celestial bodies to dim, mountains and rivers to reverse. Countless anomalies erupted within the heavens and earth, and Yin Tianzi laughed maniacally. This 3 styles of heaven and earth is the unparalleled secret art of the Tianyin divine kingdom. Even my father can unleash enough power to slay those at the late stage of emperor respect. Boom! The immense sword shadow blotted out the sky, its overwhelming might descending like a collapsing star river, bathing the world in radiant white light. Dragon elephant suppression technique? Nan Gongqinyu retracted the sacred heavenly spirit sword, channeling the ocean of spiritual power within her, and unleashed a punch. Behind her, a dragon elephant phantom rose, its body shattering the void. The elephant's trunk swung, fracturing the surrounding space, unleashing an oppressive force akin to falling stars, distorting the vast expanse. Roar! As the roar of the dragon reverberated, 2 divine beasts trod upon the void, leaving annihilation in their wake. Boom! In the next instant, 2 forces collided, unleashing a deafening sound that shattered the sword shadows into mere dust, vanishing into the emptiness above. Once more, Yin Tianzi bellowed, and the 8 sword shadows, suspended in the ancient void, descended like meteors, their turbulent waves tearing through the heavens, bearing an overwhelming might as they crashed towards the dragon elephant phantom. Bang! The dragon elephant phantom radiated a golden brilliance, akin to a divine shield, repelling the sword shadows. As the shield shattered, the sword shadow disappeared once again. Witnessing this spectacle, Yin Tianzi succumbed to madness, his face contorted in a grotesque snarl as he roared, "I shall see you dead." 9 turned sword god. Attack! In his fury, the remaining 7 sword shadows descended with a grandeur capable of obliterating the very heavens and earth. The air itself was pierced. The world trembled, mountains crumbled, and the ground beneath revealed unfathomable chasms. Boom! A sound reminiscent of thunder erupted, an overwhelming wave barreling towards the dragon elephant phantom with relentless vigor. "Come!" Nan Gongqinyu also shouted, his eyes aglow with fervor. The dragon elephant phantom roared, traversing the void, swirling the surrounding air, distorting the entire space before it shattered completely. Boom! Following this, the dragon elephant phantom collided with the 7 sword shadows, resulting in a mushroom cloud that surged upward, enveloping the realm, with energy swirling as if connecting the entire universe. An infinite might radiated forth, a terrifying force resembling towering ocean waves, causing the void to tremble. the mountains to invert, and spiritual energies to engulf the sky, casting the world into darkness. Hiss! At this sight, everyone inhaled sharply, their eyes wide with astonishment. They had not anticipated that these two could unleash such terrifying power. The dreadful might cascaded down like a waterfall, reverberating through the void, as the air was rent asunder like fabric. Boom! After a single strike, Yin Tianzi was violently thrown back, traversing thousands of meters through the void before barely regaining his stance. He took a deep breath, his complexion slightly pale, anger swirling in his eyes. In contrast, Nan Gong Chenyu, though also pushed back 100 yards, remained steadfast, his aura calm, a sword raised and poised. Humph! Yin Tianzi sneered coldly, his murderous intent surging, his inner spiritual force roiling like an ocean, spreading an overwhelming pressure across the void, as if heralding the apocalypse. Heavenly fire sea! With a furious roar, Yin Tianzi stepped forward, his figure landing upon the void. Before unleashing a palm strike, boom! The void was engulfed in flames, covering the entire world. A shadow of a hand, vast enough to obscure the sun, materialized from the fire sea, shattering countless air particles, annihilating space, and leading to devastation. Innate Xianhuang Qi, arise. With another incantation, a torrent of golden energy erupted from within Yin Tianzi, entwining around the shadow of his palm like chains, an endless aura flooding forth. The palm shadow expanded once more, and in the next moment, it seemed as if the very heavens and earth were filled with its presence. Now this is interesting. Nan Gong Chenyu's eyes narrowed slightly, a smile gracing his lips. Then, the sacred heavenly spirit sword in his hand emitted a resonant battle cry. The sword's body radiated a sacred aura, and behind him, 3 golden Buddhas appeared, their mantras echoing. Lotus blossoms unfurled, torrents of spiritual energy surged like a tidal wave, coalescing upon the sacred heavenly spirit sword. Subsequently, he swung the sword. A sword shadow stretching 10,000 zhang shattered the ages, traversed the void, and advanced towards him. Wherever it struck, space fractured, the void roared, and all things seemed to turn to dust. Rumble! As if the voice of divine retribution resounded, the sword's shadow glimmered with golden light, a Buddha's head manifesting, its unstoppable momentum obliterating all in its path as it clashed with the hand shadow obscuring the heavens. Boom! Immediately after, an earth-shattering sound erupted, plunging the entire world into an infinite tremor. The boundless void collapsed, the mountains of this realm dissolved into nothingness, and the seas inverted, transforming into white mist that billowed in the air. The cataclysmic shockwaves rolled forth, shattering the void, akin to towering ocean waves surging throughout the space. After a long while, the tumult finally subsided. The relentless shockwaves crashed down upon Yin Tianzi, who was sent flying like a shooting star. Streaking across the sky, drenched in blood and a sight most pitiful in the shadows, the witch furrowed her brow at this sight, snorting disdainfully. Useless. Very well, allow me to lend a hand, with a languid sigh. Endless greed flickered in her eyes. As her words fell, she joined her hands, radiant light swirling at her fingertips. Whispering softly, as if reciting an ancient incantation, a mysterious, archaic purple aura enveloped her. The purple energy transformed into flowing light, merging into the heart of Yin Tianzi. Boom! In the next moment, an immense, oceanic aura erupted from Yin Tianzi. He raised his head towards the heavens, a fierce roar escaping his lips, his visage twisted in rage. Enveloped in an inky black, demonic energy. After a while, Yin Tianzi's body settled into calm. He suddenly lifted his gaze, his dark eyes ablaze with a bloodthirsty glimmer, resembling an ancient beast poised to devour its prey. Instilling dread with a mere glance. Heart demon seed? Nan Gong Haoyan murmured, lifting his gaze towards a point in the void. He had not anticipated that this which would be so ruthless as to plant a demon seed in Yin Tianzi's heart. Once the heart demon seed is sown, it leads to a descent into madness, transforming the host into a creature of slaughter. Chapter 44. Heart Demon Seed. However, as the aura calmed, the backlash from the heart demon seed would inevitably consume its master, ultimately becoming an essence of desolation, vanishing into the void. Let us fight. Only now can you unleash your true worth, though not disappoint me in the void. The witch smiled greedily, for this essence of desolation was precisely what she sought. The heart demon seed seemed fearsome, yet to plant it within a cultivator, especially an emperor-level being, was akin to ascending to the heavens. Yin Tianzi, known for his unparalleled arrogance, faced such a blow within the Nangong sacred land. Making his heart susceptible to fissures, it was precisely for this reason that the witch found her chance to infiltrate and plant the heart demon seed within him, and that complete innate Xianhuang Qi, if she could obtain both. Seclude herself for 1,000 years upon her emergence, she might very well become the legendary sage. At that time, that old fool would no longer be able to contend with her. With this thought, the witch suddenly burst into maniacal laughter, her eyes brimming with murderous intent, her entire being pulsating with this terrifying power. Roar, consumed by the heart demon seed, Yin Tianzi transformed into a beast driven solely by slaughter. In the next moment, his entire body lunged forward, the surging power akin to colossal waves, distorting the entire space in but an instant. Yin Tianzi charged forth, bearing down upon Nangong Chenyu with unstoppable force. Heh! Nangong Chenyu snorted coldly, his eyes unwavering as he threw a punch, his formidable fist radiating a chilling might. A born sword body, his physique was as unyielding as a divine sword. Unafraid as he met the oncoming force head-on, Yin Tianzi clenched his fist with one hand, absorbing the surrounding spiritual power, forming a golden fist imprint around his right fist, launching it towards Nangong Chenyu. In an instant, Nangong Chenyu unleashed the light spirit shield, his body technique, and the 8 desolation sword formation, the 3 strongest defensive arts. Boom! At last, as Yin Tianzi's power intensified, Nangong Chenyu's defenses finally crumbled. He took a punch from afar. Puff, puff, puff. 3 mouthfuls of blood erupted from Nangong Chenyu, his complexion as pale as paper. Yin Tianzi commanded the killing formation. Dark purple beams of light surged towards Nangong Chenyu. Nangong Chenyu remained undaunted, roaring as spiritual power surged from within him, forming a protective shield that enveloped him. Boom! Countless beams of energy, fierce and overwhelming, crashed down upon the shield in an instant. The spiritual shield shattered, and Nangong Chenyu's expression changed as he drew his sword to defend. Yet the force was too terrifying. He was like a grasshopper, sent reeling back by the massive light. Boom! Just then, a figure descended, striking out a palm to counter the deadly assault of the killing formation. Ancestor. Nangong Chenyu's face lit up with joy. He wished to rise and greet, but his injuries immobilized him. Nangong Chenyu, I shall borrow the sacred heavenly spirit sword for a moment, Nangong Haoyan said, casting a glance at him. Nangong Chenyu nodded, pulling the sacred heavenly spirit sword from the ground. Bang! Unsteady, he stumbled and fell to the ground. Nangong Haoyan waved his hand, a clear power flowing into Nangong Chenyu's body. Holding the sword with one hand, Nangong Haoyan intoned, the spiritual sword originates from the ancient. Returns to the primordial. The bearer of the sacred heavenly spirit sword can slay all things under heaven, annihilating all wickedness in the world. The sacred celestial sword, which gives life to all beings, devours the 9 extremes and presides over the world, along with the sacred celestial sword technique, declares the annihilation of the world. Nangong Haoyan suddenly halted and continued, the first stance of the sacred celestial sword. The sacred soul sword shadow. Instantly, thunderous roars echoed in the sky, relentlessly striking outwards, as the lightning gradually consumed the entire firmament. Meanwhile, the sacred celestial spirit sword incessantly absorbed the power of the lightning, transforming it into spiritual energy, creating sacred soul sword shadows that extended for several zhong, then hundreds of zhong, and eventually thousands of zhong. As time progressed, the sacred celestial sword shadow grew larger, eventually reaching a height of 10,000 zhong before it gradually came to a standstill. Gulp! Nangong Chenyu swallowed hard, his eyes wide with astonishment, his mouth agape enough to fit 3 eggs. Boom! A sword shadow of 10,000 zhong struck towards the killing formation, its immense force instantly obliterating the array. Bang! Waves of residual energy emanating from the sacred celestial sword shadow shattered a significant portion of the surrounding space, showcasing the ferocity of this attack. After a long while, as the dust settled, Yin Tianzi was left in a state of blood and flesh, his voice weak and filled with bitterness. You people of the Nangong sacred land shall all perish, cough, which, please annihilate them, though grievously injured. He was not slain by the sacred celestial sword shadow. Huh? Nangong Haotian's gaze remained indifferent as he swung his sword, the blade's radiance flickering forth, cleaving through the void and crashing down. Thud! The sound resonated as Yin Tianzi exploded into a mist of blood, dissipating into the emptiness. Nangong Haotian's expression was apathetic, as if he had merely crushed an insignificant ant, his demeanor as calm as a tranquil pond. Clap, clap, clap. At that moment, a round of applause suddenly erupted, and the witch's figure streaked across the sky, appearing before the gathered crowd. With a smile on her lips, her raspy voice pierced the air. Nangong Ancestor, truly worthy of being labeled a calamity star by others. Your strength is indeed extraordinary. The others referred to by the witch were evidently the Holy Pavilion of the Divine Domain. It has been nearly a month since the Holy Pavilion of the Divine Domain made any move. Had the witch not mentioned it, Nangong Haotian might have nearly forgotten about them. However, Yin Tianzi is the divine son of my divine kingdom. Can your Nangong sacred land simply annihilate him like this? I, an old woman, would find it difficult to make a report. The witch's smile remained, her gaze lingering on the power of desolation and the innate yellow aura, her eyes glimmering with greed. In response, Nangong Haotian let out a cold chuckle, his eyes narrowing slightly, remaining silent. Then, the witch continued, how about this? Allow me to take this primal desolation power and innate yellow aura back to the monarch of the divine kingdom. It would suffice as my report. As her words fell, the entire Nangong sacred land fell into silence. Powerful presences, rivaling that of the witch, surged forth, their gazes fixed upon her. Should the witch make a move, they would not hesitate to strike and eliminate her. A suffocating aura enveloped the Nangong sacred land. Even the witch, possessing the cultivation of the 5th level of the Emperor's realm, felt an indifferent pressure. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to calm down, a slight arc forming at the corner of her mouth as she spoke with a faade of tranquility. Since that is the case, I shall retrieve these. With that, the witch's figure flickered, attempting to gather the primal desolation power and innate yellow aura into her possession. Just then, a beam of light sliced through the void, severing her outstretched arm. Chapter 45. The yellow sparrow lurks behind the witch's expression shifted dramatically, her chest heaving as rage surged in her eyes. At their level, regenerating flesh or reattaching severed limbs is merely a fleeting moment. However, such humiliation would be etched into her memory for a lifetime. Do not overestimate yourselves, she spoke coldly, her aura of the 5th level of the Emperor's realm erupting, shaking the void in her fury. She swiftly found her escape route. The Nangong sacred land was no longer as weak as she had imagined. Even the prodigious disciples were beyond count. There were numerous Emperor-level powerhouses, not to mention the Great Dao Emperor and the unpredictable Nangong Ancestor. Realizing this, she activated her spatial ring, drawing the two forces within her. Then, her spiritual energy erupted, her body moving like lightning, racing towards the void. Could she escape? Nangong Haotian raised his gaze, a smirk curving his lips as he waved his hand. The sacred celestial spirit's sword in his grasp shot forth like a crossbow bolt into the void. The speed of the spirit's sword was unparalleled, piercing through the void with a series of thunderous booms. In the blink of an eye, it pierced through the witch's body, causing her to explode into a shower of blood. As the Emperor fell, his essence turned into a torrential blood rain, cascading through the heavens and earth. Buzz! At that moment, the heavens underwent a strange transformation. A rift in the void tore through the sky, an immense hand appearing before the crowd, exuding an unparalleled aura, seizing the two forces before disappearing into the void. Though the hand vanished from sight, that overwhelming power lingered timelessly in the cosmos. The sacred land trembled, the great Tao roared. It was not until Nangong Haotian intervened to seal the rift in space that the cataclysmic energy was subdued. For a long while, the crowd remained in shock. Just a shadow of a hand had instilled such trepidation. Had its true form manifested, even if they all joined forces, they would not stand a chance against the hand's master. Hiss! Contemplating this, their eyes widened in terror, drawing in a sharp breath. They were all Emperor-level beings, with some having broken through to the Great Tao and established the laws of the Great Tao. Yet in the presence of that aura, they felt as insignificant as ants. It seemed only a legendary sage could achieve such power. I can provide you with everything you desire. I only hope you do not disappoint me, for otherwise I shall be displeased. Gazing at the calm void, Nangong Haotian's expression remained as indifferent as water. Had he chosen to, he could have easily retained the hand's master alongside that hand, but such triviality would be far too dull. Thus, he allowed this individual to take the two forces. Nangong Haotian surmised that if these two forces were completely refined, they might withstand several of his own strikes, which would be quite satisfactory. Meanwhile, in a secluded realm of the sacred land, a dim cave was filled with the oppressive aura of desolation. A figure clad in purple sat upon a meditation mat. Suspended before her were several crystal orbs radiating an earth-shattering energy. As if nurturing something, sending ripples through the surrounding void, boom. Her eyes suddenly opened and closed, sending shockwaves through the air, causing the space to shatter. This primal desolation power and innate yellow aura have indeed saved me a considerable amount of time. The figure spoke slowly. If any disciples of the Nangong sacred land were present, they would be utterly astonished, for this figure bore a striking resemblance to the witch who had just fallen. That avatar of mine is indeed greedy. How could mere ants of the Emperor's realm hope to escape my control? Utterly laughable, the figure continued, her tone laced with disdain and mockery. It turned out that the witch in the western region was merely an avatar of this being. To cultivate her mysterious technique, she had created countless avatars, beginning her cultivation from the mundane realm, scattering them across the vast divine wilderness. That which had gained numerous opportunities, leading her to harbor greedy thoughts of escaping the control of her true self. Little did she know, what she considered a foolproof plan was nothing but laughable in the eyes of her true self. Surprisingly, this small Nangong sacred land had gathered such a multitude of talented individuals. And the Trial Divine Tower surely contained many mysterious opportunities. Just then, a voice echoed from outside the secret realm. "Ancestor, the people from the holy pavilion of the divine domain have arrived." Upon hearing this, the purple-clad elder's lips curled into a smirk as she exited the secret realm to greet them. On the other side, in the divine kingdom of Yin Yin, the monarch Yin Wuji, upon learning of his son's demise in the Nangong sacred land, maintained an expression as calm as water, devoid of any sorrow or rage. However, beside him, the monarch's wife was filled with grief and fury, her eyes brimming with endless murderous intent as she cried hoarsely, "We must avenge our deceased son." "Calm down, my lady. The Nangong sacred land possesses countless formidable warriors, although their supreme elder is missing. His unfathomable cultivation is not something our divine kingdom of Yin can provoke." Yin Wuji sighed, his voice tinged with resignation, yet lacking any trace of desolation. "Yin Wuji." Upon hearing this, the monarch's wife glared fiercely, her voice sharp, her face ablaze with uncontainable fury. "Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your thoughts. I tell you, he is my son. Whoever caused his death shall face annihilation. YNWJ's wife is named Wang Bi, a daughter of the esteemed Wang family from the western regions, a lineage that has endured for countless generations, rich in heritage and legacy. Logically speaking, with such profound ancestry, the Wang family would have little regard for a mere minor power like the T New York and Divine Kingdom. However, YNWJ wields the sacred fire of the Divine Kingdom, rumored to be of ancient origin, eternal and indestructible, containing boundless principles of fire. Yet, throughout the ages, no one has been able to unravel its mysteries. Curiously, the fortunes of both the Divine Kingdom and the T New York and Divine Kingdom are intricately linked. Thus, regardless of who seeks the sacred fire, none may harm YNWJ. Otherwise, the flame shall extinguish, becoming inaccessible to all in pursuit of obtaining the sacred fire. The Wang family has allowed Wang Bi to be wed into the T New York and Divine Kingdom. As the ruler of a nation, YNWJ possesses a ruthless disposition and is acutely aware of the implications behind the actions of the Wang family. Consequently, he devised a scheme to exploit the discord between the Wang family and the Nangong sacred land, intending to observe from a distance and benefit as the opportunist. "Farewell, my lady," he uttered, watching as Wang Bi stormed away in anger. A light chuckle escaped his lips, but his expression soon darkened as he looked up into the void, asking in a low voice, "What has become of that witch?" Upon his words, a ripple echoed through the hall, and a hoarse voice responded, "Reporting to your majesty, the witch has perished in the Nangong sacred land." "Humph!" YNWJ scoffed, disdain evident in his eyes. With such feeble strength, She dared to covet the sacred fire of the divine kingdom? Truly laughable. Chapter 46. Undercurrents. YNWJ continued. I have heard that the Ing sacred land has produced many prodigies, and that their saintess possesses a mysterious body. You are to personally deliver the heavenly energy to the Ing sacred land. Additionally, inform them that YNBI intends to ally with the Ying family to bring harm to the Ing sacred land. Remember, regardless of what they say, do not engage in conflict with them. With his hands clasped behind his back, a subtle smile curved his lips, as if everything were under his control. Yes, came the response, and once again, tranquility returned to the void. Gazing at the serene sky, YNWJ coldly remarked, the sacred fire of the divine kingdom is not something you can covet. Once I comprehend its essence and break through its restrictions, you shall all be beneath my feet. Though the great wilderness divine domain appeared peaceful, a tempest brewed beneath the surface, concealed by murderous intent. Only the Ing sacred land remained tranquil since the fall of the divine prince of the divine kingdom. One morning, as Ing Hodn was in the midst of his cultivation, he heard the voice of J. New York, ancestor. There is a messenger from the T. New York and divine kingdom seeking an audience. At these words, Ing Hodn's eyes opened wide in a flash. He appeared before Ing Jny. Do they seek war? He inquired, his tone calm. The T. New York and divine kingdom is but a speck of land. Easily extinguishable, Ing Hodn replied, and Ing J. New York pondered for a moment before stating, I have heard they come bearing gifts. How intriguing, Ing Hodn mused, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. He had anticipated that the ruler of that divine kingdom would come in a fury, declaring war against the Ing sacred land. As they spoke, the two entered the grand hall where a middle-aged man clad in a gray robe awaited silently. You are the messenger from the T. New York and divine kingdom? Ing Hodn inquired. Stepping forward, the messenger turned to face him, noting the young man's refined features and ethereal presence, devoid of any discernible aura. Had it not been for Ing J. New York standing respectfully behind him, he might have mistaken him for a mere child wandering into the hall. After a moment of contemplation, the messenger spoke, Indeed, though our divine prince has perished in the Ing sacred land, his sins were many, and thus he met his deserved end. The esteemed ruler has sent me to present the heavenly energy to the saintess, hoping to quell the sacred land's wrath. Please accept it graciously. As he finished speaking, the messenger produced the heavenly energy from his spatial ring. Instantly, the entire hall felt as though it had been encased in ice, an overwhelming chill permeating the air, causing even golden immortal-level beings to struggle to breathe, their faces filled with dread. Such a valuable gift from your divine kingdom's ruler, what ulterior motive do you have? Ing J. New York asked. Frowning, he was all too familiar with the heavenly energy, derived from the 9 sacred spring within the Tianyin mountain range, refined by the great emperor It could instantly grant enlightenment, allowing one to grasp countless martial arts techniques. Such an extraordinary treasure, freely given by the ruler of the divine kingdom? Ing J. New York remained skeptical. The messenger, noticing his doubt, managed a smile and replied, Indeed, you are worthy of being the lord of the Ing. Nothing escapes your discerning eye. Enough with the pleasantries. Ing J. New York interjected, his brow furrowed in annoyance. The messenger continued, Our divine kingdom's ruler wishes to invite the ancestor and the saintess of the Ing sacred land to visit our divine kingdom. To demonstrate our sincerity, we are willing to offer the sacred fire of the divine kingdom for the saintess to observe. The messenger's words. Ing J. New York scoffed, How generous of you. To allow outsiders to observe the very foundation of your divine kingdom. Throughout the western regions, who does not know that the T. New York and divine kingdom relies on the sacred fire for support? Were it not for the numerous powers coveting this sacred fire, the T. New York and divine kingdom would have long since faded into obscurity. Yet, the sacred fire is so unique that the T. New York and divine kingdom has seized this opportunity to develop quietly, growing its own influence. The sacred fire of the divine kingdom, Ing Hodn murmured, a glint of understanding in his eyes. He was well aware of its origins, said to have fallen from an ancient divine alchemy furnace, eternally burning within the great wilderness divine domain. Very well, he said, waving his hand to dismiss the heavenly energy. Now that Ning Y's strength is firmly established at the pinnacle of the fourth level of the Emperor realm, this heavenly Yin energy will aid her in breaking through to the fifth level. Upon hearing Ning Hodn's agreement, the messenger's expression brightened with excitement. When shall we depart? Ning Hodn raised an eyebrow, responding, refining the heavenly Yin energy will take some time. It will not be late once that is accomplished. Agreed. The messenger readily accepted, not daring to voice any objections. Without further delay, Ning Hodn exited the grand hall and shortly arrived at Ning Y's quarters. He pushed open the door and recounted the events that had transpired. To which Ning Y responded with joy, "Ancestor, I am willing to go." "Not yet. First, you must refine the heavenly Yin energy," Ning Hodn instructed, waving his hand to present the heavenly Yin energy before her. The cold aura resonated with Ning Y's constitution. With Ning Hodn's assistance, she swiftly refined it within a few days, her momentum akin to a sharp arrow poised to be released. Radiating an overwhelming presence, boom, a terrifying aura surged through the room as Ning Y awakened from her meditation, a smile gracing her lips, though she had not yet stepped into the fifth level of the Emperor realm. The ceaseless energy within her surpassed that of many fifth-level Emperor beings. Ning Y felt that she could contend with those of the seventh level. It is known that once one reaches the fifth level, each level represents a significant divide, making it increasingly difficult to battle beyond one's realm. Yet, Ning Y's strength at the fourth level was truly astonishing. Opening the door, she found Ning Hodn awaiting her. Her face lit up with delight, as if she had just tasted honey, and she softly remarked, "Ancestor." "Indeed," Ning Hodn replied. Noting the increased depth of her aura, he chuckled, "Your progress is remarkable. You truly live up to the title of Saintess. With the heavenly fire of destruction within you, and having just absorbed the heavenly Yin energy, if you were to obtain the sacred fire of the divine kingdom, your combat power would become unparalleled." Ning Y's beautiful eyes sparkled at the mention of the sacred fire of the divine kingdom. Though she was unaware of its true power, she understood from her ancestor's words that it must be extraordinary. If she could merge it within herself, perhaps she could stand on equal footing with her ancestor. With thoughts swirling in her mind, Ning Y failed to hear the rest of Ning Hodn's words. "Let us depart," he said, pulling her back to reality. Ning Y nodded eagerly, following closely behind him. Chapter 47. Journey to the Divine Kingdom outside the Ning's sacred land. The messenger awaited their arrival. Suddenly, a cry echoed, and a golden-winged great pung soared into view, utilizing an ancient beast as a steed. Who could this be? The messenger stared in astonishment, momentarily at a loss for words. It is well known how proud the ancient races are. To tame one as a mount is no simple feat. Even for the strongest of warriors, he sensed that the identity of this Ning ancestor was far from ordinary. "Let us go," Ning Hodn stated calmly, as they mounted the golden-winged great pung. Days later, the trio arrived at the New York Divine Kingdom. Within the royal palace, flying was strictly prohibited. Any violators would be executed on the grounds of provocation. Thus, from the very beginning, Nangong Haotian commanded the formless entity Zukong to assume human form. Accompanying them on their journey, the envoy was a figure of the sovereign, traversing unhindered, and swiftly arrived at the heart of the imperial palace. Nangong Haotian sensed the presence of several formidable beings. Their auras concealed in the shadows, including a number of emperor-level powers. With a faint smile, Nangong Haotian chose not to elaborate. No matter how many emperor-level cultivators there were, to him, they were merely insignificant insects. In the blink of an eye, the four arrived at the grand hall of the palace. The sovereign of the divine kingdom, Yin Wuji, and his consort, Yang Baiyu, were seated upon their thrones. The envoy approached the three, respectfully announcing, "Your Excellency, the guests have arrived." Upon hearing this, Yin Wuji waved his hand and replied, "You may withdraw for now." "Yes." The envoy clasped his fists and stepped aside. Yi Haotian, Lin Qingyu, Zukong, and Nangong Haotian, along with Nangong Yu, spoke softly among themselves. During their journey, the envoy had informed them that Yang Baiyu, in collaboration with the Yang family, sought to eradicate their Nangong Holy Land. To avoid unnecessary complications, the two had assumed different names. While the members of the Yang family knew only their names, not their faces. Hence, The appearances of the three remained unchanged. Yin Wuji nodded and remarked, "You have all worked hard. Please proceed to the side hall and wait for a moment. I shall join you shortly." As his words fell, Yang Baiyu furrowed her brow. Noticing that Nangong Yu and Zukong emanated strong auras, at least of golden immortal caliber, she queried, "What business requires discussion in the side hall? Are you planning something behind my back?" A fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Yin Wuji's eyes, but it vanished almost instantly, replaced by a smile. "Why, dear wife, you are unaware that these individuals are the descendants of friends I made a century ago. Since we are to attack Nangong Holy Land, we naturally require allies. They are all exceptionally talented. Perhaps they can offer us assistance. That would be for the best," Yang Baiyu replied coldly, yet inwardly scheming. The Nangong Holy Land was home to countless powerful beings. Even the Yang family struggled to contend with them. Nevertheless, they harbored the audacity to attack the Nangong Holy Land and seize the sacred fire of the Divine Kingdom for themselves. With this thought in mind, Yang Baiyu chose not to voice any further concerns. After all, they were merely golden immortal cultivators. Even if complications arose, they would not pose significant trouble. However, if Yin Wuji were truly cornered, who could predict whether he would drag the Yang family down with him? At that moment, a voice echoed from outside the grand hall. "Aunt, when shall we commence the assault on Nangong?" Accompanying the voice was a strikingly handsome young man who approached. Upon seeing Nangong Yu's exquisite appearance, his expression momentarily froze, his eyes betraying a glimmer of greed, and his breath quickened. "Beautiful, simply breathtaking, as if she has stepped out of a painting. Her beauty eclipsing all else. One smile captivates a city, another conquers a nation." This phrase floated through his mind, perfectly encapsulating the enchantress before him. Though the young master of the Yang family extended a greeting, his arrogance was unmasked, further irking Nangong Yu. Lin Qingyu and Nangong Yu refrained from extending their hands, merely replying indifferently. Witnessing this, Yang Wanli's expression darkened, his smile vanishing, and his voice turned cold. "It seems that Miss Lin does not favor my company." This was, after all, the Divine Kingdom of Tianyan. Nangong Yu wished to avoid causing unnecessary trouble for her ancestors. Thus she responded, "Young Master Yang has misunderstood. It is merely that young master enjoys a life of privilege, while I am but a humble concubine, unworthy of such heights." "Ha ha ha!" Yang Wanli erupted into laughter, his eyes gleaming with intensified greed as they roamed over Nangong Yu's form. Licking his parched lips, he rasped, "In that case, shall we explore our acquaintance further in private?" The lewd words fell upon Nangong Yu's ears like a thunderclap, her expression changing as fury swirled in her eyes. She was the saintess of Nangong. Who dared to utter such indecencies before her? Just as she was about to retaliate, Yin Wuji's cold voice rang out, "Impudent! These three are my friends and esteemed guests of the Divine Kingdom of Tianyan. Should you utter another word, I shall ensure you regret it for life." Yin Wuji's voice was frigid, laced with a palpable threat. Yet, Yang Wanli showed no sign of heeding the warning, his gaze filled with derision. "You are but a hollow monarch now. The entire palace is filled with my Yang family's cultivators. What claim do you have to kingship?" His words were brutally sharp. Hearing this, veins throbbed on Yin Wuji's forehead, his rage boiling within. Were it not for the larger picture, he would have long since extinguished Yang Wanli's life, rather than allowing him to prattle on. "Why, dear wife, do you share this sentiment?" Yin Wuji asked, his voice laden with barely restrained fury. Yang Baiyu raised her gaze and spoke evenly. "Wanli, you may withdraw for now." "Yes," Yang Wanli smirked, casting a lingering glance at Nangong Yu before stepping back. "Humph!" Yin Wuji snorted, vowing that once he refined the sacred fire, he would make the Yang family pay 1,000-fold for their transgressions. "I am weary. If you have matters to discuss, do so in the main hall." Yang Baiyu did not linger, chuckling lightly as she exited the grand hall. Once Yang Baiyu departed, Yin Wuji sighed deeply, his expression one of helplessness. It appeared that even a sovereign faced internal strife and external threats. At that moment, Nangong Haoyan spoke up, his tone placid, betraying no discernible weight. In response, Yin Wuji forced a smile. "A man is innocent, yet bears the weight of precious stones." Their covetous gaze upon the sacred fire of the Divine Kingdom was unmistakably intense. Even without the Yang family, the Li and Zhao families would be in pursuit, until the Divine Kingdom of Tianyan ceased to exist. In her chamber, Nan Gongyu pondered Yin Wuji's words, her brows slightly furrowed as she queried. Ancestor, there is something I do not understand. The sacred fire of the Divine Kingdom is the very essence of Tianyin. Why would it lead us to seek out the Divine Kingdom? Chapter 48. The Curse of Precious Stones in Response. Nangong Haoyan maintained his serene demeanor and replied, "It is merely a matter of desperation and cleverness. Yin Wuji seeks to instigate a conflict between us and the Yang family, enabling him to reap the benefits." He continued, "Yet, no matter how he schemes, he cannot foresee that within you lies the celestial fire of annihilation, as both are of the same origin, and your martial physique is more than capable of refining it." With that, Nangong Haoyan closed his eyes to meditate. Hearing his words, Nangong felt a surge of sweetness in her heart, her delicate features blossoming into a radiant smile. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed through the air as the door to her chamber burst open. Splintering wood flying in every direction. Several figures appeared, with the leading man sporting a grin, his gaze fixed greedily upon Nangong. "Miss Lin, my young master requests your presence." As his words resonated, the atmosphere in the chamber grew tense. Nangong face turned as cold as frost, her fury roiling within. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to remain calm. Had it not been for the larger picture, she would have already drawn her sword against them. "Who do you think you are? Get out of my sight." However, beside her, Zukong was seething with rage. "How dare you insult the saintess? You are courting death." In response, the leading man's expression darkened, his anger flaring. "I am a favored attendant of the young master. How dare you speak to me in such a manner?" "Humph!" Zukong scoffed disdainfully. "What young master? When it comes to status, I possess the bloodline of an ancient race. A being above all beasts. You are not worthy to provoke me." Zukong struck out, and with a resounding crash, the leading man was sent soaring through the air, crashing to the ground in a bloody heap. Stepping forward, Zukong's icy demeanor remained unchanged. "This is merely a minor lesson. Should you utter another word, I shall take your life." "You?" The leading man's expression shifted dramatically, but as he met Zukong's frigid gaze, he averted his eyes, not daring to make eye contact. "Begone!" Zukong's voice boomed like thunder, reverberating in the hearts of those present. The members of the Yang family, resembling startled quail, hastily dragged the unconscious man away. Fleeing the scene, "Saintess, I have allowed you to suffer indignities." Zukong's icy demeanor softened as he turned to Nangong with great respect. Nangong shook her head, her thoughts unperturbed, and continued her cultivation as if nothing had transpired. Meanwhile, in Yang Wanli's chamber, he listened to his subordinate's report, his expression dark as thunder. With a violent kick, he sent the man sprawling to the ground, his face like ice, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. "Is what you say true?" The subordinate, trembling in fear, knelt on the ground, his voice quaking. "Absolutely true." "Humph!" Yang Wanli scoffed, his gaze filled with a cold glimmer, his heart ablaze with fury. He had acted with reckless abandon throughout his life. Never before had anyone dared to belittle him in such a manner. Today, this Lin Qingyu had repeatedly slapped him in the face. He could no longer hold back as the words fell. Yang Wanli's lips curled into a cruel smile. And he commanded those around him, "Bring Wu Qi to me. I wish to see just how audacious the minion of that worthless monarch can be. Who dare act within my domain is a clear invitation to death." Within the palace, the rules against slaughter are strict. Yet, Yang Wanli displayed no semblance of respect for Yin Wuji, treating the latter as if he were merely a dog of the Yang family, to be commanded at will. The subordinates dared not show any sign of hesitation, promptly nodding and setting off to summon Wu Qi. Wu Qi was a specially trained guard of Yang Wanli. Possessing peak golden immortal cultivation and unparalleled combat prowess, born solely for battle and fiercely loyal to Yang Wanli alone. Before long, Yang Wanli, accompanied by Wu Qi, arrived at the sleeping quarters of Nangong. His voice echoed throughout the palace. "Lin Qingyu, come out at once." With a single step forward, Yang Wanli unleashed a sword strike, its brilliance sharp and consuming, cleaving through the void toward the quarters. Bang! At that moment, a streak of sword light emerged, colliding with Yang Wanli's attack, resulting in a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air, sending shockwaves in all directions. Soon after, Nangong stepped out from her quarters. Clad in azure garments like an untainted fairy, her delicate features frosted with cold, wielding the purple smoke sword, her beautiful eyes ablaze with fury. You vile wretch! I called you Lin Xianzi out of respect. Yet you fail to recognize the favor. Today, I shall teach you a lesson. Yang Wanli's gaze was greedily fixated on Nan Gongyu's enchanting beauty. At that instant, Nan Gongyu's countenance turned icy, and she swung her sword once more. The radiance of her blade was no less fierce than Yang Wanli's, slicing through the air with a series of resounding booms. Yang Wanli's expression shifted, attempting to withdraw his sword, but it was too late. In a moment of alarm, Wu Qi suddenly stepped forward, bracing himself against the blade's aura with his physical form. Blood sprang forth, yet his expression remained unchanged. Witnessing this, Nan Gongyu's eyes widened in surprise. She had not anticipated that this burly man would possess such formidable resilience, her strike merely grazing his skin. Yang Wanli inhaled sharply, his face a mask of shock. After a moment, he growled with fury. Wu Qi, tear this insolent wretch apart. With that command, Wu Qi sprang into action, his body moving like a tiger unleashed from its cage, slicing through the air with a deafening roar as he charged toward Nan Gongyu. To dare harm my lady is to seek death. Just then, a furious roar echoed from within the quarters, and a figure materialized from the void, striking out with a palm that manifested a shadow across the sky. Landing squarely upon Wu Qi bang, the clash of fists created a sound akin to clashing metal, as waves of force surged forth, shattering the surrounding stone and tiles, distorting the very air itself. After the exchange, both combatants found themselves evenly matched. The palm's force continued unabated, crashing into Yang Wanli's body. A mouthful of blood erupted from him as he was sent hurtling backward, crashing violently to the ground. Unconscious, upon witnessing this scene, the Yang family members were taken aback, and one pinnacle golden immortal warrior bellowed in rage. How dare you? What, do you wish to follow in their footsteps? The figure, Shukong, replied coldly. The warrior's expression faltered, his anger dissipating, replaced by a palpable sense of trepidation. It was well known that Wu Qi was at the peak of the golden immortal realm, his strength unparalleled. Even so, this warrior realized he could not contend with him. To engage would be tantamount to seeking death. Since no one wishes to engage me, then be gone. Shukong surveyed the crowd, noting their silence, and prepared to return to the quarters. At that moment, a chilling voice resonated from the heavens. You dare harm a member of the Yang family? I shall see you dead. With that declaration, a sword shadow swept across the sky, slicing through the void and charging toward Shukong. His expression shifted as he summoned a torrent of spiritual energy, forming a shield around himself. However, the sword shadow was too fierce. The energy shield shattered like fragile paper, crashing into Shukong and sending him hurtling to the ground, bloodied and battered. Lord Baiyu. The Yang family members rejoiced upon seeing the figure, prostrating themselves in excitement. Xiang Baiyu nodded, retracting her sword, her gaze falling upon the unconscious Yang Wanli, filled with concern. Wanli is a precious life. How can you dare to harm him? Kneel before me. Xiang Baiyu's voice turned frigid, accompanied by a chilling command that resonated with her imperial-level cultivation, enveloping the surroundings with a terrifying aura that locked onto Shukong. Shukong's expression shifted, yet he stood resolute, his eyes devoid of fear. A mere Yang family dares to demand my submission? As the words left his lips, an eerie silence blanketed the sky. Upon hearing this, Xiang Baiyu's eyes blazed with fury, her murderous intent palpable. Kill him. At her command, the Yang family members hidden in the shadows moved to strike, but a rift in space opened above, and Yin Wuji emerged, clad in golden armor and crowned, his cold voice rolling forth. I dare anyone to try. Xiang Baiyu's complexion darkened. Yin Wuji's arrival seemed to signal a confrontation with the Yang family. My lady, they are my friends and esteemed guests of the Tianyan Divine Kingdom. Do you not owe me an explanation? Yin Wuji's demeanor was icy as his gaze fell upon Xiang Baiyu. Explanation? Xiang Baiyu scoffed. They injured Wanli, and as her aunt, I have come to settle the score. Is there a problem with that? A cruel smile flickered across Yin Wuji's lips as he retorted. Is that so? With that, Yin Wuji struck fiercely, engulfing the sky in flames that coalesced into a massive palm. Slamming down upon Yang Wanli, the latter was sent crashing into the ground like a kite severed from its string, the earth beneath him sinking into a crater. You? Xiang Baiyu's face twisted in shock, her fury boiling over. Yin Wuji withdrew his hand, his gaze indifferent. Why, lady, this is the Tianyan Divine Kingdom, not your Yang family. Should the Yang family continue to act foolishly, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Yin Wuji's voice was frigid, laced with a palpable threat that resonated in Xiang Baiyu's ears. Fuming, her body trembled, her fingers turning white as her rage surged uncontrollably. Taking a deep breath, Xiang Baiyu forced herself to regain her composure. She understood that losing her temper now would be futile and could jeopardize her opportunity to acquire the sacred fire. Once she grasped the Divine Kingdom's sacred fire, Yin Wuji would be nothing more than a lamb waiting for slaughter in her eyes. With this thought, a murderous glint flickered in Xiang Baiyu's eyes as her tone turned calm. Forgive my abruptness. However, before we embark on the assault against the South Palace, Wanli must first comprehend the sacred fire of the Divine Kingdom. As she spoke, her voice brooked no argument, her eyes locking with Yin Wuji's in the void, her aura unwavering. Very well. After a prolonged silence, Yin Wuji's voice resounded. The sacred fire of the Divine Kingdom is the fortune of the Tianyan Divine Kingdom. Containing unimaginable opportunities, his tone paused as his gaze shifted to Nan Gongyu. Lin Qingyu is a friend of mine. She too deserves the right to seek enlightenment. As those words fell, Xiang Baiyu's expression soured. Her fury surging once more, Yin Wuji's intentions were clear, yet as he had stated, this was not the Yang family. Should she push him too far, the consequences were unpredictable. Despite her anger, Xiang Baiyu refrained from retaliating. She flipped her right hand, revealing a vibrant medicinal pill, which she administered to young Wanli. Moments later, his wounds began to heal, and his aura stabilized significantly. Turning her attention to Yang Wanli, Xiang Baiyu urged, "The sacred fire of the Divine Kingdom is of utmost importance. Regardless of the circumstances, you must assimilate it. Even if Yin Wuji reneges on his word, I possess ways to ensure your escape from here." "Yes, Aunt." Yang Wanli nodded vigorously, his gaze toward Nan Gongyu filled with avarice. This time, he intended to seize not only the sacred fire of the Divine Kingdom but also Nan Gongyu herself. Upon witnessing this, Yang Baiyu merely smiled. As long as Yang Wanli could obtain the Divine Nation's sacred fire, a mere woman could be disregarded. The Divine Nation's sacred fire is of utmost importance to the Tianyan Divine Kingdom. Yin Wujia had not hesitated to employ countless formations and divine artifacts to conceal it within the royal palace's secret realm. Before long, several individuals arrived at the royal palace's secret realm. Flames engulfed the sky and boiled the seas, exuding an immense aura. The center of the sea of fire. A primordial stone radiated an endless energy, rendering even those of the emperor's realm insignificant like mere ants in the face of such power. Upon witnessing this scene, greed flickered in the eyes of all present, particularly in Yang Wanli, whose throat convulsed as if his gaze were fixated solely on that primordial stone. "Is this the Divine Nation's sacred fire?" Nan Gongyu murmured softly. For reasons unknown, her heart suddenly stirred, as if a mysterious force were drawing her closer. This is the Divine Nation's sacred fire. Regardless of who it is, as long as they stand before the sacred fire and comprehend its power, they will gain its recognition. At that moment, the sacred fire will acknowledge its master, allowing them to become the sacred fire sovereign, Yin Wujia proclaimed. Sacred fire sovereign. As these words fell, the greed in everyone's eyes intensified. Yang Baiyu had heard Yin Wujia mention that this Divine Nation's sacred fire did not belong to the great wilderness divine domain. It harbored terrifying power and represented a certain identity. Should the sacred fire acknowledge its master, that individual would bear the weight of their destined fate. Chapter 50. The Chosen One. After giving a few instructions, Yin Wujia and Nan Gongyu stepped into the blazing sea of fire. Whoosh! In the next moment, endless flames enveloped Nan Gongyu, and phantoms flitted before her eyes. Eventually, the sea of fire collapsed, revealing an infinite staircase before her. The sacred fire staircase. Outside the secret realm, Yin Wujia had mentioned that to approach the Divine Nation's sacred fire, one must traverse the sacred fire staircase. The staircase exuded an overwhelming majesty. A careless misstep could lead to eternal damnation. Taking a deep breath to calm herself, Nan Gongyu stepped forward. In response, the staircase began to react. A faint divine aura permeated the air, and extraordinary phenomena manifested in the space above. In the void, the great Tao roared, and the sound of divine hymns echoed across the cosmos, reaching Nan Gongyu's ears. Buzz! In the next moment, a mighty aura reverberated through the void, followed by the apparition of a towering figure, as if connecting heaven and earth, exuding an awe-inspiring presence that obscured the sun. The divine eye of the Tao? The heavenly flame of judgment. How intriguing! At that moment, the figure spoke, its voice resonating like a great bell, tearing through the skies and transcending the ages. Nan Gongyu's expression turned solemn. These were her greatest secrets, known to none in the great wilderness divine domain except for the ancestor. Just as she embarked upon the sacred fire staircase, it felt as though her every secret had been laid bare. Who was this figure? At that moment, Nan Gongyu felt an overwhelming anxiety. Junior, if you can withstand a single strike from me, you shall be deemed successful, the figure continued. As soon as the words left its lips, the figure moved, swinging an enormous arm to deliver a powerful strike. The force was so immense that it seemed to tear the very heavens asunder, casting a shadow that blotted out the sun, plunging the space into darkness. Nan Gongyu had no time to be astonished. The Xianjian manifested, and the spiritual energy within her surged forth like a gushing spring. With a single swing, the icy blade's shadow shimmered like a crescent moon, hurtling toward the incoming strike. However, in comparison to the overwhelming force of the incoming blow, Nan Gongyu's strike was but a drop in the ocean, disintegrating into dust in an instant. The strike's momentum remained unyielding, pressing down upon Nan Gongyu. Her expression shifted dramatically as the ocean of spiritual energy within her surged violently. With a swift motion, she unleashed a palm strike, summoning a dragon elephant phantom that roared to the heavens, unleashing boundless power that shattered the void above. In the next moment, the entire space around her fractured. The collision of two forces erupted with a deafening sound, causing the entire staircase to tremble precariously. Boom! In the next moment, the strike shattered. Above in the void, the figure spoke again. Dragon elephant suppression technique? An impressive, Junior. As the voice faded, the figure vanished without a trace. Hearing this, Nan Gongyu's expression turned bewildered, her gaze filled with confusion. The figure seemed to possess an intimate knowledge of the dragon elephant suppression technique. Did its owner know the ancestor? But Nan Gongyu recalled that the technique was not authored by the ancestor. If so, who could it be? With a sigh, Nan Gongyu shook her head, deciding to inquire with the ancestor once she emerged. Meanwhile, in a mysterious location, the atmosphere differed greatly from that of the great wilderness divine domain. Suddenly, an elder clad in a Taoist robe opened his eyes, an overwhelming power reverberating through the void. A smile crept upon his face, and with a mere wave of his hand, he exuded an aura capable of annihilating the heavens and earth. In just a century's time, I've encountered the dragon elephant suppression technique again. It seems that fate has intertwined my path with the Nan Gong family, he mused, laughter booming forth, shaking the very earth, distorting the air around him with an unstoppable force. On the other side, within the sacred fire staircase, Nan Gongyu was unaware of how many steps she had traversed or how many obstacles she had faced, each one vanquished by her hand. Upon reaching the final step, her spiritual energy was nearly depleted, her complexion pale. Were it not for the unwavering belief in her heart, she would have collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Buzz. After an undetermined amount of time. As Nan Gongyu stepped forward, the entire sacred fire staircase erupted with a thunderous roar. Countless steps radiated a celestial golden light, intertwining and enveloping her form, releasing a pure aura akin to a refreshing spring. Flowing into Nan Gongyu's body, boom, that life-affirming energy coursed through her limbs and bones, rejuvenating her nearly exhausted dantian as if it were nourished by rain, restoring her vitality and bringing color back to her face. Is this the divine nation's sacred fire? At that moment, she suddenly noticed the primordial stone before her, emanating an unparalleled aura. Overjoyed, Nan Gongyu prepared to reach out and touch it when a cold voice suddenly rang out, "Halt!" As the words echoed, Yang Wanli appeared before Nan Gongyu, his face twisted with greed as he rasped, "The divine nation's sacred fire belongs to me. You have no right to touch it." As he spoke, Yang Wanli summoned a long sword and swung it forth. A beam of light surged forth, its momentum overwhelming, hurtling toward Nan Gongyu. Nan Gongyu's expression turned frigid. Could one at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the golden immortal dare to be so arrogant before her? She swung her sword, the two beams of light clashing, producing a resounding clang as the shockwave radiated outward. After the initial clash, Nan Gongyu was startled to discover that Yang Wanli's aura was exceedingly peculiar. Though he was merely at the 9th layer of the Golden Immortal, the power he unleashed was not inferior to her OWNIS, he concealing his true strength. Seeing the astonished expression on Nan Gongyu's face, Yang Wanli erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha, I am the chosen one, having gained the sacred fire staircase's recognition. Here, my power is boundless, Lin Qingyu. If you know what's good for you, become my subordinate. Otherwise, as he spoke, Yang Wanli's greed intensified, not only coveting the divine nation's sacred fire but also Nan Gongyu herself, seeking death. Hearing this, Nan Gongyu's expression shifted, her voice icy as she declared, Nan Gong's secret technique, heavenly sword punishment. With a swing of her sword, the vast spiritual energy within her surged forth, exuding unparalleled might. From the ocean of energy, a sword shadow coalesced, as if tearing through the heavens, existing timelessly in the void. Boom! Then, the sword shadow descended, splitting the void in two as if the Milky Way were collapsing, radiating celestial brilliance, a mere insect shaking a tree. Yang Wanli laughed heartily. Within the sacred fire staircase, he faced no restrictions, unleashing powers unimaginable to Nan Gongyu. With a cold sneer, he swung his hand, gathering spiritual energy into a colossal hand that obscured the heavens. Then, the two forces collided, releasing an aura capable of annihilating the heavens and earth, causing the staircase to tremble as if on the verge of collapse, the surrounding void shattering. Lin Qingyu, I shall make you my plaything. Amidst his sinister laughter, Yang Wanli swung his sword once more. A tempest of sword shadows sweeping toward Nan Gongyu. Chapter 51. The heavenly flame of judgment. Nan Gongyu's expression remained impassive, her ruby lips parting as she spoke coldly. Nan Gong's secret technique? Radiant son of the firmament. As the words left her mouth, Nan Gongyu swung her long sword, its blade radiating dazzling light, akin to the yellow river bursting its banks, an endless torrent of spiritual energy cascading forth. Enveloping the heavens, it transformed into an ocean of spiritual energy. Boom! Then, a sound echoed that shook the heavens, the very space quaking as a sun arose, obscuring the sky. At that moment, the ocean of spiritual energy ignited, transforming into a sea of flames that scorched the heavens. The third style of the Nan Gong secret technique? The Nan Gong secret technique is the most ancient forbidden art of the Nan Gong family, consisting of 9 styles, each representing a higher realm. This strike seemed to possess the power to judge the heavens, its flames fiercer than those conjured by the divine nation's sacred fire. Yang Wanli's complexion changed drastically, but he soon broke into a sinister grin. Were he outside the secret realm, facing this attack, he would surely be obliterated. But within the sacred fire staircase, he was invincible. With that thought, Yang Wanli bellowed, 10,000 swords of the mountains and rivers. As the words fell, a surge of ethereal energy erupted within Yang Wanli, enveloping his body and radiating outward, extinguishing the flames that filled the sky. In an instant, a miniature world materialized within a radius of 10,000 feet, characterized by towering mountains and flowing waters, where countless sword shadows lurked. Each sword shadow bore unparalleled might, capable of unleashing power comparable to that of an emperor. With a thunderous roar, innumerable sword shadows blotted out the sun as they surged toward Nan Gongyu. She retaliated with a single thrust of her sword, causing the sun to emit a blinding brilliance. In that moment, the entire space was engulfed in white, followed by an explosion of boundless waves of energy that reverberated through the void, an overwhelming aura radiating from their clash. The fabric of this world was incessantly torn apart by their unleashed forces, leaving even the most formidable emperors trembling in fear. In this realm, Yang Wanli stood invincible. With a sinister grin, he launched a more ferocious attack, his immense energy crashing toward Nan Gongyu like a relentless tidal wave. The impact reverberated as Nan Gongyu's complexion paled. Her internal energy was rapidly depleting. After a single blow, she was sent flying back for thousands of feet, blood spurting from her mouth, her face as pale as a sheet. In the sacred fire steps, Yang Wanli's power was overwhelmingly terrifying, rendering her utterly powerless against him. Was this truly her fate? In her thoughts, Nan Gongyu managed a bitter smile, astonished that she would find herself bested by a mere golden immortal cultivator. At that moment, a mysterious force surged from her eyes, radiating an aura of solemn sanctity. In an instant, her wounds healed, her energy replenished, and her gaze became imbued with an ancient, profound essence. The sacred eyes of the great path. Nan Gongyu was taken aback, realizing she had awakened the power of the sacred eyes. Since acquiring them, she had never once utilized their potential, yet now, their force was being unleashed of its own accord. Sensing this overwhelming power, Yang Wanli's expression darkened, but he quickly regained his composure. In the sacred fire steps, he was the epitome of invincibility, unassailable by any foe. With a blinding brilliance, Nan Gongyu's eyes shone like twin pillars of light, piercing through the void and shattering the very fabric of reality. As the world crumbled, an endless void emerged, threatening to swallow Yang Wanli whole, obliterating his very soul. The backlash from the sacred eyes was unfathomably fearsome. Blood spewed forth, and Nan Gongyu felt her strength waning, her body aging before her very eyes. In despair, she trembled at the sight of the void consuming everything, yearning for her ancestors' rescue. Yet, Nangong Haoyan seemed to have vanished without a trace. Just as the void threatened to engulf her, the sacred fire of the divine kingdom suddenly radiated a dazzling light, transforming into a miniature world that enveloped her. An overwhelming aura of life surrounded her, akin to a cocoon, rejuvenating her appearance. After a prolonged moment, a colossal force surged forth, stabilizing the entire space. Upon inspecting her body, Nangongyu's face was etched with astonishment. The sacred fire of the divine kingdom had merged with the heavenly flame of destruction. Gasping in realization, she recalled her ancestor mentioning that these two flames shared a common origin, allowing her to fuse with the heavenly flame. The intertwining flames resembled the Bagua diagram, exuding an ancient and profound energy. This was the heavenly flame of destruction, a name that resonated within her. Taking a deep breath, excitement flickered across Nangongyu's delicate features. The power of the heavenly flame of destruction propelled her directly into the fifth realm of the Emperor level. Now, she was closer to her ancestor than ever. With this thought, her heart soared with unnameable emotions. With the support of the sacred fire of the divine kingdom now gone, the space began to collapse. A piercing sound erupted as she opened her eyes again, finding herself outside the secret realm. "Where is Wanli?" Upon seeing her alone, Yang Baiyu's expression shifted, and he swiftly approached her, demanding an explanation. Upon hearing this, Nangongyu furrowed her brow. She now possessed the powers of the sacred eyes of the Great Path, the heavenly flame of destruction, and the Xianin body, having recently broken through to the fifth realm of the Emperor level. Her combat prowess was no less than Yang Baiyu's. Looking up, she met Yang Baiyu's gaze defiantly and declared, "I have killed him." With that proclamation, it was as if a thunderclap resounded in Yang Baiyu's mind. His expression morphed into one of shock and fury, ultimately transforming into a tidal wave of murderous intent as he lunged toward Nangongyu with a fierce strike. "I will make you pay." Unfazed, Nangongyu countered with an equally forceful strike, and their energies clashed evenly. "Kill her," Yang Baiyu commanded, retreating 100 meters, yet his murderous gaze remained undiminished. In an instant, countless powerful figures concealed in the void unleashed their might. Converging upon Nangongyu, her expression shifted slightly. Having just fused with the sacred fire of the divine kingdom and still stabilizing her newfound powers, she was momentarily taken aback by the sheer number of adversaries. At that moment, a myriad of sword shadows erupted forth, cleaving through the void with an ancient resonance. With a single strike, all the incoming forces were thwarted, and a chilling voice echoed from all directions. "Who dares to harm her?" As the voice resonated, a figure materialized before Nangongyu. Her face lit up with joy, exclaiming, "Ancestor." Chapter 52. Destiny awaits. Seeing Nangong Haoyan appear, Yang Baiyu's brow furrowed, yet quickly relaxed, revealing a hint of disdain. His gaze was indifferent as he coldly commanded, "Kill them." With his words, the hidden guards of the Yang family surged forth, their auras crashing toward Nangong Haoyan. Nangong Haoyan's expression remained unperturbed as he waved his right hand, releasing a gust of energy that sent their forces flying. Once more, he struck, transforming his palm into a fist, his internal energy radiating a brilliant light, his entire body aglow as if clad in armor. He then unleashed a powerful punch, summoning a fist shadow that roared like a celestial dragon, shaking the void. With a deafening boom, The fist shadow detonated in the void, and in that instant, blood rained down as countless powerful figures were reduced to mere mist. The surviving onlookers gasped in shock, their expressions shifting dramatically. Yang Baiyu's countenance darkened. He had not anticipated this foe's terrifying strength. At that moment, a sense of retreat flickered within him. If you dare to utter another word, I will ensure you find no place to rest in death, Nangong Haoyan warned icily, a murderous intent radiating from his gaze. Humph! Yang Baiyu snorted disdainfully but dared not advance further, though his murderous intent remained undiminished. At that moment, the air crackled with the presence of Yin Wuji, who suddenly appeared before Nangongyu, his expression grim. Sensing the sacred aura emanating from her, he exclaimed, "You have fused with the sacred fire of the divine kingdom?" As those words fell, the entire palace fell silent, all eyes fixated on Nangongyu. Yang Baiyu's expression shifted dramatically, filled with shock as he regarded her. She had fused with the sacred fire of the divine kingdom? Yang Baiyu's breath caught in his throat, his eyes ablaze with rage. The sacred fire was the key to the Yang family's patriarch breaking through to a higher realm. Without it, the patriarch could not ascend, and the Yang family could not elevate to a holy land. Nangongyu must die. With this thought, Yang Baiyu's murderous intent intensified, and his sword manifested, his internal energy swirling, ready to deliver a lethal blow to Nangongyu. Indeed, Nangongyu replied unperturbed. Now at the 5th level of the Emperor realm, even if she could not defeat them, escaping would be effortless, especially with her ancestors' protection behind her. Upon hearing this, Yin Wuji's aura surged violently. His eyes filled with fury, the space around him fracturing. The sacred fire of the divine kingdom represented the very fate of the Tianyin divine kingdom. Without it, the kingdom would cease to exist. Moreover, without the sacred fire, how could he comprehend the true essence of the Great Path? How could he trample the Yang family underfoot? He had intended to activate the sacred fire through the Nangong sacred land, igniting a conflict between the Yang family and the Nangong sacred land, thereby reaping the benefits. Yet, unexpectedly, he had ended up losing everything. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the fury within, forcing a smile onto his aged face as he spoke. The sacred fire contains unparalleled power. If Miss Lin recklessly fuses with it, it will surely harm her martial body. I, the ancestor of Tianyin, will soon arrive at the Tianyin divine kingdom, and at that time, I can assist Miss Lin in stabilizing the backlash of the sacred fire. Thus, I hope everyone can remain in the Tianyin divine kingdom for a while longer. What say you? Yin Wuji was acutely aware that, given his own strength, it would be utterly futile to attempt to obstruct these individuals, especially with the Yang family spectating from the sidelines. The ancient ancestor, Tianyin, would soon return. At that moment, he would summon the elder to eliminate these intruders without mercy. As his words echoed, Nangong Haoyan and his companion remained composed, yet Yang Baiyu found herself increasingly restless. The elder Tianyin is returning. Was he not supposed to have perished in the abyss of annihilation? Beneath her calm facade, Yang Baiyu was roiling with tumultuous thoughts. The ancient ancestor Tianyin was not of this era. He was said to possess an unparalleled cultivation, far beyond what even an emperor-level practitioner could contend with. Even her own ancestor would stand no chance against him. Otherwise, the Yang family would not have gone to such lengths to probe the sacred fire of the divine kingdom. However, she was somewhat puzzled. Yin Wuji had previously asserted that the ancestor Tianyin had fallen 5,000 years ago. If that were the case, he could not have descended to such a lowly state. Yet now, his words seemed to suggest otherwise. Was he deliberately misleading them? In the midst of her confusion, Nangong Haoyan nodded and turned to Nangongyu, stating, "Let us be on our way." "Yes." Nangongyu responded, and together, they departed. Yin Wuji observed their retreating figures, his eyes swirling with murderous intent, his chest heaving with emotion. He must obtain the sacred fire of the divine kingdom. No one could stand in his way. Yang Baiyu spoke coldly. "What are you looking at?" "They've already left," at her words. Yin Wuji gave a disdainful snort and swept away. Once he captured Nangongyu and fused with the sacred fire, both the Yang family and the Nangong sacred land would be mere ants beneath his heel. As they made their way, Nangong Haoyan suddenly remarked, "Remember, the power of the sacred eyes of the Tao must never be used, regardless of the circumstances." He paused, his gaze landing on Nangongyu, and added, "Not even in life-and-death situations?" Noticing the seriousness in Nangong Haoyan's expression, Nangong Yu's fair face flickered with concern. Although she did not grasp the full implications of his words, she obediently nodded. The backlash from the sacred eyes of the Tao was terrifying. Had it not been for the sacred fire, she might have perished on those treacherous steps. While Nangong Haoyan maintained a calm exterior, thoughts raced within him. The sacred eyes of the Tao were something he had acquired on an extraterrestrial battlefield. And even after centuries, he had yet to fully comprehend their nature or origin. What surprised him most was that the sacred eyes had chosen Nangongyu. Surely, this was a matter of destiny. Nonetheless, he did not dwell on it too long. Regardless of the fate intertwined with it, anyone who dared to harm the Nangong family would face his wrath, even if it meant defying the heavens. As these thoughts churned within him, a sense of indifference emanated from his being. Reaching towards the heavens, shattering the void and transcending the ages, in that moment, countless realms across the vast universe trembled under his presence. Even emperor-level powers were left prostrate, too fearful to utter a sound. After what felt like an eternity, this overwhelming aura finally dissipated. Suddenly, from an unknown location, a pair of enormous eyes opened, radiating a bizarre light that swept across the myriad stars. However, this brilliance vanished as swiftly as it appeared, and the eyes closed once more, as if nothing had transpired. Chapter 53. Awaiting opportunity. The Tianyan Palace was vast. Even a being of celestial prowess would require several days to traverse its expanse. As they walked, Nangong-Yu's delicate features reflected surprise. It was known that their ancestor never traversed such lengthy paths. She curiously inquired, "Ancestor, where are we headed?" "To the underground fist arena," Nangong Haoyan replied nonchalantly. "The underground fist arena?" Nangong-Yu murmured, pondering the elder's words with growing curiosity. The underground fist arena was a uniquely notorious establishment, akin to a treasure vault, scattered throughout the great wilderness divine domain. Wealthy youths would pit their purchased slaves against each other, placing bets on the outcomes. Those who came to spectate could also wager on the fights. A truly dark realm. Despite not understanding her ancestors' motives for visiting such a place, Nangong-Yu chose to follow him. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the underground fist arena. To gain entry, one had to become a VIP, which required a fee of 100,000 spirit stones. To Nangong Haoyan, spirit stones were as trivial as pebbles. He possessed an inexhaustible supply. Upon entering the arena, the layout resembled that of the ancient Roman Colosseum, appearing as a vast basin. The combat arena below was inscribed with countless formations. Shrouded in mysterious runes, even golden immortal practitioners could not breach these defenses, ensuring the safety of the spectators. Finding a place to sit, Nangong-Yu asked, "Ancestor, who do you think will win?" With a mere glance, Nangong Haoyan replied, "The white-robed practitioner." No sooner had he spoken than a mocking voice reached his ears. "Is this the level of your judgment, elder? How laughable, my brother. Let me enlighten you. That red-robed practitioner is known as the Bloodhand Butcher. Even golden immortals cannot withstand him for more than a breath. The white-robed practitioner is nothing but trash." The speaker was a young, opulently dressed cultivator, festooned with treasures, his aura exuding the essence of the golden immortal realm. At that moment, his gaze was fixated on Nangong-Yu, filled with unrestrained desire. Nangong Haoyan furrowed his brow, choosing to ignore him, while Nangong-Yu dismissed the young man entirely, producing 1,000,000 spirit stones to wager on the white-robed practitioner. Witnessing this, the young man's expression shifted dramatically, his anger flaring as he scoffed, "Short-sighted fool." With that, he turned to his bodyguard and commanded, "Keep an eye on them. Once they leave, bring that woman to me. As for the man, kill him." The bodyguard replied solemnly, "Understood." Their conversation fell upon Nangong Haoyan's ears, who remained unfazed, as if he had not heard a thing, closing his eyes to meditate, seemingly awaiting an opportunity. In the arena, the Bloodhand Butcher, clad in crimson, regarded the white-robed man with disdain. "Liu Bai, I advise you to concede. Perhaps I might spare you." In response, Liu Bai's face darkened with murderous intent as he bellowed, "Ning Hong, you have slain my kin. I vow to avenge them, or I shall not be counted among men. Prepare to die." With that, Liu Bai brandished his sword, unleashing a torrent of sword chi towards Ning Hong. "Emph!" Ning Hong scoffed, his expression contemptuous. "You truly seek your own demise. Then you shall join your deceased family." As he laughed maniacally, Ning Hung swung his long blade, unleashing a dark sword shadow that cleaved through the air with devastating force. Boom! A powerful aura erupted from all directions, stirring the atmosphere. As Lu Bai was sent reeling, his complexion paling. "Is that all you have? Pathetic," Ning Hung mocked, his voice dripping with disdain. "By the way, I quite enjoyed the taste of your partner. When will you find another to entertain me?" "Ha ha ha!" Ning Heng's boisterous laughter echoed, unrestrained and loud, reaching Lu Bai's ears. At his words, Lu Bai's eyes turned crimson, his heart consumed by wrath, his blood boiling with fury, his features contorting into a grotesque mask of rage. "I will make you pay with your life." In that moment, Lu Bai resembled a ravenous beast, his spiritual power surging forth, manifesting a multitude of sword shadows. Glimmering with golden light, rushing towards Ning Hung, bloodthirsty sword style, wrathful soul, Ning Hung declared arrogantly, his long blade igniting in flames, an overwhelming aura filling the arena. Even the onlookers felt a tremor of fear at this palpable energy, as if they were about to be consumed by the unending flames. Heh, a mere golden immortal, daring to act recklessly before the Bloodhand Butcher. How absurd! At that moment, the wealthy young man glanced at Nangong Haoyan, his smile laden with contempt. In response, Nangong Yu's expression hardened as she coldly retorted, "If you dare to speak again, I shall remove your tongue." As she spoke, a glint of murderous intent flickered in her eyes, causing the young man to recoil in shock. "You seek death." The young man's face turned a deep shade of rage, his muscles twitching violently, his eyes ablaze with fury. If not for the underground fist arena's prohibition against violence, he would have ravaged Nangong Yu without hesitation. Meanwhile, on the combat stage, a tempestuous aura swirled like a vortex of darkness. Amidst it, a black long blade materialized, descending from the void and emanating an aura that sent shivers down the spines of countless cultivators. Lu Bai, to perish beneath the wrathful soul is no injustice. With a sinister grin, Ning Hung unleashed a single strike. The long blade rent the void, cleaving the entire arena in two, as an endless force enveloped Lu Bai, rendering him immobile. Boom! In the next moment, countless forces surged forth, crashing down upon Lu Bai. Instantly, waves of energy rolled violently, and dust filled the an endless ocean of spiritual power erupted, producing earth-shattering sounds. Even though the formation materialized, the spectators still felt an overwhelmingly intense aura striking against them, causing them to involuntarily close their eyes. In this world, no one can withstand my wrath." Observing the swirling dust, Ning Hung murmured softly, his eyes shining brightly, as if he had already witnessed Lu Bai fading into oblivion. However, in the next instant, the smile on his face froze, replaced by profound disbelief. "What? How is this possible?" Chapter 54. The body of celestial transformation as the dust settled. A scene that left everyone astounded unfolded before their eyes. A layer of azure light enveloped Lu Bai, inscribed with ancient and profound runes that resonated throughout the entire arena. At this moment, the audience displayed expressions of astonishment. They had not anticipated that Lu Bai could unleash such a mysterious power. Indeed, it is the body of celestial transformation. In the distance, Nangong Haoyan observed the aura emanating from Lu Bai, a smile curving at the corners of his mouth. "Ancestor, what is the body of celestial transformation?" Nangong Yu, witnessing Nangong Haoyan's elation, could not help but show a hint of surprise in her beautiful eyes. Until now, she had never seen her ancestor smile so joyfully. After hearing Nangong Haoyan's words, her bewilderment deepened. Could it be that this man in white possesses some extraordinary physique? In response, Nangong Haoyan chuckled softly and began to explain. The so-called body of celestial transformation is a physique born solely for formations. Generally, for cultivators wishing to learn the path of formations, innate talent is of utmost importance. The body of celestial transformation itself is a type of formation. It is said that during the primordial era, 10 innate formations emerged in the world, and the body of celestial transformation is one of them. With a person as the eye and all things as the formation, with a mere wave of the hand. Formations are established. Upon hearing this, Nangong Yu's delicate face nearly went blank. Just from Nangong Haoyan's words, she could envision a cultivator, with a mere gesture, conjuring countless formations that crash down and suppress all eternity. What a terrifying existence that would be! She vaguely felt that this man in white, possessing the body of celestial transformation, might even surpass her own sacred eye of the great Tao. Nangong Haotian's eyes sparkled with brilliance, as if he were gazing upon a treasure. Such a genius is indeed a rare existence. Should one miss this opportunity, who knows when it might come again? Meanwhile, on the combat stage, Lu Bai was equally taken aback by the mysterious power coursing through him. Waves of enigmatic energy surged within his limbs and bones, and in that moment, he felt an inexhaustible strength capable of annihilating all things in the world. Ning Hong, I shall avenge my family. As his thoughts returned to focus, an overwhelming killing intent filled Lu Bai's expression. With a cold snort, he raised his fist and struck out. Spiritual power surged within him, transforming into a fist shadow. With a faint golden aura enveloping it, the atmosphere was icy and the might overwhelming. Humph! Upon witnessing this, Ning Heng's expression darkened considerably. How dare a mere minor technique be flaunted before him, seeking death? In a fit of rage, the blade in Ning Heng's hand morphed into an ocean of fire, flames so terrifying they seemed capable of incinerating all. The surrounding void was also obliterated entirely. Great annihilation technique? Ning Hong swung his blade, using it as a medium to unleash a blinding light. Wherever the light passed, the air shattered. Torrential spiritual power transformed into endless waves, surging towards the golden fist shadow. Boom! The clash of forces erupted with a thunderous roar. Waves of energy surged, reverberating through the formation. Dazzling light erupted in an instant. Is this the power of the body of celestial transformation? Seeing this scene, Nangong Yu exclaimed in astonishment. It is noteworthy that at this moment, Lu Bai was merely at the initial stage of the Golden Immortal Realm, yet he could unleash power rivaling that of the peak Golden Immortal. How terrifying would it be if he were to reach the Empyrean Sovereign Realm? In response, Nangong Haotian smiled lightly, refraining from further elaboration. Though he had never witnessed the body of celestial transformation himself, he once befriended a powerful formation master. With a mere gesture, formations would coalesce, and Empyrean sovereigns appeared as ants in his eyes, easily dispatched. However, that great being later vanished in the great wilderness, leaving no trace behind. Boom! Following the collision, the roaring energy transformed into waves, surging outward. Ning Heng's expression changed, his body retreating violently, barely managing to stand firm. In stark contrast, Lu Bai remained unyielding, exuding an aura that inspired dread, akin to a god of slaughter. How is this possible? Witnessing this, Ning Hong inhaled deeply, disbelief flooding his eyes. He could scarcely fathom that just a moment ago, Lu Bai had seemed no more than an ant he could crush at will. Yet now, it felt as though he faced a deity, his heart trembling. Ning Hong, taking a life for a life is the law of heaven and earth. Today, I shall avenge my family. At this moment, Lu Bai stepped forward, enveloped in a terrifying aura, his killing intent boundless. Hearing this, Ning Hong let out a sinister laugh, his eyes swirling with malice. Humph, arrogant. Do you think that merely obtaining an opportunity allows you to contend with me? Utterly laughable. You are but at the early stage of the Golden Immortal Realm, nothing more than an ant in my eyes. As he spoke, Ning Hong nearly went mad, his visage twisted, his energy surging. The long blade in his hand emanating a sinister growl. Boom. A terrifying aura swept forth, a chilling force reverberating in the hearts of all present. Then, in his hand, a phantasmagoric shadow materialized, dark and menacing. Resembling a malevolent spirit emerging from the depths of hell, its ghastly cries sending shivers down the spines of the onlookers. Kill! With a furious roar, Ning Hong struck out, the malevolent shadow behind him radiating an unstoppable force. Bearing down upon Lu Bai with overwhelming power. In response, Lu Bai's expression remained unchanged. His arms trembled, golden light radiating from his entire body, resembling a deity descending upon the world. Rumbling. Following this, the golden aura spread, transforming into a golden formation that enveloped the heavens and the earth. Divine figures coalesced, and in the void, celestial chants echoed. An unending tide of spiritual power surged forth. Subsequently, before the astonished gazes of the crowd, the two forces collided, unleashing a power capable of annihilating heaven and earth. Waves of energy surged violently, soaring into the sky. Boundless power roiled in the void above, the formation on the combat stage rising dramatically, transforming into a cerulean barrier, countless forces crashing down upon it. The formation creaked ominously, as if on the verge of shattering. Bang! After a long while, the force dissipated, a dull thud resonating. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Ning Heng's body flew through the air like a kite with its string cut, crashing heavily to the ground. Hiss! Witnessing this scene, the crowd collectively gasped, their expressions filled with shock that a cultivator at the initial stage of the Golden Immortal Realm had actually defeated Ning Heng at the peak of the Golden Immortal Realm. It was known that the latter was a notorious blood-soaked murderer. Even a half-step Empyrean sovereign could barely contend with him. In an instant, such an outcome left everyone finding it hard to believe. And just then, a chilling voice suddenly echoed from a corner. Seeking Death, Chapter 55. The ancestor makes a move as the words fell. A tremendous force surged toward Liu Bai. Boom! The energy roared, crashing down upon Liu Bai's body. His complexion paled, the ground beneath him collapsing instantaneously, flesh and blood mangled, bones shattered. Yet his eyes shone with an indomitable spirit. Oh! After the strike, witnessing Liu Bai's unwavering resolve, the assailant let out a soft exclamation. Surprise flickering in his gaze, as the dust settled, a figure appeared before the crowd. It was the Blood King. Upon seeing this individual, the expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically, some gasping in astonishment. The Blood King. This figure was indeed renowned. It was said that he had long been steeped in blood, his cultivation reaching unparalleled heights. Even Empyrean sovereigns were no match for him. Moreover, it was rumored that behind the Blood King lay a force that instilled terror throughout the western regions, the Slaughter Heaven Pavilion. The world spoke of the Heavens Alliance as the most nefarious force in the western regions, yet before the Slaughter Heaven Pavilion, it was merely a minor player. Although the members of the Slaughter Heaven Pavilion were few, each one was a figure to be feared throughout the western regions. The Blood King was the eldest disciple of one such member. Thus, upon seeing the Blood King, panic spread through the onlookers. Wherever he treaded, blood stained the ground, corpses littered the area. Just as they feared, when the crowd attempted to flee, the space seemed to be sealed off. Not only the Golden Immortal experts, but even those at the Empyrean sovereign level found themselves unable to escape. In that moment, the crowd's faces turned ashen, their eyes filled with terror. It's over. Everything is over. The young cultivator who had previously mocked Nangong Haoyan and the others now bore a look of fear. Given his status, he surely understood the true nature of the Blood King. It was unthinkable that the Blood King would appear here. No matter the circumstances, he would never have come. How audacious of you to dare to slay my furnace. As he spoke, the Blood King trembled, a chilling aura of blood spreading throughout the underground boxing arena, shattering the formation enveloping the arena. The released energy crashed down upon Liu Bai, causing him to gasp in pain, his complexion paling further. Yet, he remained steadfast, his eyes brimming with fighting spirit, inciting great fury in the Blood King. Given your stubbornness, I shall refine you into a furnace, and the secrets you possess shall belong to me. As these words fell, a greedy glint sparkled in the Blood King's eyes. He had witnessed the battle between Liu Bai and Ning Heng in its entirety, astonished by the terrifying existence within Liu Bai. However, the more formidable the furnace he refined, the stronger he would become upon absorbing and merging with it, potentially surpassing even his master. This thought, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent, crossed the Blood King's eyes. Become my nourishment, he cackled, unleashing a mighty palm strike. The terrifying shadow of his hand, imbued with overwhelming force, bore down upon Liu Bai. Sensing this, Liu Bai's spirit quaked, and he swiftly channeled his technique, striking out with his sword. The flickering sword shadow surged forth, and when the two forces collided, a deep, resonant sound erupted. The palm shadow, colossal and awe-inspiring, overpowered the azure sword shadow, which crumbled to dust in an instant, dissipating into the air. Yet, the palm shadow's momentum remained unyielding, surging forward like a relentless tide. Liu Bai's expression shifted in alarm as he unleashed several palm strikes, a blue shield swirling around him. Yet, these defenses were as futile as a mantis trying to stop a chariot. In an instant, all his defenses collapsed, crashing down upon Liu Bai, who was sent hurtling backward, bloodied and nearly devoid of strength. Ha ha! What a fool! The Blood King sneered, his aura exuding an even greater sense of dread. The Blood King was truly terrifying. Even the assembled Empyrean experts were no match for him. At this moment, they could only pray for their lives to be spared from the Blood King's wrath. Fortunately, with Lu Bai's body serving as a furnace, the Blood King was elated. Today, I am in high spirits, so I shall spare your lives. Now, be gone. His voice reverberated from all directions, resounding in the hearts of the crowd. Upon hearing this, the onlooking cultivators felt as if a great weight had been lifted from their shoulders, unleashing their full strength to flee in all directions. Observing this, the Blood King's smile grew more arrogant, as though he relished the sight. Suddenly, a figure moved against the tide, swiftly landing upon the arena. Nangong Haoyan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression indifferent as he spoke. Release him, and I shall spare your life. As his words fell, the entire space fell into a profound silence. The eyes of all present were filled with disbelief, even forgetting to flee, their faces etched with horror. Upon hearing this, the Blood King was momentarily stunned, then erupted into a sinister grin. In an instant, the heavens trembled, dark clouds gathered, and countless thunderous beasts roared forth. Ethereal figures manifested, as if colossal eyes were peering down from the stormy skies. You dare to speak to me in such a manner? The Blood King's voice boomed like thunder as his aura surged, causing the very air to fracture. Nangong Haoyan remained remarkably calm, regarding the Blood King as nothing more than an insignificant insect. Unworthy of concern. Face your demise, he commanded, swinging his palm. A shadow that blotted out the sun surged forth from the void, descending upon Nangong Haoyan. As the palm struck down, everything in its path was reduced to nothingness. The crowd finally reacted, letting out cries of alarm as they hastily scrambled to escape. The young cultivator, too frightened to care for his own guards, fled in terror. Nangong Haoyan, undeterred, similarly unleashed a palm strike. As he did, myriad phenomena erupted from the void, radiant golden light illuminating the heavens, banishing the dark clouds above, which vanished into thin air. The palm's shadow surged forth, its aura earth-shattering, transforming the surrounding void into nothingness. Creating voids that seemed to stretch endlessly, a deafening roar echoed as the world quaked. A colossal mushroom cloud rising from the ground, expanding in all directions as if it connected the heavens and the earth, leaving the realm in a state of chaos for an extended period. The power of the ancestor is truly terrifying. Witnessing this, Nangong Yu trembled, her eyes filled with shock. She had once believed her own strength was nearing that of the ancestor, only to realize that before the ancestor, she was still but a child. Lu Bai stared in a daze at this scene, unable to fathom how such a young cultivator could unleash such horrifying power. As he contemplated this, a spark of determination ignited in his eyes, and he promptly spoke. I humbly request you take me as your disciple. Upon hearing this, a smile tugged at the corner of Nangong Haoyan's lips as he replied, Oh? Why should I accept you as my disciple? Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Bai responded, If you had no intention of accepting me, you would not have intervened to save me. Nangong Haoyan chuckled lightly, recognizing the cleverness of the young man before him. You are indeed insightful, befitting one with a heavenly transformation body. What is your name? Lu Bai, he replied. Nangong Haoyan nodded, observing the expressions of those around him, who regarded him with a mix of terror and awe. After a moment of contemplation, he suggested, Let us find a more suitable place to converse. With that, Nangong Haoyan led Nangong Yu and Lu Bai away from the arena. Along the way, Lu Bai and Nangong Yu engaged in lively conversation, quickly bonding over shared interests, a sight that pleased Nangong Haoyan. Time passed swiftly, and soon they arrived within the royal city. Master, are you from the heavenly flame divine nation? Lu Bai queried, his expression revealing a mix of complexity. He had assumed they were merely here for leisure, unaware they were pivotal figures within the heavenly flame divine nation. Nangong Haoyan shook his head, then revealed their purpose for being there, causing Lu Bai's expression to shift into one of realization. The ruler of this divine nation had slaughtered countless citizens for his own selfish desires, all in pursuit of the sacred fire blood to ascend the sacred fire ladder. Upon hearing this, Lu Bai's earlier confusion dissipated. I had no idea there was such a story behind it, Nangong Haoyan remarked, his brow furrowing. Meanwhile, Nangong Yu's anger flared, wishing to raze the heavenly flame royal city to the ground. As they conversed, the trio arrived at the quarters. Nangong Yu retired to rest, while Nangong Haoyan prepared to discuss Lu Bai's heavenly transformation body. Since you have called me master, I shall bestow upon you a great gift. With those words, Nangong Haoyan waved his hand, revealing a void that manifested in the space around them. When Lu Bai regained his senses, he found himself in a mysterious realm, the Nine Heavens. It was an independent space created by Nangong Haoyan a millennium ago, consisting of 9 layers, each representing a distinct principle. Lu Bai was left in stunned silence, as if struck by lightning, overwhelmed by the revelation. After a long moment, he finally grasped the enormity of his fortune. He felt that he had aligned himself with the right person, and perhaps his path to becoming an Empyrean was beginning today. You should remember the mysterious power you felt today, Nangong Haoyan remarked casually. Lu Bai nodded eagerly. Indeed, master. Without that power, I would have perished at Ning Heng's hands. Oddly enough, I had some understanding of formations prior, but since awakening that power, my comprehension of formations has deepened significantly. With a look of intrigue, Lu Bai waved his right hand, summoning a palm-sized golden formation that radiated an aura that even late-stage golden immortal cultivators would avoid. Nangong Haoyan nodded approvingly and explained, "This is because you possess the heavenly transformation body." He then elaborated on the origins of the heavenly transformation body, igniting Lu Bai's excitement and desire. "Master, please impart to me the supreme techniques related to the heavenly transformation body." The phrase, "craft formations to slay Empyreans," nearly shattered Lu Bai's understanding of martial arts. Yet, Nangong Haoyan cautioned, "Remember, on the path of martial arts, greed is the greatest taboo. One must understand that to row against the current is to retreat. Hastiness leads to failure. I shall heed your teachings." Upon hearing these words, Lu Bai reined in his thoughts, yet his heart could not quell the surging joy within. Nangong Haoyan, observing this, chose not to elaborate further, merely stating, "Though you have awakened the Tianyan physique, your current realm is insufficient to wield its power. If you can utilize the Tianyan physique to break through to the realm of Array Emperor, your martial prowess will naturally ascend to the level of Emperor. At that juncture, you will be able to harness the might of the Tianyan physique in the great wilderness divine domain." Practitioners not only cultivate martial arts but also specialize in disciplines such as alchemy, artifact crafting, and formations. The pursuit of these arts is far more arduous than that of martial cultivation. Take, for instance, the realm of formations, which demands an exceedingly high level of mental state and spiritual power from the practitioner. A novice formation master must possess a mental acuity several times greater than that of their peers. As for the spiritual power required of an Array Emperor, it rivals that of an Emperor-level powerhouse. At that moment, Nangong Haoyan suddenly spoke. In the vastness of the void, countless stars shine, and the brilliance of spiritual power permeates all. As his words fell, he waved his right hand, and an ancient tome materialized within it. He continued, "Eons ago, a sage observed the stars and moon daily, evolving a supreme mental technique of spiritual power." As he spoke, Nangong Haoyan flicked his finger, and the book transformed into a streak of flowing light, ultimately merging into Lu Bai's being. Within Lu Bai's mind, he seemed to witness an elder seated upon a colossal stone, surrounded by a celestial expanse adorned with countless stars emitting boundless radiance. Suddenly, the elder opened and closed his eyes. A spark of brilliance erupted, tearing through the heavens, causing the entire void to tremble. In its wake, the myriad stars shattered, transforming into countless beams of light that coalesced in the vastness above. 9 turns star technique. Countless obscure characters inscribed themselves in his mind, enveloping him in a faint silver glow. In that instant, Lu Bai appeared to be transformed into a star, illuminating the world as if it were day. Time flowed on, and Lu Bai, awakening after what felt like an eternity, opened his eyes, radiant with brilliance, resonating through the void. "Master, I have comprehended the first turn." Lu Bai spoke with fervent excitement. The 9 turns star technique, each turn a layer of heaven. Having grasped merely the first turn, his spiritual power surged several-fold. Moreover, the formation he now laid down would instill a sense of impending doom even in a half-step emperor. He believed that it would not be long before he comprehended the second turn and ascended to the realm of Array Emperor. Fully Awakening the Tianyin Physique. Chapter 57. The ancestor returns to court. As time passed, several days ensued, and Liu Bai's realm solidified. The following day, news of the heavenly flame ancestor's return reverberated throughout the divine kingdom. Yin Wuji was overjoyed and led the palace officials to welcome him. It should be noted that the heavenly flame ancestor had traversed several eras, his strength unimaginable and unfathomable. With the heavenly flame ancestor presiding, all treacherous ministers would be eradicated. Some rejoiced while others despaired. Yang Baiyu's countenance was dark, his heart gripped with terror. If Yin Wuji revealed his transgressions, given the heavenly flame ancestor's temperament, his fate would undoubtedly be grim. With this thought, anxiety flickered in Yang Baiyu's eyes. "Welcome back, ancestor." In the palace, Yin Wuji was the first to kneel, proclaiming loudly. Following suit, countless subjects dropped to their knees, their voices uniting in a thunderous chorus. As the proclamation echoed, a rift appeared in the void, a fierce wind howling, an overwhelming pressure enveloping the hearts of all present, instilling terror. Soon after, a figure stepped forth from the void, exuding an overwhelming aura. His entire being shimmering with light, as if a river of stars converged in his gaze. This individual was none other than the heavenly flame ancestor, Yin Wangchen. Beside him stood a young practitioner, his eyes sharp like swords, radiating arrogance as he surveyed the assembled practitioners, a smirk of disdain gracing his lips. "Master, are these your subjects?" Upon uttering these words, the young man's tone dripped with contempt. A faint halo surrounded him, his aura howling, as if tearing the heavens apart, exuding a dragon-like might. Were Liu Bai present, he would undoubtedly be astonished, for this young practitioner bore the power of formations. Upon hearing this, Yin Wangchen chuckled lightly, his eyes filled with affection. "In my eyes, the subjects of the heavenly flame divine kingdom are but fodder for the sacred fire of the divine kingdom. Once I extract the sacred fire, aiding your fusion, I believe it will not take long before you can break through to the realm of Array Emperor." This young practitioner was named Zhang Ruojuan. Not a native of the western regions, but a disciple Yin Wangchen had taken during his sojourn in the eastern regions. His mastery of formations was exceedingly formidable, having already achieved the realm of Array Master at such a tender age. This visit was not solely for the assault on the Nangong Holy Land, but also to facilitate Zhang Ruojuan's fusion with the sacred fire of the divine kingdom, fulfilling his promise to the Zhang family and unearthing the opportunities buried within the Zhang family's sacred grounds. As the two advanced, they descended before the crowd. Yin Wangchen surveyed his surroundings, speaking nonchalantly. "You all have worked hard. The welcoming ceremony shall be dispensed with. Please, disperse." "Yes," in unison, the crowd responded in the blink of an eye. The subjects scattered, the once dense throngs now reduced to a scant few. At this moment, Yin Wuji approached, casting a glance at Zhang Ruojuan, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes before vanishing. He had heard the ancestor mention a disciple of exceptional talent. Surely, this must be him. "Ancestor, Wuji has important matters to report." After collecting his thoughts, Yin Wuji spoke. Yin Wangchen nodded, indicating that the gathering was ill-suited for discussion. "Let us proceed to the main hall." "Yes," Yin Wuji replied. Leading the two into the main hall, Yin Wangchen took his place upon the dragon throne, while Zhang Ruojuan also seated himself, his gaze scanning the surroundings, filled with disdain. This western region is indeed a desolate land. Not only is the spiritual energy tainted, but the surroundings are also in disrepair. Were it not for Master intending to assist me in fusing with the sacred fire, I would not deign to visit such a barren place. Noticing the young practitioner's disdainful demeanor, a shadow of displeasure crossed Yin Wuji's eyes, though he quickly concealed it, solemnly stating, "Ancestor, the sacred fire has been fused by outsiders." "What?" At these words, Yin Wangchen's expression shifted dramatically, and with a resounding crash, the armchair before him crumbled to dust. His eyes burned with fury, and the entire hall grew frigid. Witnessing this scene, Yin Wuji trembled, his expression one of terror, as he recounted the events of the past few days. Once he finished speaking, he felt an invisible force constricting his throat, rendering him breathless. It was unimaginable that a ruler of the divine kingdom could appear as insignificant as an ant before Yin Wangchen. "This matter, I am already aware of. You may withdraw." Yin Wangchen snorted coldly, granting Yin Wuji a reprieve, gesturing for him to leave. Upon hearing this, Yin Wuji felt as if he had been granted a second chance. Hastily fleeing the hall. Once Yin Wuji departed, Zhang Ruojuan coldly remarked, "Humph! Mere lowly peasants dare to covet the sacred fire of the divine kingdom, truly seeking death." In his eyes, the sacred fire of the divine kingdom already belonged to him. Anyone daring to touch what Zhang Ruojuan desired was akin to courting death. As his words fell, Yin Wangchen did not rush to respond, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his murky eyes. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. "There is no rush. The ability to fuse with the sacred fire of the divine kingdom, coupled with an unparalleled physique, indicates that this individual possesses divine objects within. If so, this could be a significant opportunity for you." "What do you mean, master?" Zhang Ruojuan inquired, confusion flickering in his eyes. Yin Wangchen chuckled softly, elaborating, "As far as I know, within the Nangong Holy Land lies a pearl capable of separating a practitioner's power. If this individual indeed harbors strength not inferior to the sacred fire of the divine kingdom, then all the power within them will belong to you." Upon hearing Yin Wangchen's words, excitement surged in Zhang Ruojuan's eyes. If this were true, breaking into the realm of Array Emperor would require no more than a year. He was confident that it would take but a single year. At this moment, Yin Wangchen continued, his tone grave. "Moreover, according to Yin Wuji, that Yi Haoyan has brought along a disciple who also possesses considerable skills in formations. I surmise that this individual is likely to be a formation physique. If you can fuse with him, it will lay a solid foundation for your future path in formations." As Yin Wangchen spoke, Zhang Ruojuan's eyes gleamed with greed. The sacred fire of the divine kingdom, the formation physique, and the treasures within the Nangong's secret realm. He desired them all. "Thank you, master," Zhang Ruojuan exclaimed eagerly, his face alight with enthusiasm. "Hee, no need for thanks. We are bound by the master-disciple relationship. It is only natural for me to assist you in overcoming the obstacles of your cultivation journey." Yin Wangchen replied with a smile, his tone filled with affection. However, as he spoke, a glimmer of cunning flashed in his eyes, harboring another thought. "Moreover, if you do not ascend to the realm of Array Emperor, how will I enter the Zhang family's sacred grounds to seize what rightfully belongs to me? Given 100 years, I shall undoubtedly break through that limitation and become the legendary sage." Chapter 58. The Rune Master on the other side, the ancient ancestor of Tianyin, returned to the court, and Nangong Haoyan had heard a whisper of this development. However, he remained indifferent to it. The very moment when Yin Wangchen arrived, Nangong Haoyan sensed a formidable force, peak Emperor realm. Yet, breaking through to the Saint realm, even to a half-step saint, was an endeavor fraught with immense difficulty. Thus, Nangong Haoyan speculated that the ancient ancestor of Tianyin had returned in pursuit of the divine nation's sacred fire. Contemplating this, Nangong Haoyan chuckled softly, his expression imbued with a hint of amusement. To his surprise, since their arrival in the Tianyin divine nation, the atmosphere had become remarkably vibrant, quite intriguing indeed. "Master." As he pondered, Lu Bai stepped forward. At this moment, the aura enveloping him was such that even ordinary Emperor realm practitioners would tread carefully to avoid him. It was noteworthy that he was merely at the initial stage of the Golden Immortal Realm. If he were to ascend to the Emperor realm, he would be invincible among his peers. Upon hearing this, Nangong Haoyan nodded and handed him a slip of paper. Upon reading the contents, a fervent gleam ignited in Lu Bai's eyes as he proclaimed, "Master, I am willing to accept the challenge." As he spoke, the flames of battle ignited within him. This slip of paper was undoubtedly a challenge issued by Yin Wujing, beckoning Lu Bai to confront the formation set by the ancient ancestor of Tianyin. Furthermore, with the presence of that young cultivator today, Nangong Haoyan surmised that the ancient ancestor of Tianyin had taken a keen interest in Lu Bai's unique physique. If that were the case, they would surely meet. With a faint smile, Nangong Haoyan pondered the desire to seize Lu Bai's extraordinary physique. He was quite curious about the means they intended to employ. Lost in thought, he led Lu Bai to the agreed-upon location. At this moment, apart from Yin Wujing, the ancient ancestor of Tianyin, and his disciples, there were no others present. Upon seeing Nangong Haoyan's arrival, Yin Wujing's aged face broke into a smile. "I presume this individual is the disciple of young friend Yi? Truly an outstanding talent, endowed with exceptional gifts." Yin Wujing regarded Lu Bai, whose strength was merely at the initial stage of the Golden Immortal Realm, and chuckled. his tone ambiguous. Whether it was praise or mockery was difficult to discern. Could the person master spoke of be them? Zhang Ruojuan, witnessing that Nangong Haoyan bore no cultivation, could not suppress her disappointment. What kind of disciple could emerge from a master devoid of any cultivation? To duel with such a person was nothing short of an insult to herself. Contemplating this, Zhang Ruojuan's desire for the contest evaporated instantly. Yin Wangchen chuckled. These matters are inconsequential. What truly matters is that young cultivator. Even I cannot fathom the nature of his physique. Yet it is undoubtedly extraordinary, a rare formation physique. Junior, when I set up the formation, you will be within it, seizing this individual's formation physique. As for that master of his, even if he conceals his cultivation before me, he is but an ant. Upon hearing Yin Wangchen's arrogant declaration, Zhang Ruojuan nodded, her eyes gleaming with greed, as if she regarded Liu Bai as merely a lamb awaiting slaughter. Devoid of any strength, young man, come forth and meet your demise. When Yin Wangchen established the formation, Zhang Ruojuan stepped forward, her demeanor brimming with arrogance as she looked at Liu Bai, her voice laced with derision. In response, Liu Bai frowned, exchanging glances with Nangong Haoyan, who nodded affirmatively. He too stepped forward, the ground beneath him cracking as he entered the formation. Boom! In the next moment, the formation laid by Yin Wangchen radiated brilliant light. Pillars of light connecting heaven and earth. Beneath their feet, a golden formation spun, ancient and mysterious characters inscribed within it. Bloodthirsty soul locking array? Observing this scene, Nangong Haoyan furrowed his brow, and then understood why Yin Wujing had issued this challenge. It was to compel this young cultivator to seize Liu Bai's formation physique. However, it was evident that they were destined to achieve nothing. Not to mention Liu Bai's current mastery of formations. Far beyond Zhang Ruojuan's imagination, should he succeed in any minor technique, in Nangong Haoyan's presence, everything would be futile. Within this formation, the attacks laid out by their mental forces would determine the victor. The one who fell would be the loser. The winning party would claim the formation's treasure. Yin Wangchen's gaze landed on the two, and he spoke slowly, his right hand turning as a brown staff appeared. Inscribed with formidable formation power, a sight to behold. The formation's treasure was an extremely rare imperial artifact. By producing this as a wager, Yin Wangchen was evidently betting heavily. After speaking, his gaze shifted to Nangong Haoyan, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth, eagerly anticipating what wager the latter might present. Seeing this, Nangong Haoyan raised an eyebrow. He was taken aback by the parsimony exhibited by the Tianyan divine nation. In contemplation, he produced a talisman, the life and death talisman. At the sight of the talisman in Nangong Haoyan's hand, even the ancient ancestor of Tianyan, a relic of an era, bore a look of astonishment. In the vast wilderness of the divine domain, aside from formation masters, spirit artifact masters, etc., there existed a unique profession, the rune master. If formation masters were rare, then rune masters were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Across the entire divine domain, even the weakest rune master held a status comparable to that of a sect leader. The ancient rune masters were akin to sacred lands in their own right. Thus, it was clear how formidable the status of a rune master could be. How could he possess a life and death talisman? Could it be that he is a rune master? Impossible. If he were a rune master, he would never appear in such a desolate region as the Western Territory. How then did he acquire such a mysterious talisman? Yin Wangchen took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain his composure. The life and death talisman, as its name suggests, allows one to substitute themselves when facing a lethal attack, akin to the art of misdirection. Such a talisman was indeed terrifying. The fact that this individual could present such a thing as a wager only confirmed that he did not hail from a prominent family. The reasoning was simple. Had he come from a notable lineage, he would certainly not stake such a life-preserving talisman as a wager. With this thought, Yin Wangchen's greedy desire surged forth. If he could obtain this talisman, his trump cards would multiply. My beloved disciple, you must secure victory in this contest. A sinister smile spread across Yin Wangchen's lips, his gaze chilling. With Yin Wangchen's command, the duel commenced. Hikek, young one, I advise you to concede. After all, in my eyes, you are merely a stepping stone on my path to ascendancy. At this moment, a sinister laughter echoed from within the formation. As his words fell, Zhang Ruojuan waved her hand. Torrents of mental energy surged forth like an ocean. From his fingertips erupted a colossal sphere of light that enveloped him, expanding outward. 7-star battle array. Upon witnessing this, Liu Bai narrowed his eyes and blurted out. Zhang Ruojuan's smile widened. Indeed, this is the 7-star battle array. Chapter 59. The 9 stars of the Dark Moon. Since you recognize it, you should be aware of the terrifying aspects of the 7-star battle array. Zhang Ruojuan's laughter was chilling, her eyes filled with malevolence. Submit and become my nourishment, and I may grant you a swift death. Otherwise, as she trailed off, the implication was clear. Let us battle, Liu Bai, undaunted, shouted, his hands weaving together as a formation coalesced from his palms, radiating outward. Seeing this, Zhang Ruojuan's expression darkened, her murderous intent palpable. Kill array, activate. With a cold exhale, Zhang Ruojuan struck forth, and from the heavens above, 7 stars materialized, their brilliance dazzling, emitting a cold luminescence. Boom! In the next moment, the 7 stars whirled, transforming into 7 formidable figures, emerging with overwhelming power. The tempestuous energy surged throughout the bloodthirsty soul-locking array, a palpable aura of slaughter enveloping the surroundings. The killing intent rippled through the void. An overwhelming force. Clang! The sound of clashing weapons resonated as the 7 figures moved, intertwining their might, creating a spectacle akin to the convergence of galaxies, countless stars shimmering above. Boom! Amidst Zhang Ruojuan's malevolent laughter, a torrent of energy surged toward Liu Bai. The myriad of stars seemed to plummet from the sky, their brilliance overwhelming, annihilating the very fabric of the void. In an instant, the entire array trembled, engulfed in a blinding white light, obscuring all within its confines. After a lengthy pause, as the radiance faded, Zhang Ruojuan's smile abruptly froze, disbelief flooding her features. How could this be? Seeing Liu Bai unscathed, she gasped in astonishment. Her complexion ghastly pale, a smirk danced upon Liu Bai's lips, a hint of disdain lacing his voice as he proclaimed, "Is this all you've got?" As his words echoed, the formation surrounding him gleamed with resplendent golden light. His eyes sparkled like those of a deity, exuding an air of invincibility. Your 7-star battle array? Merely a third-rate formation. With that, Liu Bai continued, his tone laced with mockery. Today, I shall show you what the power of the stars truly is. As the words fell, Liu Bai struck forth with a palm, unleashing the mental force within him like a deluge breaking through its dam, surging and tumultuous. Boundless mental energy converged in the heavens, simultaneously operating the 9 revolutions star technique. In that instant, the rolling mental power transformed into a celestial expanse, where endless radiance intertwined, sparkling with a blinding brilliance. Resounding silver light descended, adorning the ground with a crystalline sheen, forming a silver formation that enveloped the entire bloodthirsty locking soul array. Its terrifying might surpassed even Zhang Ruoju's 7-star battle array, the murderous intent freezing the very fabric of space itself. How could this be? At this moment, Zhang Ruoju stood in a stupor, unable to fathom how Liu Bai could wield such dreadfully potent power. Outside the formation, Yan Wangchen's countenance darkened, brimming with confusion. The Taiyin 9-star technique. How could he possibly master the Taiyin 9 array? The Taiyin 9-star technique comprises 9-star formations, and the 7-star battle array used by Zhang Ruoju is derived from the 7th star of the Taiyin 9-star array. Most crucially, the Taiyin 9-star technique is one of the 3 supreme skills of the Taiyin Sacred Land. How could he possess the complete version of the Taiyin 9-star technique? Could it be that he is a disciple of the Taiyin Sacred Land? But the Taiyin Sacred Land is not located in the western region. The realms maintain a balance against one another. If one were to act recklessly in the western region, they would face a siege from the entire sacred lands there, not to mention the sanctions from the Divine Domain's sacred pavilion. Yet, if he is not a disciple of the Taiyin Sacred Land, how could he command the Taiyin 9-star technique? As he pondered, 7 stars materialized within the formation. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Ruoju was utterly astonished. Indeed, this formation was precisely the 7-star battle array he had just employed. How could this be possible? At this moment, Zhang Ruoju was overwhelmed with shock, his voice trembling. How could he wield the 7-star battle array? This was something his master had taught him. Moreover, Zhang Ruoju could sense that Liu Bai's rendition of the 7-star battle array was exponentially more terrifying than his own. Most importantly, The individual before him was merely in the early stages of the golden immortal realm. Boom! Amidst his astonishment, 7 figures blotted out the sun, akin to deities descending, their brilliance flashing as boundless power engulfed everything, submerging within the entirety of the bloodthirsty locking soul array. Puff! After a prolonged moment, the earth-shattering force of destruction dissipated, and Zhang Ruoju was sent flying, his body a bloody mess, his aura feeble, his eyes filled with terror. Upon witnessing this, Yin Wangchun's expression darkened profoundly, communicating through divine sense. He urged Ruoju, "I will now mobilize the array's power. You must cooperate with the formation to strip this individual's strength away." As for his master, "Leave that to me." As his voice fell, a beam of light erupted from Yin Wangchun's fingertips, merging into the formation. Subsequently, streams of blood-red energy enveloped the entire bloodthirsty locking soul array like endless pillars of blood, a torrent of murderous intent surging forth like a flood breaching its banks. A chilling aura surged through the space. Boom! In the next moment, the blood pillars surged into Zhang Ruoju's body, and he instantly recovered from his injuries. His eyes blazed a fiery red, reminiscent of an ancient ferocious beast hunting for prey. Exuding a terrifying presence. "Kill!" Zhang Ruoju's lips curled, a hoarse voice emanating from all directions. As he spoke, he swung his hands fiercely, and the blood pillars within the space seemed to gain sentience, launching themselves towards Liu Bai. Seeing this, Liu Bai's expression darkened. He summoned the mental force within him, the myriad realm star technique operating frantically. The celestial bodies above radiated with dazzling brilliance. Soon after, a golden bell materialized before him, encasing him within. Beneath his feet, a golden formation interwove, exuding earth-shattering power. Boom! The vast blood pillars shot forth like arrows, piercing the air and crashing against the golden bell, producing a deafening sound that caused the entire bloodthirsty locking soul array to tremble. As if on the verge of shattering, buzz! Upon the golden bell, mysterious runes flowed, an infinite radiance emanating as if a celestial hymn resounded. The stars above sparkled brilliantly, each seemingly possessing overwhelming might. The Taiyin 9-star technique. The Tai Golden Bell Formation. Outside the formation, Yin Wangchun could no longer remain composed, his eyes filled with insatiable greed, his breath quickening. In that moment, Yin Wangchun was certain that the white-robed figure before him had mastered the complete Taiyin 9-star technique. Should they acquire it, combined with the opportunity from the Zhang family's sacred land, he believed it would not be long before they could touch upon the legendary Saint Realm. It seemed that this visit to the Tianyin Divine Kingdom had brought him immense surprise. As he murmured to himself, Yin Wangchun had already devised a strategy to seize the Taiyin 9-star technique. Chapter 60. He is still alive after a strike. Radiance surged, the array's power rippling through the air. The golden bell trembled, its sound echoing as if transcending the void, breaking through the ages, resonating from antiquity. Boom! Golden light flickered across the sky, stars glimmering, a sacred aura surged forth from the bell, transforming into a figure that obscured the heavens. The formation spun, emanating boundless energy, its brilliance intertwining and crashing down within the array. Figures danced, the overwhelming power of the formation coalescing into a palm that struck towards Zhang Ruoju. This palm carried an unstoppable force. Akin to withering all in its path. Boom! A deafening sound reverberated, the ground beneath cracking with countless fissures, the bloodthirsty locking soul array shaking violently, as numerous blood pillars crumbled, turning into a thick miasma of blood that filled the sky. Zhang Ruoju's figure was sent reeling, soaring through the air, drenched in blood. The blood energy within the array seemed to affect Liu Bai's consciousness, and at this moment, a flicker of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. With hands forming seals, he struck the ground. A fierce wind erupted from the array, the silver formation expanding outward. Subsequently, a colossal sword coalesced at the heart of the array. The massive silver sword, illuminated by the starlight, reflected a faint glow, as if capable of tearing apart the heavens and earth. "Exterminate!" Liu Bai proclaimed, his long hair billowing in the tempest, his eyes filled with killing intent as he swept forth with one hand. The silver longsword, accompanied by a resonating sword cry, gathered the array's power, flashing a resplendent light as it hurtled towards Zhang Ruoju. Upon witnessing this scene, Yin Wangchun's expression shifted dramatically, roaring, "How dare you!" as his voice fell. He unleashed a palm strike. The force of his palm, vast and boundless, collided with the silver sword, erupting in a sound that shook the heavens and the earth. Puff! After the clash, Liu Bai's complexion paled, his body hurtling backward as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. "Kneel before me." Immediately, Yin Wangchen struck again, his eyes filled with overwhelming rage. Zhang Ruoju was the son of the Zhang family from the eastern region. Should anything happen to him, Yin Wangchen would be held accountable, and that opportunity would slip through his fingers. Thus, Zhang Ruoju must not be harmed. At least not before he secured that opportunity. Bang! Just then, a figure suddenly appeared, intercepting Yin Wangchen's terrifying strike. Nangong Haoyan stepped forward, standing with his hands behind his back, his gaze as calm as a deep well. A dignified peak imperial sovereign shouldn't resort to attacking an early-stage golden immortal cultivator. It was irrational. Nangong Haoyan's voice was placid, devoid of any discernible emotion. As his words fell, Yin Wangchen's eyes narrowed. He had not anticipated that this so-called waste of a master could actually withstand his strike. It seemed this individual was at least at the peak of the golden immortal realm. However, upon further reflection, a trace of mockery flickered in Yin Wangchen's eyes. He was a peak imperial sovereign. Having comprehended the way of fire, a mere peak golden immortal was akin to an ant in his eyes. "You seek death?" Yin Wangchen scoffed coldly, flipping his right hand to summon a spiritual sword. The pitch-black blade, shimmering coldly under the sunlight, emanated a piercing sword aura that seemed capable of slicing through the void. The sound of the sword echoed, shaking the heavens and tearing apart the skies. Yet, all of this was still far from sufficient in the presence of Nangong Haoyan. Just as he prepared to strike, Yin Wujing's figure suddenly approached, whispering something to Yin Wangchen, causing the latter's expression to ease. Retracting his long sword, his gaze darkened, and he ultimately turned to Zhang Ruoju to assess his injuries. "We have one. The erased dimension should rightfully belong to us." Nangong Haoyan suddenly spoke. As his words fell, the entire palace fell into silence. Yin Wangchen's chest heaved, his fists clenched tightly, murderous intent swirling in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to calm down, tossing the erased dimension forward, lifting the unconscious Zhang Ruoju, and stepping away. Yin Wujing also did not linger, following Yin Wangchen as they departed. "Let us go." Nangong Haoyan handed the erased dimension to Liu Bai, speaking, on the other side, upon returning to the Grand Hall. Yin Wangchen's gaze turned icy as he looked at Yin Wujing, coldly stating, "Are you certain of what you said?" "Absolutely certain," Yin Wujing quickly replied. Not daring to conceal anything, it turned out that just as Yin Wangchen made his move, Yin Wujing received word from his subordinates. The supreme elder of the Nangong sacred land had appeared. A few days prior, in a desolate area of the western region, a sword mark had been discovered. Yin Wujing could ascertain that this sword mark was undoubtedly left by the supreme elder of the Nangong sacred land. The unexpected survival of that individual took him by surprise. As Yin Wangchen contemplated the supreme elder of the Nangong sacred land, he couldn't help but feel a wave of headache wash over him. Having traversed numerous eras, Yin Wangchen understood the terrifying nature of that supreme elder. Though not a sage himself, sages would still treat him with utmost respect and dare not defy him. Should he truly manifest in the great wasteland divine domain, the assault on the Nangong sacred land would undoubtedly need to be postponed. Yin Wangchen slowly began to speak, but beside him, Yin Wujing interjected, "Ancestor, in my view, this is indeed an opportune moment to strike at the Nangong sacred land." "What makes you say that?" Yin Wangchen inquired, a frown creasing his brow, filled with skepticism. Yin Wujing chuckled softly, but his expression abruptly shifted as he uttered a few words. "The sacred fire ladder. If I am not mistaken, the supreme elder of the Nangong sacred land once lingered in the sacred fire ladder for a spell. However, I cannot ascertain by what means he managed to exit the ladder. That sword scar may very well be a remnant from when the ladder collapsed, having fallen somewhere in the western region." Upon hearing Yin Wujing's words, Yin Wangchen's countenance darkened. That individual actually entered the sacred fire ladder. One must understand that the sacred fire of the divine kingdom harbors astonishing secrets. Although the sacred fire was not stolen, it does not imply that he has not unraveled the underlying mysteries. "You allowed him entry?" Yin Wangchen's gaze turned icy as he fixed it upon Yin Wujing. As his words fell, an intangible pressure enveloped Yin Wujing. The murderous intent surged, causing the latter's expression to change. He could only brace himself and respond, yes. The fact that the Supreme Elder of the Nangong Sacred Land could enter the Sacred Fire Ladder was indeed a scheme devised by Yin Wujing. Several centuries prior, Yin Wujing had fortuitously encountered that Supreme Elder and, using the pure divine body of Yin Tianxi as bait, lured him to the Sacred Fire Ladder to uncover the secrets of the Divine Kingdom's sacred fire. However, Yin Wujing later became unaware of what method the Supreme Elder employed to leave the Sacred Fire Ladder. Yet the sacred fire of the Divine Kingdom remained intact, thus Yin Wujing paid it little heed. Hearing Yin Wujing's words, Yin Wangchen snorted coldly, his inner aura surging, sending Yin Wujing staggering backward, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. Fool! That individual is shrouded in mystery. How could you possibly control him? Should you act behind my back again, I shall end your life. Chapter 61. Assault on the Sacred Land. Yin Wujing dared not utter another word. Lowering his head, a glimmer of killing intent flashing in his eyes. Since the Supreme Elder has revealed himself, why is this a favorable time to attack the Nangong Sacred Land? With his fury subsiding, Yin Wangchen spoke slowly. As his words fell, Yin Wujing cautiously replied. Reporting to the Ancestor, the Sacred Fire Ladder connects countless realms. Although he escaped from the ladder, it does not mean he currently resides within the Great Wasteland Divine Domain. Upon hearing this, Yin Wangchen pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement with Yin Wujing's statement. The Sacred Fire Ladder is indeed shrouded in mystery. Even after traversing several eras and poring over countless ancient texts, he had yet to discern the origins of the Sacred Fire Ladder. All he knew was that the sacred fire of the Divine Kingdom did not belong to the Great Wasteland Divine Domain and contained unimaginable opportunities. But before integration could occur, outsiders had seized the chance. Contemplating this, Yin Wangchen's gaze turned frosty, his murderous intent palpable. In that case, once the members of the Yang family arrive, we shall proceed to assault the Nangong Sacred Land. Yin Wangchen rose to his feet and commanded. You are to summon the various forces of the Divine Kingdom to join in the campaign. Understood. Yin Wujing responded with a cupped fist. As he retreated, only Yin Wangchen remained within the Great Hall. To covet the opportunities within the Nangong secret realm, you are still far too naive. Yin Wangchen gazed at the sky outside, a cold snort escaping his lips, his eyes filled with greed. He knew full well that both the Yang family and Yin Wujing, aside from the sacred fire of the Divine Kingdom, desired to monopolize the Nangong secret realm. Yet, in Yin Wangchen's eyes, these treasures already belonged solely to him, and no one was permitted to lay a hand upon them. As time flowed, merely a few days passed. The Supreme Elder of the Yang family led the members of the Yang family to the royal palace. Grandfather Chuan, upon seeing the Supreme Elder of the Yang family, Yang Baiyu hurried over, her face brimming with delight. Since Yin Wangchen returned to the capital, Yang Baiyu had been fearful that Yin Wujing would expose her actions, thus she had refrained from showing herself until now. When the Supreme Elder's presence gave her the courage to appear to him, Yang Chuan nodded, then his gaze landed upon Yin Wangchen, and he smiled faintly. Brother Wangchen, it has been a long time. Haha, you are growing increasingly youthful. Junior brother. Today, Yin Wangchen donned a black robe, his aura surging, causing the surrounding space to tremble as he spoke. Witnessing this scene, Yang Chuan was even more astonished. It was unimaginable that, after a century of absence, Yin Wangchen's strength had grown significantly. What an extraordinary individual! With a smile, Yang Chuan remarked, before my brother, how dare I claim to be youthful? Rather, it is you, having traversed several eras, yet your aura remains profound. Your strength must have increased considerably. Just luck. Yin Wangchen waved his hand dismissively. This time, the assault on the Nangong Sacred Land was spearheaded by the Heavenly Flame Divine Kingdom, allied with the Yang family and numerous other divine forces. Boasting several imperial powers, the number of golden immortals was even greater, a force overwhelming and immense. Thus, Nangong Haoyan had already contacted the Sacred Land to ensure they were well-prepared. At this moment, from a distance, Nangong Yumei's beautiful eyes brimmed with anger as she spoke icily. We have no grievances with them, yet they come to assault the Nangong Sacred Land, truly believing us to be easy prey. If you command it, Master, I shall set up the formation immediately to annihilate them all. Master Nangong. I too feel the same. Not only Nangong Yumei, But also Lu Bai and Su Kong wore expressions of rage as they gazed at the cultivators before them, their eyes filled with murderous intent. However, Nangong Haoyan waved his hand and said, "No need for alarm. They are merely a swarm of ants. If we were to crush them now, how would the forces behind them launch an assault on the Nangong sacred land?" As his words fell, the expressions of several individuals turned somewhat perplexed. Nangong Yume was the first to comprehend, speaking. "Is the ancestor implying the sacred hall of the divine domain?" Nangong Haoyan nodded. During this period, the sacred hall of the divine domain had remained silent, likely permitting them to establish themselves as the sacred land. Yet, if this were the case, how could Nangong Haoyan fully enjoy the game? Thus, they could only unite to assault the Nangong sacred land, allowing the sacred land to retaliate and suppress them. Only then would the sacred hall of the divine domain intervene to halt the Nangong sacred land. After all, if the heavenly flame divine kingdom could mobilize so many forces, the sacred hall of the divine domain must have tacitly approved the actions of the divine kingdom. Boom. At that moment, a spatial rift appeared in the sky. A group of figures emerged from the distance. "It's him." Upon hearing the voice, Nangong Yume looked over, spotting a familiar silhouette among the group. "Father, it's them." That figure clearly recognized them as well. Coldly speaking, his gaze toward Nangong Yume filled with insatiable greed. This individual was none other than Zhao Shuesan, the young cultivator with whom they had exchanged harsh words in the underground boxing arena. The Zhao family is a vassal force of the heavenly flame divine kingdom. The head of the Zhao family, Zhao Dingsheng, possesses initial stage imperial power, standing out among the vassal forces and hinting at the prospect of becoming a branch of the divine kingdom. Moreover, Zhao Dingsheng's son was notoriously arrogant, disregarding even imperial powers, relying solely on the Zhao family. It was unexpected that they would meet again today, though. Upon hearing this, Zhao Dingsheng's gaze shifted, his eyes filled with murderous intent. During their encounter in the underground boxing arena, Zhao Shuesan had fled, falsely claiming that Nangong Haoyan and the others had targeted him. Zhao Dingsheng was furious upon learning this as soon as he landed. He unleashed a palm strike toward Nangong Haoyan and the others. Witnessing this, the crowd was taken aback but did not intervene. After all, the ruler of the divine kingdom held Zhao family in high regard, and they did not wish to provoke the Zhao family at this moment. Furthermore, since Yin Wujing had not spoken, why would they create unnecessary trouble? On the other side, Yin Wujing naturally noticed this scene but merely snorted coldly without making a move. The Zhao family sought death. What did that have to do with him? To dare attack Nangong Haoyan and the others with only initial stage imperial power, truly unaware of their own mortality, as he pondered. Zhao Dingsheng's palm strike descended with great force. Nangong Yume's expression darkened, and just as she prepared to act, Lu Bai condensed a formation first, enveloping them in a greenish light. The palm shadow crashed down, producing a deafening sound. When the dust settled, Lu Bai retracted the formation, and the group emerged unscathed. Seeing this scene, everyone was taken aback. Even Zhao Dingsheng's eyes flashed with astonishment, although he had not used his full strength. An imperial strike was not something a mere initial stage golden immortal could withstand. How could they remain unharmed? Meanwhile, Zhao Shuesan, upon witnessing Lu Bai's intervention, looked as if he had seen a ghost, his expression one of utter shock. He had thought that Lu Bai had perished in the underground boxing arena, lost to the winds of time. Chapter 62. The Forbidden Land. We bear you no grudge, yet why do you seek to attack us? Nangong Yume's beautiful eyes glimmered with anger as she spoke coldly. As her words fell, Zhao Dingsheng replied with a cold laugh. To slaughter ants requires no justification. Come forth and die. As the words fell, Zhao Dingsheng struck his palm once more, and immediately, a shadow of his palm materialized, reverberating through the void and radiating a faint golden light, hurtling towards Nangong Yu. Humph! Upon witnessing this, Nangong Yu's beautiful eyes burned with fury. With a flick of her right hand, she summoned the purple smoke sword and swung it towards the void. The sword shadow traversed the air, carrying an overwhelming spiritual force that surged towards Zhao Dingsheng. Boom! The two forces collided, producing a sound that shook the heavens and the earth. The shockwave rolled outwards, spreading in all directions. After their clash, the two stood evenly matched. Observing this scene, the onlookers were left in a state of astonishment. Zhao Dingsheng was a renowned figure among the emperor-level powers, known throughout the Tianyin divine kingdom. Yet, They were taken aback that this young female practitioner could stand on equal footing with him. Could it be that she too was an emperor-level power? With this thought, they retracted their earlier disdain. Their eyes now filled with envy. To attain the realm of an emperor is to exist in unparalleled greatness. Again, seeing Nan Gongyu fend off his palm strike, Zhao Dingxing's expression twisted with humiliation and anger as he bellowed, in the next moment, a long spear appeared in his hand. Fulong Divine Strike. As his voice echoed, Zhao Dingxing brandished the spear, unleashing the spiritual power within him, shaking the heavens and transforming it into a shadow of a spear that glimmered as if forged from gold, exuding an earth-shattering aura. Below the emperor, all are but ants. Even the golden immortal experts felt an overwhelming sense of lethal danger at this moment. Retreating 100 meters, their eyes filled with shock, boom, with a single thrust. The shadow trembled, as if the galaxy were collapsing, its brilliance dazzling, its power seemingly boundless, the momentum like a force of nature, surging towards Nan Gongyu with unstoppable might. Upon witnessing this, Nan Gongyu's delicate face was shrouded in frost. Unified sword technique, being within the Tianyin Divine Kingdom, she refrained from using the Nangong's secret techniques. With a single stroke of her sword, her spiritual energy surged like a tempest, conjuring countless sword shadows. Ultimately, the sword shadows converged, coalescing into a shadow so vast it obscured the sun. The might of the sword shadow roiled and surged, akin to a flood breaking its dam, splitting the sky around her in two. Then, the two forces collided and a thunderous sound erupted from the center of their clash, a mushroom cloud billowing forth. The surrounding ground cracked with numerous fissures, the heavens shook and the earth quaked. Waves of energy stirred the dust into the air, blotting out the sun, rendering the scene invisible to the spectators. Boom! Following the strike, Zhao Dingxing's figure was violently sent tumbling backwards, crashing into the ground, which fractured beneath him, revealing a bottomless pit before the onlookers. Hiss! Witnessing this, the crowd collectively gasped, their faces filled with astonishment. How could it be that Zhao Dingxing, a master of the Emperor realm, was reduced to such a pitiful state by a young practitioner? How could this be possible? Even Yin Wuji found it hard to articulate his thoughts at this moment. He had not anticipated that the Saintess of Nangong, infused with the sacred fire of the Divine Kingdom, could unleash such terrifying power. Fortunately, he had discreetly informed Nangong Haoyan the day prior that the Tianyin Divine Kingdom would not act against the Holy Land, merely intending to deceive the Yang family and those affiliated with the Divine Kingdom. Now, those affiliated forces of the Divine Kingdom were all deeply rooted, and with the Tianyin Divine Kingdom having lost the sacred fire, if they continued to indulge in such behavior, it would only be a matter of time before these affiliated forces betrayed the Divine Kingdom. At that point, the Tianyin Divine Kingdom would likely stand alone against overwhelming odds. Thus, seizing this opportunity also served to settle accounts with those affiliated forces, ensuring the stability of the Divine Kingdom's rule. However, this was not something he disclosed to Yin Wangchen. Should the latter rashly intervene, it would be of no concern to him. Moreover, Yin Wangchen was at the peak of the Emperor realm, having comprehended the powers of the Great Tao. Yin Wuji did not believe that anyone in the Nangong Holy Land, aside from that supreme elder, could compare to the ancestors of his lineage. Lost in thought, Nangongyu stepped forward, her beautiful eyes shimmering with lethal intent. She had long harbored a well of frustration with no outlet, and now a target had presented itself. Whoosh, with a swing of her sword, a beam of sword light, imbued with overwhelming might, surged forth towards Zhao Dingxing. This strike was executed with extreme ferocity by Nangongyu. Zhao Dingxing's complexion changed drastically as he attempted to counter, but beneath this sword shadow, his power felt feeble and utterly inadequate against Nangongyu. A dull thud resonated, and Zhao Dingxing's body was instantly transformed into a mist of blood. Upon witnessing this, the crowd was left in a state of utter disbelief, speechless for an extended period. No! After an eternity, Zhao Xuesen's frenzied roar finally broke the silence, his eyes bloodshot with rage, an overwhelming desire for vengeance consuming him. As he had lost all sense of reason, he swung his fist towards Nangongyu, who furrowed her brow and prepared to respond, but a powerful force surged forth first, dissipating his fist's shadow. The monarch of the Divine Kingdom. Upon seeing this figure, the crowd was taken aback. They had not anticipated that the monarch would intervene at this moment to block the punch. Yin Wuji's gaze remained indifferent as he looked at Zhao Xuesen and slowly spoke, "Enough." As his words fell, an overwhelming mental force crashed down upon Zhao Xuesen. Hearing this, the latter's expression changed. His consciousness returned, only to turn pale, drenched in cold sweat. His eyes filled with terror. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though he had witnessed a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. An apparition of a figure slaughtering all in its path, utterly terrifying. All of this was the result of Yin Wuji's mental arts. At his level of power, he could conjure illusions with but a thought. "My Lord Monarch, forgive my rudeness." With the monarch of the divine kingdom taking action, no amount of anger could change the situation, especially since his father had perished in this conflict. Unless he could locate the long-lost ancestor of the Zhao family, all would be in vain. Yin Wuji nodded, saying no more, but a glint of brilliance flickered in his eyes. Though he was the monarch of a nation with countless subordinate powers, they did not heed his command. Instead, they were loyal to the Tianyan divine kingdom, or rather, to Yin Wangchen. Now that the divine kingdom had lost the sacred fire, it was imperative for him to establish a force uniquely his own. Only then could he survive within this realm of gods. It was said that the supreme elder of the Zhao family had disappeared without a trace, perhaps even perished. However, Yin Wuji knew that the ancestor of the Zhao family had not fallen but was instead imprisoned within a forbidden ground. Moreover, finding him was quite simple. It merely required the blood of their descendants. This was also why he turned a blind eye to Zhao Dingxing's demise while choosing to save Zhao Xuesen. Lost in contemplation, Yin Wangchen suddenly spoke, "Let us set forth to attack the Nangong Holy Land." As his words fell, the crowd regained their composure and followed the Tianyan ancestor into the teleportation array. Chapter 63. The world-shaking battle. Nangong Holy Land. Rumbling black clouds loomed over the city as Nangong Junyi stood before the Holy Land, the Nangong sacred sword manifesting in his hand. His eyes slightly narrowed, his robe billowing without wind. Whoosh! From the depths of the Ghost Valley and the Dragon Abyss, Nangong Chinyu and a multitude of figures appeared behind Nangong Junyi, enveloped in a tempestuous aura, their eyes brimming with fierce battle intent. Though no words were exchanged, Nangong Junyi had already understood their intentions. He smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further. Just then, a heavy sound tore through the sky, followed by a gaping fissure in space, stretching for thousands of feet, as countless figures poured forth like locusts, exuding an overwhelming and chilling aura that reverberated through this realm. They were coming. Witnessing this sight, the eyes of the onlookers narrowed, cold glints flashing within them as murderous intent surged forth. "Nangong Junyi." A chilling voice surged from all directions, with Yin Wangchen speaking first, his emperor-level aura pressing down upon the entire Holy Land. Boom! The next moment, the Nangong Holy Land erupted in a dazzling display of light, countless formations intertwining to form a shadow that obscured the sky, an endless aura collapsing and permeating the heavens. Sensing this aura, Yin Wangchen furrowed his brow. He had not anticipated that the formations of the Nangong Holy Land would be so formidable, and this aura felt vaguely familiar, as if he had encountered it before. Not pondering further, Yin Wangchen's icy voice rang out once more, "To my people of the divine kingdom, slay without mercy." As his words fell, Nangong Junyi stepped forward, his black hair cascading in the air. His words laced with mockery, "That Yin Tianxi is merely a pawn of your Tianyan divine kingdom. Should you wish to move against my holy land, feel free to try." During this period, Nangong Junyi had ascended to the 5th stage of the Emperor realm, his prowess immeasurable, and even in the face of the Tianyan ancestor, he remained undaunted. Hearing this, a blaze of fury ignited in Yin Wangchen's eyes. Just as he was about to make a move, Yin Wuji suddenly proposed a strategy. "Ancestor, why wield a sledgehammer to crack a nut? The Yang family has been overly arrogant of late. Why not let them take the lead and temper their arrogance?" Yin Wangchen paused, a glimmer of brilliance igniting in his eyes as he nodded, his gaze resting upon Yang Qiuan as he spoke softly. "Disciple Yang, I have heard that decades ago, the Yang family produced an invincible emperor-level power of the same realm. I hold great admiration for him." With a light chuckle, Yin Wangchen's eyes sparkled with meaning unspoken. Upon hearing this, Yang Qiuan's old face darkened considerably, yet he understood the terrifying might of Yin Wangchen. Let alone himself, Even the entire Yang family could not contend with this formidable figure. Mufeng, Yang Chuan spoke in a low voice. At your service. At that moment, from the rear of the crowd, a man approached, enveloped in the formidable aura of the third level of the Emperor's realm, his presence commanding and his gaze dark. It was Yang Mufeng, the current head of the Yang family. Uncle, do not worry. The little Nangong sacred ground is no match for me. Yang Mufeng cast a sidelong glance at Yin Wuji, who was reveling in the misfortune of others, and spoke in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, Yang Chuan nodded thoughtfully and cautioned, exercise caution. Indeed, Yang Mufeng replied, and with that, his figure appeared before the Nangong sacred ground. His somber gaze fell upon Nangong Junyi, and a cold voice rumbled from his throat. Do you remember me? Nangong Junyi chuckled, stepping forward confidently. Naturally, you were the defeated one. A century ago, a family feud between the two clans had erupted over a spiritual stone mine, resulting in the demise of many clan members on both sides, ultimately culminating in Yang Mufeng's defeat at the hands of Nangong Junyi. For this reason, Yang Mufeng had harbored a simmering anger for 100 years. And today, he had come seeking revenge. 100 years have passed. I am no longer the same as before. Today, I shall use your blood to honor the spirits of my fallen kin from a century ago. With a cold snort, Yang Mufeng struck first, his long sword swirling as he unleashed a brilliant sword light that erupted forth. That all you can muster. Nangong Junyi's lips curled into a disdainful smirk as he horizontally positioned the Nangong sacred sword, its glimmering blade radiating an icy chill. Bang! The shadows of the swords collided, and dust erupted into the air. The surrounding ground fractured, spreading chaos in all directions. After their first clash, the two stood evenly matched. Yang Mufeng's eyes blazed with fury as he swung his sword again, declaring, "A sword that pierces the heavens." As the words left his mouth, a radiant beam of sword light burst forth, resembling stars illuminating the world. Imbued with the force to obliterate all in its path, hurtling toward Nangong Junyi. The momentum of the sword shadow was overwhelming, cleaving the air as it advanced. Dragon Elephant Suppression. Nangong Junyi remained unperturbed, retracting his long sword, his eyes sparkling with determination, and then he struck out with an open palm. An ocean of spiritual energy surged forth, coalescing above into the phantom of a dragon and elephant. The two divine beasts loomed large, with the elephant's trunk sweeping the heavens, shattering the vast expanse. The dragon, equally imposing, obscured the sun, casting the entire space into shadows. The roar of the elephant mingled with the dragon's cry. Boundless power descended. The void shattered, and the skies were flooded with spiritual energy. Boom! Under the weight of this colossal force, Yang Mufeng's sword shadow was obliterated as if it were mere paper. Yet, the dragon elephant phantom maintained its ferocity, unleashing its devastating power upon Yang Mufeng. Crash! The sheer terror of this force was beyond Yang Mufeng's capacity to withstand. After a single strike, he was sent tumbling through the air, crashing to the ground, his body a bloody mess, his breath shallow. Nangong Junyi withdrew, his eyes betraying a chilling indifference. Then, with a single swing of his sword, he struck Yang Mufeng down, unleashing a torrent of power that transformed the latter into a mist of blood. As Yang Mufeng's consciousness fled, it was abruptly extinguished by Nangong Junyi's sword. Thus, Yang Mufeng was no more. Witnessing this scene, the forces that had come to assault the Nangong sacred ground inhaled sharply. The formidable Yang Mufeng, at the third level of the Emperor's realm, had fallen to Nangong Junyi. How could this be possible? In an instant, doubts and fears began to ripple through the crowd, but those harboring such thoughts were swiftly silenced by Yin Wangchun's palm. Their souls extinguished. How dare you? In the void, Yang Chuan's eyes blazed with fury as he bellowed, striking out with a powerful palm. A shadow of his hand blotted out the sun, bearing down with overwhelming force toward Nangong Junyi and his companions. Nangong's secret technique, Sacred Sword's divine punishment. Faced with this scene, Nangong Junyi did not falter. A torrent of spiritual energy surged into the Nangong sacred sword, and with a thrust, he unleashed a brilliant beam of sword light, shimmering with an ancient chill, illuminating the void above. Boom! The cascading sword shadows extended for miles, rendering the very heavens and earth minuscule in comparison. As the sword struck, the vast shadows of the blade descended like a flood, dividing the world in twain. erupting into cataclysmic force upon collision with the Palm Shadow. Chapter 64. Unafraid of life and death, a mushroom cloud erupted, shaking the world to its core. The overwhelming force connected heaven and earth. An infinite tide of spiritual energy roiled in the space around them, causing the air to collapse as the dust finally settled. Countless chasms appeared before the onlookers, but what shocked them even more was the sight of Yang Qiuan. His garments tattered, his aged face ashen and breathless, eyes wide with disbelief at the sheer might of Nangong Junyi. In stark contrast, Nangong Junyi stood firm as an ancient tree, unwavering, with his hands clasped behind him. He regarded the scene with an indifferent demeanor, his eyes flickering with murderous intent as his icy voice resonated. A century ago, your Yang family conspired to harm my Nangong disciples, and now you dare to assault the Nangong sacred ground? Your greed renders you no more than ants before my sacred ground. Since you seek death, I shall grant it. With these words, Nangong Junyi raised his long sword, within which surged boundless power, causing the entire Nangong sacred ground to tremble. Golden lights twinkled like stars scattered across the heavens, illuminating the area. Countless rays converged upon the Nangong sacred sword, from which a terrifying sword shadow surged forth, ancient and powerful, dominating the void. Nangong's secret technique. Sacred sword's divine punishment, the golden sword shadow, akin to a golden deluge, cleaved through the skies. With a single swing, the immense sword shadow crashed down, unleashing a torrent of power that illuminated the entire world. Boom! Wherever the sword shadow passed, the heavens were split asunder, yin and yang separated, all things submerged. This strike bore the will of the sacred ground. Witnessing this, Yang Qiuan's face turned pale with shock, in a frantic bid. He unleashed several strikes, the force of his palms akin to a tiger descending from the mountains, unstoppable in its might. Yet, before the will of the sacred ground, all was rendered futile in the blink of an eye. The palm shadows shattered, boom! The golden sword shadow descended as if a river of stars were collapsing, its brilliance erupting forth, unleashing a torrent of power upon Yang Qiuan. After the blow, Yang Qiuan was left bloodied and battered. His breath faltering, crashing down to the ground, his fate uncertain. At this sight, the void fell into a profound silence, the sound of a pin drop audible. The crowd stood in stunned disbelief, their hearts churning with tumultuous waves. It was unfathomable that Nangong Junyi's power was so terrifying. Even the esteemed elder of the Yang family was no match for the Nangong sacred ground. How then could they hope to assault it? Such thoughts pierced through their minds, and they awakened to the reality that the Nangong secret realm held countless opportunities. But one must have the means to seize them. The crowd, not foolish, comprehended that the Nangong sacred ground was not to be trifled with. Meanwhile, in the void, Yin Wangchun's expression darkened, his eyes ablaze with fury. A pack of useless fools. He had anticipated that Yang Qiuan, after 100 years of seclusion, would have significantly improved in strength, but was dismayed to find him so lacking. I implore the ancestor to take action, Yin Wuji said, bowing deeply. As his words fell, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in his eyes. Yin Wuji understood that the strongest force within the Nangong sacred ground still lay among their ranks. From the looks of it, Nangong Haoyan's strength was likely far greater. Even if the ancestor triumphed over Nangong Junyi, facing Nangong Haoyan would present a formidable challenge. With this thought in mind, Yin Wuji could not suppress his cold laughter. Though his exterior remained calm and sincere, humph! In response, Yin Wangchun snorted coldly and stepped forward, warping the very fabric of the void. In an instant, dark clouds gathered, thunder rumbled, reminiscent of an impending apocalypse. To this sight, Nangong Junyi narrowed his eyes, knowing that the true threat had arrived. The Nangong sacred sword in his hand emitted a resonant sound, brimming with combat spirit. The figures behind him, unafraid, brandished their weapons, preparing to engage in battle. Boom! Yin Wangchun landed upon the ground, the void around him fracturing, the earth beneath crumbling, the surroundings transforming into a desolate realm. With a chilling gaze fixed upon the crowd, Yin Wangchun sneered, "You all, come at me together." As his voice echoed, his arrogance was palpable. Yet they knew he stood at the pinnacle of the emperor's realm, having subtly stepped into the semi-saint domain. They could not afford to underestimate him. Altogether, Nangong Junyi's eyes shifted, and he thrust his long sword, unleashing a piercing beam of swordlight, invoking the Nangong's secret technique, a sword that pierces the heavens. The sword shadow surged through the skies, overwhelming in its might. In quick succession, Wan Longyuan also struck out with a palm, dragon elephant suppression, 10,000 calamities whip technique, holy sword aura. Gue Gu Huasher and Nangong Chenyu joined the fray, and in that moment, the shadow of swords rippled through the void, divine beasts breaking through the ancient barriers, roaring forth. The entire realm seemed to tremble, the earth quaking, mountains collapsing, spiritual energy saturating the skies. Countless forces surged forth, striking down upon Yin Wangchen, too weak. Far too weak, however. The formidable power that instills fear in many great beings is, in the eyes of Yin Wangchen, utterly trivial. With a wild laugh, he unleashed the torrent of his internal strength. Resembling a raging river surging towards the heavens, as his voice fell, he struck forth with one hand, releasing a terrifying force that surged relentlessly, churning in the an imposing statue of Buddha coalesced, casting a shadow that obscured the sun, as if connecting heaven and earth. Boom. Following this, the Buddha statue struck with a colossal palm, the shadow of which bore an alarming force, descending upon the gathered crowd. With a thunderous roar, the palm shattered all in its path, colliding with the shadow of a divine beast, unleashing a cataclysmic sound that reduced everything to dust, cascading from the sky, as the very heavens and earth succumbed to the chaos. After a single blow, the might of Yin Wangchen proved overwhelmingly terrifying, rendering his opponent utterly powerless. Spitting blood, he was sent flying for miles before barely managing to regain his footing. The eyes of Wan Longyuan were filled with astonishment. Having already ascended to the ranks of emperor and possessing the dragon vein, his power was unimaginable. Yet before Yin Wangchen, he felt as insignificant as an ant, easily crushed. Step back. With a deep breath, Nangong Junyi commanded. No, we shall share life and death with the Holy Master. Nangong Chenyu interjected with a laugh. Wan Longyuan also stepped forward, declaring, indeed, we will not retreat. Beside them, Gigo Huasher spoke up. My life belongs to Master Haoyin and to the Nangong Holy Land. Upon hearing this, Nangong Junyi smiled lightly, but his expression soon shifted as his gaze fell upon Yin Wangchen, stating, if that is the case, then we shall kill. With this declaration, the power of the sacred sword surged in his hand, a murderous intent enveloping his eyes. With a roar, he, alongside the others, summoned their strongest powers to strike at Yin Wangchen. Chapter 65. The fierce battle above the Nangong family. Dark clouds gathered ominously, signaling that a fierce battle was imminent. The force of Nangong Junyi's sacred sword bore down upon Yin Wangchen, who smiled slightly, saying, I never expected such a figure to emerge from the Nangong family. With a flick of his hand, a massive shield appeared before him, resolutely blocking Nangong Junyi's assault. Is this all the strength you possess? Such a waste of the Nangong family's treasures, Yin Wangchen remarked, a mocking smile playing on his lips as he contemplated the secret realms and treasures of the Nangong family, revealing a glimmer of greed in his eyes. Seeing this, Nangong Junyi paused momentarily before hurling his sacred sword. The blade lodged above Yin Wangchen's head, conjuring countless sword shadows that intertwined and spiraled in the sky. Surging phoenix into the world, Nangong Junyi bellowed, as innumerable sword shadows aimed at Yin Wangchen, descending like a torrential downpour. Yin Wangchen, not daring to be negligent, rapidly formed seals, unleashing countless fiery runes that erupted forth, morphing into fiery dragons entangled with the myriad sword shadows. Nangong Junyi trembled, sweat pouring down, while Yin Wangchen, though serious, appeared far less strained. Wan Longyuan and Nangong Chenyu hurriedly joined the fray. Wan Longyuan unleashed a strike, dragon elephant suppressing prison technique, spirit sword of the Holy Guardian. The combined spiritual force and sword energy transformed into a divine beast clad in sword scales, charging towards Yin Wangchen. Hemph, mere trifles, Yin Wangchen scoffed, as a colossal dragon of molten lava emerged from his grasp. The dragon swallowed the divine beast whole and continued its onslaught towards the two men. They attempted to resist, yet were helplessly thrust upwards into the skies, thousands of meters high. The dragon then morphed into a fireball, sending them crashing back to the ground. Ripples appeared in the surrounding space, the sky darkening further. The two men lay grievously wounded, bloodied and battered, stunned by the stark disparity in power, their heads lolling as they succumbed to unconsciousness. Yin Wangchun's onslaught intensified as countless fiery dragons coalesced into a blazing sword, aimed directly at the sacred sword. Nangong Junyi coughed up blood, sent flying hundreds of meters before collapsing, drenched in his own blood. "Ancestor, save me!" Nangong Junyi cried out. "Ha ha, no one can save you now. You shall be my nourishment." Yin Wangchun laughed maniacally as the fiery sword descended with a resounding thud. What is happening? Yin Wangchun felt the sword halt mid-descent. As the smoke cleared, a graceful youth appeared, effortlessly pinching the sword between two fingers, casting a disdainful glance at him. "Ancestor." "Humph, so it is you. Join them in their demise." Yin Wangchun spat, furious. The newcomers were none other than Nangong Haoyin, Liu Bai, Nangong Yu, and Su Kong, who had come to support the Nangong family. Seeing his attempt to slay the Nangong patriarch thwarted, Yin Wangchun was consumed by rage. He swiftly brandished his sword, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that morphed into an army of gallant knights. Clad in armor and wielding curved blades, an awe-inspiring sight. "What, ancestor? Today, I shall send you to your rest." Yin Wangchun sneered. "Be careful, ancestor. Worry not for me, you Nangong Haoyin replied, unflinching as he faced the charging cavalry. At some point, he had drawn a brush from his robes and began to paint. "Humph, little brat, are you preparing to write your last will? Rest assured, I shall grant you time to do so shortly." "Ha ha ha ha." Nangong Haoyin remained silent, his brush dancing across the canvas, and in no time, a formidable figure emerged, the door gods Qin Gong and Wei Qi Gong from his world. "What? Impossible. How can you summon such power?" The two door gods, clad in golden armor and exuding fury, glared at the advancing army. With a mighty swing of his weapon, Qin Gong caused the army to vanish as if they were mere straw. What tremendous power! Who is this ancestor? A deity. Clearly, the emergence of these two door gods signified the arrival of two formidable figures of the great Tao. The crowd murmured in fear, and even Yang Jia Yang Choan felt a chill, regretting their presence there. If the ancestor could obliterate Yin Wangchun with a mere painting, how could their Yang family hope to survive? With Yin Wangchun's spell shattered, he collapsed to the ground, spewing blood. In truth, Nangong Haoyin had no need to be so ostentatious. Yin Wangchun's strength was already weak. Yet today's display was solely to establish dominance. Only in this way could the major sects submit, drawing the attention of the divine domain holy pavilion and instilling fear throughout the vast wilderness. "Wait, do not kill me. I am willing to offer all my treasures and techniques, and I can make the Tianyin divine kingdom submit to the Nangong holy land." Yin Wangchun was genuinely terrified. Only now did he comprehend the gravity of the figure he had provoked. What a joke! A single painting had brought him to the brink of death. How could they possibly compare? They were of entirely different realms now. Only realizing the futility of his pleas, it was too late. Nangong Haoyin smiled lightly, dismissively, as Wei Qi Gong's colossal sword descended with a thunderous crash. The force was unstoppable, akin to a dam breaking. The crowd heard the tearing of space and the anguished cries of Yin Wangchun. Regrettably, despite Yin Wangchun's millennia of profound cultivation, it all culminated in a final, anguished scream. The scene fell silent. Everyone remained engulfed in profound shock, while Yin Wujing felt a deep dread, regretting his choices. Yet among the crowd, a man in a black robe stood in awe, his expression turning stern as he stepped forward. "The divine domain holy pavilion has declared. The Nangong family possesses immense power, excelling in both virtue and talent. Henceforth, they shall be designated as a sacred land, with Nangong Junyi proclaimed as the holy master. It is decreed that they may uphold the will of heaven above and save the common people below. This battle today is not one of injustice. The holy pavilion wishes for all to withdraw and mend their former ties." Upon hearing this, the crowd felt a mix of emotions, relief at avoiding disaster, yet apprehension at bowing to the Nangong family. It was not fear of rejection, but dread of retribution. With this ancestor present, they were but ants. "We bow to the holy master." Everyone knelt in unison, raising their voices in reverence. Just moments ago, they had glared defiantly. Now, they groveled in submission. Contemplating this, Nangong Haoyin chuckled coldly. "Sir, our Tianyin divine kingdom wishes to submit to the Nangong holy land. I will promptly decree that Nangong you be designated as the holy maiden, to be honored for generations. What say you?" Yin Wujing approached cautiously, speaking with care. Agreed, but Yuer must remain within the Nangong family and not go to your Tianyin Divine Kingdom. Of course, that is agreeable. The events of today were instigated by that old fool Yin Wangchen. I brought no gifts. I shall come to apologize another day. Upon realizing that Nangong Haoyin bore him no animosity, Yin Wujing was overjoyed, hastily departing with his entourage. The crowd gradually took their leave, though the Yang family glared with resentment, lingering for a while longer. The two door gods transformed into paintings, affixed to the gates of the Nangong family. Destined to become the guardians of the great wilderness, as snowflakes danced in the air. An elderly man in a pavilion savored his tea slowly. Xiaomei, brew it slowly. Haste ruins the flavor. It seems a storm is brewing in the western regions. Chapter 66. Departure to the eastern continent. At long last, tranquility has returned. Following the tumult, the disciples have matured significantly, each one diligently training without a moment's respite. They all harbor the hope that, should any unforeseen circumstances arise in the future, they might contribute in some manner. The heavenly rankings are in constant flux, and the recruitment center for the outer disciples of the Nangong family is nearing its capacity. The name of the Nangong family has grown increasingly renowned in the western regions, attracting the admiration of countless youths. The disciples' cultivation still requires enhancement, and the Nangong family's resources and equipment must also be procured. Moreover, it is imperative to renovate the Nangong family estate, not only because the last group of ruffians wrought considerable damage, but also to prepare for the recruitment of new disciples. For we are indeed a sacred land. Nangong Haoyin meticulously briefed Nangong Junyi on the matters concerning the sacred land. Report. What is it? Your Excellency, emissaries from the Northern Wu dynasty of the Eastern continent have come to pay a visit. Nangong Junyi cast a surprised glance at Nangong Haoyin. The Eastern continent is vast and bountiful, its sects and powers far surpassing those of the Western regions, and their foundations are much more profound. It is the wealthiest part of the great wilderness divine domain, and they have always looked down upon us, the so-called barbarian states. Even though we share the status of a sacred land, we are still regarded with condescension. Why would they choose to visit us unbidden? The Eastern continent. Ah, the Eastern continent. Ancestor, what are you muttering about? Oh, it's nothing. Come, let us meet the emissaries from the Northern Wu. With that, Nangong Haoyin rose slowly and made his way to the council hall. The emissary Lu Heling pays respects to your excellency. A frail, snow-haired elder rose slowly, bowing deeply. Sir, there is no need for such formalities. It is indeed arduous for you to travel such a distance from the Eastern continent to our western regions. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? Ah, I have come on behalf of His Majesty. The Emperor has long admired you, and this visit is to extend an invitation for your excellency to come to the Northern Wu dynasty for a meeting with His Majesty. We also warmly welcome the Nangong family to relocate to our Northern Wu. Nangong Junyi was taken aback, feeling a flicker of temptation, for the Eastern continent is indeed far superior to the Western regions. Let's not rush to agree. I shall first ascertain the truth of the matter. It was the voice transmission talisman from the ancestor. Steadying his thoughts, Nangong Junyi was about to speak when Nangong Haoyin interjected. Sir, you may not be aware that the sacred land has only recently been established, and my father is preoccupied with affairs and may lack the time to visit your esteemed nation. If His Majesty does not mind, I would be willing to represent my father in this regard. Nangong Junyi was momentarily stunned, unsure of how to respond, casting a glance at his son, Nangong Haoyin. Junyi, quickly agree. It is safer for me to represent the Northern Wu dynasty, and I might as well visit an old friend. Since the ancestor has spoken, there is no alternative but to acquiesce, yet a trace of worry lingered in Nangong Junyi's heart. Indeed, what my son has said is quite right. Moreover, with recent affairs being quite demanding, I shall first send my son as an envoy to your nation, and I shall certainly make amends in the future. The elder paused, observing the composed Nangong Haoyin with approval in his heart. Though he did not succeed in bringing back Nangong Junyi, securing this young man was still a commendable outcome. Very well, I shall return in 3 days to escort the young master to our Northern Wu. After concluding the business, the Nangong estate hosted a grand banquet, both to entertain the emissaries and to bid farewell to the ancestor. Ancestor, are you truly going to the Northern Wu? Nangong Yu asked with wide eyes. Her gaze filled with reluctance. Indeed. You You must continue to cultivate diligently at home and not be lazy. I shall return to check on your progress. But ancestor, when will you be back? Very soon. What? Do you miss me already before I've even departed? He chuckled, ruffling Nangongyu's hair. Pfft, not at all. Nangongyu retorted, turning her head and running off. Behind her, the hearty laughter of Nangong Haoyan echoed. Great Moon Goddess, please ensure the safe return of our ancestor. A beautiful girl knelt on her bed, praying towards the moonlight. It was none other than Nangong Yu. At last, the moment of departure had arrived, and the members of the Nangong family gathered to bid farewell to their ancestor. Old Haoyan, do return soon. Nangongyu almost let slip her words. Nangong Junyi shot an angry glare at Nangongyu, whispering, Who told you to address the ancestor so casually? The ancestor will not hold it against me. You little rascal. Before he could finish, a voice from the airship called out, Father, I am leaving now. Take care and manage the Nangong family well. Upon hearing this, Nangong Junyi nearly stumbled, breaking out in a cold sweat. Rest assured, he called out in reply. The airship of the Northern Wu dynasty is renowned throughout the great wilderness divine domain, equipped with all necessities, from lavatories to bathing facilities. The mere amenities aboard could captivate even the lord of the Tianyin divine kingdom, let alone the palace of Northern Wu. As he pondered this, Nangong Haoyan felt a surge of anticipation and then took out a mirror. Hiss, why is this young master so vain? Even if he is somewhat handsome, there is no need for a man to admire himself in the mirror. Shoo, be quiet. Focus on your duties as a guard, lest you lose your job. As the mirror displayed every corner of the Nangong estate with clarity, Nangong Haoyan chuckled with pride. Having established a means of remote monitoring in the future, this would serve as a connection to Nangong Junyi and Yuer, akin to video calls from another world. Suddenly, a piece of paper floated from Nangongyu's room, prominently featuring a large turtle with the word ancestor inscribed upon it. Nangong Haoyan's face turned green, and he witnessed Nangongyu hurriedly rush out to retrieve the paper. That little girl is becoming more mischievous by the day, he thought to himself, then stowed the mirror away with a huff. See, the more handsome one becomes, the more insecure and troubled he feels. Now you understand the benefits of not being good-looking? You truly are a chatterbox. Had I known, I would not have brought you along out of goodwill. Be careful lest you lose your head without even entering battle. The guard shrank back, no longer daring to utter a word. Outside, colorful clouds drifted by, and after a millennium of seclusion, seeing the clouds in the sky again felt like a reunion after countless years. Reflecting on this, he couldn't help but be overwhelmed with emotion. Lingering for a while before returning to the cabin, Nangong Haoyan and Lu Helling engaged in lively conversation. Lu Helling was astonished by Nangong Haoyan's profound knowledge and insightful analysis, as if he had personally experienced many of the matters discussed, unbeknownst to him. He indeed was a participant in some of them. The airship traveled at remarkable speed, reaching the Grand Pass of Liaocan within half a day. Old Lu, your airship is truly swift, young master. You jest. This is merely moderate speed. If we were to use a military airship and were in a hurry, we could arrive in merely an hour. If your family is inclined to join us in Northern Wu, I would be more than happy to gift you a few airships. Nangong Haoyan nodded in agreement, contemplating how to procure a few to bring back for Yuer and Junyi to experience. Atop the snow-capped Wulong Mountain, within a concealed cave, a woman of unparalleled beauty stirred from her slumber. You have finally deigned to come, Haoyan. Chapter 67. Arriving in Anjing in the capital of the Northern Wu. Anjing City, bustling streets were filled with vendors and merchants, their cries blending into a vibrant tapestry of sound. The commercial prowess here dwarfed that of the western regions, prompting a sense of awe in Nangong Haoyan. Young master, this way please. Anjing City is vast and its alleys complex. Do not get lost. The first order of business upon arriving in the capital was to pay respects to the emperor. Nangong Haoyan had done his homework. The eastern continent is divided into 3 regions. To the north lies the Uxian tribe, the center is occupied by the Northern Wu and its smaller countries. And to the south resides the Southern Chun and its minor states. Northern Wu and Southern Chun were once united as the Great Wu dynasty, but due to turmoil, they splintered into these 2 nations and various small states. The Northern Wu dynasty had attempted to conquer Southern Chun on multiple occasions without success, leading to an armistice that has persisted until now. is likely that the Emperor of Northern Wu wishes to rally forces for another southern expedition. If that is indeed the case, Nangong Haotian would not acquiesce to the Emperor's request. Finally, they arrived at the imperial palace. Upon entering the Grand Hall, civil and military officials were already waiting in 2 rows. The Nangong family from the western regions, Nangong Haotian, pays respects to His Majesty. With that, Nangong Haotian knelt and bowed, proclaiming "Long live the Emperor." The Emperor, named Yuan Ci, appeared quite youthful, exuding a remarkable presence, his gaze often directed toward the horizon. Though tinged with a hint of impatience and arrogance, seeing Nangong Haotian's display of proper etiquette, the Emperor nodded in satisfaction. It is indeed arduous for the emissary to travel such a long distance. Your servant dares not take credit. I have long heard of the Emperor's youthful brilliance, and having witnessed it firsthand, I am truly astonished. Moreover, I am deeply honored by your Majesty's personal summons. Yuan Ci smiled and nodded, clearly pleased with this envoy from the western regions. What followed were customary pleasantries, culminating in a grand banquet to welcome Nangong Haotian and cleanse the dust of travel. The next day, Nangong Haotian awoke in the Royal Inn, the Ancien Pavilion. Outside the window, the high mountains and pine trees of the western regions were replaced by the long mist green forests and bamboo groves. Nangong Haotian gazed dreamily out the window, reminiscent of another world, wondering how his grandfather was faring. Who would have thought the young master possesses such refined tastes? A eunuch entered, carrying toiletries and breakfast, smiling as he spoke. Indeed, you also share this affinity? Nangong Haotian inquired with curiosity. To speak frankly, I was once a scholar myself, but due to repeated failures and poverty at home, I became a eunuch. That is truly pitiable. Please, young master, do not speak of the past. With such beauty surrounding us, why not compose a poem? Nangong Haotian presumed that the eunuch thought the people from the western regions were ignorant of propriety, unversed in music, and certainly incapable of poetry. Thus, coming to trouble an outsider, he stood outside the bamboo pavilion in the morning. A sense of leisurely inspiration washed over him. The early coolness seeped through the window, while the solitary moon cast its glow over the borders. The traveler dined on sweet herbs, and his heart longed for the memories of the vine. If only there were a place on earth to set his thoughts free, he would indulge in wild song. Nangong Haotian recited these lines, though they were not his own. He was not particularly knowledgeable about poetry and felt as though he had become a literary thief for a moment. The eunuch, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback, his eyes brightening with admiration as he hurriedly completed his tasks. Shortly after finishing breakfast, the emperor summoned him. Nangong Haotian entered the emperor's study, where the opulence of the grand hall was absent. Yet the room exuded an antique charm. Haotian, you have indeed penned a splendid poem. Ha ha ha, the emperor exclaimed. Your Majesty flatters me. It is merely the scribbling of a young man, hardly worthy of praise, Nangong Haotian replied, startled to realize that the eunuch had been sent by the emperor to test him. Fortunately, he had said nothing indiscreet. Haotian is truly modest. Even if the poet god of our dynasty were here, he would surely give way. Yuan Ci chuckled, gesturing for Nangong Haotian to take a seat. Might you enlighten me as to why the entrance to my Hall of Scholars is situated in the south rather than the north? Nangong Haotian recognized the implication and smiled inwardly, intending not to undermine the emperor. I fear I am too dull to grasp your Majesty's meaning. Ha ha ha. The entrance was originally in the north, but I relocated it to the south to channel the energies of the southern regions, unifying the north through martial prowess. Your Majesty's wisdom is unparalleled. However, I believe that an unwavering focus on warfare could undermine national strength and public sentiment. Why do you echo the sentiments of those old-timers? They lament that the Empress Dowager's northern expedition against the Wuxian was unsuccessful, despite the southern campaign pressing directly towards the capital of the southern Chen. Why is it that nothing can be accomplished under my reign? Your Majesty, a ruler must conquer all quarters for supremacy and govern with virtue and righteousness to reign supreme. History shows that if the tongue survives, the teeth may perish, Nangong Haotian replied. Such nonsense. Only with vast territories can one claim kingship. I am determined to subjugate southern Chen. I candidly admit my desire to unite the major sacred lands for a southern campaign against them. This meeting is merely the beginning, and I hope for much collaboration in the future. Nangong Haotian chose not to elaborate further, exchanging pleasantries before taking his leave. Yuan Si's intentions were clear. He wanted Nangong Haoyan to convey a message for the Nangong sacred land to join the North Wu. Fortunately, Nangong Junyi had not come. Nangong Haoyan did not dwell on the matter. Instead, he was eager to stroll through the marketplace, relishing his rare opportunity. The streets remained bustling, yet there were discordant elements present. Step aside. Can't you see it's the Tianluan sect? A group of burly men clad in Eastern Zhou martial attire brazenly pushed people aside, their bodies emblazoned with a fiery red wheel. Nangong Haoyan sighed inwardly, lamenting the presence of such individuals everywhere. Was it not preferable to lead a quiet life? He chose to ignore them, as such occurrences were all too common, and sought refuge in a nearby tea house. This young master, you must be an outsider. I'm a little informant from Anjing and my news is quite current, Dado. Is that so? Then tell me about this Tianluan sect. Young master, you have indeed asked the right person. The informant exclaimed, his fingers rubbing together in a flattering manner. Nangong Haoyan chuckled, tossing a few pills his way. Such worthless pills were plentiful, but to a practitioner from the immortal realm, they were treasures. He, young master is indeed generous. The Tianluan sect emerged from Xingwu City, originally with the noble intent of alleviating worldly suffering and upholding justice, as high as the celestial wield. In reality, it's utter nonsense. They rampage through the countryside, using the guise of justice to oppress the common people, committing all manner of evil. Yet their power is vast. Not only do they possess formidable martial prowess, but they also have their minions among the court's high officials. Especially that national master, who is a prominent figure in the Tianluan sect. Nangong Haoyan could not help but scoff at the absurdity of it all. How could they still consider a southern expedition? He then inquired about other matters concerning North Wu, gaining some understanding of both North Wu and Anjing. After all, the western regions were merely a temporary refuge. The Nangong family had to establish dominance in the great wilderness divine domain, which necessitated their presence in the eastern Zhou, as the foundation in the western regions was too flimsy. However, that was not the immediate concern. They needed to make a name for themselves first, and the Tianluan sect seemed like a promising start. Suddenly, a loud commotion erupted outside, followed by voices of discussion and a young girl's cries for help. Help! Someone save me! Please let me go! Chapter 68. A disturbance in Xuanhe Street. On Xuanhe Street, adjacent to a small tavern, a group of burly men dressed in Tianluan sect attire surrounded a young girl. Though she wore a simple coarse garment, her eyes sparkled with a hint of delicacy. Hey, young lady, you've been delinquent on your rent for months. It's not right to keep dragging this out. Please, kind sirs, grant me a few more days, and my family is on the verge of starvation. As she spoke, her face turned pale with fear, tears streaming down her cheeks. Humph! If a tear could waive the rent, wouldn't I be left to starve? Just a few more days, I truly cannot come up with the money. She pleaded, lowering her head and sobbing. How about this? Tonight, you can entertain us, and we'll forget about the rent. The men chuckled wickedly, their hands instinctively reaching toward the girl. Good sirs, may I inquire how much rent this young lady owes? Nangong Haoyan had approached the street, smiling as he inquired, for he had always detested the bullying of women. Humph! Who's this pretty boy barging in, ruining my good time? Take a good look, Tianluan sect. Ha! Spare me that wretched wheel of yours. Watch out, or you'll end up losing a wheel on your cart. Laughter erupted from the crowd. However, when they glanced at the furious men, the laughter quickly subsided. You're seeking death. The burly man stepped forward, unleashing a powerful punch aimed directly at Nangong Haoyan's face. The young girl closed her eyes in fear, unable to bear witnessing what might happen next. Nangong Haoyan stood firm, hands clasped behind his back. The burly man, believing Nangong Haoyan was too frightened to move, swelled with confidence. Since joining the Tianluan sect, his cultivation had surged, reaching the pinnacle of the true body realm. Yet, just as the man's fist was about to connect with Nangong Haoyan, he found to his astonishment that his punch could not proceed. In the midst of his bewilderment, a thunderous crash reverberated, and the man was sent flying, embedded deeply into the wall. Are you all right? Miss, please rise. What is your name? The girl, blushing, murmured softly, I'm fine. Thank you for saving me. My surname is Wang. My name is Fang Yun, and my courtesy name is Xuansu. Xuansu, are you unhurt? Nangong Haoyan helped Wang Fangyun to her feet, her face still flushed. Xuansu, are you all right? Suddenly, a breathless youth rushed in from a distance, wielding a stick, his hair tousled and dirt covering his clothes. He stumbled forward, slipping and falling comically, creating an awkward scene. The youth quickly stood up and shouted, "You Tianluan sect ruffians, do not harm her." Noticing Wang Fengyun being supported by an unfamiliar man, he rushed to confront Nangong Haoyan, intent on attacking with his stick. Nangong Haoyan seized the stick, and no matter how the youth pulled, he could not free it. He then attempted to abandon the stick in favor of fists and feet. "Do not strike, heal engage. This young master saved me." Upon hearing this, the youth froze, and upon noticing the burly Tianluan sect member embedded in the wall, he hastily apologized. "Why apologies, young master? I truly regret my haste." His face flushed crimson, and seeing the hand that had supported Wang Fengyun left him with mixed feelings. "By the way, I have yet to inquire your esteemed name. I am genuinely grateful for your assistance. I am Nangong Haoyan, a man of the western regions. It was but a trivial effort. No need for thanks. My name is Helan Chuanming, courtesy name Yucai." "Thank you, young master, for your timely intervention," Helan Chuanming said eagerly. Nangong Haoyan smiled slightly at the scene, choosing not to speak further as he prepared to depart. "Thank you for saving me, young master. You must be hungry. My humble abode may not offer much, but if you do not mind, please join me for a meal." As she spoke, Wang Fengyun's face flushed once more, her beautiful eyes darting downward. "That might not be appropriate. Then let us proceed to my home," Helan Chuanming interjected, pulling Nangong Haoyan along to his residence, revealing that they were indeed neighbors. "Xuansu, please entertain our guest while I fetch some wine." "Boss, did my purse fall into your possession? You must be joking. I've run this business for years. Do I need your little sum?" Helan Chuanming, scolded, buried his head deep into his neck, murmuring, "Very well, I shall look again." Helan Chuanming was inherently a kind-hearted man, somewhat timid, and had never refused a request from his neighbors. However, it seemed that only regarding Wang Fengyun did he muster the courage and confidence. Having failed to locate the purse, Helan Chuanming sat by the roadside, dejected. "Boss, what is this?" Nangong Haoyan appeared from nowhere, pulling a purse from the cabinet. "My purse? How would I know this is yours?" "Oh, you claim ignorance. So be it. Humph, why should I care? I simply do not know." Nangong Haoyan had long been aware of this matter, which is why he hastened to arrive, for with a glance through the demon-slaying heavenly eye, the truth was revealed. "Never mind, brother Haoyan, let us depart." Helan Chuanming led Nangong Haoyan away, yet the proprietor behind them exhibited a sinister glint in his eyes. At the table, Wang Fengyun and Nangong Haoyan were engaged in cheerful conversation, the air thick with jealousy. After finishing their meal, Nangong Haoyan hastily fled this den of disputes, while Helan Chuanming, left out of the conversation, reluctantly began to speak with her. However, it was evident that Wang Fengyun was preoccupied. Yet Helan Chuanming remained undeterred in his enthusiasm. Days later, as Nangong Haoyan exited the inn, he spotted Wang Fengyun selling wontons. Upon seeing his arrival, she beamed with delight and generously offered him a bowl of wontons on the house. Just as he was savoring the meal, the sound of gongs and drums echoed from behind, heralding the passage of a grand procession. Banners fluttered, emblazoned with Lu, leader of the Tianluan sect, Anjing branch. The procession completely disregarded the common folk beneath, intent on trampling through. "Everyone, clear the way. The leader graces us with his presence. Any casualties shall not be my concern." The accompanying lackeys boasted with equal arrogance, seizing belongings from the citizens, all while swatting away flies that dared to intrude upon their breakfast. Without warning, one of the lackeys boldly stood in front of the approaching carriage, which sped forth. Yet, Nangong Haoyan remained unmoving. Suddenly, he raised a hand and effortlessly overturned the carriage, which crashed to the ground in a shambles. The crowd fell silent, while Wang Fengyun stood there in shock. "You seek death," shouted a figure from within the carriage, who quickly emerged, forming seals with his hands as a fiery wheel gradually appeared behind him. "Holy flames, arise!" With a thunderous command, countless fire serpents sprang forth from the wheel, lunging directly at Nangong Haoyan. "Humph, mere rabble. Your power pales in comparison to that old fool Yin." With that, he unleashed a palm strike, summoning a colossal dragon that devoured the fire serpents and the leader himself. Thus, this golden immortal sect leader met his demise. Chapter 69. journey to the headquarters. Such a spectacle was unprecedented for the onlookers, who had only heard tales of celestial beings clashing with the speed of lightning, never expecting such perilousness. Why, Lord, are you unharmed? Wang Fangyun inquired cautiously, her heart filled with uncertainty. Do I appear to be in any trouble? Nangong Haoyan replied with a smile, heading towards the carriage that contained the Tianluan sect's pass and tokens. Yes, it truly is I suspected, within the confines of the Baiwing Palace's Shuxian courtyard. What? Such matters transpired right under my nose. Yuan Ci expressed disbelief, unable to fathom that such danger could arise under his watch, nor that the Tianluan sect could be so wicked. Your Majesty, if you doubt it, please observe. Nangong Haoyan produced the leader's items from his bosom. When did I grant them a royal pass? The situation was graver than Nangong Haoyan had imagined, as he promptly retrieved a mirror to display the scene on Xuanhe Street. A dark hand slammed upon the table, reducing it to mere dust in an instant. This is intolerable. Summon forth a decree, imposing a nationwide curfew and capturing the thieves of the Tianluan sect. Your Majesty, wait. I have heard that there are officials of the Tianluan sect within the court. This could be perilous. This emperor was commendable in many respects, yet overly impulsive and too indolent, failing to empathize with the common people or investigate their circumstances. Alas, it is my folly for having been misled by the words of those treacherous scoundrels, to whom I had extended my utmost trust. It turned out that the Tianluan sect within the court was also a faction of warmongers, favored by the emperor. This humble one, lacking in merit, wishes to personally venture to the Tianluan sect's headquarters. Such a course was exceedingly dangerous, especially considering you are a distinguished guest from the western regions. It would be wiser for the Sanxi Wei to undertake this task. No, should the Sanxi Wei intervene, it will surely alert the enemy. Though I may be lacking, I hail from a sacred lineage and am willing to alleviate your Majesty's burdens. Very well, but I have an ungracious request. Your Majesty, please feel free to speak. Might you allow me to accompany you? Upon returning to the inn, Nangong Haoyan began to pack, realizing he would be bringing another along. Fearing it might prove troublesome as he gathered his belongings, a mischievous smile crept upon his face as a plan began to take shape. It was time to bid farewell to Wang Fangyun. Yet upon arriving at her home, he discovered she too was packing. Miss Sun Su, what is the occasion for your departure? These past few days, I have troubled you, my lord. I must return to my hometown of Keiling for a few days, for the Tianluan sect is far too terrifying. Wang Fangyun's eyes brimmed with reluctance, as these days of companionship had seemingly captured her heart. Oh, I too must attend to matters in Keiling. Shall we travel together? Are you jesting? Keiling is the headquarters of the Tianluan sect. It would be disastrous to go there. However, you must wait a moment. I have someone to fetch. By the way, where is Brother Heelan? I do not know. Perhaps he has matters to attend to and has returned to his hometown as well. The moment Wang Fangyun heard that she could remain with Nangong Haoyan, her face lit up with anticipation and dreams. Nangong Haoyan thought little of it and went to retrieve Yuan Ci, mindful that the Tianluan sect had taken note of both Wang Fangyun and him. Beneath the vast blue sky, a large wooden board soared freely, the wind whistling past his ears. Haoyan is truly remarkable. He flies high and fast, broadening my horizons. Indeed, due to Yuan Ci's failure to find a reliable giant sword, he had whimsically dismantled a door from a grand hall. If you find it too high, I can lower it a bit. Cao Ku Na is an ancient term from the western regions, signifying the emperor's intention, yet out of consideration for Wang Fangyun, he chose to use another name. Wang Fangyun believed this handsome yet pale young man was a friend of her lord. Brother, you're afraid, aren't you? I can see your legs trembling. With that, Wang Fangyun could not help but giggle, covering her mouth. Nonsense. Yuan Ci shot her a glare, choosing to remain silent, disinterested in quarreling with a country bumpkin, especially when a fierce battle awaited them at the Tianluan sect's headquarters. Suddenly, dark clouds enveloped the clear blue sky, and a gust of wind swept through, causing the wooden board to sway erratically. In an unfortunate moment, Yuan Ci lost his footing and plummeted down, yet Nangong Haoyan remained calm, continuing his course. My lord, your friend has fallen, Wang Fangyun exclaimed in alarm. Fear not, he has already reached his destination. It is merely his unique method of disembarking. With that, Nangong Haoyan gave a thumbs up. Wow, your friend is truly impressive. A celestial being indeed. Wang Fangyun gazed in envy below, her face alight with anticipation. for the journey ahead would be theirs alone. Meanwhile, Yuan Ci landed directly in a river, his esteemed cultivation of the emperor's realm inexplicably suppressed, a handiwork of Nangong Haoyans. The audacious Tianluan sect dares to ambush even me. Enraged, Yuan Ci fainted, devoid of any spiritual protection. Nangong Haoyan and Wang Fongyun did not directly enter the city, but instead chose to lodge at an inn within Huanqing. Is there truly only one room left? Dear guest, please refrain from asking. There is indeed just this one available. Unlike the royal city, this is the only inn within 100 miles. Do stay, my lord, we might as well settle here. It is quite late. Very well, it seems I shall have to sleep on the floor tonight. Sighed Nangong Haoyan, resigned to his fate. Upon entering the room, he proactively requested a quilt from the innkeeper, laying it upon the floor. He then applied seals to the door, ensuring no thieves would disturb their rest before finally falling asleep. My lord, did you descend from the celestial mountains? Are there dragons there? Can dragons be ridden? Are there ghosts in this world? After a day full of travel, Wang Fongyun's curiosity was insatiable. Nangong Haoyan, who had trained in the secret realm, had never been so troubled by incessant questions. Had he known, he would not have brought her along. With a flick of his hand, a paper figure emerged, transforming into a likeness of Nangong Haoyan. Taking his place, if you are so eager to converse, speak with him. I shall step outside for a moment of peace, he thought, and then leaped into the darkness, vanishing from sight. Wang Fongyun, chattering away, gradually grew weary and drifted into slumber. Huanqing was indeed small. Nangong Haoyan stood atop the city wall, hands clasped behind him, gazing down upon the city while also casting his eyes towards K Ling. Enough. I have not rested in far too long. It is time to return and sleep. The moonlight was like flowing water, illuminating Wang Fongyun's beauty, yet failing to conceal her habit of kicking off the covers. Alas, this girl, Nangong Haoyan murmured to himself. Before tucking her in and returning to sleep in his dreams, he found himself amidst icy mountains, where a stunning beauty clad in red wielded a sharp sword, striking towards him. Startled awake, Nangong Haoyan sighed deeply. Shh, keep your voice down. Do not let them discover us. I see that fellow inside is quite wealthy. He, brother, once we enter, you take care of that pretty boy, and as for the woman, leave her to me. Two petty thieves whispered outside the door, giggling foolishly, growing ever more animated, blatantly ignoring Nangong Haoyan. How vexing! The door swung open abruptly, and the two thieves stood there, dumbfounded, staring at Nangong Haoyan. Hand it over. We're robbing you. Surrender your possessions, or you shall face the consequences. Nangong Haoyan chuckled directly, feeling a sense of sympathy for the two woefully inept thieves, in the court of Huanqing County. The two rogues were bound together, shedding tears of regret. A figure clad in black lurked in the shadows, suddenly breaking into a strange, mocking laughter before vanishing from sight. Chapter 70. The tragic Emperor Yunci slowly regained consciousness. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a humble abode of earthen walls and thatched roof. A gentle touch revealed the presence of straw. You are awake, a melodious voice chimed beside him, at that moment. Yunci remained in a semi-conscious state. Bring me my clothes and water, he commanded imperiously. Oh, what a pity. His mind must be injured. Hurry and let him drink the medicine, remarked a young woman standing by the window, holding a steaming bowl of herbal concoction. Where am I? Where is that rascal Haoyan? Yunci inquired, glancing at the filthy bowl with a sense of reluctance. This is Piaomiao town, and I do not know anyone named Haoyan, she replied. How did I end up here? Do not speak. Drink the medicine first, and then I shall explain, she urged. Initially resistant, Yunci felt an overwhelming thirst and reluctantly consumed the potion. Memories began to resurface. It must have been the Tianluan sect. He simmered with quiet rage, realizing his spiritual energy had been suppressed. In a panic, he queried how far this place was from Anjing. Anjing? Where is that? I am unfamiliar with it. I shall inquire with the village chief, she responded. Yunci attempted to leave, but realized his clothes were missing, his face flushing with embarrassment. He then noticed his garments drying nearby and awkwardly donned a coarse cloth outfit before rushing out. The girl followed him, revealing a village nestled among mountains. Upon spotting the flag of the North Wu Kingdom, Yunci felt a surge of relief. There are wolves, tigers, and leopards in these mountains. Without cultivation, You would surely perish if you attempted to cross," warned the elderly village chief. "How dare you? I am the current emperor of North Wu. Quickly summon the local officials to send guards to escort me back to the capital and kneel to receive my decree." UNC declared with indignation, "Why apologies, Chief? This man has just awakened and is disoriented. I shall take him back," the young girl interjected, startled. "Wait, release me, for I possess the imperial seal," he exclaimed, searching for the seal, only to realize he had deemed it too heavy to carry and had stored it in his spatial pouch, which he now could not access due to the loss of his spiritual power. Despair washed over him. Without the seal, he was but an ordinary man. "Hey, fool, my name is Lu. What is yours?" "I am no fool. A commoner is unworthy of knowing my name. Are you truly foolish or merely pretending?" The girl named Lu sighed in exasperation upon encountering this stubborn peer and returned to her tasks. Before long, UNC's stomach growled with hunger. Realizing that sitting idly was not a solution, he ventured outside. The enticing aroma of rice wafted into his nostrils, prompting a craving. "Hey, fool, do you want to eat? Tell me your name. And if you call me Sister Sweetly, I shall share some with you." Gazing at the porridge, UNC pondered why he felt drawn to such humble fare. "Humph, I am called UNC. And what else, sister? Now, hurry and eat." UNC lifted the bowl and devoured the contents ravenously. Finding himself rendered an ordinary person without his spiritual energy. "What is your surname?" "My sister is unfortunate. The Tianluan sect declared that in my past life, I committed numerous sins and thus am unworthy of a surname. I must toil my entire life to atone." UNC abruptly set down the bowl, his eyes blazing with fury. In his heart, he seethed with indignation. The North Wu dynasty revered filial piety above all, placing great importance on bloodlines. To strip someone of their surname was to undermine the very foundation of the dynasty. "How dare you? You need not worry. I shall bestow upon you the imperial surname. From this day forth, you shall be known as Yuan Lo. Ha ha ha. You are quite amusing. Do as you wish, but do not refer to yourself as though when we are outside. You may call me we. After your meal, return to work." UNC inwardly scoffed, yet found the name Yuan rather pleasing. For now, he had no choice but to accept it. Over the following days, he experienced the hardships of the common folk, understanding the arduous journey of food production, witnessing the oppressive taxes imposed by the authorities, and observing the Tianluan sect exploiting their power over the populace. UNC vented his frustrations upon many, including himself. After several days, the restraints upon his energy began to loosen, allowing him to barely return to his celestial realm, but the quality of his spatial pouch was too superior. Only a celestial being could access it. Nevertheless, onlookers mistook his stillness for contemplation. "This child is truly pitiable. He possesses decent strength, yet he is but a fool," they murmured. Hearing this only fueled UNC's ire, but the villagers' kindness kept him from lashing out. "A tiger! A tiger!" Dongzi shouted frantically, prompting the villagers to hastily abandon their tools and flee homeward. A massive tiger appeared at the eastern edge of the village, likely a beast that had descended from the mountains, yet Yuanlu remained unfazed. UNC, realizing the danger, rushed forth and discovered it to be a tiger of celestial body cultivation. As the tiger lunged at him, UNC knew he was in grave peril. 9 Turns holy decision. A sword materialized from thin air, slicing through the atmosphere and piercing the tiger's heart with a swift thrust. "This girl has encountered an immortal," someone remarked, "and no wonder she seems so erratic. Immortals are often peculiar. Yuanlu, are you unharmed?" Through their time together, UNC and Yuanlu had become like family, as he felt warmth here that he had never experienced in Anjing. "Humph, that tiger belonged to me. You have slain my tiger. Name your price for compensation," a brazen young man declared, wielding a ghostly blade and adorned with a large fire wheel on his back. "How dare you say that? The tiger was about to harm someone. Why did you not mention that?" UNC retorted, his anger boiling over. Yuanlu hurried forward to intervene, whispering soothing words to UNC, while the villagers rallied to support him. "What, do you wish to fight?" The young man's aura surged ominously, a grotesque apparition manifesting above him, wielding a scythe with blood-red eyes fixed intently on UNC, revealing his advanced cultivation in the Xinxian realm. "Heh, perhaps you could offer me that little lady in your arms as compensation," he said, his voice dripping with greed as he licked his lips, eyeing the villagers as though they were mere insects. UNC could no longer endure this affront. With a steely resolve, he summoned his treasure, the Wushan seal. A small mountain appeared in his palm and instantly transformed into a colossal mountain, crashing down upon the young man, who had no chance to even cry out before meeting his demise, leaving only a flattened mass of flesh and a shard of iron behind. This was the North Wu dynasty's royal treasure. The Wushan seal, seldom revealed except in dire circumstances. Meanwhile, within the Hall of 100 Ghosts, a grotesquely bald middle-aged man questioned, "Why has my son not returned yet?" His hand rested upon a gleaming ghostly blade. Reporting to the hall master, the young master was killed. A trembling subordinate exclaimed, burying his face in his arms, quaking with fear. "What, you worthless fools!" The hall master, Higu, erupted in rage, dark energy pouring from him, ensnaring the men in countless iron chains, dragging them into an abyss of darkness. Humph! The national master has ordered the collection of blood essence from 100,000 individuals to aid in his breakthrough. It seems we have found a source. I hope His Majesty can grow well and not disappoint my good intentions, yet I also hope there are no misfortunes, Nan Gong Haoyan mused, playing with a mirror as he awaited news from the situation at Keiling. Chapter 71. The path of destiny. Since the last incident, UNC was filled with trepidation, fearing the retribution of the yellow-haired youth's backing, especially as his own powers had yet to recover. "Hey, fool, come eat. We must head into the city later," Yuan Lu called out. "Into the city for what?" UNC asked. "Go buy some fabric." "Your clothes do not fit properly," she replied, examining his tattered garments that had suffered through months of wear. After their meal, Yuan Lu rummaged through a chest beneath the bed, uncovering several pieces of silver after peeling away layers of seals. "Here, be frugal. If you spend it all, you shall see my wrath." "Sister, you are so stingy. This little amount won't even suffice for the city. You cheeky brat. Speak another word, and I shall send you to beg on the streets," Yuan Lu threatened, though she hesitated, pulling out another coin from her pouch. "Thank you, sister. I shall depart at once." Though the county town lacked the opulence of Anjing, the marketplace bustled with activity and liveliness. However, the Tianluan sect maintained a presence there, igniting UNC's fury, yet he felt powerless to act. Soon, he completed his purchases and prepared to return home. "Hey, why didn't you head to Piamiao town? Didn't the left-righteous Ghost King take his men there?" Do not mention it. Last night, the third brother insisted on drinking with me, and I ended up captured," one of the henchmen, marked with fire wheels and ghostly tattoos, lamented. UNC, hiding nearby, felt his blood boil with urgency. "I must return. Yuan Lu and the others are in danger." He hastily made his way back to Piamiao town. Upon reaching its outskirts, he found the town shrouded in ominous black clouds. A sense of foreboding enveloped his heart. "Yuan Lu, where are you?" Before him lay the remnants of shattered homes and desiccated corpses dangling from crumbling walls. Each visage painfully familiar. Yuan Ci emitted an anguished roar, quickening his pace as he searched for Yuan Lu. Upon arriving at the familiar abode, he collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. "Yuan Lu, village chief, everyone, I am deeply sorry for you all. I swear I shall avenge you. I will." The memories of happier times flooded back like a vivid film, the beauty of the past now a source of profound heartache. "Ha ha ha, that little girl you brought earlier is quite something, though her temper is a bit fierce." "What? She's still alive? That is unacceptable. She must perish with that." Yuan Ci bit into his finger, smearing the blood upon the Wushan seal, which instantly radiated with golden brilliance. A colossal magical array manifested in the sky, and 2 disciples of the 100 Ghosts Hall were swiftly obliterated. Yuan Ci desperately raced along the familiar path, soon spotting Yuan Lu lying disheveled on the ground. "Yuan Ci, run!" Yuan Lu managed to utter through gritted teeth, her strength waning. "Seeking death, how dare the disciples of the Tianluan sect's 100 Ghosts Hall kill?" As she spoke, Higu brandished a ghostly blade towards Yuan Ci. Having reached the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm, just as the blade was about to strike Yuan Ci, a figure suddenly rose to shield him. Yuan Lu. She was engulfed in ghostly flames. Turning to him with tear-filled eyes, her lips moving as if to say something. Yet, before she could utter a word, she disintegrated into ashes. Perhaps a farewell, perhaps a lament. "I will annihilate you all." Yuan Ci lost all semblance of control, channeling the Wushan seal to launch an attack. Oh, what a treasure! Yet, its master is a fool. Humph! The weak do not deserve to possess it, nor to live. Higu deftly evaded the beams of light emanating from the Wushan seal, seizing it for himself. Thank you for the treasure. Now, you shall die. With that, he struck, sending countless specters to hurl Yuan Ci away, crashing him against a mountainside. Yuan Ci coughed up blood, collapsing to the ground. Teetering on the brink of consciousness in a sudden daze, he caught sight of the stream where he and Yuan Lu had once washed clothes and frolicked. The moonlight danced upon the water, revealing a peculiar stream with countless branches, each reflecting a full moon. Yuan Ci gazed dreamily at the sight. Is it truly so? Is there really only one moon? In that moment, Yuan Ci's aura surged wildly. This was the power of the Tao. The shackles binding him fell away, yet dizziness overtook him. No. I must save Yuan Lu. Yuan Ci suddenly awoke, still at the river, everything unchanged, yet he had ascended to the status of Tao Emperor. The Yuan Lu he sought was nowhere to be found. Was it all a dream? Yuan Ci hastily flew towards Piamiao Town, where a crowd was dismantling ruins. Elder, where is Piamiao Town? Alas, you have come too late. It was destroyed by the 100 Ghosts Hall a month ago. Over 3,000 souls perished. What? A month ago? Then what have I experienced? Ah, yes, she also perished within, the elder lamented. A truly good soul, orphaned and alone. If you are a friend of Li's, I know where her grave lies. The poor girl was so unfortunate. Guided by the elder, Yuan Ci soon arrived at the grave, the very place where he had comprehended the power of the Tao. Oh, this piece of cloth must be hers. I shall give it to you now. It was the cloth Yuan Ci had purchased in the city, now slightly soiled, yet he recognized it instantly. Yuan Ci gently caressed the fabric, staring at the gravestone. You promised to make me new clothes. Why do you break your vow now? The wooden gravestone bore the inscription Grave of Lu. Yuan Ci searched the surroundings for a large stone, shaping it into a block. With resolute strokes of his sword, he carved a few characters, pondering before adding more, and then turned to leave. Grave of my beloved Yuan Lu, he inscribed in flamboyant characters upon the stone, departing without a glance back. Tell me, if I were to marry you, what would you call me? My beloved? Oh, no. It would be Empress. Ah? You've lost your mind again. You truly are a fool. With that, Yuan Lu angrily slammed the door, prompting Yuan Ci to hastily pursue her. My lady, my beloved, he called out, his voice ringing loud and clear. Why are you shouting so loudly? I regret saving such a fool, she retorted, kicking him, her face flushed. Yuan Ci chuckled, falling silent, simply gazing at her. The past played vividly in his mind, his heart aching with sorrow. Now, vengeance consumed him. He raced to the town, directly confronting the 100 Ghosts Hall. Who dares to invade the 100 Ghosts Hall? Have you lost your wits? Chapter 72. The Emperor's wrath within the 100 Ghosts Hall. Countless sword shadows erupted, converging upon every disciple, washing the hall in blood. Help! Oh my goodness! Cries of terror, wails of agony, and moans of despair filled the air, yet Yuan Ci's eyes remained devoid of emotion. This was the wrath of the Emperor. Spare me, great lord! Higu trembled, kneeling on the ground, tears streaming down his face. Humph! Even if I spare you, the people of Piamiao Town will not forgive you, nor will the people of this realm. That is not my concern. We were merely carrying out the orders of the court. You lie! Yuan Ci could not believe he was the cause of Yuan Li's suffering. If you do not believe me, look. Higu produced an edict from his bosom, upon which Yuan Ci's seal was prominently displayed, alongside that of the national master. That despicable Wang Ruizhuan. How could I have trusted him so blindly? Yuan Ci's world shattered. The very person he had trusted most was revealed to be such a villain. Although the edict had not undergone his scrutiny, the crimson seal loomed over him like the restless souls of Piamiao Town, haunting his conscience. He had been ensnared by the deceitful words of the Tianluan sect, not only promoting a cultured leader, Wang Ruizhuan, but also entrusting him with critical matters of state, while he foolishly remained in his study, dreaming of conquering the realm, ultimately leading to the demise of countless innocent lives. I am sorry, Yuan Lu. I am but a fool, a grand fool. Great lord, Spare me. My son and I are willing to serve you as loyal servants. Son, isn't that yellow-haired youth dead? Yuan Ci stared blankly at this young man, his mind in disarray. Seeing Yuan Ci's lack of reaction, Higu rejoiced and hastily urged his son to kneel and acknowledge his master. Hey, return the Wushan seal to me. What seal, great lord? I know nothing of it. Yuan Ci felt at his waist, discovering it still in his possession. What is happening? Wasn't it taken from me? Could it have been a dream? Do you recognize me? I do not, great lord, but now I do. You are my master, and I am your most loyal servant. Before he could finish, Yuan Ci swiftly dispatched both father and son with a single stroke of his sword. No, the bindings upon me and these experiences must not be the doing of the Tianluan sect. Could it be the work of that brat Haoyan? Yuan Ci hastened towards Kai Ling, determined to seek clarity from Nangong Haoyan. Young master, are you certain your friend will return today? Yes, his affairs are concluded. He will surely return. So soon? It hasn't even been a day. He is very efficient. I hear he even works in his dreams. Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing none other than Yuan Ci. Your Majesty sought me quite swiftly. Could it be otherwise? It turned out that Nangong Haoyan had inscribed his presence in the sky above Kai Ling using spiritual energy, complete with an arrow indicating his location. Explain this to me. What is happening? Nangong Haoyan did not respond, instead removing an iron ring from Yuan Ci. All whom you have encountered existed once, and some events did transpire, yet now is now. Perhaps they are related, perhaps not at all. What do you mean? I do not understand. Simply put, the people of Piaomiao Town perished a month ago, and all of this is due to this life and death ring. They are unwilling to depart, endlessly trapped in this cycle of torment, even in death. Then what of my experiences? You merely became a part of their script, altering the narrative slightly, yet the conclusion remains unchanged, nothing more. Has the narrative begun anew? Indeed, Your Majesty, the only way to amend this is to eradicate the Tianluan sect. Only then will they find peace. Yuan Ci was still reeling from the shock, not only at the absurdity of the situation, but also at Nangong Haoyan's formidable power. There are many such life and death rings. The Tianluan sect relies on this resentment to cultivate their strength. Yuan Ci gazed at the life and death ring, filled with regret, knowing there were many others like them who had suffered. Unable to enter the cycle of rebirth. Let us go, sir. We shall eradicate the Tianluan sect. Yuan Ci's address shifted. He had never encountered someone like this before. Very well, let us depart. Wang Fengyun, listening nearby, was taken aback. Yet she heard the title of Your Majesty clearly. After repeated inquiries, Yuan Ci showed her the jade seal, prompting her to kneel hastily. Seeing this, Yuan Ci hurriedly helped her up, though not kneel to me. I am unworthy of being an emperor. Upon concluding his words, he rose and turned to stride directly towards the headquarters of the Tianluan sect. With a resounding crash, the gates of the Tianluan sect were shattered, leaving its followers utterly bewildered. Who possesses such audacity? Who dares to challenge us? I am the one who shall take your lives. Yuan Ci's voice was frigid as he summoned the Wushan seal, conjuring a colossal array that loomed ominously above the sect's headquarters. Countless blades descended, mercilessly striking down all beneath the emperor's realm. This is the judgment of the Tao, where right and wrong, virtue and vice, are discerned with utmost clarity. Your Majesty, cease this action. Do not allow yourself to be deceived by the rebel from the western regions. Suddenly, Wang Ruizun appeared, braving the onslaught of swords with a loud proclamation. Oh, National Master, were you not unwell? You appear to be in fine spirits. I appreciate your concern. Your Majesty, I have come to assist you in preparing for the southern campaign. Prepare? At the cost of the common people's lives? Your Majesty, do not be misled by the treacherous words of that western fiend. Wang Ruizun was pierced by a myriad of arrows, while Nangong Haoyan merely observed from the sidelines, refraining from intervening. Seeing that all outside had perished, Yuan Ci pressed on into the Grand Hall, where the members of the Tianluan sect scrambled for refuge. Mighty martial god, Yuan Ci bellowed, obliterating the Grand Hall into smithereens. Leaving only a handful of individuals at the Emperor's realm. Quickly summon the ancestor, the Grand Elder shouted, and one by one, the others shattered their jade tokens to call forth the Tianluan ancestor. The sky darkened, a massive black wheel began to rotate, echoing with piercing wails and maniacal laughter, the cycle of Tianluan. Those who follow shall prosper, while those who oppose shall perish. A figure emerged from the wheel. Disheveled, with sharp fangs, 6 arms, and 4 heads, grasping an iron wheel and a ghostly axe. You worthless fools! You cannot even handle this minor task without disturbing my meditation. With that, he glared at Yuan Ci and the others. His eyes ablaze with fury. Ah, how terrifying! The crowd turned in unison to the corner, where Wang Fongyun stood, astonished. I truly am at a loss for words. Nangong Haoyan slapped his forehead, his expression one of distress. No matter how many come, they are but trifles. Prepare to die. He then hurled a black orb from his waist, from which emerged a figure shrouded in dark mist. Is that you, Helan? Nangong Haoyan was both surprised and amused. Questioning who had claimed this figure hailed from the small island, for he was clearly from the divine lands. Wang Fongyun, standing nearby, gazed at the figure in shock. Helan, brother, how come it is you? Did you not return home? Ah, it truly is brother Helan. How have you come to resemble this? Emerging from the black orb was none other than Helan Xuanming, whom they had not seen for several days. Chapter 73. The storm is not yet over at the Tianluan sect headquarters. Helan Xuanming, clad in armor and wielding a long spear, was enveloped in swirling black mist, his expression a complex blend as he regarded Wang Fongyun. Brother Helan, how did you come to join the Tianluan sect? Surely, you must be quite happy together. Wang Fongyun's face was a canvas of shock and confusion. Just as she was about to inquire further, Helan Xuanming abruptly shifted, engaging Yuan Ci in combat. I have no desire for idle chatter. Let us commence the battle. Helan Xuanming proved to be an emperor of the Dao himself. Just days prior, he had been but a mortal as the 2 Dao emperors clashed. The heavens themselves seemed to change hue. Helan Xuanming's spear struck forth with a ghostly ferocity, sending ripples through the fabric of space itself. Tianluan's boundlessness, the dragon's long roar, with that, each shadow of his spear transformed into countless dragons, intertwining with the sword shadows of the Wushan seal. Suddenly, the Wushan seal plummeted, as Helan Xuanming had pierced the array's heart with his spear. Yuan Ci, undeterred, grasped his weapon, transforming the Wushan seal into a long spear of his own. Rather than mere combat, it resembled 2 dragons in a deadly dance. The point where their spears met resonated with waves of spatial ripples, forcing the elder emperors to retreat in rapid succession. Every thrust and parry displayed the profound might of the Dao. Yuan Ci lunged with his spear, and though Helan Xuanming initially intended to evade, upon glimpsing Wang Fongyun behind him, he braced himself to take the blow from Yuan Ci. Helan Xuanming was sent hurtling backward, crashing against the wall, which crumbled upon impact. Wang Fongyun, in a panic, rushed to assist him, only to be repelled by Helan Xuanming's sudden strike. Stand back! Helan Xuanming sprang to his feet, rejoining the fray with Yuan Ci. Fool, to be moved by a mere mortal. It seems you have no reason to continue. Perish! The Tianluan ancestor roared, waving his hand, and Helan Xuanming was transformed into a sphere, returning to the ancestor's waist. Your strength is formidable. Join us, and I shall make you the deputy sect leader. The Tianluan ancestor intoned slowly, dream on. With that, Yuan Ci drove his spear forth, aiming for the ancestor's heart. Ungrateful wretch. The ancestor unleashed his aura, revealing himself to be at the semi-saint level. Nangong Haoyan had not encountered an adversary of such caliber in a long time. Instantly piquing his interest, the Tianluan ancestor delivered a palm strike, shattering Yuan Ci's spear, sending him crashing to the ground, bloodied and battered. Hastening forward, Nangong Haoyan infused Yuan Ci's body with a surge of pure energy. You troublesome mortal, to have stirred my subordinate's heart with nary a hint of charm, it would be best to eliminate you. With that, an iron wheel shot forth, aimed at Wang Fongyun, who instinctively shut her eyes in terror. With a clang, she found herself unharmed, gradually opening her eyes to discover it was not Nangong Haoyan, but rather Helan Xuanming. Nangong Haoyan was equally astonished, unable to believe he had managed to break free from his seal. What are you still doing here? Leave at once. Helan Xuanming spat blood, having just broken free from the seal. He was now at his limits, having thwarted the ancestor's attack, and it seemed his end was near. Brother Helan, why? You too are ungrateful. Have you forgotten how she treated you? The Tianluan ancestor seethed, delivering a lash towards Helan Xuanming. Suddenly, the lash was intercepted by Nangong Haotian. "You little brat, truly bothersome. Your noise has become quite irksome." Nangong Haotian's form rapidly enlarged, transforming into an elder, and he swung his sword towards the Tianluan ancestor. The ancestor attempted to defend with his axe, yet the weapon crumbled under the impact as though it were made of paper. The Tianluan ancestor was cleaved in two, the force of the blow annihilating nearby elders, in the Nangong Holy Land. All knelt in reverence towards the east, while Nangong Yu gazed longingly towards the north. As the great wilderness divine domain trembled, the Tianluan ancestor had fallen. The remnants of his final breath surged toward Helan Shuaming, who was thrown to the ground, reverting to his former self. After expressing his gratitude, Yuan Ci took his leave, eager to return to the capital to arrange for the eradication of the remaining factions of the Tianluan sect. Yet, Nangong Haotian clutched a pearl that had belonged to the fallen ancestor. His mind in turmoil. "Young master, please save him," Wang Fongyun cried, as Helan Shuaming lay motionless in her embrace, his arms severed, blood flowing ceaselessly from his lips. "Quickly, take him to the inn." Nangong Haotian wished to heal him but found himself impeded by an unseen force. Upon returning to the inn, he attempted again, yet to no avail. It was the power of the heavenly laws. "Nangong brother, cease your efforts. I am content to have seen her once more. I have strayed from the path." Helan Shuaming recounted the events of that day. It turned out that after meeting Nangong Haotian, Wang Fongyun had returned to her stall the following day. However, the thieves of the Tianluan sect, unrepentant, had assaulted her in the streets. In her moment of peril, a cloaked figure had offered to save her, but only if she joined the Tianluan sect, requiring Helan Shuaming's arm as a catalyst. In my anger, I agreed to his terms. As he spoke, Helan Shuaming coughed up blood, while Wang Fongyun wept uncontrollably beside him. "He deceived you. A being of such prowess could have easily saved her. He sought to turn you into a puppet. Soon after, she had recovered, yet she continually called out your name. Unable to bear it, I considered leaving, but ultimately pinned a note falsely claiming I had returned home. If the heavens grant me another chance, I would make the same choice. Shuaming, do not speak any further. Young master, please save him. I will grant you anything you desire." Nangong Haotian shook his head, letting out a sigh. Helan Shuaming, a mere mortal, had gained his powers through the Tianluan ancestor. Now that the ancestor had perished, a mortal's lifespan was finite and fixed. His time was up. The heavenly laws could not be defied. Who would have thought there were still those whom the young master could not save? After Wang Fongyun finished speaking, she cradled Helan Shuaming, sobbing inconsolably. Helan Shuaming tenderly caressed her hair. Slowly turning his gaze towards Nangong Haotian, "Young master Nangong, I have two requests. Pray, speak, brother Helan. First, please take good care of Sun Su. Secondly, this is the prince's seal of the Wuxian kingdom. I am the fifth prince of the Wuxian clan. Yet due to a twist of fate, I encountered Sun Su and, in my folly, left the palace, wandering to Beiwu, concealing myself in the countryside. Inform my father, the emperor, that his son is unfilial." With that, Helan Shuaming began to bleed profusely, his hand clinging tightly to Wang Fongyun as he let out 3 hearty laughs. Moments later, he ceased to draw breath. It turned out he had not been boasting. He often spoke of his Wuxian lineage, his robust physique, and his bravery, frequently helping me with labor. You see, he toiled until drenched in sweat, yet claimed to be entirely unburdened, ultimately deceiving me into believing he had returned home. What a great liar! Wang Fongyun surprisingly ceased her tears, her beautiful eyes staring vacantly at Helan Shuaming. However, Nangong Haotian understood that this was the epitome of sorrow. What does the young lady intend to do? The young woman has her own plans. Please do not interfere any further, young master. Upon hearing this, Nangong Haotian sighed deeply, assisted Wang Fongyun in burying Helan Shuaming, and refrained from inquiring about her intentions any longer. He swiftly rose and returned to the capital, for he had other significant matters to attend to. Chapter 74. Farewell to Beiwu. After bidding farewell to Wang Fongyun, Nangong Haotian immediately proceeded to Anjing. The atmosphere within the city of Anjing was fraught with anxiety. The officials roamed the streets, capturing members of the Tianluan sect. Among the populace, some applauded in delight, while others wept profusely at their family graves with offerings in hand. Who exactly is this Nangong Haotian? Have your 3 departments managed to ascertain his identity? Reporting to your majesty, we have uncovered the truth. Nangong Haotian is the venerable ancestor of the Nangong sacred land, and he is not the son of Nangong Junyi. What? Is this true? I would not dare to deceive your majesty. In Yuanzi's heart, tumultuous waves surged. Nangong Haotian was indeed the renowned ancestor of the Nangong lineage. Yuanzi had long heard of this esteemed figure in the Beiwu dynasty. Regretting his inability to summon him, now that the ancestor stood before him, yet remained unrecognized, Yuanzi was profoundly astonished and relieved that he had not offended him. The ancestor had even aided him in breaking through to the status of an imperial sovereign and imparted lessons on governance. Reporting to your majesty, Nangong Haotian requests an audience. Quickly, allow him to enter. Your majesty, how have you been? Have you thought of this humble one? The emperor of Beiwu, Yuanzi, bowed to the venerable ancestor Nangong, responding, we have been reforming the state recently. Thanks to your guidance, esteemed ancestor. Yuanzi completely set aside his regal demeanor. Kneeling before Nangong Haotian in the Beiwu dynasty, it was customary for the emperor, as the king of men, to bow before the king of laws, the sacred ancestor. Ah, your majesty is aware of it. How dull. Please rise, we are old acquaintances. Thank you, esteemed ancestor. Yuanzi, while cognizant of his amicable relationship with Nangong Haotian, dared not be negligent towards the ancestor, yet his heart brimmed with joy. Your majesty, will you be leading another campaign? No, for those who govern the nation understand that regardless of the expanse of territory, if the people live in peace and prosperity, it constitutes a strong nation. And it is the emperor's duty, your majesty, truly insightful. However, I have come to bid you farewell. What? Is it due to our inadequate hospitality? No, it is because I must attend to an important matter. Might I inquire if your majesty knows the current whereabouts of Wulong Mountain? Evidently reluctant to part with the venerable ancestor, Yuanzi implored him repeatedly, but to no avail. Very well, I shall instruct the Talented Scholars Institute to investigate. Upon saying this, Yuanzi rose and personally penned a pass. We wish to appoint you as the imperial teacher, for you have imparted knowledge that even the venerable sages could not teach. Nangong Haotian did not refuse, as this was crucial for the Nangong family to reach Dongzhou. Take this, and this document shall signify my presence. Your majesty, it is I, not we. That term is for rustic villagers. What of rustic villagers? Are they not our subjects? It turned out that in the illusion of Piamiao town, Yuanzi had been attacked by Yuanla for referring to himself as I, ultimately leading to his use of we. Nangong Haotian suppressed a laugh, his heart filled with immense satisfaction. The emperor had matured. Your majesty, before I depart, I have a gift for you, which you will surely cherish. Nangong Haotian retrieved a life and death ring from his possession, which, upon encountering Yuanzi, emitted a resounding roar. Esteemed ancestor, the Tianluan sect has been eradicated. Retaining this item would only bring calamity. I implore you to destroy it swiftly. Do not rush. Please observe with that. He twirled the iron ring, revealing a person within. It was Yuanla, sister. Yuanzi could scarcely believe his eyes, for he had personally erected a tombstone for her, and Nangong Haotian merely smiled faintly. Your majesty, I encountered a soul burdened by deep attachments on my way back to the capital, unable to reincarnate. Upon inquiry, I discovered it was related to you. Fool, I am here to become your beloved wife, not your sister. As Nangong Haotian observed the reunion of the two, he excused himself, heading to the Talented Scholars Institute to inquire about directions. Reporting to the esteemed ancestor, Wulong Mountain is presently located within the territory of the Wuxin Kingdom, in Huanqi City, known as Heichan. Upon returning to the inn, Nangong Haotian began to pack his belongings but realized he had not contacted the sacred land in quite some time. He decided to inquire about the situation. Hello, Yuer girl, what are you up to over there? Upon using the mirror to connect, he was met with the sight of a turtle adorned with an angry expression. Ah, esteemed ancestor, I am not doing anything. I am diligently cultivating. Nangong Yuer hastily tucked away her drawing of a turtle, sporting a playful smile. Nangong Haotian had no choice but to summon Nangong Junyi to inquire about the recent happenings in the Nangong sacred land. It turns out that in recent times, all surrounding sects, sacred lands, and nations have come to pay their respects, and the Nangong sacred land has made a remarkable resurgence. I shall delay my return. Junyi, manage the sacred land well. Yuer, focus on your cultivation. I shall take care of you upon my return. No, esteemed ancestor, I wish to accompany you. Upon saying this, Nangong Yuer shook the talisman in her hand. Beaming with pride, a 1,000-mile step talisman, Nangong Juni's expression soured as he reached out to seize it, but Nangong Yuer, being agile, evaded him. Nonsense. Is this something you can take? As the talisman radiated with brilliance, Nangong Yuer vanished from sight. What remained was a visibly distressed Nangong Junyi. This was a treasured heirloom of the Nangong family, and now it had been stolen by her. Yuer, return quickly. Nangong Yuer clung to Nangong Haoyan's legs, tears brimming in her eyes, refusing to let go. Nangong Haoyan immediately regretted contacting the sacred land. He had learned the lesson that bringing an extra person only added to the trouble. No. Yuer has never ventured beyond the western regions. If the esteemed ancestor does not take Yuer along, then Yuer will not release her grip. Nangong Haoyan had no choice but to acquiesce. Along the way, Nangong Yuer ran about recklessly, indulging in food, causing Nangong Haoyan considerable distress. Ultimately, he had to tie a rope to Nangong Yuer's hand, creating a makeshift safety line, while threatening to send her back if she misbehaved. They finally arrived at the border of Beiwu and Wuxian, where winter had blanketed the land in snow. Esteemed ancestor, I can only escort you this far. Here is the map of Wuxian Kingdom. Nangong Haoyan accepted the densely written map, gazing at the snow-laden expanse ahead. Feeling a twinge of anxiety, I appreciate your efforts, General Yan. This will suffice. The remaining journey, my granddaughter and I can manage ourselves. After bidding farewell to General Yan, Nangong Haoyan and Nangong Yuer vanished into the vast sea of snow. Along the way, Nangong Yuer insisted on hearing stories, prompting Nangong Haoyan to recount his recent experiences. Initially, Nangong Yuer laughed heartily, but eventually, she broke down in tears. This vexed Nangong Haoyan greatly, as he had to console her. Stop! This mountain is mine, this tree I planted. If you wish to pass, leave your toll. Nangong Haoyan was astonished. He had not expected to encounter thieves in such a frigid, desolate place. Brother, there are neither trees nor roads here. Silence! You talk too much. It was because of you last time. However, upon closer inspection, Nangong Haoyan burst into laughter, for these two were the foolish bandits from Huanqing. It's you again, second brother. Run, as it turned out. They had been habitual robbers, subsequently expelled by the authorities, and had fallen to this state of banditry. Humph! How ungrateful you are, daring to rob even the esteemed ancestor. Nangong Yuer unleashed her powers, summoning a massive pillar of fire that erupted beneath the two thieves, sending them flying. Who dares to harm my servants? Chapter 75. The heartless royal family since time immemorial. Nangong Haoyan followed the sound to find a woman with red hair, clad in the battle armor of the Wuxian people, riding a horse and shouting defiantly. You claim those two foolish thieves are your servants? Thieves? They are not thieves. Are they not thieves? They have come to rob me. Nangong Yuer, wary of the unexpectedly appearing woman, who possessed an exquisite figure and striking features, remained on guard. Nangong Haoyan promptly revealed the mirror to show her the recent events. These vile individuals deceived me. Who are you? My name is Lin Chuani, and this is my granddaughter Lin Qingyu. We are envoys from Beiwu. Nangong Haoyan did not wish to make a grand display, and thus adopted a pseudonym for convenience. Hemph, words alone are insufficient. Produce the edict from the Beiwu emperor. The woman brandished her spear, immediately aiming it at Nangong Haoyan, while the soldiers behind her drew their swords. This is our edict. Please examine, General. Nangong Haoyan swiftly intervened to prevent Nangong Yuer from acting. Retrieving the edict from his robes, wow, what is this? The prince's seal. Its fifth brother. While retrieving the edict, the prince's seal belonging to Helan Shuaming was inadvertently revealed by Nangong Yuer, leaving the red-haired woman astonished. You are fifth brother. You have returned? My apologies, young lady. I am not your fifth brother, but I am his friend. Shuaming is no longer with USAS. Nangong Haoyan spoke. He handed the prince's seal to the red-haired woman. Preparing to leave with Nangong Yuer, wait. I shall take you to the royal city. It is not far from here. The emperor of the Wuxian kingdom is referred to as the Great Khan. And the capital is not fixed. It changes with the emperor's migrations, lacking a permanent location. Nangong Haoyan and others then boarded her carriage, where Nangong Haoyan recounted the tale of Helan Shuaming. Little did they know that since their last parting, it would turn out to be a final farewell. Why fifth brother was merely an ordinary person upon his birth. Yet he possessed an innate honesty, never daring to step outside the tent. However, 7 years ago, he mysteriously vanished, and despite our prolonged search, we could not find him. I never anticipated that he would leave us in such a manner. It turns out that Heelan Chuaming's birth name was Heelan Walla, and because he was a mortal with a gentle disposition, he was often bullied by others. Nan Gonghaoyan sighed, realizing just how much courage he must have had at that time. Within the grand tent of the Wuxian kingdom, an elderly man, bearing the marks of time with his grizzled hair yet exuding an air of authority, sat regally. What? Walla is dead? A woman beside him was weeping uncontrollably. She was Heelan Chuaming's mother. The old emperor's fury was palpable, his anger igniting like fire. It is because of you that Walla was bullied daily, leading to this outcome. Are you satisfied now? The old emperor fell silent, merely gazing at Nan Gonghaoyan before tossing aside the prince's seal in frustration. What is all this commotion? Someone, remove Yitu Luan. Heelan Chuaming's mother was dragged away by several soldiers, and Nan Gonghaoyan could no longer bear to watch. Hey, how can you treat her this way? After all, he is still your son. Nan Gongyu rose in indignation, her beautiful eyes aflame with anger. Though she had never met Heelan Chuaming, she knew he was a good person. Humph, merely a useless fool. His death is of no consequence. Moreover, you are merely envoys. This matter is our family affair. The old emperor scoffed dismissively, while the other princes sneered in agreement. Yet he ultimately became a Dao emperor. The one who killed him was his superior, the celestial wheel ancestor, a half-ascendant sage. Unable to endure the slander against Heelan Chuaming, Nan Gonghaoyan retorted vehemently, What? Messenger Lin, this is no jest. The Heelan clan was left in shock. How could a talentless mortal, deemed a waste, end up as a Dao emperor? I do not believe it. Produce evidence. The crown prince shouted, for he, with extraordinary talent, had only reached the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm. He could not bear to accept that someone he had bullied could surpass him. Nan Gonghaoyan remained unperturbed and produced a fragment. This was indeed a shard of Heelan Chuaming's armor. The black piece still emanated dark energy, yet within it, the essence of the Dao and Heelan Chuaming's aura surged forth. A glimmer of greed appeared in everyone's eyes. The old emperor, having only just begun to grasp the Dao, had not yet reached the status of a Dao emperor. Since this is Walla's relic, we shall preserve it well. And why son Walla died an unjust death. Suddenly, Nan Gongyu unleashed her cultivation, stunning all the Heelan clan members. This little girl was also a Dao emperor. Nan Gonghaoyan then exerted pressure, causing the old emperor to realize he could not discern Nan Gonghaoyan's realm. Everyone was rendered breathless under the weight of the aura. Old ancestor, you rascal. Nan Gongyu playfully scolded. Humph, who told you to keep bothering me? Nan Gonghaoyan replied with a smirk, then lifted the pressure, casting a disdainful glance at the Heelan family. This shard is merely a scale from his armor, and besides, Chuaming only entrusted me with returning the prince's seal to you, nothing more. Nan Gonghaoyan felt a pang of sorrow for Heelan Chuaming. His final words about filial piety were indeed heart-wrenching. Ha ha ha, Messenger Lin, this is a misunderstanding. In truth, this armor is a treasure of the Wuxian clan, and returning it to me would be a matter of restoring ownership. Do you think you can deceive me? Am I a fool? Nan Gonghaoyan's expression darkened. Your Majesty, this is a treasure of the notorious Celestial Wheel sect of Northern Wu. Are you not members of that sect? No, certainly not. I must have been confused. This ungrateful child has joined a cult. His death is of no consequence. It was a jest, for the divine wilderness despised the Celestial Wheel sect deeply. To admit it would make the Wuxian clan a target. Sometimes, hypocrites are more loathsome than true villains. Given this, we shall take our leave. Nan Gonghaoyan grasped Nan Gongyu's hand and departed without a backward glance, leaving the Wuxian clan in a state of trepidation. Years prior, Northern Wu had dealt a crushing blow to the Wuxian clan, and to provoke an envoy from Northern Wu now would spell calamity. You are Walla's mother, correct? Come with us. Nan Gonghaoyan directly escorted Yitu Luan out. It was striking how much the mother and son resembled each other. You err. You shall return Chuaming's mother to Northern Wu and hand her over to this lady. With a gesture toward Nan Gongyu, all information regarding Wang Fengyun flooded her mind. Yes, old ancestor, may I enjoy a few days in Northern Wu? As you wish, now go quickly. I have more pressing matters. Once the objective was accomplished, Nan Gongyu whisked away with Chuaming's mother, vanishing in an instant. The red-haired woman followed suit, shedding her armor to reveal a stunning beauty. I apologize on behalf of my father for his rash behavior. I hear the envoy has business to attend to. I, Helan Saren, am willing to offer my humble services. Nan Gong Haoyan bore no ill will toward the princess, but doubted she could assist in this matter. Nonetheless, she could accompany them. Very well, prepare the carriage. We shall head to Huanqi Hat Mountain. Chapter 76. Ice sculpture. Several carriages traverse the snow-covered expanse of Wuxian, a small team of over 20 setting out. The wheels creaked upon the ice, while inside the carriage, a furnace burned with crimson pearls. May I inquire what important matter the envoy addresses? Helan Saren was immensely curious about the reason this envoy, whose cultivation surpassed that of even a Dao emperor, had come personally to. Do you truly wish to hear? Nan Gong Haoyan gazed dreamily out the window at the falling snow. It was indeed a heavy snowfall. Allow me to tell you a story first. Helan Saren's eyes widened in earnest attention, her curious demeanor quite endearing. The tale is as follows. A young cultivator, in pursuit of the Dao, ventured alone to the snow-capped mountains for rigorous training. After years of toil, he gained nothing, yet he befriended a spirit residing in the snow. The spirit was delightful, becoming the sole companion of the young cultivator atop the snowy peak. The cultivator, generous in spirit, imparted his cultivation methods to her, and the spirit's prowess soared, while the cultivator himself made no progress. Soon, the cultivator realized that thoughts of her consumed his mind during meditation. Thus, he had no choice but to change his training grounds. Yet, the spirit could not bear to part with him, and the cultivator found it equally difficult to leave her. However, the desire to cultivate prevailed. The cultivator deceived her, promising that once he attained the status of a Dao emperor, he would return to find her. When he departed, he had nothing to gift her, so he bestowed upon her a treasured item and named her. From that day forth, he never returned. That cultivator truly is a heartless scoundrel. Helan Saren remarked, entranced, gazing blankly at Nan Gong Haoyan as the snowfall intensified. Is Messenger Lin that cultivator? Your Highness, we have arrived at Huanqi City. However, the bustling streets of Huanqi City lay deserted, all tents and dwellings encased in a layer of ice, with snow falling relentlessly, seemingly without end. The city gates were buried beneath snow, appearing from afar as a small snow-capped mountain. What is the meaning of this? Quick, go investigate. Yes, Huanqi City was one of the few prosperous cities within the Wuxian kingdom, and its transformation into a ghost town was a significant blow to the kingdom. The Great Khan has sent someone again. An elderly man emerged from his home, gazing at Helan Saren and her companions, only to sigh and retreat inside. What is the matter with this old man? Helan Saren and her entourage temporarily took shelter in the elder's abode, with Nan Gong Haoyan accompanying them. Those who have died have perished, and those who have fled have escaped. It must be the wrath of the snow god. Who is the snow god? Nan Gong Haoyan inquired. I do not know. All I know is that the snow has not ceased for a month, and the townsfolk have succumbed to a strange illness, madness overtaking them, constantly murmuring, "Where are you?" Within days, they are encased in ice and perish. Stepping outside to observe the sky, Nan Gong Haoyan suddenly waved his hand, causing the snow to cease and sunlight poured forth, a living immortal. The envoy sent by the Great Khan has proven ineffective. They all perished. Helan Saren was astonished, as she had been unable to dispel the snow upon entering the city. Sensing no fluctuations of spiritual energy, believing it to be divine will, could it be that there truly is a snow god? People began to emerge gradually, kneeling before Nan Gong Haoyan, expressing their gratitude. Sunlight bathed the solemn figure of Nan Gong Haoyan, and in that moment, he resembled a deity. Helan Saren gazed at Nan Gong Haoyan in trepidation, increasingly unable to fathom this envoy's true nature. Suddenly, dark clouds rolled in with ferocious intensity, accompanied by thunderous roars, as if someone were in wrath. The snow god returns? The crowd stared at the skies in fear, suddenly collapsing to the ground, foaming at the mouth. Helan Saren and her entourage found themselves in the same predicament. I have come to see you. How long will you continue this ruckus? Nan Gong Haoyan bellowed at the heavens. The ominous clouds paused momentarily before dispersing, and those foaming at the mouth gradually returned to normal, slowly rising to their feet. What did you just say, Messenger Lin? I said nothing, merely shouted. From that moment onward, the people of Huanchi City spoke of a celestial being who had descended from the North Wu. They believed that with merely a wave of his hand and a few words, he could vanquish the snow god. Consequently, Nangong Haoyan received a warm welcome from the villagers, some of whom even fashioned an idol in his likeness and worshipped it daily. Rather than hastily ascending the mountain, Nangong Haoyan chose to settle in the village for the time being. On the following morning, he languidly tugged at his blanket, only to suddenly feel a piece of meat beneath his hand. With a swift motion akin to a carp leaping from the water, he sat up in bed. Helan Saren, what are you doing here? Helan Saren, evidently having indulged the previous night, mumbled incoherently, oblivious to her surroundings as she tugged at the blanket. It was no wonder he had felt a lack of cover the night before. That moment, the door swung open unexpectedly. Wait, don't come in. Princess, there's a new development. The soldier, upon witnessing the scene, abruptly froze like a statue of ice. Reporting to the princess, all is well. He hastily closed the door, and outside, a chorus of whispers and suppressed laughter ensued. Nangong Haoyan wore a look of exasperation as he gazed at the soundly sleeping Saren, promptly throwing off the blanket. So cold, scoundrel. Thus dawn broke on the first morning of the month in Huanchi City, with Nangong Haoyan sporting a handprint on his face, while behind him, Helan Saren blushed furiously. The two stood dumbfounded at the city gate, where a slender young girl fashioned of ice stood majestically. Which master among you crafted this exquisite ice sculpture? It's truly beautiful. Mr. Lin, what is an ice sculpture? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, each looking to the other for clarification. Nangong Haoyan slapped his forehead, realizing he had employed terminology far ahead of their comprehension. It is an art form that involves carving various objects from ice. Mr. Lin, none of us are familiar with this art, but it sounds intriguing. After a while, the area outside Huanchi City was devoid of even a single bird, as the warriors set down their weapons and began to experiment with the snow. The management of leisure among the soldiers of the Wuxian nation was rather lax. In such harsh conditions, everyone assumed the role of a warrior. Nangong Haoyan decided to abandon any concerns and embrace the moment, introducing games from his world such as snowball fights and snowman building, bringing joy akin to that of children. After some time spent in play, they noticed a surprising increase in their cultivation and immediately knelt to express their gratitude to Nangong Haoyan. Suddenly, a commotion arose in the nearby woods, and a shadow darted past. Nangong Haoyan quickly caught sight of it, momentarily taken aback that a massive wild boar burst forth, charging directly at the crowd, prompting the soldiers to cheer and scramble to capture it. Yet, Nangong Haoyan remained fixated on the woods, silent and contemplative. He was certain that what he had seen was not merely a wild boar. In the ensuing moments, the soldiers eagerly prepared climbing gear, intent on conquering the snow god. The name Heart translates to Black Dragon, and this region was once known as Wulong Mountain. It was renamed and settled by the Wuxian people upon their arrival. The snow on the mountain was substantial, making the ascent arduous for all, except for Nangong Haoyan, who seemed to navigate the terrain with ease, as if he were well acquainted with the place. However, he proceeded slowly, seemingly burdened by unspoken thoughts. Chapter 77. The Heart Secret Realm. As Nangong Haoyan and his companions traversed the snowy mountain, a beam of bright light suddenly appeared, followed by a series of lights that shone brilliantly against the darkness of the mountain. At last, we see a settlement. Princess, the soldiers have traveled all day. Let us rest here. Nangong Haoyan regarded the unexpectedly visible village with a serious expression, realizing it was not an illusion. Helan Saren, however, remained vigilant, casting a sideways glance at Nangong Haoyan. Oh, not worry. Let us explore further. Nangong Haoyan hastily approached the village entrance, his eyes widening in astonishment at the sight of Western-style architecture from his world. Could there be other travelers from another realm? He knocked urgently on the door of the nearest house, fervently seeking answers. Stop knocking, I am coming. To his surprise, the door was opened by a middle-aged man with yellow hair and blue eyes. Who are you? Do not venture up the mountain. There are demons above. Upon seeing Helan Saren and the others fully armed, the man understood their intent. And who might you be? Nangong Haoyan inquired, his curiosity piqued. My name is Hawk. I hail from the Wild Rest State. The Wild Rest State was akin to the western world of Nangong Haoyan. Despite the distance, the eras had changed, allowing many from the Wild Rest State to arrive here. some even establishing their own sections. We arrived here a year ago because I sensed the presence of a demon beneath this mountain. Seated by the large bonfire in the hall, they observed a wrinkled old man with an oversized nose seated before a massive cross. It is our duty to exorcise evil in the name of the divine, but this demon is particularly troublesome, which is why we have remained here. This matter is not for you to involve yourselves in. You should return home. No, I must witness the demon being returned to hell with mine own eyes. Otherwise, we shall not leave. The old man's eyes gleamed with resolve, and Nangong Haoyan found himself admiring this small village. Princess, let us take up residence here for now. Very well. Nangong Haoyan's suggestion elicited cheers from the group. For them, this place was nothing short of miraculous. Whatever sounds you hear at night, do not open the door. The old man warned solemnly, it is fraught with danger, as the demon has been particularly agitated in recent weeks, and his minions have descended to wreak havoc. Everyone nodded in agreement, yet when nightfall arrived, chaos ensued. Princess, someone has died, what? They rushed to investigate, discovering a soldier lying on the ground with wide-open eyes, unable to close them even in death. Everyone, stay inside. It is perilous. But it was too late. One by one, they collapsed, rendered unconscious. Nangong Haoyan had already discerned the ruse, yet he made no move to resist, willingly entering the secret realm. Where is this? Before him lay countless ice trees, their branches swaying as if moved by an unseen breeze. Reminiscent of seaweed and water. Damn it, I forgot to stay out. Ah, you're still alive. He saw the supposed dead soldier standing unharmed. It turned out he had not perished, but rather entered a mysterious realm. This secret realm appeared enigmatic, yet it paled in comparison to those Nangong Haoyan had encountered. Ha, a fortuitous opportunity. We shall prosper. The secret realm was a coveted haven for every cultivator. Here, not only could one break through to the Emperor's realm, but also to the great Tao Emperor. You've only just arrived? I've been here for a year. Have you lost your mind? You just fainted. Indeed, do not believe me? Just look. He pointed to a stone slab covered in countless markings, which the soldier had used to keep track of the days. Nangong Haoyan understood that this was an independent space, where time flowed differently from the outside world, and thus he sought to reassure them. How do we exit? Good question. The group fell silent for a moment. Princess, there is a lock here, but no keyhole. They observed a door on the ground with a patterned dial, resembling a combination lock. Nangong Haoyan paused, then read the inscription above, inwardly lamenting the unnecessary complexity of the secret realm. All matters hang upon the treetops. Upon reading this, Nangong Haoyan wore a look of frustration. With so many treetops, how was he to discern which one it referred to? He exerted force upon the lock, crushing it into useless scrap, then yanked the door open, gaining passage. The others stared in awe at Nangong Haoyan. This was indeed ice-black iron, yet he had rendered it into such a state. Could you not solve a riddle instead? A refined young man suddenly appeared, his face filled with disappointment. You're insane. What is this rubbish? Just tell us how to exit, or I shall destroy your secret realm. A soldier, seething with anger, brandished his curved blade. You are all quite tempestuous. The young man waved his hand, and the soldier instantly transformed into an ice statue, which promptly shattered into shards. Brothers, attack! Nangong Haoyan suddenly intervened. Lin Envoy, do not stop us. I must avenge my brother. Do not be foolish. Your brother is not dead. He merely returned. With that, the young man sprang into action, unleashing a flurry of ice arrows that converged into a colossal sword. As the giant sword reached Nangong Haoyan's hands, it instantly evaporated into vapor. Prompting a smile from him, countless ice spikes erupted from the ground, piercing through the young man. Oh, not feign death. You are not dead. The young man, suspended upon the ice spikes, suddenly raised his head and grinned foolishly. In truth, I did not create this heart's secret realm. It was established by my sister, who is on the verge of becoming a saint. I merely serve as the gatekeeper. And where is your sister? I do not know. I only know that she has been in a foul mood these past few days, and I dared not approach the mountain. Upon hearing this, Heelan Saren and the others gasped in shock, one on the verge of becoming a saint. In the great wilderness divine realm, such beings were exceedingly rare, yet they had encountered one here. Lin Envoy, shall we still ascend the mountain? You need not go. I can ascend alone. Nangong Haoyin's heart was a tempest of emotions, for he had distinctly sensed changes in the great wilderness divine realm in recent days. Princess, there are countless treasures here.